Chapter 1. Rebirth. Jiang Ning awoke with a start, sitting upright in bed, sweat streaming down her forehead, her gaze bewildered and steeped in despair. Her chaotic consciousness was jolted by the familiar surroundings. Was this the apartment she lived in before the apocalypse? Ding dong, ding dong. The incessant notifications from her phone drew her attention. It was September 14th, 2029, 9:32 a.m. Numerous unread messages flooded her screen, all pertaining to the impending arrival of the super typhoon Sidao, expected to make landfall on the coast in the early hours of the 17th, with wind speeds anticipated to reach levels between 16 and 19, accompanied by torrential rains lasting several days. Jiang Ning felt dazed. Had she not died? Perished in the dark, cannibalistic apocalypse? Could it be that her unwillingness to accept her fate caused her to plunge into this nightmare at the brink of death? Ding dong. Another new warning message appeared, time-stamped at 9:37 a.m. Jiang Ning pinched her arm tightly. The sharp pain reminded her that this was no dream. She had truly been reborn. Reborn 3 days before the cataclysmic super typhoon that heralded the end of the world. No, to be precise, only 2.5 days remained. Jiang Ning felt no joy, only an overwhelming sense of exhaustion swelling within her. Typhoons, torrential rains, floods, extreme temperatures, earthquakes. Each challenge was akin to a purgatory. What was worth reliving? Yet she had returned. Was she meant to await her demise? No, absolutely not. Splashing cold water on her face, she gazed into the mirror, seeing a youthful and beautiful visage, her skin radiant with collagen, untouched by the struggles of the apocalypse, as if everything was still so splendid. Her weary eyes fell upon the jade pendant adorning her neck, an heirloom from her abandonment at the hospital at birth, which later was given to the school beauty, Su Mengyao, by Yang Weizong. 3 years into the apocalypse, Su Mengyao remained exquisite and pristine, her attire immaculate, her complexion rosy and fair, as if still living in an era of flourishing prosperity. Once, when Jiang Ning was so hungry that she fainted, she caught a glimpse of Su Mengyao licking an ice cream she had taken from the pendant. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Ning. She took a blade and sliced her finger, letting droplets of blood fall onto the pendant. The pendant emitted a brilliant radiance, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an apartment devoid of a front door. Apart from running water and electricity, the space was completely unfurnished, with 2 bedrooms and a living room spanning approximately 80 square meters, the ceiling about 3 meters high, and adjacent to the balcony was a 10 square meter patch of black soil, a garden. In the living room floated a luminous timer, 1 hour 56 minutes and 13 seconds. Was this the space that allowed Su Mengyao to live so exquisitely, or had it been deceitfully taken from her? Exiting the space, her mind now held the image of a house. By concentrating her thoughts, she could sense everything within it. To decipher the space's functionality, she conducted a test using boiling water. Aside from the balcony and garden, all other areas possessed preservation abilities. Items could be stored using her consciousness, and the timer remained frozen. As soon as one entered the space, the countdown would commence. Time was of the essence. She had no leisure to ponder its mysteries. Given the chance to live again, and with this newfound space at her disposal, she resolved to seize the opportunity to reverse her tragic fate. Having lived merely 3 years in her past life, Jiang Ning was unaware of the calamities that awaited her, so she turned to her phone to research types of natural disasters. Upon reading the plethora of answers, she nearly succumbed on the spot. Surviving was exceedingly difficult. Setting aside her overwhelming emotions, she retrieved pen and paper to draft a list of supplies. Jiang Ning had grown up in an orphanage. Despite its outward appearance of peace, fierce competition thrived in the shadows, gradually shaping her selfish and shrewd character. Instinctively lacking a sense of security, she scavenged for cardboard in elementary school, took part-time jobs in middle school, tutoring and cleaning toilets. She would do anything for money. She excelled in her high school and college entrance examinations. Even as a second-year medical student, still managing 5 high school students under her tutelage, each lesson costing 200 yuan. Jiang Ning was a money magnet, engaging in various businesses, selling insurance, and as long as it was legal, she would dare to undertake it. Over the years, she amassed a total of 200,000 yuan in her bank account, dreaming of a down payment to settle down after graduation. Now, all of that was in vain. In the afternoon, she had professional classes followed by tutoring in the evening, but now it all seemed unnecessary. Jiang Ning sent a WeChat message to the parents, informing them of her illness and hospitalization, explaining that she would be unable to conduct classes for an extended period and hoping they could find substitutes in a timely manner, while also settling the fees. The tutoring fees were settled bi-weekly. The parents were affluent, and two of them sent her 500 yuan as a consolation gift, totaling 6,000 yuan in income. Jiang Ning did not forget to remind the parents that the century's powerful typhoon was imminent and advised them to stock up on food and emergency medications. Natural disasters were frequent, and her list of medical supplies filled 3 full pages, with many medications not only expensive but also unavailable at pharmacies. Jiang Ning snapped a photo and sent it to the pharmaceutical company's salesperson and childhood friend, requesting urgent delivery for a wealthy new client tonight. Please offer a discounted price. Zhang Chao promptly replied, received. Within 5 minutes, his phone rang. Ning, this list of medications is rather peculiar. Are you certain this isn't a joke? The money has been transferred, but the other party has one request. They want to see the goods tonight. With no time for idle chatter, he hung up and transferred 50,000 yuan, compensating for any discrepancies. With a plethora of supplies to prepare, Jiang Ning grabbed her keys and stepped outside, inadvertently catching sight of the limited edition new AJ sneakers on the table, wishing she could smash her head against a tofu block in frustration. She had always lived pragmatically, yet upon encountering Yang Wei-tsong, it felt as though she had been cursed. To pursue him, she moved out of her dormitory to rent an expensive apartment in a desirable school district, standing in line at the specialty store at dawn to buy him AJ sneakers. She would never spend more than 300 yuan on her own shoes, yet she had no qualms about purchasing limited edition sneakers worth over 8,000 yuan for him. What was the result? He accepted her gift, but took the pendant and neither accepted nor rejected her confession. And during a typhoon, he consumed all her emergency provisions with the campus beauty. During 3 years of natural disasters, he not only failed to offer assistance, but coldly watched as she was beaten and tormented by demons. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have fed the AJ sneakers to a dog rather than give them to him. Now, she was determined to see if he and Su Meng Yao could thrive without her supplies and space. A powerful typhoon raged for half a month, followed by 3 consecutive months of torrential rain, submerging the entire city. Jiang Ning lived on the 18th floor. Although she wasn't flooded, her life remained quite disheveled. After leaving the community, she filled her stomach at a breakfast shop on the street. Without delay, she rented a box truck from a car rental agency and promptly headed to the AJ specialty store. The staff were astonished by her return request, as this was a limited edition new model with countless customers eagerly waiting to snatch it up. She returned sneakers worth over 8,600 yuan, enough rice, flour, and oil to last 2 to 3 years. What use did she have for a man? Driving to a street lined with doors and windows, she ordered 2 of the sturdiest stainless steel doors, equipped with triple bolt locks, ensuring that even a sledgehammer couldn't breach them, all for installation costs exceeding 6,000 yuan. To save time, Jiang Ning measured the dimensions before heading out. The shopkeeper worried she might not measure accurately, but upon learning about the community and building, he eagerly agreed, having frequently done business there, assuring her, if it's urgent, it can be ready the day after tomorrow. Across the street was a glass shop, where Jiang Ning opted for the thickest shatterproof glass at 600 yuan per square meter, also scheduled for installation the following morning. Let them knock, let them smash. In this life, no one would dare to break in and bully her. Chapter 2. Stockpiling supplies after paying the deposit. Jiang Ning hurried to the largest outdoor equipment store in the city. The industry was severely competitive, and the store was conducting a clearance sale with prices slashed to the bone, with some items discounted as low as 20%. It was an opportune time to snag bargains. She procured 2 inflatable rafts for rubber boats, emergency kits for earthquakes and fires, tents, fire axes, climbing ropes, binoculars, radios, waterproof flashlights, and large-capacity solar chargers, among other essentials. Life-saving supplies could not be taken lightly. All must be of good quality. Seeing a significant customer, the shopkeeper enthusiastically promoted their discounted jackets and sleeping bags, assuring Jiang Ning of their quality. Jiang Ning, with a look of disdain, asked if they had any gear capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -60 or 70 degrees. The shopkeeper was taken aback, explaining that they were in the southern region where winter could see people wearing short sleeves. Jiang Ning insisted, stating she was heading to the Arctic for research. Realizing she was serious, the shopkeeper quickly contacted a colleague and informed Jiang Ning of the availability of polar expedition gear and mummy sleeping bags, which, when used together, would certainly withstand extreme cold, albeit at a higher price and located in another province. The colleague operated an online store with seemingly good reviews, and the shopkeeper assured her that expedited shipping would ensure delivery by the following afternoon. Jiang Ning ordered 2 sets, spending over 6,000 yuan. At the outdoor equipment store, she spent an additional 12,000, filling her vehicle with supplies, which she stealthily stored in her space. Inflatable boats required diesel, but it was not available for private sale. Jiang Ning visited a car repair shop to buy an oil extractor and a barrel, then filled her car at nearby gas stations before driving to a secluded area without surveillance to siphon fuel into her barrel, accumulating 500 liters of gasoline after several trips. With the world in chaos and rampant violence, she visited a security supplies store and announced her intention to go to America. The owner, upon hearing this, presented her with top-quality gear, emphasizing the beauty of the destination and the necessity of not skimping on expenses. Jiang Ning purchased 3 sets of anti-cut and stab-resistant clothing along with 2 bulletproof vests, barely pausing for breath before driving to the largest clothing wholesale market in the suburbs. There she acquired down jackets, military coats, cashmere sweaters, thermal clothing, scarves, gloves, socks, anti-slip snow boots, lightweight sports shoes, warm shoes, and slippers. She purchased everything she could think of that might be useful, prioritizing quality over brand, spending 12,000 yuan. Next, she rushed to the adjacent daily necessities wholesale market. She stocked up on air-conditioned blankets, down comforters, particularly large cotton quilts of 8 and 10 pounds, requesting them all to be packed in compression bags. She also bought shampoo, body wash, laundry detergent, sanitary pads, tissues, toothpaste, toothbrushes, thermoses, lighters, and rubber hot water bottles, including 20,000 heat packs, which could be lifesavers in extreme cold. She found an online seller of rare items, such as glass kerosene lamps and waterproof, windproof lanterns, antiques from the 60s and 70s. She bought 5 of each and inquired about kerosene. The seller had some, but it was difficult to sell. With only 100 liters in stock, Jiang Ning cleared their inventory and requested the seller to provide wicks, noting that these were far more durable than candles. She also purchased alcohol stoves, alcohol blocks, portable gas stoves, and, thinking of the electricity in her space, added several induction cookers. She stocked up on insecticide, disinfectant, drinking water purification tablets, and other necessities, spending a total of 20,000 yuan. Next door was the fruit wholesale market, where she bought apples, pears, watermelons, kiwis, bananas, cantaloupes, star fruits, summer black grapes, and other varieties, totaling around 20 types of fruit for 6,000 yuan. By the time she emerged from the wholesale market, night had fallen. Several missed calls from Zhang Chao flooded her phone, along with a WeChat message stating that the goods were ready. Jiang Ning drove to his Company S building, where 20 large cardboard boxes awaited her, filled with antibiotics, anti-inflammatory medications, iodine, sterile gauze, and even tetanus vaccines. These were life-saving medicines amid natural disasters. And although she spent over 40,000 yuan, it brought a sense of calm to the anxious Jiang Ning. Zhang Chao transferred 2,000 yuan as a commission, mentioning that her requests were too varied, and many medications were unavailable, necessitating him to source from colleagues. After delivering the goods, he promised to treat her to a lavish meal in a few days. While seated in the driver's seat, Jiang Ning reminded him about the impending arrival of a strong typhoon, advising him to stock up on fuel and grains at home. Zhang Chao dismissed her concerns, noting that there had been over 10 typhoons that year, with each one turning out to be less severe than anticipated. After storing the medicines in her space, Jiang Ning headed to the bustling food street near the university town, ordering barbecue, beer, and stir-fried rice noodles. The food street was crowded with young students and couples, their vibrant, youthful faces oblivious to the impending disaster. As she waited for her barbecue, Jiang Ning was captivated by the glowing charcoal flames. In her haste, she almost forgot the most crucial item. She promptly asked the owner for the contact information of sellers for charcoal, coal balls, and liquefied gas. She made calls to arrange for next-day delivery. Unfortunately, luck was not on her side. These stores were located in a low-lying area, and local authorities had ordered them to relocate their stock, leaving them with no time to fulfill her request. All 3 shops happened to be in the same vicinity, and Jiang Ning, neglecting her barbecue, hurriedly drove over. Charcoal was inexpensive but took up considerable space. Jiang Ning noticed her space could only accommodate 500 pounds of smokeless, high-temperature charcoal, along with a charcoal stove and ignition agent. A single liquefied gas bottle could last 2 months, so she ordered 10 bottles as a precaution against potential power outages in her space. Honeycomb coal was durable, but this year saw nationwide energy shortages coupled with trade sanctions against Australia, causing coal prices to skyrocket, with each coal ball costing 2 yuan. She grit her teeth and ordered 2,000. Arriving back at her apartment just before 9, Jiang Ning took a moment to catch her breath before organizing the disordered supplies in her space. To maximize space efficiency, she stacked the liquefied gas bottles, coal balls, and charcoal in the kitchen. She removed all unnecessary packaging from the supplies, packing everything fluffy into compression bags and stacking them layer upon layer to the ceiling. Spending was unavoidable. She had spent over 120,000 yuan throughout the day, filling her small room and kitchen, estimated to occupy around 50 cubic meters. Just as she finished organizing, she was suddenly jolted, thrown out of her space. Dazed from the unexpected force, Jiang Ning attempted to re-enter, but found an invisible barrier obstructing her. To her shock, her supplies had been swallowed by the space. Chapter 3. Supplies have been swallowed. Startled, Jiang Ning quickly used her consciousness to check. The space was intact, and so were the supplies. She tried to summon an item with her mind, and a coal ball appeared in her hand. Scanning the area with her thoughts, she realized the time counter for the space was at 0. Jiang Ning sutendi understood. The space could only be occupied for 2 hours. Well, 2 hours was better than none. After taking a shower, she emerged to find it was already past midnight. Jiang Ning glanced at the space. The new 2-hour period had begun, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She lay in bed, unable to sleep, resorting to melatonin to help her rest. Her sleep was restless, filled with nightmares of being chased and attacked by a group of people wielding bloodstained knives. Jiang Ning awoke in a cold sweat. At 5 in the morning, the sky was still dark. She entered the space to calm her nerves by inspecting the stockpiled supplies. This brought her some peace of mind. Not continuing to sleep, she grabbed her car keys and headed to the largest agricultural wholesale market. The dawn was breaking, and the market was bustling with traffic. Jiang Ning went to the vegetable section, purchasing fresh produce still glistening with dew. She bought winter melons, pumpkins, lotus roots, red and white radishes, eggplants, green beans, bitter gourds, celery, tomatoes, each 100 pounds, and 200 pounds of potatoes and sweet potatoes. She also acquired 100 pounds each of ginger and garlic, which could be planted and used as seasoning. In extreme cold weather, a bowl of ginger soup could very well save a life. As she browsed and bought, she ensured not to miss anything except for leafy greens, totaling around 4,000 yuan. After a breakfast that stretched close to 9, the foot traffic in the wholesale market had significantly decreased. Jiang Ning compared prices at 3 different stalls for staple grains, purchasing 100 bags of 50-pound rice, 50 bags of 50-pound flour, 500 pounds each of white flour, egg noodles, rice noodles, and sweet potato flour, along with 200 pounds each of yellow beans, red beans, green beans, black beans, and peanuts, plus 50 barrels of bulk soybean oil, peanut oil, and sunflower oil. Spending less than 30,000 yuan, she negotiated with the shop owner to receive 3 bags of rice as a bonus. Just this alone would be enough for her to sustain herself for 30 years. While the owner was preparing her order, she wandered to the nearby seasoning section, acquiring 10 20-liter barrels each of soy sauce, vinegar, and white liquor, along with 30 pounds each of star anise, fennel, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, and black pepper, as well as 300 pounds each of red sugar, white sugar, and rock sugar, and 3,000 pounds of salt in 1-pound packages. In the post-apocalyptic world, food holds immense significance, yet salt is of paramount importance. Without it, the human body cannot endure. In the 3rd year of this bleak existence, she witnessed firsthand an individual exchanging a single pack of salt for 30 pounds of grain. 3,000 pounds occupy minimal space. And when resources become scarce, they can be utilized for trade. If not for the lack of room, she would have desired to hoard several tons. After meticulously packing her supplies, she drove to a secluded corner devoid of surveillance, stashing her provisions into a concealed space before proceeding to the freezing area. She requested 10 large boxes each of steamed buns, flour rolls, red bean buns, flowing sand buns, brown sugar buns, and shao mai, opting for 200 pounds of frozen dumpling wraps, concerned about the quality of meat in other offerings, planning to pass the time during the impending flood. Next, she ventured into the dry goods section, procuring shiitake mushrooms, deer antler mushrooms, tea tree mushrooms, black fungus, kelp, seaweed, red dates, dried vegetables, and an assortment of flavored sunflower seeds, swiftly depleting over 10,000 yuan. Upon reaching the meat section, Jiang Ning located a vendor supplying the school canteen, where the proprietor greeted her with exceptional warmth. "What would you like, Xiao Jiang?" With an approaching typhoon, the oppressive heat lingered, and the meat selection had dwindled. Its freshness questionable, yet the prices remained fair. She ordered 200 pounds each of pork belly, sliced meat, lean pork, spare ribs, beef, lamb, rabbit meat, 100 chickens and ducks, 50 geese, along with various pig and cow offal. The vendor was astonished. "Xiao Jiang, are you serious?" Having introduced several clients to his wife at the slaughterhouse, she had earned a commission. "We share a bond, don't we? This deal won't profit you. I'll give you a 70% discount." Purchasing meat was an expensive endeavor. Pork prices had only recently dropped, while beef and lamb had not, making it most economical to source from acquaintances. The total cost approached 30,000 yuan. Jiang Ning did not haggle, but made an additional request for 2 bone cleavers and a pig slaughtering knife. Essential for self-defense, she lacked both time and connections, leaving her with no choice but to make a hasty decision. The vendor, taken aback, inquired about her intentions. Rest assured, I won't harm anyone. Considering the profit in their relationship, he readily acquiesced. At the fish stall, she ordered 100 fish, requesting them to be gutted but not cut into pieces, and arranged to collect them once prepared. Additionally, she acquired 3,000 chicken eggs, 1,000 duck eggs, and 2 trays each of chicken, duck, goose, and quail eggs, all fertilized. She also purchased a small home incubator. Reflecting on her space's garden potential, Jiang Ning visited the seed store for vegetable seeds, choosing only those with short growth cycles: lettuce, rapeseed, water spinach, and various others. The seeds were remarkably inexpensive. 500 yuan would suffice for decades of sustenance. With only 10 square meters of fertile soil, she could utilize 2 balconies, awakening her innate gardening instincts. She bought planting pots, hoes, shovels, and potting soil. Filled with hope for the future, she rushed to the fruit tree seedling section, selecting 3 saplings each of apple, grape, raisin, orange, and tangerine trees, all mature specimens. Meat was a consumable, and as natural disasters persisted, even the affluent would struggle to procure fresh meat. Jiang Ning which could thrive on vegetables and reproduce rapidly, ensuring her meat supply. Fond of marinated dishes and cold salads, she ordered 200 pounds of frozen chicken and duck feet, along with 100 pounds each of duck intestines, duck kidneys, and chicken hearts. Spending was akin to water flowing freely, causing her considerable distress. Yet the growing stockpile of supplies within her concealed space brought an indescribable sense of satisfaction and confidence. She devoted an entire day to the agricultural wholesale market. Upon her exit, the streets were illuminated, alive with bustling activity, signaling the onset of the day's most vibrant life. Jiang Ning entered a restaurant, indulging in braised spare ribs, steamed meatballs, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, thoroughly enjoying her meal, packaging any leftovers to take home. Upon returning, she busily organized her space, filling the large room to capacity, placing vegetable and fruit tree seedlings in the living room, while the breeding rabbits occupied the balcony. Jiang Ning, with a touch of cunning, exited the space with 10 minutes remaining on her timer. Just as she emerged, 2 breeding rabbits were unceremoniously ejected, landing on the ground with a thud that nearly caused them harm. Initially disheartened, she soon felt exhilaration. It seemed the space not only imposed time limits, but also prevented any living beings from remaining inside in her absence. This indicated that her supplies were secure from theft. In high spirits, she sat down to review and fill in any gaps in her preparations, having purchased everything she could think of, with approximately 20,000 yuan remaining in her account. With the space now occupied solely by the living room and restroom, she recognized that much more preparation was necessary to survive the impending natural disasters, opting not to stockpile items that would take up too much space. Opening a food delivery app, she ordered from highly rated restaurants, indulging in dishes she had previously coveted but hesitated to purchase: oil-braised prawns, hakka, salted chicken, stuffed tofu, dompa pork, and over 20 other delicacies, requesting 10 portions of each. Additionally, she ordered a variety of snacks including youtiao, zilong bayo, pan-fried dumplings, scallion pancakes, beef pies, shengjianbo, kebabs, marinated delicacies, roasted meats, and milk tea, amounting to over 10,000 yuan. To ensure freshness, she selected items for scheduled pickup. Though exhausted, she desired to witness the city's last flourish. In the afternoon, she received notice that, in anticipation of the impending powerful typhoon, the school would be temporarily closed for 3 days, with further details regarding resumption to follow. Students erupted in cheers, inviting friends to join in nocturnal festivities before the storm's arrival. The southern coastal region experiences numerous typhoons annually, and each time, the hope for school closures arises. This time, their dream had finally materialized. Jiang Ning felt similarly, yet they remained oblivious to the reality that this time would be different, and they might never return to classes. Enjoying barbecue delights and sipping beer, her emotions were complex as she continued to collect her supplies. Upon returning, Jiang Ning felt an inexplicable sense of having overlooked something crucial, yet she could not recall what it was. Chapter 4. The typhoon approaches. After midnight, the timer updated to display a remaining time of 130 minutes. This indicated that time could accumulate. Jiang Ning was overjoyed. Every second was invaluable and might prove life-saving in critical moments. She resolved never to enter the space again unless absolutely necessary, and to save the time for extreme cold or seismic events. With provisions in hand and a sanctuary to safeguard her, she felt a surge of confidence in facing the impending calamities. A night devoid of dreams passed, and the following day, she was awoken by a phone call regarding the installation of a stainless steel door. "Madam, are you having a stainless steel door installed?" Due to recent thefts in the neighborhood, quality security was imperative. The technician smiled wryly, stating that the locks were secure but required drilling into the ceiling and floor. "Aren't you concerned about damaging the property?" "No matter, safety comes first." With the landlord away for work, there would be no updates until the building collapsed during an earthquake. Thus, renovations were not an issue. The installation of explosion-proof glass proceeded seamlessly, with both parties engrossed in their tasks, the sound of electric drills resonating intermittently. On this busy weekend, wishing to avoid disturbing the neighbors, Jiang Ning chimed in the group chat and sent red envelopes. Opening the app, she continued to order food until her budget was exhausted. Within 2 hours, the door and glass were installed, and Jiang Ning settled the remaining balance, gazing relievedly at her fortified apartment. As her phone rang, she initially assumed it was the food delivery, only to discover it was Yang Wei-kong. Ning, today is my birthday party. When will you arrive? His voice was warm and sunny, accompanied by the sounds of laughter from a gathering. Jiang Ning scoffed internally. All right, just wait. He clearly harbored feelings for Su Meng Yao while deliberately toying with her, all the while coveting her surprise gift and the potential of a fortunate twist. Through the phone, she could hear Su Meng Yao's sweet, delicate voice. In her past life, she had presented herself to Yang Wei-song, who had shown her indifference. Now he was pursuing her. Jiang Ning's alarm bells rang. How could Su Meng Yao know about her pen and space? From Yang Wei-song's demeanor, it seemed he was unaware of this secret, leading her to suspect that Su Meng Yao had instigated the call. Grabbing her keys, Jiang Ning descended the stairs. Yang Wei-song lived on the 8th floor, and the room was filled with lively chatter. Jiang Ning proceeded downstairs without hesitation. The weather remained oppressive, yet the precursor to the powerful typhoon had arrived, with howling winds echoing through the streets. The latest text alert indicated that the typhoon was expected to arrive by 9 o'clock that evening. Jiang Ning was taken aback. Why was it arriving early? She visited the school library, seeking medical texts that could aid her studies during the calamity, as well as books on martial arts and mental fortitude. The expansive library would be submerged during the floods, resulting in the loss of countless invaluable volumes. Jiang Ning felt a pang of sorrow, yet found herself powerless. She averted her gaze from the camera, discreetly blending the books she desired with others, stealthily placing them into her space. While theft is inherently wrong, the library would soon be inundated by floods, leading to the destruction of countless volumes. Books embody human civilization, although she could not carry them all, should the calamity pass. She could donate what she salvaged. Yang Wei-song called again, but without hesitation, Jiang Ning blocked him. Departing the school for a large supermarket, she took the elevator to the top-level parking lot, meandering through the aisles before descending. Faced with an array of products, she refrained from making any purchases and instead roamed the second floor several times before driving to another location. A call from the rental company informed her that due to the impending typhoon, they would be closing early and required her to return the vehicle before 3 o'clock. Jiang Ning agreed verbally, yet when she returned the car at 4, the wind howled relentlessly, creating an eerie cacophony. The owner was amiable, and after a brief inspection, refunded her a deposit of 2,000 yuan. Natural disasters do not strike suddenly. They provide a buffer period, a fact humanity has tragically overlooked. Jiang Ning retained some cash for emergencies, refraining from further extravagance. Upon returning to her apartment, she gathered her computer, tablet, and phone, and began downloading a plethora of resources: films, music, life hacks, recipes, offline maps, and emergency disaster relief information. Suddenly, a notification from her shopping app jolted her back to reality. She had forgotten about the extreme cold weather gear she had ordered online. It was supposed to arrive the previous evening, but delays in shipping due to the owner's tardiness meant it had only just reached the collection point. She called the courier service, only to be informed that deliveries were halted due to the typhoon and that she could collect her package before 6 if it was urgent. Outside, the wind howled ominously, and the trees in the community swayed violently. With the storm approaching, the collection point would soon be submerged, and without her cold weather gear, survival and temperatures plummeting to minus 60 or 70 degrees would be impossible. No drivers were accepting rides through the taxi app. So gritting her teeth, Jiang Ning dashed downstairs, grabbed a shared bicycle, and pedaled furiously toward the collection point. The 2-kilometer journey was a struggle against the wind, rendering her unable to open her eyes as debris swirled around her. Sweaty and disheveled, she finally arrived at the collection point, where a mountain of packages awaited her amidst the delays brought on by the storm. Without pausing to catch her breath, she rolled up her sleeves and began to search desperately. Fortunately, her package was substantial. After several minutes of rummaging, she finally located it. Outside, the storm intensified, and the sky darkened ominously, resembling nightfall. Clenching her teeth, she exited with the large package in her arms. Just as she stepped outside, a fierce gust of wind swept her off her feet, but a man standing by a vehicle quickly reached out and pulled her back. He was sturdy, managing to steady her amidst her disarray. Jiang Ning expressed her gratitude, but her words were whisked away by the tempest. The man glanced at her and remarked that holding onto the package in such conditions was unsafe. Caught off guard by the rapid onset of the typhoon, Jiang Ning retreated into the store, repeatedly refreshing the taxi app and even offering a tip. Yet, with 300 people ahead of her, no drivers were available. The man, having collected numerous packages that filled the back of his SUV, noticed her anxious demeanor and hesitated before asking, "Where do you live?" "Under the lights." Jiang Ning could finally discern his features. Clad in a black t-shirt and jeans, he appeared to be in his early 20s. With neatly cropped hair and a sharp jawline that gave him an austere, rugged appearance. He towered at least 185 centimeters, his long legs strikingly impressive. Once again, she thanked him, but he remained aloof, stating it was merely a small favor. I live in Jinrong Xiaoziu. Would you be able to give me a ride? I can pay for the fare. He nodded and opened the door. The back seat was packed. So Jiang Ning opened the front door, only to discover a young girl sitting in the passenger seat. She appeared to be 4 or 5 years old, with a timid, fair face dressed in a pink dress, her dark, grape-like eyes gazing at her. The man spoke gently, Dodo, let the sister hold you. In this apocalyptic world, who would still care about traffic violations? Jiang Ning lifted Dodo onto her lap, placing the package at her feet. The howling winds surrounded them as the SUV drove steadily through the chaos. The darkened sky was filled with branches torn from trees, and metal roofs rattled in the gusts. In the distance, a girl in a dress clung tightly to a utility pole, her lips forming the words, "Help me." The disaster had officially begun. Chapter 5. Away from scoundrels and vile women, the 2 kilometers seemed short, and they arrived at the entrance of her community within minutes. Jiang Ning handed him 2,000 yuan, expressing her gratitude for his assistance and willingness to break the law. He coldly replied, "No need, it's on my way." Noticing his refusal, Jiang Ning did not press the issue. As she exited the vehicle, she cautioned, the typhoon may cause water and power outages. It's wise to stock up on rice, flour, and oil while you still can. She opened the car door, clutching the package as she dashed into the community against the wind. Suddenly, large raindrops began to plummet, and as Jiang Ning emerged from the elevator, she was taken aback to find Yang Wei-tsong and Su Ming Yao waiting at her apartment door. They had likely been waiting for quite some time. Yang Wei-tsong displayed impatience, while the school beauty, Su Ming Yao, smiled charmingly in her pristine white dress, embodying an air of purity and elegance. "Where have you been?" Yang Wei-tsong's tone was tinged with annoyance. "We've been waiting for you for ages." Upon seeing them, Jiang Ning's mind raced with memories of past injustices and their indifference as she suffered at the hands of demons, instantly darkening her mood. In her previous life, she had made foolish mistakes and had no one to blame but herself. In this life, if they sought to exploit her again, they would reap what they sowed. The despair she had endured would be doubled for them. With a cold demeanor, Jiang Ning inquired, "Is there something you need?" She had always been cordial with him. But now her indifference caught Yang Wei-tsong off guard, prompting him to ask, "Why didn't you attend my birthday? Why would I go when we're not close?" He had always pursued her, and it was clear his intentions were not merely about the gift. It was Su Ming Yao who was interested in getting to know her. Su Ming Yao scrutinizit Jiang Ning, hersimide ungaviding. Junior, Jiang Ning retorted coldly, "I don't know you, so don't address me like that." Su Ming Yao appeared slightly embarrassed, yet she maintained her sweet tone. "Today is the senior's birthday. We're all alumni gathering together." His birthday had passed at noon, and inviting her to the 8th floor was clearly an attempt to exploit her talents. "Are you deaf?" Jiang Ning scoffed. "Didn't you hear me say we're not close? Why should I care about your birthday?" Surprised by her hostility, Yang Wei-tsong felt his pride wounded. "What do you mean, Jiang Ning? You're wearing couple rings with her, yet you keep inviting me to your home. Are you trying to play both sides? Don't be delusional. I have no such intentions towards you." Yang Wei-tsong was infuriated, his face flushed with anger. "Ming Yao, let us go." But Su Ming Yao was reluctant to leave. With a forced smile, she insisted, "And Ning, your pendant is lovely. Where did you buy it?" Jiang Ning removed the pendant and asked, "Do you want it?" Su Ming Yao's eyes lit up. "Can you let go? I really like it." Jiang Ning released it, allowing the pendant to fall to the ground. She stomped on it with force, shattering it into pieces. After binding her space, the pendant lost its luster and became useless. Human nature can be treacherous. Without destroying it in front of her, who knew what Su Ming Yao might do? "Your fondness for it disgusts me." As the pendant shattered, Su Ming Yao gasped in shock, her expression one of disbelief. Yang Wei-tsong, incensed that his girlfriend was being bullied, lashed out at Jiang Ning. With a fierce glare, Jiang Ning retorted, "Get lost. If you have the audacity, don't come into my sight." Yang Wei-tsong stormed off, his face ashen, dragging Su Ming Yao with him. Finally, Jiang Ning opened the stainless steel door and hurried inside to eagerly unpack her package. The extreme cold weather gear was thick and enveloped her in warmth. The mummy sleeping bag, crafted from layers of down, promised robust quality, ensuring her survival in the harshest of conditions. The howling winds outside create an oppressive atmosphere, with the sky cloaked in darkness. Securing the doors and windows, Jiang Ning retrieves a large white plastic bucket to collect water, ensuring to fill a few barrels for the bathroom in her space. With the impending arrival of the typhoon and torrential rain, the community is soon to experience water and power outages. Undeterred by the chaos outside, Jiang Ning busies herself in the kitchen, tirelessly washing rice, cooking, and preparing vegetables. She crafts copious amounts of dishes such as braised pork, mushroom stewed chicken, boiled fish, and beef brisket with radish, each pot brimming with generous portions. which she transfers into pre-prepared stainless steel bowls, steaming hot and ready to be stored. With the storm approaching, every household is stockpiling food, and she must quickly prepare heavily flavored dishes, as lighting the stove later may draw unwanted attention. She steams buns, dumplings, and flour rolls, utilizing both the gas stove and the induction cooker at full blast, working tirelessly until the early hours. After changing out of her greasy clothes and enjoying a hot shower, she collapses into bed. Her slumber is interrupted by the sound of a drill. Pulling back the curtains, she is greeted by the darkened sky, the typhoon and rain raging in a cacophony outside. Mistaking the time for dawn, she checks her phone to find it is already past 9 in the morning. WeChat notifications flood in, with unread messages piling up in both the community and class groups. Many celebrate the arrival of the typhoon, relieved that the workaholic routine of 996 has finally ceased and students can return home for a break. Numerous individuals share images and videos of the storm's devastation, including uprooted trees, damaged luxury cars, and a tornado tearing through a metal factory. Some begin to express concern, lamenting their lack of food supplies, mentioning that by the time they reached the supermarket after work, the shelves were bare, with only aged instant noodles remaining. The sound of drilling persists, seemingly emanating from next door. Confused, Jiang Ning recalls that in her building, one of the 3 units in her corridor is unoccupied. In her previous life, when floods reached the 2nd floor, those displaced had sought refuge in the empty apartment, breaking in when rescue did not arrive. Initially, they coexisted peacefully, but as food supplies dwindled, their demeanor grew increasingly sinister, attempting to breach her door under the cover of night. This time, armed with a fire axe, she resolves to defend herself should they attempt to intrude. The drilling sound continues, accompanied by the faint cries of a child. Jiang Ning steps outside, only to find the door to Unit 1801 wide open, the brand new stainless steel door leaning against the wall. A young man in light casual attire is busy drilling into the wall. Upon hearing her approach, he turns to face her, surprise flickering across his features before he nods and resumes his task. He is strikingly handsome, tall and lean, with muscles subtly defined beneath his shirt, exuding an aura of latent power. Jiang Ning feels a chill run down her spine, hastily retreating to her room. This life is different. Not only has the typhoon arrived early, but a new neighbor has moved in, who in their right mind installs 3 stainless steel doors. While peaceful coexistence is desirable, vigilance must not waver. Although he has shown bravery, who can assure her that his morals remain intact amidst the impending chaos? After securing her door, she brushes her teeth, washes up, and finishes breakfast. The sky has lightened somewhat, yet remains ominously dark. Standing on the balcony, she witnesses the ferocious typhoon battering the walls, the torrential rain pelting the shatterproof glass with a relentless fury. In just one night, the streets have become inundated, many vehicles submerged, and low-lying areas swept away by the floodwaters. Visibility is severely limited by the rain. The distant horizon is shrouded in a dense gray fog, the sky hanging lower, like an invisible hand compressing the city, crushing it with relentless force. Jiang Ning, holding binoculars, gazes down over the city from her balcony, where the streets resemble a vast ocean. The clouds descend ominously, and a swirling vortex connects the earth to the heavens, rapidly spiraling to consume everything in its path, trees, vehicles, and rain alike. A tornado. Jiang Ning watches in horror as the tornado abruptly severs an overpass. Lightning strikes trees, igniting fires, only to be extinguished moments later by the rain. Was there ever a tornado in her past life? She cannot recall, sensing that many things have shifted, veering towards a more dire fate. Her phone buzzes incessantly, and in irritation, she disconnects from the network and returns to the kitchen to focus on her tasks. She blanches frozen chicken and duck feet to remove the odor, extracting various spices to prepare braised dishes, while processing pork and beef offal takes considerable time. The smoke thickens, and Jiang Ning loses her appetite, opting for a simple tomato and egg noodle dish for lunch. As she turns off the exhaust fan, she faintly hears a child crying. Dismissing it at first, she gathers her household waste to dispose of, only to hear the cries emanating from next door. Having only studied medicine for a year, she is by no means an expert, but she knows enough to sense that something is amiss. After a moment's hesitation, she knocks on the door of Unit 1801. Dodo. The 3 thick stainless steel doors muffle her knocks, and just as she is about to leave, she hears a click and the door slowly opens. A tear-streaked face peers out, the child's eyes wide with fear, remnants of vomit at the corners of her mouth, her face flushed with an unnatural redness. What's wrong, Dodo? Jiang Ning reaches out to touch her forehead, which feels alarmingly hot. She has a high fever. Where's your father? My brother is gone, she replies in a hoarse voice, wiping tears with her small hands. He doesn't want Dodo anymore. It seems she has experienced abandonment. Looking at the fortified stainless steel doors, Jiang Ning gently reassures her he might just be out for a moment. He'll be back soon. Would you like to come to my place for a bit? The 5-year-old, frightened in this unfamiliar environment, hesitates but eventually nods in agreement. Bringing Dodo back to her home, Jiang Ning takes her temperature, discovering it has soared above 39 degrees Celsius. She finds suitable cold medicine for children that includes fever-reducing ingredients. After administering the medication, she leaves a note for the parents on the door of 1801, hoping to alleviate their worries. Listening to the storm's wrath outside, Jiang Ning grows increasingly curious about her neighbor. Venturing out in such weather seems reckless. The storm is accompanied by thunder and lightning, and the television has lost signal. Seeing Do curled up on the sofa, visibly terrified, Jiang Ning is reminded of her own childhood, how she would watch others being cherished by their parents while she was left alone, sick in bed, clutching a pillow, and crying, feeling abandoned by the world. Lacking experience with children, she retrieves her tablet and plays downloaded cartoons for Do. The animated distraction seems to revive some of Do's spirits. As Jiang Ning sits beside her scrolling through her phone, several notifications flash, including one from Yang Wei-kong. Ning, I was rude yesterday. Please don't be upset. I was looking forward to celebrating my birthday with you, but you didn't come, which left me feeling quite down. He looks presentable, yet it appears he is quite soft-hearted, having crumbled after just one night. Indeed, with so many people celebrating his birthday, he likely has 7 or 8 guests still at home, feasting on snacks, beer, and cake, with no one cooking or stockpiling food. Even if there were instant noodles or cookies, they could not possibly satisfy so many appetites. Jiang Ning glances at the time. The message was sent an hour ago. And indeed, he must be hungry. Several friend requests have come in since Yang Wei-kong's message, all of which she ignores. 2 parents from tutoring sessions express gratitude for a timely reminder, stating they managed to buy food at the supermarket, or else their families would have gone hungry. One even sent a red envelope as thanks, which Jiang Ning declines to accept, knowing she won't have the opportunity to spend it. Continuing to browse group messages, she sees posts of lavish seafood feasts, people enjoying hot pot and law fight amidst the storm, and others showcasing their stocked freezers. The comparisons abound, with some even engaging in a word game, utterly oblivious to the significant price they will inevitably pay for their actions. The relentless onslaught of typhoons and torrential rains over the past fortnight has rendered even the most earnest efforts of national rescue futile against the harsh realities of the environment. When food becomes scarce and life is at stake, those in need swiftly become targets for plunder. Where there is sun, there are cries for help. Among those affected are numerous young individuals reliant on takeout for sustenance, who typically indulge in lavish spending without ever setting foot in the kitchen. Their homes are filled with clothes and beauty masks, yet they find themselves bereft of food. Yesterday, upon visiting the supermarket, I discovered that instant noodles had been completely snatched up. Is there a kind soul willing to lend a hand? I, too, was unable to procure any, only managing to buy 2 bags of flour. Yet without a pot at home, I am at a loss. Some have taken the initiative, and others have followed suit, with one person even inviting a young lady over for hot pot. Alas, we do not reside in the same building. The crowd gathered to observe is large, yet few are genuinely inclined to lend assistance. It was not until someone proposed a barter, exchanging a pack of facial masks for a bag of instant noodles, that there was any response. As the flood of messages inundated my screen, I scrolled swiftly, coming across a video of a car swept away by the raging waters, with firefighters risking their lives to save those trapped, only to be engulfed by a surging wave when the dam broke. Such videos abound, some depicting successful rescues, others showcasing tragic failures. A feeling of oppression settled in my heart as I contemplated this reality, and just as I was about to exit my phone, I was startled by the sudden appearance of Yang Wei-kong, Chapter 7. Hungry enough to beg, I did not even blink before blocking him. Less than a minute later, my phone rang with an unfamiliar number. One could surmise, without much thought, that it belonged to a classmate or friend of Yang Wei-kong. I refused to be a fool again. Yielding even a grain of food would be tantamount to my defeat. I turned off my phone, only to find Do asleep on the sofa, curled up tightly. Even in her dreams, she seemed restless. I measured her temperature. It had dropped to 38 degrees. Wealth should not be flaunted, and with Do around, I could not indulge in culinary pursuits. As I consumed a clump of tomato and egg noodles, I found it surprisingly delectable. The balcony had an escape window, while the rest was covered with frosted film, allowing light to filter in without revealing the interior to the outside world. I retrieved planting pots and soil, along with several pounds of potatoes, cutting those with sprouting eyes into pieces, mixing them with wood ash to adhere to the cuts before planting them in pots. I managed to plant nearly 20 pots, arranging them on the space of the balcony. Subsequently, I planted several pots of garlic, scallions, lettuce, and other vegetables. Using hanging hooks, I suspended the pots from the iron railing. With diligent care, I could achieve vegetable freedom. Just as I was about to wash my hands, a series of loud knocks echoed at the door. Jiang Ning, Jiang Ning. The voice was unfamiliar, but if I were to guess, it belonged to a classmate of Yang Wei-kong. It seemed they were indeed starving. Jiang Ning, you love to cook. Could you spare some food for us? We can buy it from you, even at double the price. No, would 5 times be acceptable? Please accept my friend request. I will transfer the money now. I replied, we are all friends, and we will meet again in the future. Must you be so ruthless? Through the stainless steel door, the voices were not particularly loud. Yet they grew increasingly unpleasant, culminating in a frustrated kick against the door. I emerged from the kitchen, brandishing a knife, and flung the door open, demanding to know who had kicked it. 3 young men stood outside, momentarily pleased by the opening door, well aware that I had a soft spot for Yang Wei-tsung. After all, how could I let my idol go hungry? They had devoured all their snacks the night before and had gone without food for both breakfast and lunch. Now left with only a few bottles of beer, which only heightened their hunger. Yang Wei-tsung had often remarked on my peculiar habit of hoarding supplies, often letting many items go past their expiration dates, living my life much like an elderly woman. They had laughed behind my back, but little did they know that fate had led them to me in their time of need. No sooner had words been exchanged than a knife was swung in their direction, prompting them to leap to the side in fright. Anger flared as they exclaimed, "Jiang Ning, have you lost your mind?" I stood resolutely at the threshold, my expression icy as I retorted, "Leave. I'm not ashamed to defend my dignity." Their expressions morphed to shock, and one of them shouted, "Jiang Ning, what do you mean by this? If I am not your mother, why must I cater to your needs?" My fierce demeanor was unmistakable as I confronted them with a knife, threatening to use them as ingredients for my next meal. Having survived in this world for 3 years, I had fought and witnessed the darkest facets of humanity. Seeing my fierce resolve, they were left stunned, their hair standing on end. "We are all friends," they pleaded. "Besides, we are willing to pay. Do not think that I do not know how you speak behind my back." I surveyed them, noting their disdain for me. "If you truly despise me, why come seeking my help? How is it that you soften at the mere pangs of hunger?" Embarrassment colored their faces, and they trembled with rage. I warned Yang Wei-tsung, "Do not cozy up to the campus beauty while seeking food from me, living off my kindness while pretending to be high and mighty. How shameless. Should you dare to pursue this further, I will expose you on the school forum and community group, and we shall see if you can still hold your head high. You dare. It is merely hunger for a couple of meals. A grown man should retain some pride." Yet, seeing me wielding the knife, my gaze fierce and predatory, it was clear that the sight of Yang Wei-tsung and Su Ming Yao together had truly rattled them. We shall see how this unfolds. With that, they retreated, tails between their legs. I remained silent, slamming the knife into the wall, which sent them running in fright. This display of aggression would surely keep them at bay for a while. I closed the door, only to find Do awakened, tears brimming in her eyes. Wanted to cry, but too fearful to do so, trembling on the sofa. This child was not in a good state. She must have endured considerable trauma. I tossed the knife back into the kitchen, softening my voice as I reassured her, Do, do not be afraid. Those were bad people, and I have sent them away." I felt her forehead. The fever had subsided. Hearing her stomach grumble, I asked, "Would you like something to eat?" Do nodded, then shook her head, inquiring about her brother. With 1801 still absent, I found an excuse to busy myself in the kitchen, fetching a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge from space. Starving, Do ate eagerly, casting glances at me as if fearful of my sudden anger. Such sensitivity hinted at a troubled home life. Gently, I ruffled her hair and offered her a lollipop. "Thank you, sister," she replied sweetly, nestling quietly on the sofa. As I opened my phone to browse, I stumbled upon a message from Yang Wei-tsung in the group, seeking assistance. Yang Wei-tsung, with his sunny disposition and striking looks, was well-liked at school, adept at camouflaging his charm, and many students resided in our complex. As soon as a handsome figure made a request, the ladies were quick to respond. "I have bread and a self-heating pot. If any senior is in need, feel free to come and take some." Clicking on the profile of the responding female, I recognized her as a resident of the 12th floor, a petite and attractive girl from the accounting department, who was also a fervent admirer of Yang Wei-tsung. It was a case of mutual exploitation, with nothing more to be said. Yet, she likely did not anticipate that it would not just be Yang Wei-tsung arriving, but an entire throng. This swarm of locusts would leave nothing in their wake. I had seen her returning with groceries, suggesting she likely cooked at home and had some supplies. If she were astute enough to realize the situation and take heed, she might still salvage some semblance of order. Contemplating this, I also sent a message in the group expressing my hunger. Lacking the necessary social standing, my message went largely unnoticed. I then posted a request to exchange 20 yuan for instant noodles or bread. Yet again, no one acknowledged my plea. Outside, the typhoon continued its rampage. The aged windows of the adjacent building shattered, and the howling wind surged into homes, with street flooding worsening. It became clear that we were facing a once-in-a-century super typhoon, and many felt a sense of panic as the group fell silent compared to the morning's lively chatter. Dodo fell asleep once more, and I draped a blanket over her to keep her warm. The incessant knocking resumed. Dodo. Confirming it was 1801, I opened the door. Dressed in a raincoat and soaked through, he held a sticky note I had placed on the door, asking if Dodo was here. I nodded, explaining that she had a cold and fever, cried to the point of vomiting, but I had given her medicine and the fever had subsided. "You should take her home to continue her treatment," I advised. 1801, in his worry, was taken aback, asking, "Are you a doctor?" I have some knowledge, I replied. He entered, reaching to feel Dodo's forehead, believing that he was about to carry someone away. Unexpectedly, 1801 suddenly spoke up, interrupting, I am Hua Ishin. I just moved in last night. My home lacks any supplies, and considering the typhoon, it is unlikely to subside soon. I must venture out to gather some necessities. May I temporarily leave Dodo with you? I shall return to fetch him in the evening. Jiang Ning was taken aback. With such a powerful typhoon, would it be safe to go out? Chapter 8. Roll up your sleeves and get to work with few provisions at home. She decided to be cautious. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ning agreed, as she had stored enough food to ensure her own safety. It was preferable to assist him than to entertain any ill intentions. 1801 glanced around the living room. Thank you for taking care of Dodo. It is my duty. You helped me yesterday, Jiang Ning replied. Naturally vigilant, she had already secured her supplies, leaving only modest winter melon, pumpkin, and cabbage in the kitchen. Hua Ishin nodded before departing. With her culinary plans thwarted, Jiang Ning turned on the bathroom light and retrieved the unwashed pig intestines from storage to continue her cooking. To her dismay, the power cut out midway. Securing the door, she slipped into the storage space. The electricity within remained unaffected, and amidst her joy, she felt a newfound confidence against the encroaching darkness of the world outside. Human nature is unpredictable. Even in the presence of a child, Jiang Ning maintained her wariness. She prepared cabbage noodles for dinner, adding a sausage, as she was advised against consuming eggs due to her cold. Dodo devoured the food with delight, having become more accustomed to her cooking, contrasting with his brother's mishaps in the kitchen. At just over 20, it was quite normal for 1801 not to know how to cook. Noticing Dodo's appetite, Jiang Ning offered him another half bowl. Before 6 o'clock, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Jianjing community stood on higher ground, yet water still flooded the entrance. The group chat remained lively, although the frequency of food posts had diminished, as the ravaging typhoon and power outage instilled a sense of fear among them. With anxious emotions spreading like wildfire, Jiang Ning raised the price for instant noodles to 30 yuan, yet silence prevailed. It was partly due to the neighbors' greed and partly their shared apprehension towards the ominous weather. With the power out, the entire city descended into darkness. The once brilliant lights now extinguished, giving rise to an intangible unease. Jiang Ning drew the curtains and activated the solar lights. Dodo, fidigtenet, instinctivel kalach had him. Lacking experience in childcare, she resorted to using a tablet to play animated shows. Around 8 in the evening, 1801 returned, dressed in dry casual attire and carrying a bag of supplies. Jiang Ning, thank you for looking after Dodo. The bag was heavy, containing a sack of potatoes, 2 cabbages, 2 pounds of noodles, a box of cold medicine, an alcohol stove, and solid fuel tablets. Hua Ishin cautioned with the power out. Water may also be cut off. It would be wise to stock up. Jiang Ning expressed her gratitude, declining a few times before accepting the items. After he embraced Dodo and left, she promptly secured the doors and windows, igniting the gas stove to prepare various dishes: braised pig intestines, sweet and sour ribs, and pepper beef. She toiled long into the night, eventually stepping outside to dispose of kitchen waste, only to discover water stains on the hallway floor and wet shoe prints leading away from 1801's door. How could one venture outside during such a storm? The 3 stainless steel doors bore witness to the perilous endeavor of hoarding supplies, with his warnings about water shortages echoing in her mind. Returning to her room, Jiang Ning pondered deeply. 1801 was no ordinary individual. The rain brought a chill, and she slept soundly. The outside world remained shrouded in darkness as she continued to slumber. Upon awakening, she found it was already well past 10 in the morning. Stepping onto the balcony, she was greeted by a grim, gray landscape, indistinguishable where the sky met the water. Faint sounds of commotion drifted from below. Looking down, she realized that water had already inundated the community, with ground floor residents facing flooding. The previous day's quiet in the group chat was replaced by sporadic images of water rising to residents' ankles. Emergency calls were futile, the helpline overwhelmed by the flooding. Residents grumbled as they hurriedly moved their belongings upstairs. The proximity to the university town meant that few homes were vacant. Even those unoccupied were likely rented out. Some astute individuals had already inquired in the chat about temporary accommodations. Under normal circumstances, neighbors would assist one another, but with the power and now gas cut off, no one dared to take in others. To invite trouble was easy, but sending it away was another matter. What if those seeking refuge did not leave? The question of shelter and sustenance loomed large. The fear of helping and incurring resentment kept the chat eerily silent. Ground floor residents were frustrated. They could not block the hallways indefinitely. With relentless rain and a powerful typhoon, the stairwell was unsuitable for living. Adults could endure, but what about the children? Many were unwilling to accept their fate and began knocking on doors, seeking refuge. If necessary, they would even pay for lodging. Residents either remained silent or claimed to be at full capacity, leaving no options. Another knock at the door surprised Jiang Ning. It was 1801. He appeared just awakened. his expression revealing a hint of fatigue. My door was replaced. Is it okay to install the old one on the stairway? Jiang Ning welcomed the opportunity and quickly assisted. Together, they managed to secure the old door at the top of the 18th floor stairway. Though she claimed to be helping, 1801 did most of the work while she merely offered support, and she received a key in return. When the ground floor residents arrived and saw the door at the stairway, they turned green with envy and grumbled as they descended. Jiang Ning listened to the commotion above. This arrangement was quite beneficial, alleviating many complications and dangers. For now, the door provided a barrier against numerous troubles, but in the future, that might not hold. She would eventually need to install her own door. Others were not oblivious. If 2 doors were installed simultaneously, it would be evident that there was a stockpile on the 18th floor. Once they swarmed, even multiple doors would be insufficient to hold them back. When the cold set in, she could always bring her supplies out. With the gas cut off, Jiang Ning retrieved a gas cylinder from storage, spent some time setting it up, and firmly secured the doors and windows before continuing to fry and cook. Even if the aroma wafted outside, the rain would wash it away. However, the conditions were uncomfortable. The kitchen felt muggy and greasy, akin to a sauna, leaving Jiang Ning drenched in odors. Yet, if she did not cook now, she would be even more hesitant to light a fire later. After enjoying a spicy hot pot, she emerged drenched in sweat, feeling invigorated. The water level continued to rise, now reaching mid-calf. To stave off anxiety, Jiang Ning powered off her phone and indulged in a comfortable afternoon nap before returning to the storage space to cultivate. Observing the timer's pitifully low digits, she rolled up her sleeves and got to work. Time is of the essence. Wielding the hoe with vigor, her delicate hands quickly formed blisters. 10 square meters may not seem vast, but turning the soil proved exhausting. Once the ground was prepared and leveled, she divided it into 4 sections, sowing various vegetable seeds while remembering to plant a few eggplants, green peppers, and cucumbers in the corners for future harvest. With such limited space, it was essential to use it wisely and avoid waste. The time in the storage space synced with the outside world, though it seemed indifferent to seasons. After some contemplation, she decided to plant a kumquat and an old grape seedling in one corner. In a rush, she spent 2 hours on the task, feeling as if she had sacrificed a great deal. Upon exiting the storage space, she realized that the water levels had begun to recede, though the internet remained intermittent, making the entire world feel as though it were on the brink of a standstill. Chapter 9. Rising waters. The water in the storage space had not ceased. Jiang Ning filled it to the brim once more. The 3 families on the ground floor occupied the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors of the hallway, causing discomfort among the original residents, yet they remained silent, understanding that everyone faced difficulties. However, soon someone could no longer hold back. Trash littered the area, and residents occasionally knocked on doors seeking access to use the restroom. With no running water, they could only find ways to fetch water from balconies, unwilling to grant entry to outsiders. Frustrated ground floor residents resorted to using the hallway, leaving behind unpleasant odors as they continued to move upwards. It was as if they were determined to make others suffer alongside them. This led to numerous conflicts, with shouts echoing from the staircase. The chat was equally tumultuous, filled with complaints and anger, completely devoid of the harmonious atmosphere that once prevailed before the typhoon. Jiang Ning's phone buzzed incessantly, as an undeterred Yang Weizong continued to send friend requests, even after being blocked. Su Mengyao also joined the fray. Recent news reveals that Ning has been attempting to clarify her relationship with Mengyao, stating that they are merely ordinary friends. It is estimated that the food supplies on the 12th floor are dwindling, which explains Yang Weizong's persistent efforts. He must be confident in his own reserves. Had it not been for the door installed on the staircase, he might have rushed up by now. As Jiang Ning perused the messages in the group chat, she indeed found a plea for help from the girls on the 12th floor, offering to exchange goods or pay for assistance. With the utilities shut off and no news of rescue, the situation has grown dire. After finally getting through on the phone, they were advised to remain indoors. But the line went silent thereafter. The meteorological department predicts that the typhoon will linger for 4 to 5 days, and now on the 5th day, the winds have not abated. Rather, they have intensified. More residents in the community have reported shattered windows, their homes in disarray. While an elderly person collapsed from a heart attack, trapped by floodwaters, rescue calls went unanswered, and frantic family members in the group chat pleaded for medication for heart conditions, desperately seeking anything to help their ailing relatives. Jiang Ning possesses emergency heart medication, but the patient resides in building 15, several hundred meters away, and the message was sent an hour ago. Standing on her balcony, she caught a glimpse of something floating in the water. Using binoculars, she discovered it to be a corpse, rumored to belong to a resident from Building 3 who had ventured out in search of food after 2 days of hunger. Unfortunately, fate was unkind, as he was struck by lightning while swimming in the floodwaters. Jiang Ning was uncertain about the man's past. Her phone had long since run out of battery, and she had resorted to quenching her hunger with rainwater. Gazing out at the unfamiliar world beyond, she felt a heaviness in her heart. only to turn and notice green sprouts emerging from her planting pots. The seeds she had sown had broken through the soil, their tender tips tinged with yellow and green. This new life unexpectedly lifted Jiang Ning's spirits as she crouched down to pet the caged rabbits. Noticing that the female rabbit seemed to have gained weight, a gentle touch confirmed her suspicion. She was pregnant. It was likely that the rabbit had conceived when she was purchased, though it had gone unnoticed at the time. With a gestation period of 30 days, it was reasonable to believe that the typhoon would have passed by the time the new offspring arrived. Elated, Jiang Ning couldn't resist treating them to a couple of carrots. At noon, she indulged in a spicy hot pot while sipping pineapple beer and immersing herself in a drama, blissfully ignoring the chaos outside. Just as she finished washing the dishes and prepared for a nap, Do knocked on her door with a distinct pattern. Now recovered from her cold, the little one appeared much more energetic, her hair styled in a haphazard bun, clearly a creation of 1801. She presented a bright red apple with an innocent smile. "Sister, this is for you." "Thank you," Jiang Ning replied, but gently advised, "Dodo, save the good stuff for yourself. When you eat, don't let others see. They might take it from you." Such an innocent child, if the world were to collapse in chaos, would surely attract the attention of the unscrupulous. "I won't give it to anyone else. Only you," Dodo insisted, no longer shy, holding the apple firmly. Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle, accepting the gift and returning it with 2 milk candies. A message from Zheng Wei Li chimed in. "Ning, the water has flooded the first floor. If it reaches the second floor, could I borrow a place to stay with Liu?" Zheng Wei Li, a formidable athlete and national champion in college-level Sanda, was Liu Yu's cohabiting partner. All 4 of them, Liu Yu, Zhang Chao, and Jiang Ning, were orphans having grown up together. Despite Liu Yu's frail health and Zhang Chao's physical weakness, they once bullied Jiang Ning until they learned their lesson after a thorough beating. Zhang Chao, lacking affection, often sought solace in sisterly company. Liu Yu, delicate and doll-like, had always been pursued by girls, yet he found himself infatuated with the boyish Zheng Wei Li, who was smitten by his charm and claimed that sleeping together provided a sense of security. Their occasional gatherings fostered a pleasant camaraderie. In her previous life, Jiang Ning's phone had died, but in this life she remained online, awaiting a message from Zheng Wei Li. "Wei Li, the landlord's belongings occupy 1 room, and I can't move things around here. However, 1803 is vacant. You and Liu can move in there, but you must act swiftly. If the second floor really floods, I fear it may be claimed by others." After a brief wait, a response arrived. "All right, please keep an eye out for me." The storm continued, accompanied by thunder, and it was only in dire circumstances that one would take risks. Zheng Wei Li was simply being proactive. Her innate optimism shone through even as the waters rose to the halfway mark of the first floor. In truth, the waters had already reached the second floor, but Jiang Ning could not divulge this information, knowing the house would soon be empty. As mealtime approached, 1801 came looking for Dodo. To his surprise, Dodo was reluctant to leave, insisting, "No, I don't want to go. The food my brother made me sick." Hua Yishan appeared awkward, claiming he had followed a recipe today. Brother said the same thing yesterday. Dodo, having been traumatized, insisted sister's cooking is better. Now, even Jiang Ning felt embarrassed. Her boiled noodles were hardly gourmet. Hua Yishan, unaccustomed to her whims, urged Dodo. He possessed sharp features that exuded an air of aloofness, and when his expression darkened, he radiated an intimidating presence. Dodo immediately wilted, obediently following him out. At the door, Hua Yishan turned to Jiang Ning and said, "Jiang Ning, the garbage in the corridor hasn't been cleared by the property management. Shouldn't we discuss this?" With garbage piling up for days, even sealed bags released unpleasant odors. Jiang Ning had been contemplating a solution, but it seemed 1801 had brought it up first. There were no negotiations regarding shared public spaces, and the two quickly reached an agreement. They would first dispose of the trash, and afterward, each household would manage their own waste, ensuring no more would be left in the corridor. With the property management suspended, residents from other floors had been tossing their garbage down, and Jiang Ning had no objections, pinching her nose as she disposed of bag after bag. As Zheng Wei Li might be moving in, Jiang Ning mentioned this to 1801, who had no objections, but noted that there were only 2 keys available. This was not a concern, as Zheng Wei Li was formidable. She had repeatedly come to Jiang Ning's aid in dire circumstances, even gifting her 2 pounds of noodles. In such a hostile environment, she had given away precious food supplies, proving her character was worthy of trust. Regrettably, Jiang Ning had not seen her since. Her fate remained unknown, even in times of abundance. Surviving in a world fraught with peril was a pipe dream for those who faced it alone. Especially vulnerable were those solitary women who appeared delicate, as they would be the first to be targeted when resources ran low. No matter how strong one might be, there were always unforeseen dangers. Should the opportunity arise, she would welcome the chance to find companions. Zheng Wei Li was the person she sought to ally with and repay, yet she would remain vigilant. After returning home, Jiang Ning took a shower and changed clothes. Over the past few days, she had prepared many flavorful dishes, enough to last 4 to 5 months. In the following days, she could focus on lighter meals, such as dumplings, congee, and mung bean soup, allowing her to finally take a break. The typhoon raged on, the downpour lessening slightly, but the water levels continued to rise. 2 days later, the first floor was completely submerged. Standing on her balcony, Jiang Ning observed several individuals daringly swimming out of the community. The terrain here was higher, and the current was less severe, but the situation outside was different. Whether those who ventured out would return depended on their luck. Zheng Weili sent a message, deciding to move in immediately. She lived in Unit 3, a mere 50 meters from Jiang Ning's building. Feeling a twinge of concern, Jiang Ning grabbed her binoculars to keep watch. Approximately half an hour later, an inflatable rubber boat appeared in the water. It carried supplies, with Lu Yu, clad in a disposable raincoat, paddling while Zheng Weili swam beside it, pulling the vessel forward with all her might. Jiang Ning descended to the 12th floor, intending to meet them on the 2nd floor. On her way down, she encountered Su Ming Yao coming out of Unit 1202, wearing a rather ill-fitting polka dot dress. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Jiang Ning, a Ning. Just 5 days had passed, yet she had already lost her ethereal charm, appearing gaunt and pale. Ignoring her, Jiang Ning continued down the stairs. "A Ning, are you angry with me?" Su Ming Yao followed closely, her voice sweet and delicate. "If I have wronged you, please let me know." Jiang Ning shot her a dark look, warning, "Stay away from me." Unbeknownst to her, as if she had not heard, Su Mingyao eagerly approached, saying, "Ah Ning, actually my relationship with Yang Shuozhang is not what you think. We merely share a good rapport. I feel a certain affinity with you." Jiang Ning halted her steps, hurling the trash in her hand towards Su Mingyao. "Are you incapable of understanding human language, or is there something amiss with your intellect?" With no time to evade, Su Mingyao was struck squarely. The goddess, her beauty abruptly marred, exclaimed in frustration, "What are you doing?" "Su Mingyao, I cannot concern myself with your actions towards others, but do not lay your schemes upon me." This statement darkened the countenance of the girl from room 1202, her emotions akin to a tumultuous roller coaster. "What schemes do I have against you?" Though the goddess maintained her composure, she could no longer contain her ire. "We are alumni. We merely exchange greetings. If you harbor no intentions, why do you persist like a lapdog? Daily, you add me on WeChat. What do you truly desire?" Su Mingyao's face flushed crimson, and she began to shout, "Your home is overflowing with possessions, while others are starving. Why not share your food with those in need?" A masterful diversion. Jiang Ning brandished a kitchen knife concealed within her clothing, aiming it menacingly at Su Mingyao's face. "Which of your eyes sees my home as overflowing with belongings? You are like a leech, draining one household after another. Who is not suffering from hunger? By what right should I offer you my sustenance? Simply because of your audacity." In the dire landscape of a decaying world, she had entangled herself with several men, leveraging pilfered resources to maintain a facade of glamour amidst filth. Whether her actions were voluntary or coerced by Yang Weizong remained shrouded in mystery. In a world where order had disintegrated, bartering one's body for food was not a rarity. Su Mingyao shrieked and recoiled, colliding with the wall, her face drained of color and trembling. She could not fathom that Jiang Ning would wield a knife against her. Rendered momentarily speechless in shock, the commotion drew the attention of neighbors, who opened their doors. Jiang Ning paid no heed to their gazes and continued her descent, hearing Su Mingyao wailing in despair. In that delayed moment, Zheng Weili braved the tempest, navigating the stormy waters. In the face of calamity, humanity is often frail. A mere 50 meters nearly cost her life. Jiang Ning assisted Lu Yu in climbing through the window, followed by several heavy bags and an inflatable boat, culminating with the drenched form of Zheng Weili. The residents of the 2nd floor were equally preoccupied with relocation. Life without water or electricity was unbearable. Even with rice, flour, and oil, cooking proved impossible. Some resorted to using liquor as fuel, while others chopped their furniture for firewood, and some, driven to madness by hunger, consumed raw rice, suffering dire consequences. Upon witnessing several sturdy bags thrown through the window, many eyes glimmered with hope, especially when an elderly woman approached, inquiring, "Why do you have so many belongings while moving? What do you have?" Her smile belied ulterior motives, seeing her reach for their possessions. And out of breath, Lu Yu hastily placed the items at his feet to prevent her from touching them. When the bags were off limits, the elderly woman then attempted to seize the inflatable boat, pleading, "Young man, we have been trapped here for days without food or drink. Please lend us the inflatable boat to find supplies. No child should go hungry." The inflatable boat was a vital tool for survival, and Lu Yu could not acquiesce. Yet the woman persisted in her efforts. With a fierce tug, the frail Lu Yu nearly toppled over. In a moment of panic, he removed the air valve, causing the boat to deflate with a hiss. "What on earth are you doing, young man? We are all suffering. Can't you lend a hand?" As Zheng Weili was pulled up by Jiang Ning, she was incensed to see her boyfriend being bullied and stepped forward to shove the elderly woman, demanding, "What are you doing?" Her strength was formidable, causing the elderly woman to stagger back several steps, nearly tumbling down the stairs. The elderly woman's 2 sons rushed to her aid, confronting Zheng Weili. If you won't lend us your things, why do you strike? They approached with raised fists, intent on teaching her a lesson. However, upon realizing they were men, Jiang Weili showed no hesitation, striking them with lefts and rights, sending them tumbling down the stairs and splashing into the water below. The elderly woman, seated on the ground, was about to wail, but upon seeing her sons plunge into the water, she abandoned her tantrum and scrambled down to rescue them. Onlookers began to voice their discontent, claiming they were merely asking. Was it necessary to resort to violence? Each one, envious and heated, questioned whether the inflatable boat could be borrowed and if it could be reclaimed. Jiang Ning had anticipated such a scenario, which was precisely why she had brought the knife. Jiang Weili seized the kitchen knife and declared, "Let anyone who touches my belongings face the consequences." With her short hair and gravelly voice, she was momentarily mistaken for a man. After witnessing her overpower two assailants, those who harbored ill intentions were left with a mix of resentment and trepidation. They shouted threats, but dared not approach. There was no need for verbal sparring. Jiang Ning hoisted the bags, leading the two back upstairs. Lu Yu was despondent, and Jiang Weili shared his gloomy sentiment. A tempestuous storm had not only upended the world, but also shattered their perspectives, revealing their primal instincts. Upon reaching the stainless steel door of the 18th floor, Jiang Weili paused, exclaiming, "Ah Ning, you truly are impressive. It was the neighbors' doing. I merely benefited from their light." Lu Yu, his eyes shadowed with fatigue, lamented, "Had we known, we would have moved sooner. These past few days have deprived us of sleep." They had endured the trials of shared living, utilizing the restroom, and even experiencing midnight door tampering. Jiang Ning inquired, "You haven't run out of supplies, have you?" Fortuitously, we received a delivery of several large bags just before the storm, due to a mistaken order. 2 bags of 10 pounds of rice, several bundles of noodles and rice vermicelli, pickled vegetables, tofu, a portable gas stove, solidified alcohol blocks, an inflatable boat, and a solar charger. The anonymous order had arrived unexpectedly, and before they could comprehend the situation, the storm had struck. Typically, they relied on the school cafeteria or ordered takeout, occasionally boiling instant noodles. Had it not been for the delivery error, Jiang Ning and Lu Yu might have faced starvation. In Chapter 11, Double Tornado, unable to access room 1803 due to a lack of keys, Jiang Ning contemplated tools to force the door open, only for Lu Yu to produce an oddly shaped hook from his pocket, skillfully unlocking the door within minutes. Cold sweat broke out on Jiang Ning's brow as she suddenly felt that the 2 doors of her home were far from secure. Jiang Weili chuckled nervously. There is no need to worry about entering without permission. He has been tinkering at home for 2 days. Room 1803 was spacious, featuring 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, with furniture covered in cloth. Upon unveiling the coverings, one could discern high-quality furnishings, suggesting the occupants were well off enough to forego renting. The act of trespassing did not sit well with Jiang Weili, who discussed with Lu Yu, "We are merely temporary residents. Let us refrain from disturbing their belongings and restore everything before we leave." They chose a room with minimal furniture and began tidying up, with Jiang Ning lending a hand. The residence was pleasant, though the balcony lacked glass enclosure, merely surrounded by invisible stainless steel wire, resulting in water pooling everywhere. The scarcity of rice became evident as Jiang Ning noted only 1.5 bags remained, while noodles and rice vermicelli had been nearly consumed. Deciding against further charity, she prepared a basic allocation for Lu Yu and Jiang Weili, mindful of attracting undue attention. How far they could sustain themselves would depend on their own efforts. After tidying inside and out and observing the exhaustion etched on their faces, Jiang Ning bid them farewell and returned to her room. As neighbors, it was inevitable that they would visit each other. She discreetly hid any items that should not be revealed, enjoying a sumptuous lunch of cordyceps flour chicken soup, braised pork ribs, stir-fried water spinach, and a slice of Chilean watermelon. Awakening from her midday slumber, she discovered the internet had gone down, with the network severed. She felt entirely disconnected from the world, a wave of solitude washing over her. Feeling constrained, Jiang Ning resolved to engage in physical exercise. Her fitness level was commendable. During university, she had enrolled in several clubs, including Taekwondo, Tai Chi, military self-defense, and Sanda, the latter being learned from Jiang Weili. Though her skills were diverse yet not specialized, she excelled in comprehension. After 2 hours of rigorous training, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, she experienced an indescribable sense of relief. To survive and to thrive beyond mere existence, one must continually strive for self-improvement. Jiang Ning devised a plan, dedicating 2 hours daily to physical fitness, 3 hours to studying traditional Chinese medicine, and an additional 2 hours for self-studying basic surgical knowledge. Her space was filled with over 100 books, all surreptitiously procured from the school library, which she could gradually explore over the coming years. She also acquired psychology texts, eager to delve into that subject as well. Beyond the multitude of natural disasters leading to death, the count of normal individuals surviving in the apocalypse dwindled. Many resorted to suicide, self-harm, or societal retribution. Even Jiang Ning's mental state had deteriorated, manifesting as irritability, anxiety, and oppression. Therefore, this time I have prepared quite a few antidepressants, hoping they will not be needed. The glass is sealed tightly, yet the room remains damp. Jiang Ning purchased numerous large compression bags to store and use clothes and bedding, while hanging wet garments on the balcony of the space to dry. The black soil is enigmatic. Although time flows in sync with the outside world, the vegetables flourish far better than those outside, and the potatoes in the planting pots have begun to sprout, with the grapevines also showing signs of budding. Upon exiting the space, Jiang Ning retrieved several thick plastic boards to cover the various drainage openings, securing them with stones. Rainy days bring an abundance of cockroaches, particularly towards the end of the pestilence, making it easy for them to crawl up from the sewers. The flooding makes flushing the toilet especially arduous. For those on higher floors, the situation is somewhat better. But residents of the second and third floors have already begun to vent their frustrations in the group chat before losing internet access, lamenting that their toilets have overflowed and urging those above to exercise some civic responsibility and refrain from flushing waste downwards. In truth, even those on higher floors are not spared. While they can manage to flush water, the stench continually rises, making them equally uncomfortable. To prepare for unforeseen circumstances, Jiang Ning stocked up on many black plastic bags to address physiological needs. However, upon considering the prospect of tossing them downstairs, she restrained herself, deciding to resolve the matter within the space instead. Just as she was about to prepare a meal, Zheng Weili knocked at the door. After a day of rest, they both felt revitalized. Zheng Weili arrived with some alcohol wipes, only to be taken aback by the completeness of Jiang Ning's supplies, including vegetables on the balcony and rabbits being raised, nearly dropping her jaw in astonishment. On Ning, no wonder Lu Yu said you could survive alone in the desert. She had always been fond of stockpiling goods and cultivating plants, with little to hide, although many items require proper provenance. I was fortunate as well. A few days before the typhoon, I received an order from Zhang Chao, a wealthy heir obsessed with doomsday games, who asked me to prepare a substantial amount of medicine. When I delivered it, he casually handed me a survival gift package. She had selected several items, including an inflatable boat and an earthquake emergency kit. Zheng Weili and Lu Yu were both incredulous, and upon her mention, it felt as if the end of the world truly was upon them. They were not the only ones thinking this. During the initial days of the typhoon's approach, online posts had gone viral. Having lived for nearly 20 years, none had ever experienced such a calamity, and it was not just the southern coastal areas that were affected. The absence of any rescue news only intensified the fear. Lu Yu speculated whether the wealthy heir had received prior warning, wondering how it could be so coincidental. In his building, there was a solitary man who had suffered from depression. After running out of supplies for several days, he experienced a mental breakdown and jumped to his death. The current state of affairs seemed no different from an apocalyptic scenario. He suddenly asked, "Do you have any contact with Zhang Chao?" Jiang Ning shook her head. She converted her commission from selling medicine into supplies, placing anonymous orders online for home delivery, leaving Zhang Chao to rely on himself for any subsequent needs. Zhang Chao was quite loyal, generous with his spending when socializing, and, as a friend, one could hardly find fault with him. Yet, he was starved for affection, seeking out partners much older than him. Anyone who advised him only seemed to incite his frustration, leading Jiang Ning to abandon any romantic aspirations. He had recently started dating someone new. Lu Yu's smile appeared strained. She was over a decade older, divorced, and had 2 children, a 10-year-old daughter and an 8-year-old son. The woman seemed to be from a rough background, merely seeking a financial supporter in Zhang Chao. Jiang Ning found herself speechless. Was he looking for a girlfriend or a mother? Who could say? Lu Yu, wearied, sighed quietly, reflecting on their shared experiences from the orphanage. Who among them was without their own flaws? He, too, had been ridiculed as a kept man. Zhang Chao had stumbled before, yet he remained unrepentant. Jiang Ning found it difficult to judge, recalling her own past infatuation with Yang Weizong. Everyone has choices. All one could say was to find happiness. In her previous life, she had never encountered Zhang Chao, unaware if he had survived the brutal apocalypse. As they conversed in the living room, Zheng Weili suddenly shouted from the balcony, "Hurry, hurry, a tornado!" Jiang Ning stepped outside, only to witness her friend's expression of shock and fear. Her eyes wide as she forgot to breathe. Following the direction Zheng Weili pointed, she beheld a darkened sky giving birth to a colossal tornado. No, 2 tornadoes. Chapter 12. Tornado dismantles skyscrapers. Jiang Ning felt her breath constrict as she quickly grabbed her binoculars to observe. At the same time and in the same location, the similarly shaped tornadoes spun in completely opposite directions, resembling gigantic shredders in a frenzied whirl, uprooting trees, collapsing buildings, and tossing cars like mere toys into the air. Even the deluge was relentlessly drawn into their vortex. The 2 tornadoes rapidly approached, their high-speed winds slicing through everything in their path like countless serrated edges, obliterating all obstacles. "Ah!" Zheng Weili exclaimed, instinctively covering her mouth. The 2 whirlwinds collided fiercely, merging as they violently tore apart and shattered a towering skyscraper, consuming it without a trace. The 30-story building vanished in less than a minute. The merged tornado rampaged anew, akin to a temperamental child throwing tantrums, heedless of the consequences. In her lifetime, Jiang Ning had never witnessed twin tornadoes. Their destructive power exceeded that of an ordinary tornado by more than double. Yet fortunately, their duration was only half as long. However, even within those mere minutes, they could leave the city in utter ruin. Jiang Ning remained transfixed, her gaze fixed on the obliterated skyscraper. In her past life, she had no knowledge of twin tornadoes, yet she clearly recalled that the skyscraper had not been destroyed. During the extreme cold, she had even searched for supplies within it, only to find it long raided by survivors, now left in disarray and devastation. But now, it had been utterly annihilated. Once more, Jiang Ning's confidence stemmed from the supplies stored within the space and her acute foresight regarding natural disasters. Yet that had now shifted. As the tornadoes disappeared from view, even Zheng Weili, usually so optimistic, struggled to breathe. Her icy hand gripped Jiang Ning tightly. Ning, is this still a typhoon? This world felt so foreign, as if there would never be a chance to return to the prosperity that existed before the storm. The twin tornadoes not only devoured and destroyed the skyscrapers, but also wreaked havoc in a densely populated area filled with commercial and residential spaces. Would those people have any chance of survival? Lu Yu's expression grew grave as he remarked, "The name of this typhoon really is aptly chosen. It feels as if it will slice this city to pieces." As he spoke, he held his girlfriend close, resting his head on her shoulder. "Don't be afraid. We are lucky to have escaped." He continued, "If one day we cannot escape, perhaps it wouldn't even be as terrifying as we imagine. It might carry us away without our even knowing." Shaped by his upbringing, Lu Yu's demeanor carried a hint of negativity, which only deepened his infatuation with Zheng Weili, who always radiated warmth like a sunflower. But now, she could not muster a smile, and Lu Yu felt a pang of sympathy. In recent days, the frequency of tornadoes had surged, and this was not their first encounter. Zheng Weili embraced her boyfriend, asking, "If we were to encounter misfortune, would you truly be willing to die? Whether I want to or not is irrelevant. At least we would die together." Jiang Ning, filled with envy at their display of affection, pondered what wrong she had committed. Natural disasters were already terrifying enough without having to endure the torment of witnessing their love. Zheng Weili was muscular from her boxing training. It was evident that her waist was thicker than Lu Yu's, and even her thighs were more robust, creating an incongruous scene that made Jiang Ning's eyes ache. Just as she contemplated reminding them to keep their affections private, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the opposite building. Residing on the top floor, Jiang Ning looked up to see a woman standing on the rooftop, clutching a 4- or 5-year-old child, with another infant in her arms. The woman, disheveled, stood against the storm, screaming hysterically, "Chu, you are such a bastard. I will haunt you as a ghost in my next life." The terrified child wailed, drenched in rain, struggling to keep his eyes open as he clung desperately to his mother. Mommy, I'm scared." Zheng Weili, taken aback by the scene, wondered if the woman intended to jump, and with her children no less. She flung open the emergency escape window, leaning out to wave and shout across, "Hey, please think it through. The typhoon will pass. You have 2 children. If you don't live, how will they survive? One cannot be so selfish." The violent rain continued to lash, scattering Zheng Weili's voice into the wind. In building number 2, a scene unfolded that was witnessed by many who were hiding at home. They cried out towards the rooftop, hoping the woman would regain her senses. However, the woman remained indifferent, clutching her child as she leapt into the abyss. Those on the rooftop rushed to save her, but they were too late, helplessly watching as the mother and child plunged downwards. A tremendous splash erupted. The child struggled in the water, crying for help. "Mommy, help." Lu Yu covered Zheng Weili's eyes, shielding her from the brutal sight. The earlier calamity had claimed countless lives, but it was distant, lacking the visceral impact of the current scene. Zheng Weili could not comprehend this. Was it merely a typhoon? How could it lead to such despair? Even if a mother felt she had endured enough, the child's life was just beginning. What right did she have to take that away? As the water settled, the typhoon howled once more. Lu Yu closed the escape window and guided the dazed Zheng Weili back to the living room. Jiang Ning remained unfazed. She had witnessed far bloodier and more brutal scenes in her past life, and things only grew more inhumane as time went on. Without a formidable will, survival was not guaranteed for everyone. That woman, she was familiar to Lu Yu. It was true she had relied on others. But having seen the myriad facets of life in the orphanage, Lu Yu clearly possessed greater resilience than Zheng Weili. Her husband was outside, maintaining a mistress, secretly fathering a child, and using their savings to buy homes and cars for the other woman. Just before the typhoon struck, Lu Yu had overheard some aunties gossiping downstairs. The woman's desperate leap with her child likely stemmed from betrayal and financial loss. It was probable that the man had not returned even for the storm. One could not fathom the burden of a mother raising 2 children alone. Even Lu Yu and Zheng Weili felt utterly drained. beyond natural disasters, there existed the grotesque nature of humanity. Perhaps the woman had truly seen no way out and sought liberation through this tragic act, unwilling to let her children suffer in this world. A sense of confusion washed over him. Would this calamity ever cease? He seemed to pose the question to Jiang Ning while also inquiring of himself. With 2 consecutive disasters weighing heavily on their hearts, Lu Yu and Zheng Weili returned to the neighboring unit. Jiang Ning closed the door and listened to soothing music, attempting to uplift her spirits as she prepared a meal of braised beef with radish, chicken with mushrooms, and stir-fried lettuce with garlic. She found a light-hearted comedy to watch as she dined, letting time slip by. The typhoon continued its wrath, the sky darkening yet not fully dawned. Uncertain how Unit 1801 had instructed, Dovdo knocked on the door almost daily, and her timing had recently become quite punctual, always arriving just after lunch. "Sister, may I see Xiao Bai and Hui Hui?" Today, she sported a bun hairstyle, tilting her little head and smiling at Jiang Ning as she handed her an egg. The child's pure and innocent smile had a way of healing troubled hearts. Her eyes, like dark grapes, sparkled like the brightest stars in the sky. Dodo adored rabbits, and often sat on the balcony watching them. She had even chosen the names for the 2 breeding rabbits. The balcony was enclosed with glass, and the cage had a cardboard lining, keeping the rabbits relatively clean. Jiang Ning picked one up and brought it to the sofa for Dodo to play with, cautioning her that Xiao Bai was pregnant and she must not touch her belly. Dodo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is she going to have babies? After receiving an affirmative answer, she giggled. Can I raise a baby? Rabbits breed prolifically, with some litters reaching over 10. And Jiang Ning was uncertain if she could manage that. If your brother agrees, I can give you one. Upon hearing that her brother's permission was needed, Dodo's face fell, the disappointment evident. From her attire, it appeared that Unit 1801 took good care of her. She wore new clothes even on rainy days. Yet Dodo seemed somewhat afraid of him. Indeed, Unit 1801 had a stern demeanor that could intimidate children. By chance, Jiang Ning noticed bruises on her arms, leaving her utterly shocked. Not only her arms, but also her legs and waist bore marks. Even her forehead bore bruises, a sight that was alarming. Dodo, what happened to your injuries? My brother hit me, she responded, lowering her head to stroke the rabbit. Chapter 13, In the Dead of Night. The door was forced open. Jiang Ning was aware of Unit 1801's coldness, but was oblivious to his propensity for violence, particularly towards children. Seeing Dodo's expression, it seemed she had grown accustomed to being struck. No wonder she came to her so frequently. It appeared she was seeking refuge from her abusive brother. Why does he hit you? Although it was a matter of another's household, child abuse was utterly intolerable. Jiang Ning refrained from probing into Dodo's past. Yet her observations, shy eyes filled with fear and a hint of a pleasing demeanor, evoked unsettling memories of her own childhood. Dodo, is he your biological brother? Hence, she could not bring herself to reject this child. My brother teaches me how to fight, Dodo said, rubbing her bruised arm and offering a sweet smile, indicating that she hadn't avoided being hit, but had also suffered from falls. Jiang Ning then realized that Dodo had been practicing boxing for several days, dedicating up to 5 hours each day. Sister, I'll show you how I box. Without waiting for Jiang Ning's approval, she moved to a spacious area and struck a pose. Once a timid girl, she transformed into a fierce contender in an instant, straightening her back and tucking in her stomach as if she had become a different person. She demonstrated military boxing, her movements precise and powerful, exuding a commanding presence with fierce, determined eyes. Jiang Ning was astonished. Dodo's technique surpassed even her own. Children thrive on praise. Jiang Ning offered compliments, causing Dodo to blush. You're so nice, sister. My brother never praises me, no matter how well I perform. The numerous bruises on her body indicated she had undergone rigorous training. What did it signify to have a 4 or 5-year-old child practicing such high-intensity routines during a typhoon? Unit 1801 had not shown up in her previous life. Was this strange behavior a sign that he knew the apocalypse was approaching, compelling him to train Dodo to ensure her future ability to protect herself? Dodo's movements were remarkably proficient, indicating that such skill could not be acquired merely through video tutorials. At her age, she had a keen understanding, so Jiang Ning did not dare to pry further, nor did she lower her guard. Despite Dodo's frequent visits, she never rummaged through things or asked for food, indicating she had been well brought up, and she never came empty-handed. Jiang Ning retrieved a medicinal alcohol she had previously prepared for bruises, applying to Dodo's injuries and advising her to soak in warm water that night. After their time together, Dodo kissed the rabbit and reluctantly left. In recent days, the atmosphere downstairs had been tumultuous, filled with arguments and curses, with conflicts erupting at the slightest provocation. The dreadful weather and harsh living conditions had exacerbated everyone's tensions. The residents of the 9th floor engaged in a heated exchange with those from the 2nd floor, nearly resorting to knives in their dispute. Upon waking early one morning, the 9th floor residents discovered they had been robbed, their meager food supplies stolen. The typhoon showed no signs of abating. That food was a lifeline. Who could be so heartless? The residents of the second floor had crowded at their door, not just borrowing pots or toilets, and if a thief had entered, it was impossible they wouldn't have noticed. The two families bickered, shoving and cursing each other until the commotion settled. The thefts were not limited to the ninth floor. Other levels experienced similar incidents. Even if the homeowners were awakened, it was dark at night, and they could not see clearly while the intruders wore masks. It was not merely one or two thieves, but a group engaging in robbery. Even with residents in the hallway, they dared not move in the face of glinting knives, their expressions a mix of complex emotions, some even gleaming with a sense of schadenfreude. Those who were robbed deserved it. After all, they hoarded supplies and refused to share, forcing others to resort to violence. Now, fairness had been restored. Let everyone feel hunger. Others who heard the cries for help also lacked the courage to intervene, opting instead to push refrigerators or sofas against their doors, praying that the intruders would not break in. In an instant, the entire apartment building was shrouded in chaos. Some of those who had been robbed donned masks and took up knives to rob others. Evil, fueled by the tempestuous winds and rain of the typhoon, proliferated wildly. Jiang Ning adjusted her schedule, eating dinner and going to sleep early, setting an alarm for midnight, then rising to engage in various physical training exercises. After just 2 days, she heard sounds outside. Pressing her ear to the door, she confirmed that someone was attempting to pick the lock. The days had been chaotic and frenzied. During the day, several groups had knocked on the stairway door, asking for food, claiming their children were on the brink of starvation. After being trapped for 10 days with no water or electricity, who would still have rations? Even if someone did, providing for one family would lead to others clamoring for their share, driven by hunger to the point of madness. Retrieving a butcher's knife from her supplies, Jiang Ning donned night vision goggles, quietly opened the door, and swiftly pushed open the outer door. Outside, the sound of lock-picking echoed, unexpectedly interrupted by a sudden crash. The man wielding a hook was swiftly silenced as a hand covered his mouth, a sharp pain stabbing into his abdomen. Jiang Ning thrust her knife repeatedly, pushing past him to confront a second assailant. A flashlight beam illuminated her bloody blade, and the man's shock instinctively prompted him to flee, only to be ensnared by Jiang Ning, who skillfully tripped him and slammed him to the ground. Among the 4 intruders attempting to break in, 2 turned to flee, but one collided unexpectedly with a looming shadow. Before a sound could escape his lips, his neck was twisted with a sickening crack, leaving no chance to react as the body was unceremoniously discarded through the window. Jiang Ning looked up at the sound, her gaze falling upon a tall figure executing the task of murder and disposal with chilling efficiency. Surprised, yet resolute, she turned her knife towards the second man, who clutched his throat in vain, opening his mouth in a silent scream, his body thrashing helplessly. Rumors had spread throughout the building that Unit 1802 possessed a wealth of supplies, and not only was she beautiful, but she also lived alone. Their intention, under the cover of darkness, was not merely to steal food, but to inflict harm upon her. Little did they know that this seemingly delicate girl was, in fact, a demon. Jiang Ning ripped off the man's mask, revealing a familiar face, one she recognized from her past life. The very person who had repeatedly tried to break into her Unit 1803. This epitomized the essence of human malice. Even with a second chance, he would choose to do evil again. With a cold smile, Jiang Ning plunged her knife into his heart without hesitation. Rising to her feet, she remained vigilant, observing the man not far from her, whose silhouette suggested he might be from 1801. Ishan approached, dragging the lifeless man to the window and unceremoniously tossing him out. Noticing Jiang Ning's tense demeanor, he murmured reassuringly, "You did nothing wrong. Such individuals are a menace." Was he comforting her? His calm demeanor during the act of killing and disposing of bodies hinted that he was not surprised by the events of the night. Jiang Ning had speculated about his identity. His poise and physique suggested a soldier or perhaps a policeman. Yet, in that moment, he resembled a cold-blooded assassin. Regardless of who he was, he posed no immediate threat to her and had even aided in the elimination of a danger. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement with his assessment. Letting them go would only lead to countless others suffering. She wiped the blood from her face, using a mop and cloth to cleanse the corridor, while 1801 worked through the night to repair the damaged lock at the stairwell. The two exchanged no words as they retreated to their respective rooms. After taking a shower in her space and cleaning her blood-stained clothes, Jiang Ning lay in bed, remarkably calm despite the gruesome events she had endured, and quickly drifted into sleep. The next morning, the water levels had risen significantly. Standing on her balcony, she savored a breakfast of golden, crispy youtiao and rich, fragrant doujiang. The meal was a delightful indulgence, lifting her spirits. The water was littered with debris, colorful garbage bags floating amidst a few corpses, carried away by the flood to an unknown fate. As she enjoyed her breakfast, she noticed several figures swimming desperately against the current, each one a survivor, braving the storm in search of food. Daily, people ventured out, yet Jiang Ning had never witnessed anyone returning. Perhaps some did, but she simply did not see them. The stairwell echoed with loud bangs once more. But Jiang Ning paid it no mind as she brushed her teeth to rid herself of the lingering taste of food. Approaching noon, Zheng Weili visited, warning, Aining, the knocking at our door is increasing. We must be cautious in the coming days. Chapter 14. Banding together to drive off grain, thieves Zheng Weili had overheard a distressing account that morning. A solitary girl on a lower floor had been not only burglarized but also assaulted during the night. The assailants wore masks, their identities unknown. You and Lu Yu should be vigilant. Our floor is no longer safe. Jiang Ning was puzzled as to why Zheng Weili had not noticed the commotion last night, but upon seeing the marks on her neck, it became all too clear. Perhaps she had been exhausted from a long day. With utilities cut off and no entertainment to pass the time, exercise was the only option. In a world plagued by natural disasters, survival for adults was already a challenge, and for women, the prospect of pregnancy was a catastrophe. Jiang Ning felt at a loss. How could she, having never encountered such matters, offer guidance? Finding it difficult to broach the subject, she opted for a roundabout question. Sister Weili, don't you have a competition next month? Yes, Zheng Weili replied, her expression tinged with melancholy. With this dreadful weather, I don't know when it will end. It has disrupted my training. I can only practice aimlessly indoors. Yesterday, in a moment of restlessness, I even used Lu Yu as a punching bag. She still entertained thoughts of participating in the competition, believing she should take precautions. Once they fully accepted the reality of their circumstances, Jiang Ning would be able to advise her. On her way back to her room, Jiang Ning cast a glance at the tightly shut door of Unit 1801. In the early hours, before the thieves could ascend, Zheng Weili knocked forcefully on the door. When Jiang Ning opened it, she found Zheng Weili unarmed, and Lu Yu holding a knife, with the door to 1801 opening simultaneously. Faced with the residents of the 18th floor, the intruders initially faltered, but quickly regained their bravado, threatening, hand over your food, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Jiang Ning retorted coldly, who says we have any food? That's absurd. If you had no food, why even bother locking your doors? We are starving, while you all look well fed. Hold up behind closed doors without a care for us. How can you be so heartless? Enough of your nonsense. Hand over your supplies, and I'll spare your lives. In truth, Jiang Ning only ate until she was 80 full, her energy depleted by rigorous training, and she had no desire to engage with them. Yet, the others were visibly gaunt and desperate. Their vitality was evident, something they could not conceal. This group had reached a point of starvation that stripped them of their humanity. Reasoning with them was akin to playing the lute to a cow. Jiang Ning, uninterested in idle chatter, declared, very well, if you have the courage. Come and take it from us. With that, she exchanged a glance with Zheng Weili. Despite the small number of intruders, countless others lurked in the shadows. If they did not act decisively now, they would face a relentless stream of attackers in the future. Zheng Weili instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of Lu Yu. Seeing the audacity of the residents of the 18th floor, the intruders kicked open the stainless steel door, brandishing their knives. Jiang Ning sidestepped and slashed at the leader. Zheng Weili, still haunted by the memory of witnessing a family jump to their deaths, felt a surge of pent-up frustration and swiftly dodged, landing a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. He tumbled down the stairs, crashing against the door, unable to rise. Unit 1801 remained motionless, directly disarming another assailant. The stairwell filled with screams, an eerie contrast in the darkness. Jiang Ning struck repeatedly, always avoiding vital areas, yet blood gushed forth, painting the floor in a gruesome spectacle. Of the 6 who had come, 3 were injured, while the others were disarmed and left in a weakened state by Zheng Weili. Lu Yu had yet to find an opportunity to strike. Standing at the top of the stairs, Jiang Ning, holding her bloodied knife, posed the question, do you want food, or do you value your lives more? The leader, clutching his bleeding arm, howled in anger, you're committing murder. That's against the law. Against the law? Jiang Ning yanked off their masks, revealing faces she recognized, some of whom were active members of the community group, typically living in comfort, now resorting to villainy in the midst of disaster. She pulled out her phone to take their pictures. You can report us. Let us see who the police will apprehend. Surprised by the solidarity of the 18th floor residents, the intruders found themselves without a means to retaliate. Faced with the situation, they could only relent, pleading, we're just trying to survive. We had no choice. You've not been harmed, so can we just forget this ever happened? Their earlier bravado had evaporated, now reduced to begging on their knees. If their aggression had been solely aimed at Jiang Ning, they might have resorted to murder, but today they had acted collectively to intimidate. She glanced at 1801 and Zheng Weili, both of whom showed no objection. Today, you're lucky. Next time may not be so forgiving. Leave. With such a commotion, no one dared to open their doors on any floor. Jiang Ning and the others left the bloodied scene uncleaned as they ascended the stairs. Lu Yu had just witnessed the impressive skills of the resident from Unit 1801 and seized the opportunity to introduce himself to the new neighbor. Hello, my name is Lu Yu. I moved in a few days ago. Your abilities are remarkable. May I inquire about your profession? The stoic Hua Yishan approached the door before responding. Guess. Zheng Weili, noticing the situation, tugged at her boyfriend's sleeve. Let's go back. It was evident that Hua was not someone affiliated with the underworld, and his identity likely held significance. Prying too deeply could lead to trouble. The intimidation was effective, and for several days, no one dared to knock on the stairwell door. Jiang Ning opened the curtains early, the typhoon still raging outside, battering the windows and giving the illusion that the entire building was shaking. The typhoon had arrived 15 days early and showed no signs of dissipating. Concerns were confirmed. The natural disaster not only escalated, but its duration remained uncertain. Yet, life must go on, one day at a time. Xiaobai's belly had grown significantly, her appetite astonishing. When Jiang Ning tempted her with vegetables, she discovered bloodstains on the cardboard. Upon feeling Xiaobai's belly, she sensed the creature was restless, indicating impending birth. New life amidst calamity. Once grown, it could be transformed into spicy rabbit heads, cold rabbit, braised rabbit, dry pot rabbit chunks, or hand-pulled rabbit salad. Such thoughts made her salivate. Soon, the first baby rabbit was born, measuring only a few centimeters, hardly larger than a mouse. When Dodo arrived, Xiaobai had already given birth to 6. She stealthily produced 2 wilted cabbage leaves from her pocket. Xiaobai has babies. Hurry and eat. In total, there were 10 little ones with 12 mouths to feed, causing Jiang Ning to fret over their nourishment. Solely relying on feed would not suffice. And with the relentless typhoon and gloomy skies, the balcony vegetables were turning yellow from lack of sunlight. Had it not been for her secret use of space to cheat, they would have withered long ago. The plants in her space thrived remarkably, their vibrant green a pleasure to behold. This morning, she couldn't resist pulling some chicken feather vegetables to wash and cook with noodles. Homegrown produce tasted exquisite. 2 fruit saplings had also survived, particularly the old pear tree, which had begun to sprout buds. Jiang Ning reassured herself that everything was progressing positively. Caring for the rabbits, exercising, reading, and indulging in leisurely sleep made her life quite fulfilling. She developed a new habit of awakening to the sounds of the wind outside. After listening for a while, she felt like a semi-expert. On the 18th day, however, the wind sounded different. Chapter 15. Finally awaiting rescue, Jiang Ning donned her pajamas and stepped onto the balcony. The typhoon still appeared formidable, though the winds were noticeably weakening, while the rain intensified. The second floor was completely flooded, and water was rising to the 3rd floor, chaos erupting in the hallways. For breakfast, she had a hand-grab pancake filled with fried eggs, ham, vegetables, and ketchup, freshly retrieved from her space, still crispy and warm. Its aroma tantalizing her taste buds. She had made over 100 to store, enough to last quite a while. While delicious, they were a tad greasy. She poured herself a cup of honey pomelo tea, sipping while flipping through her sophomore pharmacology textbook. Around 10 o'clock, there was a knock at the door. Initially thinking it was Zheng Weili, she was surprised to find it was Hua Yishan from 1801. Jiang Ning was taken aback. He was typically reclusive, preferring silence, and despite Dodo's frequent visits, they had hardly exchanged words. Instantly, her guard was up. Hua Yishan's stern expression betrayed his anxiety. Dodo is sick. Can you help? Jiang Ning was astonished. What's wrong? Fever, vomiting, and diarrhea, he replied. While illness warranted a trip to the hospital, venturing out in the storm was impossible. Jiang Ning, setting the tone, said, I could take a look, but my knowledge is limited. Do not place all your hopes on me. Thank you. Considering his imposing demeanor, Jiang Ning reluctantly agreed, retrieving a folding fruit knife to tuck into her pocket. Upon entering 1801 for the first time, she noted the spacious 3-bedroom layout, well lit and thoughtfully arranged with vintage furniture, all meticulously maintained, far superior to her own humble abode. In this day and age, it was rare to find a man capable of managing household chores. Her gaze fell upon the balcony glass, newly installed with 2 layers of tempered glass and a 3-layer stainless steel door, rendering the apartment fortress-like. Ah, indeed, her perspective had been rather narrow, redirecting her focus. Jiang Ning entered Dodo's room. Dodo not only had a fever, but also rashes, her once bright eyes now dull and listless. Sister, Jiang Ning took her temperature, checked her pulse, and examined the bruises covering her body. Her medical skills were rudimentary, but sufficient for the task at hand. Observing Dodo's frail condition, Jiang Ning realized that moderate exercise could enhance her stamina and immunity, but must not be excessive. She was unsure how Hua Yishan had trained Dodo, but the numerous bruises suggested he had pushed her too hard. Intense training had triggered a stress response, lowering her immunity and leading to cold symptoms, resulting in fever, vomiting, and rashes. Realizing he was ill-equipped to care for a child, Hua Yishan expressed guilt. I should have taken better care of Dodo. Seeing her alarming bruises left him momentarily speechless. Dodo never complained of fatigue, often smiling through her pain. He retrieved a medicine box, revealing an array of medications. Jiang Ning, which of these can we use? If necessary, they might have to risk going to the hospital. Jiang Ning rummaged through the box, surprised by the thoroughness of his supplies, most of which were for children. The illness was relatively straightforward, and Jiang Ning selected remedies for cold and gastrointestinal issues, applying a belly patch to Dodo. Once she recovered, they could focus on her health before gradually increasing her activity. Unable to bear the sight of Dodo's bruises, she returned home with half a bottle of bruise ointment, recommending 4 to 5 applications daily, emphasizing that more massage would enhance its effectiveness. Hua Yishan thanked her. Dodo tends to bump into things. I happen to have some herbal medicine as well. Could you help me identify which can be used for tinctures? Despite his lack of childcare skills, his stockpile was impressive. He returned with 2 large bags of Chinese herbs, all individually packaged and moisture-proof. Jiang Ning selected a dozen varieties known for promoting blood circulation and reducing bruising, placing them in a glass jar. They could be steeped in a liter of white liquor for half a month before use. Spotting some Korean ginseng, she set it aside. This can also be used for tinctures. A sip in the cold weather not only warms the body, but also replenishes energy and blood. However, it's best to avoid giving it to children. Rock candy and white liquor was also superb, alleviating heat while nourishing the kidneys and blood. Enough talk. One must not teach a disciple and star the master. After taking her medicine, Dodo quickly fell asleep, murmuring incoherently. Sick children evoke sympathy, their eyelashes glistening with tears, their pale lips whispering incessantly, "Mama, I want Mama, Papa." Hua Yishan sat by the bedside, gently wiping her tears, his tone filled with remorse as he comforted her. "Don't be afraid, Dodo, your brother is here." Their eyes met, revealing a brother's affection, albeit expressed inappropriately. Just as Jiang Ning reached the door, Hua Yishan called out, handing her a package of noodles. "Thank you for taking care of Dodo. Before the calamity, noodles had cost only a few coins. Yet in these dire times, they could extend survival by several days." Jiang Ning graciously accepted them without hesitation. Upon returning home, she took out the glass jar filled with rock candy and white liquor. In my eagerness to teach others, I nearly forgot this. In the biting cold, enjoying a cup by the fireplace was an unparalleled delight. She also retrieved several pounds of grapes, washing them before placing them on the balcony in her space to dry. Perfect for making fruit wine. Upon exiting her space, she distinctly sensed a shift in the typhoon. It was not just her who noticed. Many others did too, some even shouting and cheering at their windows. Their excitement was palpable, as if the disaster was finally coming to an end. In high spirits, Jiang Ning prepared a dish of boiled fish accompanied by fragrant rice. She refrained from discarding the used plastic takeout container, knowing that though her space was well stocked, such items would soon become non-renewable resources and clean containers could be reused. As she indulged in a blissful nap, she was abruptly awakened by the roaring sound of motors. It was a speedboat, accompanied by firefighters clad in orange life jackets. The typhoon had not yet ceased, but its force had swiftly diminished, making cautious navigation feasible. For 18 long days, she had been cut off from the world, and just as resources were running low, a glimmer of hope finally emerged. Upon witnessing the arrival of the rescue boats, an overwhelming wave of emotion engulfed many, leading to tears of despair mixed with laughter of relief. The government had not abandoned us, and amidst the chaos, they wiped their tears while feeling both helpless and exhilarated. Although there were only 3 rescue boats, they represented the collective hope for survival. The loudspeakers echoed the reassuring voices of firefighters comforting the residents of various buildings, urging everyone to remain calm and assuring them that no one in need would be forsaken. Evacuations were prioritized for the elderly and children, as residents hastily prepared essential belongings. This operation was focused solely on those in lower floors that had been inundated, yet throngs of residents surged downstairs, encircling the firefighters with cries of concern. They lamented their plight, questioning the absence of provisions and expressing frustration about the government's perceived neglect despite their status as taxpayers. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic, as initial gratitude transformed into resentment, with a palpable sense of desperation. In Chapter 16, Zheng Weili called Jiang Ning to join her in assessing the situation. With their rations nearly depleted, they had only a bag of rice left, and their gas supply had run out, leaving them with little more than a few blocks of alcohol for cooking. To conserve fuel, they soaked the rice daily and used it in a thermos with hot water to prepare their meals. The damp weather rendered their clothes perpetually wet, leading to health issues. Zheng Weili and Lu Yu contemplated heading to a shelter, acknowledging the subpar conditions but hopeful for a sufficient food supply and hot water. The typhoon had exceeded meteorological predictions, flooding their building up to the 3rd floor, and they feared that other areas had fared even worse. Jiang Ning dashed her hopes, reminding her that food supplies were scarce and that many places, including gyms and libraries, were submerged. The government was likely to commandeer hotels or office buildings for rescue operations. Yet the sheer number of people would complicate matters, leading to further chaos. While the typhoon had passed, the torrential rain persisted, and the flooding would likely continue for months. Many residents from lower floors had sought refuge in shelters, only to return within days due to overcrowding, facing dire conditions without food or a place to rest. The situation was spiraling into lawlessness, with reports of theft and violence emerging. Zheng Weili felt a heavy weight on her heart, but resolved to venture down for any potential good news. Jiang Ning chose to stay behind and check on Dodo, who had shown signs of improvement, much to the relief of the amateur doctor. An hour later, Zheng Weili returned disheartened, as the firefighters were only assisting those whose homes had been flooded, leaving broader rescue efforts uncertain. Jiang Ning encouraged her, reminding her that self-reliance was essential when external help was lacking. Indeed, despair was futile, and Zheng Weili reignited her hope, believing that the rain would soon cease. However, the rain only intensified, and by evening, darkness enveloped the city, save for the constant sound of rescue boats. Jiang Ning had eaten early and set an alarm to ring every hour starting at 10. By around 1 in the morning, the firefighters had completed the transfer of stranded residents, leaving the Jinrong community in eerie silence. She donned a protective outfit, tested its durability with a blade, and found it to be of excellent quality. Cold, she layered on a jacket and a raincoat, then quietly descended the stairs. The hallways were devoid of residents, littered with debris and an unbearable stench. Reaching the 3rd floor, she navigated to the protruding ledge, retrieved her inflatable boat, donned waterproof goggles and a lithium battery-powered lamp, and paddled into the tumultuous waters. The city had transformed drastically. Only the taller buildings remained above the floodwaters, creating a disorienting landscape. Despite her preparations, the currents were treacherous, and it took her nearly 2 hours to reach a large supermarket she had visited before the storm. Though only 2 stories high, its elevation kept it just above the rising water. After some effort, she successfully grounded her inflatable boat on the driveway, secured it, and made her way to the rooftop parking lot. The expansive lot was crammed with vehicles, predominantly luxury brands, suggesting that affluent residents had moved their cars to higher ground to avoid flooding. Jiang Ning scanned the rows with her flashlight and was drawn to a luxurious RV, estimated to be worth millions. Its reinforced exterior and dual fuel capabilities, along with solar panels on the roof, made it a coveted asset in a world where energy was scarce. Equipped with a state-of-the-art electronic disruptor she had procured from the black market, she activated it at the RV's door. After a few moments, she heard the satisfying click of the lock releasing. Entering, she was greeted by an opulent interior complete with a kitchen, living area, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms, including a washing machine. The RV appeared to be newly acquired, a testament to the misfortune that had befallen its previous owner. Satisfied with her find, she discreetly stored the vehicle in her space. Not rushing into the supermarket, she extracted an oil siphon and began draining fuel from the other vehicles. The rooftop fire escape was locked, so she used a heavy-duty cutter to break the lock and descended the stairs. Exiting onto the 2nd floor, she found the clothing section nearly submerged, and swiftly gathered some items before moving to other areas. In the promotional section, she collected various essentials, including snacks and toiletries. The appliance section was similarly inundated, but she salvaged small appliances that might prove useful. In the living supplies area, she gathered high-quality bedding and athletic footwear, as well as an array of skincare products. At the liquor and tea counter, she swept up a variety of premium spirits, knowing they would be invaluable in the uncertain times ahead. After securing all the goods from the upper levels, she utilized a window-breaking tool to access submerged items, salvaging high-end cigarettes and ensuring that the tea, sealed and stored on shelves, was untouched. The collection of renowned teas, regardless of their price, was a resource not to be wasted. This single section nearly filled her space to capacity, but she had prepared in advance by relocating plants and supplies to make room. The floodwaters were rising rapidly, threatening to submerge everything before dawn. In Chapter 17, she envisioned a scenario where her storage could expand further, allowing her to scour the city without hesitation. Instead of merely witnessing the survival supplies submerging, humanity is embroiled in an increasingly brutal competition for existence, resorting to violence over a moldy piece of bread. The harsh reality compels Jiang Ning to focus solely on her own survival. Regaining her composure, she continues to race against the floodwaters. Shampoo, shower gel, soap, sanitary napkins, disinfectant. Milk, yogurt, powdered milk, alpaca milk, soybean powder, cereal, lotus root powder, sweetened lotus seed and lily soup, white sugar, ice sugar, brown sugar, and more. The water has risen to her thighs. She has no time to examine labels or be selective. Her hands swiftly sweep across the shelves, collecting whatever might be better than succumbing to the flood. Various canned goods, dried fruits, snacks, chocolate, energy bars, biscuits, cheese, chicken legs, wings, duck necks, beef jerky, lamb bites, flavored tofu, spicy snacks, and bamboo shoots fill her space at a visible rate. After gathering a substantial amount of noodles, Jiang Ning reaches the instant food section, where options like instant noodles, snail noodles, spicy sour noodles, and hot dry noodles are available, but due to the typhoon, choices are scarce, especially with instant noodles reduced to only pickled cabbage flavor. She is neither polite nor picky, unbothered by even the faint odor of feet. In her previous life, she had gnawed on tree bark and consumed guanine soil to survive, ultimately resorting to using sticks for her bathroom needs. At the seasoning section, she first stocks up on necessities: peanut oil, corn oil, olive oil, tea oil, and blended oil, though space is limited. She grabs soy sauce, oyster sauce, vinegar, and cooking wine, opting for larger containers that consume less space. With an array of brands like Lao Gan Ma, olive vegetables, Jiang, and fermented tofu lining the shelves, she sweeps through them all. Spotting her favorites, she retrieves those submerged in water to avoid waste. Next are various ingredient packets for dishes like boiled beef, sauerkraut oil, red oil hot pot, Orleans chicken wings, and salt-baked chicken powder, many of which she barely notices as she sweeps past. The water has risen to her waist. Despite wearing a full-body raincoat, she feels cold and movement is cumbersome. Yet, this is her last opportunity for a massive haul. It is better to gather more now than later fight for a morsel. Regrettably, the first floor is flooded, depriving her of precious resources. As the water approaches her chest, she feels herself beginning to float, with most goods either submerged or bobbing on the surface. Collecting supplies has become increasingly difficult, but fortunately, her space is nearly filled. Even the bathroom is close to overflowing. Just as she intends to retrieve floating snacks, a flash of light catches her attention nearby. To her astonishment, does another soul partake in the zero-cost shopping endeavor? Spotting a flashlight, she quickly hides behind a shelf, her senses heightened. Uncertain how many have arrived, and with limited space to maneuver in the water, a confrontation could leave her at a disadvantage. Having already cleared the essential supplies from the second floor, if her stash is discovered, Jiang Ning cannot afford the risk. She retrieves a portable diving mask from her space, dons it, and quietly swims toward the emergency exit. The floodwater seeps in her raincoat, rendering her body unwieldy. Holding her breath, she swims while undressing, surfacing only when absolutely necessary to gasp for air. Listening closely, it seems only one person has come. Jiang Ning breathes a sigh of relief, exerting considerable effort to push open the fire escape door and ascend the stairs toward the top floor. She refrains from turning on her flashlight, catching her breath as she pulls out chocolate to replenish her energy, waiting for the dizziness to subside before walking barefoot to the rooftop. The rooftop is deserted, while the second floor is already half submerged. As she departs, Jiang Ning casts a glance at the alluring Hummer parked in the lot. Identical to the vehicle of 1801, it boasts a high chassis, ample horsepower, and a commanding presence capable of effortlessly displacing ordinary SUVs, a true war machine in apocalyptic times. Regrettably, her space cannot accommodate it. She opts instead for a more comfortable and multifunctional RV. She pats the car hood, feeling as if she is parting with a piece of herself. Soon, these vehicles will be submerged and swept away by the deluge. A real shame. The water level rises rapidly, the current intensifying, making it easy for the inflatable boat to be swept away. Jiang Ning has no choice but to use the speedboat, with numerous obstacles beneath the surface. She dares not accelerate too quickly. The entire city plunges into darkness. The visibility of her waterproof mining lamp is limited, forcing her to traverse the water slowly. The speedboat is simple to operate, yet the sound of the engine could easily attract unwanted attention. Fortunately, the typhoon has just ceased, and the government is actively conducting rescue operations. Even if nearby residents hear it, they would likely assume it is the rescue team. Jiang Ning does not return to her apartment, but races against time to another location. The distance of 3 kilometers takes her half an hour in the dark. She approaches a 6-story commercial building, already flooded up to the 3rd floor. Using a window-breaking tool, she shatters the glass on the 4th floor and climbs inside, heading straight for a solar technology company storefront. She has retained the promotional flyer received before the typhoon, featuring the latest solar generator. She had previously visited the store to inquire, learning about its efficient solar panels, off-grid power generation, and flexible frequency inverters, which enable both efficient solar energy capture and quick charging from the grid. Most importantly, the battery storage can hold up to 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity. A full 100 kilowatt-hours can simultaneously power several air conditioners or heaters. Of course, the price is also quite splendid, $680,000. Jiang Ning lacks the funds to purchase it, yet she memorizes the storefront for future reference. Compared to it, other generators seem inferior, confirming that the mall is deserted. She takes a crowbar and forcefully pries open the rolling shutter door. The storefront is modest, and she rushes directly to the prominently displayed new generator. The display only features the battery storage and inverter, so she breaks into the back storage area to search for additional components, discovering another unit of the same model. Without hesitation, she loads it into her space. The solar panels and mounting brackets take up considerable room, and since her space is nearly full, she can only store them on the balcony. Concerned about potential damage to the components, she collects all the remaining pieces as well. Noticing there is still space on the balcony, she also gathers several portable battery storage units. Though their capacity is much lower, the ability to charge them directly is still quite advantageous. The mall houses many expensive appliances, but her space is already at capacity. As dawn approaches, she must hurry back before daylight breaks. The current grows stronger, and Jiang Ning navigates the speedboat against the wind through the pouring rain. Approaching Jinrong community, she shuts off the motor and paddles to the calmer waters at the base of the building, carefully replacing the inflatable boat. Just as dawn begins to break, she can make out shapes in the dim light. As she paddles to the window of her unit, she discovers another inflatable boat. No, it is a speedboat. There is someone on the speedboat, placing items through the window. Recognizing the figure as a man, he turns and sees Jiang Ning. There is no time to hide. She immediately becomes alert. Chapter 18. The typhoon has ceased, but the rain falls heavier. However, the man's speedboat appears to be laden with numerous items. In these times, those with ample supplies are often the least secure. Seizing the opportunity of the blurred vision, she places her hands behind her and retrieves 2 backpacks from her space. Then paddles toward him. That physique and height. Besides 1801, there's no one else. Although clad in a raincoat and mask, she can recognize him at a glance. No wonder he has nurtured Dodo to such a tender state. It turns out he's been engaging in zero-cost shopping daily. Kindred spirits need not feel awkward. 1801 also recognizes the masked Jiang Ning, nodding to greet her amidst the torrential rain. After securing the speedboat, he extends his hand to assist her. Jiang Ning, not one to be overly formal, hands him the 2 waterproof backpacks and reaches for his hand to pull herself up, carefully stowing away the inflatable boat. Neither speaks as they carry their loads upstairs. With 1801's abundant supplies, he will likely need several trips, and Jiang Ning casually helps him carry 2 bags. Upon reaching the 18th floor, their eyes meet, and they decisively turn away, quietly unlocking the door. Dropping their items, Jiang Ning drinks a bowl of warm ginger syrup, changes out of her wet clothes, and hastily showers and dries her hair. The outside is just beginning to brighten, and 1801 has finished moving his supplies. She wipes down the water stains in the corridor before knocking on Zheng Weili's door. The two assume they are being robbed, emerging with knives in hand. Jiang Ning hands over 2,000 yuan, lowering her voice to say, "The typhoon has stopped. You should quietly go out early without attracting attention." The supermarket on the slope of the university town has 4 floors and is at a higher elevation, so it likely hasn't flooded yet. I recall that the owner's family resides within the supermarket, which may open for business regardless of the exorbitant prices, providing sustenance that is both filling and durable. As I made my way back, I purposefully took a detour, catching a distant glimpse of the supermarket's lights illuminating the surroundings, with several speedboats docked outside. This calamity was unforeseen. Both the supermarket and the wholesale market had been engulfed by the floodwaters, and it was highly probable that even the national grain storage base within the city had succumbed to the deluge. The majority of the grain lay submerged, and even if the military and government were inclined to assist, it would be akin to a skilled cook attempting to prepare a meal without rice. Thus, no rescue efforts were initiated. Chaos soon erupted outside, with rampant looting driven by the desperation to secure food for survival. Jiang Ning vividly remembered that in her previous life, this supermarket had been requisitioned by the government and had opened its doors early, implementing purchase limits, allowing citizens to buy on a first-come, first-served cash basis. In an era dominated by electronic payments, who still harbored the habit of using cash, how many would have rushed to withdraw cash before the typhoon struck? Consequently, those who were unable to produce money yet yearned for survival resorted to violence. The police, armed with pistols, faced a dilemma. Who would dare to fire upon the famished citizens? There were only a handful of bullets. Who would they target? The streets were filled with people who did not desire to commit crimes. Yet money was merely a number, stored either in banks or on Alipay, inaccessible in dire times. Jiang Ning had only learned of the situation that afternoon. She swam to the supermarket with a plastic bucket, only to find it completely ransacked, the floor and walls stained with shocking traces of blood. Zheng Weili, regaining her senses, questioned whether the supermarket could indeed open. Jiang Ning urged, "You should head over early. Once they wake up and realize what is happening, there may be nothing left for you." Zheng Weili, coming to her senses, quickly changed into suitable attire with Lu Yu and declared, "And Ning, let us go together. I still have a bag of rice at home. I won't go this time." Jiang Ning fabricated an excuse. "What if we leave and someone breaks in to rob us? If you spend all your money, I wouldn't mind if you share what you bought." "Yes, let us go and return swiftly." Zheng Weili, somewhat confused, felt guilty for having a Ning pay, stating, "The money is a loan. If we buy something, we'll split it." They armed themselves for self-defense and took care to ensure their safety. As dawn broke, Jiang Ning urged the two to descend quickly. She had already warned them. How much they could acquire depended on their luck. Locking the door behind them, Jiang Ning neglected to rest and began organizing the packed space. She left the solar power storage box in place while relocating other components to the larger room of her rental apartment. She emptied a substantial amount of supplies scavenged from the supermarket, dismantling the overly bulky packaging and sorting the contents into large plastic bags or sealing them in cardboard boxes. Essential supplies were stored in her space, while snacks and non-essentials were placed in her rental apartment, allowing her to later organize dozens of cubic meters. Jiang Ning transformed into a master of compression, meticulously organizing over 100 cubic meters of invaluable resources. uncertain of how long she would survive. She felt that these supplies should suffice until her natural demise. But who could predict what the future would hold? Given the opportunity, who wouldn't desire a better life filled with abundant food and leisure? Preparation was always prudent. In her frenzy, she even organized necessities within her RV, filling every available space. Time flew by rapidly, and before she knew it, it was past 9 o'clock with the atmosphere downstairs buzzing with activity. The typhoon had ceased, yet the rain intensified. The threat diminished, and young swimmers ventured out, some clutching buckets or basins, others donning life jackets, while some carried wooden planks. Fengcheng, a bountiful region in the south, despite rapid industrial development over the decades, still boasted numerous mulberry fish ponds in its outskirts, with an intricate network of waterways. Many local villagers had wooden boats, navigating through the community in search of long-lost family or relatives, while some even brought out the ancestral dragon boats to form groups and seek out individuals or supplies. Rubber dinghies and speedboats were scarce. After all, this was not a water-centric city, and who would keep such items at home without reason? Jiang Ning, keeping a close watch on the time, stood on the balcony observing the community, intermittently searching for the figures of Zheng Weili and Lu Yu. After approximately half an hour, she spotted a familiar colored rubber dinghy approaching, laden with supplies. Just as she was about to descend, a group of men suddenly emerged from Building 3, heading straight for the dinghy. They moved swiftly, but Lu Yu and Zheng Weili reacted promptly. Lu Yu paddled fiercely, while Zheng Weili raised her paddle to strike at their heads. Jiang Ning brandished a knife as she stepped outside, only to find the door of 1801 opening simultaneously. Hua Yishan, dressed in casual attire, wore an expression of indifference as he stated, "I will accompany you." They both understood the precariousness of their situation. Many had their eyes set on the 18th floor, fully aware of the principle that when the lips perish, the teeth are exposed. Jiang Ning did not decline, and they hurried downstairs together. The water had already reached the 4th floor, with many gathered at the stairwell, eager to escape in search of a way out. Watching Zheng Weili's dinghy drawing nearer, especially with supplies that could sustain life, the crowd's expressions were filled with resentment and anger, even tinged with hatred, as they relished the prospect of looting from the two women. Chapter 19. The Threat at the Door. Humanity is such that it suffers not from scarcity, but from inequality. Everyone was caught in the throes of disaster. Why should one person thrive while another starves? Not only did they refuse to lend a hand, but they also plotted to attack as soon as the two women drew near. Jiang Ning wielded two knives, one in her left hand and the other in her right. With a cold demeanor, she pushed through the crowd, positioning herself near the window to block their path. The sight of the gleaming blades, stained with dried blood, caused the crowd to recoil in fear. Some, emboldened, attempted to speak up, but Hua Yishan stood beside her. The two resembled cold-faced reapers, standing in stark symmetry. Jiang Ning surveyed the crowd, taking in every expression, and spoke icily, "Stop with the moral lectures. Anyone who dares to insult me or attempt to steal, I will strike down. 1 for 1, 2 for 2. The infamous reputation of the 18th floor was well known. No one was unaware of their notoriety. These beasts feasted well, but refused to share, and the last time they were robbed, several were injured. One even bled to death. Yesterday, someone had surreptitiously reported to the firefighters, only to discover that their responsibility lay solely in rescue, claiming it was not within their purview, and advised that a report could be filed once the floodwaters receded. Faced with Jiang Ning's fierce demeanor, no one dared to utter a word, fearing that any misstep could provoke her wrath. Zheng Weili was no pushover. Having knocked down several men, they finally reached the window. Jiang Ning remained vigilant against the people inside, while Hua Yishan assisted in moving supplies. They managed to secure 2 bags of 20-pound rice, 1 bag of 10-pound flour, some noodles, damp vegetables, 2 packs of candles, and 3 large boxes of alcohol blocks, along with fermented black beans and chili sauce. Though not a large quantity, it was hard-won. Lu Yu was utterly exhausted, unable to stand, while Zheng Weili bore a wound on her arm, blood staining her clothes. The onlookers' eyes gleamed with avarice, yet none dared to approach. Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao mingled among the crowd, their expressions complex and filled with hatred. They sought to get close, yet they understood that Jiang Ning would not engage. Still, someone could not contain themselves, inquiring to borrow the rubber dinghy, offering to pay for its rental. The four ignored them, their faces fierce as they ascended the stairs. Behind them, a woman's voice rang out, with many echoing her sentiments, cursing the heartless and inhumane 18th floor. Zheng Weili, utterly drained, could barely articulate a word. Upon returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning fetched iodine, bandages, and anti-inflammatory medication. The wound was not deep, and after disinfecting, she bandaged it cleanly. Both women emerged from this ordeal shaken, their spirits still adrift. They had assumed the chaos within the building was overwhelming, yet the outside world was far more tumultuous. They arrived early, securing the dinghy and packing it away, only to be met by throngs of people. The crowd swelled, densely packed, and at last, They awaited the supermarket's opening. Prices for rice and flour skyrocketed by 20-fold, and a continuous stream of people surged in, seizing items without regard for the shelves or what others held. With no internet access, the supermarket accepted only cash. Those with money rejoiced, while those without had to barter gold necklaces or bracelets, a slow and complicated process, forcing the cashless to snatch and flee. Police fired warning shots. Initially, the situation was subdued, but the number of those without cash was simply too high. The supplies were limited, and soon the second wave surged in, a chaotic rush of people scrambling to seize what they could. Fear gripped everyone, terrified that the hard-won provisions would be snatched away by others. Zheng Weili and Lu Yu attempted to flee amidst the turmoil, but the water was teeming with people, resembling a dumpling boil. They were besieged by those vying for supplies and rubber boats. Despite Zheng Weili's exceptional combat skills, she found her fists insufficient against so many adversaries, suffering not only the loss of supplies, but also sustaining injuries from scratches, with some audacious individuals even puncturing the rubber boats. Had it not been for the puncture-resistant quality of the boats, their chances of survival would have been severely diminished. This unfamiliar world led Zheng Weili to question human nature. Weary as she leaned against Lu Yu, Jiang Ning was a loss for words, as the apocalypse had only just begun, before the two could catch their breath. A knock echoed from the door below. A large crowd had gathered, easily numbering in the dozens, crowding the 17th floor corridor. Jiang Ning frowned, suspecting they intended to force their way in. The supplies Zheng Weili had fought for with her life were not to be taken lightly. They dared not venture outside, but aimed for the 18th floor, clearly seeking easy prey. Exhausted, no one felt like speaking, and they silently descended with knives in hand. For pairs of eyes, filled with lethal intent, stunned the crowd into silence. Though terrified, they were reluctant to retreat, emboldened by the thought that a group of dozens could easily overpower 4 individuals. A bespectacled middle-aged man stepped forward, wearing a broad smile. "Please, don't misunderstand us. We mean no harm." Jiang Ning's expression remained cold. "What is it?" "Hello, I am He Jian, the elected leader of the neighbors. I wish to discuss the possibility of forming a group to venture out for supplies." He continued to smile, but the 4 remained silent behind the door, prompting him to awkwardly elaborate. "The government has yet to provide aid, and the outside is in chaos. It's dangerous to go out alone for supplies. Even if you find some, they could be taken from you on the way back. So, we decided to select capable individuals to go out together, ensuring mutual support. Do you have a boat or rubber dinghies?" He Jian smiled awkwardly. "That's why we're consulting with you. We're all neighbors. If a disaster strikes, we can look out for one another, right?" Such words, sweet in the beginning but veiled with a threat, did not escape Jiang Ning's attention. After a moment of silence, she replied, "Wait, let us discuss this." She exchanged glances with the others and moved to the window to confer. "What are your thoughts?" Zheng Weili's fiery temperament could not abide threats. "If they want the rubber boat, they will have to step over my dead body. I'll take a few down with me if necessary. Let those who aren't afraid of death come." These individuals were shrewder than they appeared. Perhaps they should lend them the rubber boat? Lu Yu, being more rational, recognized that a wise hero does not fall into immediate peril. If they push too hard, it would ultimately be their own downfall. Zheng Weili vehemently opposed the idea. "No, if we let them succeed this time, it will only lead to endless troubles in the future." Jiang Ning turned to the occupant of 1801. "What about you?" "I have no preference. You all decide." It was impossible to search for supplies together. Even if they found some, it wouldn't be enough to satisfy everyone, leading to inevitable disputes. It might be better to lend them the boat so they can search for one themselves. Jiang Ning articulated her thoughts, noting that there were many outdoor supply stores in the city, and if they left early, they might find a speedboat or rubber dinghy, thus alleviating their focus solely on what they had. "And Ning, your point is valid, but with the chaos outside, what if the rubber dinghy is stolen or damaged? What will we do then? Don't forget, I also have a rubber dinghy. Hui intergested. I have a speedboat." Chapter 20. Salvaging the liquefied gas bottle having lived a second life. Jiang Ning was acutely aware of the duality of human nature. "I don't wish to lend it, but remaining in this deadlock is not a solution. We must allow them to venture out for supplies. It is the safest option for us. When faced with hunger, people can lose all sense of reason. In life-and-death situations, they are capable of anything." Finally, Zheng Weili acquiesced. Jiang Ning descended and addressed He Jian, stating, "There's no need to search for supplies together, but we can lend you the rubber dinghy for a day. However, advise against rushing to find food. First, you should seek a boat." He Jian did not expect the 18th floor to agree to venture out together. It was merely a tactic to propose an impossible request and then settle for less. He was primarily interested in borrowing the rubber dinghy. "Thank you very much. However, we will only lend it this once. What if you lose or damage it? Let us not speak in hypotheticals. A written agreement will suffice." Though infuriated, He Jian gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. Fine. Or just a broken rubber dinghy. Once it was in his possession, what could they do? If the flood receded and they ended up at the police station, he could simply compensate her then. After negotiations, Zheng Weili drafted a written agreement, and both parties signed. Upon receiving the rubber dinghy, He Jian beamed like a Buddha, showering them with flattering words before signaling for everyone to disperse. He Lu Zhang, Jiang Ning called out. The rubber dinghy is borrowed from you. I will only hold you accountable for any issues that arise. Of course. Jiang Ning smiled at him. You live in 1303, with a wife and 2 children, and your elderly mother has some health issues, correct? He Jian was taken aback, his face blanching. Rest assured, we will take good care of the rubber dinghy. Amidst the calculating faces, how much could one rubber dinghy yield in terms of supplies? Any uneven distribution would lead to chaos. They could bicker amongst themselves. Upon returning to the 18th floor, Zheng Weili returned the 2,000 yuan to Jiang Ning. Initially intending to pay, the supermarket was too chaotic, and they had fled with their arms full, with no chance to settle the bill. Jiang Ning accepted the money, believing that although order was currently disrupted, the government would soon restore it, allowing them to spend it later. Although the money had not been spent, the suggestion had come from Jiang Ning, and Zheng Weili decided to split the retrieved supplies equally. Since the money hasn't been spent, I certainly cannot accept anything from you. Jiang Ning refused outright, insisting, this was your endeavor, risking much to reclaim those supplies. That is not how this works. Without you, we would not have obtained the supplies. And even if we did, we couldn't have gotten them through the door. The two were resolute, and Jiang Ning insisted on accepting. Ultimately, she relented, taking only 2 bags of noodles, some alcohol blocks, and dried vegetables, refusing to accept more. After she left, Lu Yu discussed with his girlfriend. The occupant of 1801 seemed cold, but appears quite honorable. We are being watched and must unite. Without his help today, we would have lost our possessions. Zheng Weili agreed, suggesting, shall we send something over? It could serve as a formal introduction, and we might help each other in the future. Lu Yu packed 5 pounds of rice and knocked on the door of 1801. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, watching the rubber dinghy glide away from the building, occupied by 6 men wielding clubs as weapons. Others from different units were envious, some even contemplating a robbery, but hesitated upon seeing the sharp weapons in hand. Do you know where I can find gas? A voice from 1801 called out. Jiang Ning not only knew but had been there before. She had a rough idea of the area, but the terrain was low-lying, and they had been instructed to evacuate before the typhoon arrived. It was uncertain if gas was still available, and even if it was, it would likely be submerged. The community is primarily equipped with pipeline gas, with minimal use of liquefied gas cylinders, while portable gas stoves and alcohol blocks are rather unreliable. To put it bluntly, even if one manages to procure rice, flour, and cooking oil, there is no means to ignite a fire for cooking. There is space available in Jiang Ning's vicinity, yet traversing it carelessly may lead to exposure. A few small eateries at the entrance of the community were observed to be using gas cylinders. Perhaps a method could be devised to acquire some? Lu Yu is quickly approaching, and what we currently lack is not food, but rather the means to prepare it. Should we give it a try? However, we must act swiftly. If we delay until they regain their wits, there may be nothing left for us. Hua Yishan had no objections, and the group reached a consensus. Upon seeing Zheng Weili leave, he furrowed his brow, pondering what would happen if they were to leave and the door were to be pried open. This indeed posed a concern. It is not the front yard's lighting that worries one, but the risk of a fire in the backyard. The group reconvened to devise a plan where each household would send one representative, leaving Zheng Weili to guard the home and tend to Dodo, while Hua Yishan would take the inflatable boat along with gasoline. Dodo seemed a little fearful of Zheng Weili, but still bravely nodded, saying, "Brother, come back early with sister." Hua Yishan gently patted her head and assured her, all right. Thus, while the majority set forth to procure grain, the 18th floor sought liquefied gas cylinders at a staggered time. Lu Yu contemplated that if they were to find excess supplies, they could potentially engage in barter if they faced food shortages. The moment the inflatable boat's engine roared to life, it instantly drew the attention of many. Some, driven by greed, dared to approach, only to be met with a barrage of water spray, rendering their boat indistinguishable. Several small eateries were submerged. Yet the entrance of the community provided a reference point for navigation. Jiang Ning retrieved a portable diving mask and a waterproof miner's lamp, but the situation felt somewhat precarious. Lu Yu, being weak, could not enter the water, and even if he did, he lacked the strength to pry open a door. The water was over 10 meters deep, and prying open a door would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Jiang Ning's lung capacity was insufficient. Hua Yishan took the diving mask and declared, "Let me handle this." After donning the mask and headlamp, Jiang Ning tied a rope around him, instructing that should any problems arise, he should tug the rope. After the two descended into 1801, they remained vigilant, wielding sharp sticks to guard against any sudden attacks. The floodwaters were murky, and Lu Yu, peering into the distance, exclaimed, "Jiang Ning, what is that?" As Chapter 21 unfolds, the duo approached an ominous floating object, and upon closer inspection with a stick, they discovered it to be a corpse. Initially shocking and nauseating, one soon becomes accustomed to such sights. Several bodies floated within the community. Jiang Ning checked the time, noting that over a minute had passed without any movement on the rope. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, for minutes, her unease grew. She pulled on the rope twice, but still, there was no response. An ordinary person could only endure a minute in the water. Even for 1801, for minutes felt excessive. A sense of foreboding washed over her. And just as she was about to tug on the rope, the water surface erupted with noise. 1801 resurfaced, revealing that she had inspected several shops, all of which had been pried open and emptied. Emptied? Who could accomplish such a feat? Liu Yu felt a pang of disappointment. Without finding liquefied gas cylinders, they could not cook anything. They had acted swiftly, yet they had been outpaced. Perhaps they were still too inexperienced in the ways of survival. Jiang Ning glanced at 1801. The eateries had been submerged since the second day of the storm, and even if some owners had evacuated, it was implausible for every shop to have been pried open. The floodwaters were murky and swift, making success impossible without proper diving masks or swimming skills. Unless, of course, these establishments had been ransacked at the onset of the disaster. She began to formulate a hypothesis. Their only option now was to visit the liquefied gas station and hope that not everything had been taken. Having emerged, it was illogical to return empty-handed. Thus, they were compelled to chance a visit to the gas station. Jiang Ning retrieved her phone from a waterproof bag, locating an offline map to show the others. It appeared there was a large banyan tree at the entrance. The station was approximately 6 or 7 kilometers from Jinrong community, not excessively far, though the location was rather secluded. After determining the position, the trio navigated the inflatable boat toward the liquefied gas station. The outskirts were filled with single-story homes, now all submerged, creating an eerily desolate landscape. Along the way, they encountered firefighters attempting to rescue stranded individuals who shouted into a megaphone, seeking to commandeer their boat for the rescue. Hua Yishan ignored them, and the three sped past in the floodwaters. The city had transformed into a vast ocean, rendering directional navigation impossible. Jiang Ning, using binoculars, observed a green shape emerging from the water, likely the banyan tree. Slowing their approach, they confirmed it to be the tree's leaves. They entered the water, securing the inflatable boat to the banyan tree, and Jiang Ning pointed in a general direction while Hua Yishan donned the diving mask and submerged. After over 2 minutes, Hua Yishan resurfaced, reporting that while he'd found the station, it was secured with a rolling shutter and an iron gate, making it difficult to pry open. He instructed Jiang Ning to retrieve the folding crowbar from his bag. Liu Yu questioned why he lacked professional equipment. Jiang Ning had access to gear, but due to the team configuration, she could not utilize it. Upon discovering a basic diving mask and some ropes in 1801's bag, she swiftly tied the rope around herself, donned the mask, and declared, "I will go down to assist. Keep a lookout for any abnormalities and tug the rope if necessary." Liu Yu nodded, urging caution. The icy floodwaters enveloped Jiang Ning as she submerged, using the waterproof lamp to navigate toward the gas station while retrieving the steel clamp. She soon spotted a faint light and swam towards it. Hua Yishan stood in the water, straining to lift the rolling shutter door. But the resistance from the water was formidable. Jiang Ning approached to assist in raising the door. Their eyes met, and together they exerted their strength. The shutter slowly ascended, revealing the iron gate behind it. Hua Yishan took the steel clamp from her hand and cut the chain securing the gate. Then together they pulled it open. Inside was pitch black. Just as they prepared to swim in, a shadow darted swiftly towards Jiang Ning. Hua Yishan reacted quickly, pulling her back as the shadow zipped past her head, rapidly swimming towards the surface. The flashlight illuminated the form, revealing it to be a liquefied gas cylinder. Not just one, but many began to surface, all vying to break free from the depths. Jiang Ning instinctively reached for one, only to remember that these were likely empty. Fully loaded liquefied gas cylinders do not float easily. She retrieved a high-powered waterproof flashlight from her pocket, scanning the dark surroundings and dimly spotting several cylinders resting in a corner. As she swam closer to grasp one, she found it impossible to lift. Hua Yishan, with his greater strength, hoisted a cylinder from within and forcefully tugged at the rope tied around him. Liu Yu seized the rope and pulled upward. The two soon broke the surface. Jiang Ning climbed aboard the inflatable boat, and together they hoisted the cumbersome liquefied gas cylinders onto the vessel, likely left behind by the owner who did not have time to evacuate. "You all stay up top. I will retrieve the others," she instructed. After catching her breath, Hua Yishan dove back into the water. The pressure was overwhelming, and holding her breath made Jiang Ning uncomfortable as she sat on the boat, gasping for air. Liu Yu vigilantly scanned the surroundings with the binoculars, suddenly tensing and exclaiming, "Jiang Ning, someone is coming." Jiang Ning stood, and indeed spotted an inflatable boat swiftly approaching through the rain. It was difficult to make out details, but there appeared to be at least 4 or 5 individuals. Liu Yu yanked on the rope, while Jiang Ning searched for a weapon for self-defense. Hua Yishan resurfaced, dragging a gas cylinder behind him. By the time he emerged, the approaching boat had already drawn near, revealing 6 burly men wielding sharp steel rods. "This gas station is ours now. Hand over what you've salvaged if you know what's good for you." "Big brother, we don't have diving masks," one of them sneered. Another laughed boisterously. "That is simple enough. Just have them haul everything up for us. Indeed, and leave the inflatable boat and other supplies behind. We might consider letting you go. Each man was heavily tattooed, exuding an air of intimidation, clearly members of a gang. In a world where societal order had crumbled, they acted as if the spoils were already theirs, showing no regard for the trio's plight. Lu Yu's expression was one of alarm as he tightly gripped the crowbar. Fixating on them, Jiang Ning reached into her pocket, tauntingly inviting them to come and take it. Wait here, little sister, your brothers will be here soon. The group erupted into lewd laughter, steering their speedboat closer, their eyes glinting like ravenous wolves. Just as Jiang Ning prepared to retrieve her belongings when they were within 10 paces, Hua Yishan's hands moved swifter, producing a nail gun and firing twice with a resounding bang. In Chapter 22, The Test of Resources and Humanity, Hua Yishan wielded a modified nail gun, causing the speedboat to rapidly deflate. The tattooed men screamed in terror, several losing their footing and plunging into the turbulent waters. The swift current swept two away almost instantly, while others attempted to swim towards Jiang Ning and her companions. She seized a wooden stick and swung at their heads. You foul woman, do you wish to die? Help! I can't swim. Hua Yishan did not cease his assault on the speedboat. He continued to fire at the tattooed men, filling the air with their wails. The speedboat succumbed to the water, and all fell into the flood. Jiang Ning, akin to a game of whack-a-mole, showed no mercy as she struck their heads with brutal force. Such scum were ubiquitous, sowing destruction and depravity, and eliminating them would grant countless others a chance at survival. Amid the chaos, a bald man seized her stick, menacingly approaching her with the intent to tear her apart. Jiang Ning yanked him towards her, unsheathing a sharp knife and striking without hesitation. Accompanied by a scream, blood spurted forth as the man, overwhelmed by pain, lost his grip and was swept away by the flood. Lu Yu was utterly shocked, his body rigid as if carved from stone. He was aware of Jiang Ning's fighting prowess. He and Zhang Chao could not best her together, yet he never anticipated her ferocity, as if she were slicing through watermelon. The tattooed men vanished entirely into the flood, and the world was shrouded in rain, cleansed of all traces of their wickedness. After a brief respite, Hua Yishan submerged once more, and they worked in unison amidst the pouring rain and surging waters. Fortune smiled upon them as they discovered 12 liquefied gas bottles, which would last them quite a while if evenly distributed. To their delight, they also unearthed 3 dual-burner gas stoves from the liquefaction station. Uncertain of their condition after prolonged submersion, they decided to take them back regardless. The gas bottles were substantial, barely fitting into the speedboat, and their rounded forms threatened to tumble into the water with the slightest jolt. Jiang Ning extracted an inflatable boat from her backpack, inflating it and securing it to the speedboat. She divided the gas bottles evenly and secured them with rope. Exhausted to the point of collapse, she retrieved 6 chocolate bars, distributing them to her companions to restore their energy. Once their strength was regained, they steered the speedboat back. Hua Yishan and Lu Yu led the way, while Jiang Ning sat in the inflatable boat. While retrieving the gas bottles was challenging, ensuring their safe transport proved even more difficult. It was no surprise that others would covet their haul. As fate would have it, they encountered others scavenging for supplies, who upon seeing their bounty of gas bottles, gazed at them with greedy eyes. Unfortunately, they only possessed kayaks, unable to keep pace. Near the city, they nearly collided with a dragon boat carrying 20 men. Thankfully, Jiang Ning had been vigilant, using binoculars to survey the surroundings, prompting 1801 to navigate an alternate route. Upon successfully returning to Jinrong community, 1801 did not ease their pace, instead accelerating and smoothly drifting to a halt at the building. Lu Yu, who had been thrown into the water, called out, "Wife, save me." At the window, Zheng Weili awaited their return. The 4 swiftly transported the gas bottles inside, and though some curious neighbors peered through their doors, the residents of the 18th floor were notorious for their ruthless demeanor, causing any onlookers to rethink their intentions. While moving the supplies upstairs, they encountered an elderly woman. "Young lady, where did you acquire those gas bottles?" "From underwater," Jiang Ning replied candidly. "If you have the means, you should try your luck as well. It would be best to gather more rather than fixate on the meager offerings of the 18th floor." After 4 trips, they finally completed their task. Zheng Weili pulled Jiang Ning into the room and, upon hearing Lu Yu's account, inquired how to divide the bounty, noting that Hua Yishan had contributed the speedboat and gasoline. Jiang Ning pondered for a moment, suggesting an equitable division. Wouldn't that be unfair to him? He did provide the speedboat and gasoline, but without me and Lu Yu, he could not have salvaged them alone. Additionally, don't forget to factor in your own contributions. If not for your vigilance, who would have safeguarded his sister in the home? Had he left, others would have surely taken advantage. Zeta and Give Nil realized the ingenious foresight. But will he agree? We'll ask him shortly. If he feels he deserves a larger share, we can negotiate an appropriate amount. Jiang Ning was not greedy. Her space was not lacking in gas bottles. However, absolute fairness and teamwork was unattainable. Hua Yishan had indeed exerted considerable effort, and it would be reasonable for him to receive a few extra bottles. Yet, if he demanded 7 or 8, what then? Should they refuse, he would harbor resentment. If they acquiesced, it would lead to discomfort for themselves. Next time, if it was her, in 1803, who put in more effort, how would that be reconciled? Each individual's sense of fairness differed, making mutual satisfaction impossible. And it was inevitable that conflicts would arise. It was better to establish clear rules from the outset. Not wishing to strain their neighborly relations, Jiang Ning decided to observe Hua Yixin's attitude first. Cooperate when we can, part ways when we must. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's reasoning, Zheng Weili found it reasonable. If Hua Yixin's demands were not excessive, they could continue to collaborate. If he were overly greedy, they would seek supplies independently, maintaining only a cordial acquaintance. After their discussion, they walked into the corridor, and Jiang Ning turned to Hua Yixin. How shall we divide these? Hua Yixin glanced at her, equally among the three households. What do you think? Zheng Weili and Lu Yu had no objections, each household receiving 4 gas bottles, ensuring they wouldn't have to worry about fuel for a year. Dodo, awakened from her slumber, dashed barefoot from 1803, joyfully leaping into Hua Yixin's embrace. Brother, still clad in damp clothing, Hua Yixin stepped back, gently ruffling her hair. Have you been a good girl? I have, she replied, gazing up at him with sparkling eyes. I listened to Li Jiejie. With that, she leaped towards Jiang Ning. Sister, I want to see the bunny. Jiang Ning laughed, opening her door to let her in. After changing out of her wet clothes, they enjoyed some red date ginger tea to warm up and lounged on the sofa to rest. By evening, He Jian knocked on the staircase door, cheerfully returning the inflatable boat. Thank you, Miss Jiang, for the timely reminder. We managed to find a few inflatable boats while we were out. Jiang Ning paid him no mind, focusing on inspecting the inflatable boat. Noticing her silence, He Jian chuckled awkwardly. I heard you salvaged quite a few gas bottles. May I inquire where you sourced them? From the water. Which waterway? The liquefaction station. He Jian laughed, and he left. Jiang Ning shot him a sidelong glance. Would you prefer I offer you a bottle? Oh, Miss Jiang, I was merely inquiring. He adjusted his glasses. In any case, thank you. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. As long as you do not seek trouble, everything can be discussed amicably. Disliking the commotion below and fearing for Zheng Weili's safety, Jiang Ning knocked on 1801's door. I have a stainless steel door. Should we install it? Hua Yixin had no objections, and with a few helping hands, they swiftly completed the task, drawing the curtains and activating the solar lights. Jiang Ning prepared a feast of spicy shrimp, skewers, fried rice noodles, and beer to treat herself. She left 1 gas bottle in the kitchen for appearances, intending to use a portable power station for cooking. Other resources could be preserved for times when conditions were less favorable. She had tested it thoroughly. All power stations charged rapidly in her space, truly a remarkable advantage. She continued to sort and organize the goods acquired from the supermarket, remaining busy until deep into the night before finally turning off the lights to rest. Today had indeed been exhausting, yet fulfilling. While her space lacked for nothing, she needed to enhance her survival experience to endure even harsher natural disasters. The next day, the outside world buzzed with activity. The streets were noticeably busier with speedboats and inflatable boats compared to the previous day, whether driven by newfound success or the necessity of survival. Many masked individuals emerged to scavenge. Lacking networks and surveillance, the darkest facets of their humanity were fully awakened. The cacophony of various sounds, resembling the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves, was punctuated by gunfire. Gunfire? Jiang Ning perked up her ears, confirming she had not misheard. The returning residents were abuzz with gossip, claiming that soldiers had committed murder. Chapter 23. Inviting the wolf into the house indeed, following the chaos of yesterday's events. The military and political departments swiftly recalibrated their strategies, opting to deploy troops to maintain order. Unlike the police, the military would not hesitate to fire. Their mission was to uphold national stability. Jiang Ning recalled that in her past life, the military had intervened decisively, executing a number of nefarious individuals to restore order. She observed the outside world through binoculars and, true enough, spotted soldiers in military green patrolling with live ammunition aboard speedboats. The sporadic sound of firecrackers echoed throughout the morning, creating an illusion of tranquility. The gas stove, submerged in water, was unresponsive, and Liu spent a considerable amount of time disassembling the portable gas stove, replacing several parts before finally restoring it to functionality. Delighted by this sense of accomplishment, he volunteered to repair Jiang Ning's and room 1801's appliances. The two invited Jiang Ning to dinner as a gesture of gratitude for her hospitality in finding them shelter. The meal consisted of stewed vegetables and stir-fried potato strips with lao gan ma sauce. The potatoes, which Jiang Ning had brought, had already sprouted, so she carefully removed the eyes before rinsing them in hot water. The meal was simple, yet nearly brought tears to Zheng Weili's and Lu Yu's eyes. After 20 days, it was the first time they had savored fragrant, soft rice and enjoyed a comforting hot shower. The sensation of eating until full was exquisite, bringing a renewed sense of vitality. Ning, without you, we might still be crammed in the shelter, Zheng Weili remarked. clinking her glass of plain water with a serious expression. Today was simple, but when things return to normal, I will treat you to a lavish meal at a 5-star hotel. Certainly, if there's an opportunity, Jiang Ning replied. As they ate and conversed, Liu spoke up. With the military's presence, the situation outside has stabilized considerably. I've heard the government is distributing supplies to the department store, allowing citizens to purchase limited quantities based on need. Shall we go tomorrow? Yes, we must rise early, Jiang Ning affirmed. By the way, many people have gone underwater to salvage supplies today. Liu continued. The largest supermarket near us was packed with people, but the water was too deep for ordinary individuals without equipment. I've heard several were swept away, although some adept divers managed to retrieve a few items, most of which were spoiled, yet they couldn't bear to discard them. Zheng Weili sighed. If it weren't for Ning's reminder, we would be starving right now. The department store opened at 8 o'clock, and they set their alarm for 6. After a brief tidying up, they left at 6:30. Since room 1801 was not joining them, the task of guarding the house naturally fell to him. Although it was still dim at 6:30, many people were already out. It took an hour to reach the department store. Upon entering through the 4th floor, the world of water was damp everywhere, and a sea of heads could be seen looking up. The shopping center was located on the 6th floor, but the line had already extended to the 4th floor. It was said that some had been queuing since the previous night, eager to secure entry. The presence of armed soldiers patrolling deterred any chaos, and the three hurried to join the line. As time passed, more and more people surged in. At 8 o'clock, the doors opened promptly, allowing 50 people at a time for a mere 5 minutes, clearing the area promptly when the time was up. The purchasing restrictions were exceedingly stringent. Each person was limited to 2 kilograms of food, which could only be bought with cash and an ID. After 3 hours of waiting, they were granted 5 minutes of shopping. In such a vast, empty shopping center, not only speed, but also stamina were essential. The three made a pact. Rice and flour were the most filling, and they should avoid instant noodles and snacks at all costs. Given that Jiang Ning was from the south, where rice was a staple, and considering the difficulty of storing flour in humid conditions, she chose rice. While Zheng Weili and Lu Yu each opted for 2 kilograms of both. 100 yuan per kilogram. Do not complain about the price. Even with money, it was hard to acquire. The quality of the rice was mediocre, yet having it was already a blessing. The price would only escalate in the future, and eventually, paper currency would become obsolete. With a significant population in Fengsheng, rice and flour would soon be depleted. The government would release more in due time, but those would be salvaged from the water and dried. Not only would spoilage be detrimental to health, but acquiring them would become increasingly challenging. With 2,000 yuan spent, Jiang Ning resolved to use it all. Zheng Weili worried that the inflatable raft might be damaged and considered purchasing a backup, only to find it priced at 10,000 yuan. Lao Ganma and other similar items had also surged in price. The cost and risk of venturing out were exorbitant, and the three managed to pool together a few items to deplete their 2,000 yuan, which barely filled their bags. As they descended the stairs, they inadvertently spotted Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao also in line, holding hands and appearing particularly close, while the girl from room 1202 stood behind them, looking gaunt and listless. Gazing at her, Jiang Ning couldn't help but recall her past self. Upon noticing Jiang Ning, Yang Weizong instinctively released Su Mingyao's hand and smiled, attempting to greet her. Jiang Ning coldly averted her gaze, pretending not to see. After exiting the shopping center, they boarded the inflatable raft to leave. Noticing the time was still early, Lu Yu suggested, Zhang Chao lives nearby. Shall we go check on him? They had maintained contact the day after the typhoon, but after that, there had been no news. Jiang Ning contemplated and agreed. Aside from his poor taste in women, Zhang Chao was a decent friend. In her previous life, she had received aid from Zheng Weili, and having only Lu Yu and Zhang Chao as friends throughout her life, she felt compelled to lend a hand if circumstances permitted. After an hour, they arrived at the residential complex where Zhang Chao lived, locating the 8th floor based on memory. After knocking for a while, a woman's voice came from inside. Who is it? We are looking for Zhang Chao. There is no such person. You must have the wrong address. The three had assisted during Zhang Chao's move, so the idea of being mistaken was implausible. The woman's voice sounded mature, likely belonging to a middle-aged woman. Mom, who is it? Came the voice of a boy from within. Strangers, they have the wrong door. Jiang Ning furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss. Yet no matter how persistently they knocked, the occupants remained unresponsive, even causing a disturbance to the neighbors. When an elderly lady opened her door, Jiang Ning hurriedly inquired, "Excuse me, does Zhang Chao live next door?" The elderly woman's expression was complex as she shook her head, unwilling to speak. Lu Yu sensed trouble and took out a few handfuls of rice from his bag. After hesitating for a while, the elderly woman finally allowed them inside. Are you looking for that cultured young man who speaks quite humorously? Lu Yu nodded eagerly. He's a nice guy, but rather foolish. He invited a wolf into his home and got kicked out. The elderly woman shook her head as she spoke. When the typhoon first hit, that woman came with her parents and 2 children. The young man took the risk to pick them up. I initially thought they were siblings, but after just a few days, he was thrown out. With clenched fists, Zheng Weili, Jiang Ning, and Lu Yu listened intently. He knocked on the door several times, but that woman refused to open it. Eventually, he had no choice but to stay in the corridor, and it was only on the day of the rescue that he was taken away. The evacuation center was organized by region, and the trapped residents of the complex were relocated to the Fengxing Hotel. Lu Yu could hardly fathom how Zhang Chao had survived these past few days. How could there be such a despicable woman? What should we do now? He asked, frustration boiling within him. Chapter 24. The evacuation center fuming at Zhang Chao's plight. Zheng Weili was incensed. We should give her a beating and drive her out. Despite Zhang Chao's foolishness, the medications Jiang Ning required were stocked thanks to his efforts. Not only comprehensive, but also cost-effective. As a friend, Jiang Ning could not stand idly by, especially since Zhang Chao had once taken a beating for her in their youth. In unison, they resolved to confront the situation. Zheng Weili kicked the door and shouted, "Listen up, those inside. You have 1 minute to come out. If you don't blame me for being rude." However, the only response was silence. Jiang Ning retrieved a crowbar from her bag and handed it over. Zheng Weili, with her considerable strength, began prying at the door, the sound echoing ominously. "Who are you?" A voice suddenly emerged from behind. A couple in their 50s or 60s, holding the hand of a young girl of 8 or 9, ascended the stairs, carrying a heavy, inflatable raft bag. Upon seeing the bag, Jiang Ning immediately recognized it as the one she had anonymously purchased for Zhang Chao. This brand is of professional caliber, while most individuals would typically opt for something ordinary. In other words, this family not only drains Zhang Chao's resources, but also monopolizes the supplies she has procured. Jiang Ning approached and seized the girl's collar, dragging her to the door, warning that if she did not open it, she would not hesitate to harm her parents and daughter. Brandishing a knife, she frightened the girl into a frenzy of tears, crying out for her mother. The couple rushed forward, stomping and shouting in panic, "Murder! Murder!" Their cries echoed, drawing the attention of the entire building to their relentless oppression. A single woman could not possibly force Zhang Chao out. This family was complicit in the scheme. Despite her tender age of 8 or 9, the girl was already fully aware of her surroundings. In this apocalyptic world, a child could smile at you while simultaneously plunging a knife into your heart. The purity of her smile belied the corruption within. They may not have intended it, but hunger can compel one to make dire choices. Do not inquire how Jiang Ning knows this. She has been stabbed before. At last, the door swung open, revealing the waxen visage of a middle-aged woman, who bellowed at the three, demanding to know what they were doing. She insisted that they did not know Zhang Chao, warning that if they continued to cause a scene, she would call the authorities. Zheng Weili retaliated with a powerful punch, exclaiming a curse that sent the woman crashing to the ground, bloodied and missing several teeth. A boy from inside screamed and hurled a cup at them. The furnishings and clothing in the house were all Zhang Chao's belongings. The boy lunged at Jiang Ning with malicious intent, but she swiftly struck him, slamming him against the wall. Regardless of the adult's demeanor, the two children were well fed. Their survival depended entirely on consuming Zhang Chao's provisions. Far from being grateful, they sought to oust the rightful owner to save on food expenses. When he approached, he bore a fierce expression devoid of remorse. What did this signify? He was aware, perhaps even involved, yet exhibited no shame. The woman shrieked while the couple performed a dramatic display, but their theatrics fell flat. Others were too famished to concern themselves with the plight of one family. Zheng Weili, an experienced fighter, knew precisely where to strike for maximum pain without causing fatal harm. A few well-placed blows rendered the woman silent, reduced to a pitiful state as she was tossed out like a discarded dog. She fixed a cold gaze upon the couple, declaring that she would not harm the elderly, but should anything befall Zhang Chao, she would ensure their entire family paid the price. The room was in disarray, and the supply pack Jiang Ning had provided was reduced to a few pounds of rice and 2 bags of salt, with the oil scarcely touched. Lu Yu hastily packed everything into a bag, including some of Zhang Chao's clothing, taking anything of urgent necessity. The elderly woman, emboldened by her gender, lunged forward to fight Lu Yu for the supplies, only to be met with a swift kick from Jiang Ning that sent her sprawling. While Jiang Ning refrained from striking the elderly, she had no qualms about defending her own. After confiscating the keys from the family, Lu Yu locked the door behind them, ensuring they did not forget to seize the inflatable boat. Without the boat, there would be no escape. The elderly man clung to it desperately until Jiang Ning brandished a bloody butcher's knife. Only then did the family realize their peril. Their faces drained of color as they cowered in a corner. Jiang Ning glared at the middle-aged woman, remarking on her venomous nature. With that, she seized the woman by her collar and hurled her out the window. The cries of Lu Yu and Zheng Weili, along with the elderly couple clutching their children, echoed in despair. But Jiang Ning did not flinch as she descended. Once on the inflatable boat, she glanced back to see the Black Widow struggling in the water not far off. It was unfortunate that she was a capable swimmer. How to deal with her would be Zhang Chao's decision. If she continued to act foolishly, not even friendship would warrant saving her. After all, This was an apocalyptic world where one's own life took precedence over all else. Lu Yu and Zheng Weili conferred, deciding to head to Feng Chung Hotel in search of Zhang Chao. Jiang Ning felt a swirl of emotions, but recalling the bricks Zhang Chao had taken for her, she acquiesced. They paddled to Feng Chung Hotel, which was teeming with people, the staff encircled by desperate citizens seeking refuge. The municipal system had collapsed, the waters littered with refuse, and the suffering souls who were starving, their bellies pressed against their spines, found little relief in the absence of food or hot water. The stench was overwhelming. Lu Yu struggled tirelessly to push through the crowd, finally emerging panting after more than half an hour. Accommodations were arranged by sector, and it was presumed Zhang Chao was on the 14th floor. Beyond that, details were scarce, as the hotel was crammed with thousands of people and the communication and electrical systems were completely inoperative. Jiang Ning's ears rang with noise, prompting her to suggest they devise a plan. The hotel was vast, with dozens of rooms on each floor, and the dimly lit corridors were particularly daunting. Yet, even in the darkness, they could sense the multitude of eyes watching them, many filled with malice. Had it not been for the military presence downstairs, armed to maintain order and having dealt sternly with previous disturbances, the trio would have hesitated to enter. Nonetheless, they dared not let their guard down. As they searched room by room, they encountered many faces devoid of vitality. Zheng Weili felt a heavy heart, yet aside from lamenting internally, there was little she could do. After inspecting over 20 rooms, they finally located Zhang Chao. He stood by the window, lost in a daze as he gazed out at the rain. He appeared even thinner than before, his clothes so grime-stained that their original color was indiscernible. Having grown up together, sharing even the same undergarments, Lu Yu recognized him instantly. After calling several times, the figure by the window finally turned to face them, staring blankly at the trio. Zhang Chao looked at them, his mouth curling into a stiff semblance of a smile, which was more painful to witness than sorrowful to behold. He was in a dire state, his face smeared with dirt and grease. Chapter 25. Raiding the office building. Men expressed their emotions differently than women. Thus, Jiang Ning and Zheng Weili refrained from entering, allowing Lu Yu to converse with Zhang Chao alone. Without delving into specifics, he mentioned that he had come to Feng Chung Hotel after leaving the neighborhood. The conditions in the shelter were appalling, prompting Lu Yu to suggest Zhang Chao come to Jinrong Community, where they resided next to a Ning in a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. They could discuss everything else later. Jiang Ning pulled Zheng Weili to the far end of the corridor, asking about her plans. Although Zheng Weili preferred not to involve outsiders, the current circumstances demanded mutual support among friends. Without Jiang Ning, she and Lu Yu would have been confined to the shelter. Lu Yu was quite sentimental. He had only her and Zhang Chao as friends, and everyone faces hardships at times. The flood would recede eventually, so why not allow him to stay with them? They had enough food to last 2 to 3 months, and, if necessary, they could devise a new plan. Zheng Weili was straightforward, rarely overthinking her words or actions, and she firmly believed that the world would eventually restore itself. While the two conversed by the window, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao exited the room. Zhang Chao approached them, forcing a strained smile and saying, "Weili, I must trouble you." Zheng Weili playfully slapped his shoulder, assuring him, "We're friends. Just treat us to a good meal once the floodwaters recede." After descending, they boarded the inflatable boat to leave, with Jiang Ning offering Zhang Chao a pack of biscuits. He expressed his gratitude, tearing open the packaging and devouring the contents ravenously, tears brimming in his eyes. Lu Yu also contributed the last of his rice balls. "I apologize for the spectacle," Zhang Chao said. "What's there to be embarrassed about?" Jiang Ning replied, "I was in an even worse predicament in my previous life. Nothing is easy in this apocalyptic world." Upon returning to Jinrong Xiaoxiu, everyone was utterly fatigued. Jiang Ning retrieved 2 kilograms of rice and other items purchased from a supermarket. "Zhang Chao, don't accuse me of taking advantage of you. Once the flood recedes, you shall repay me 100-fold. In the future, do ensure to grant me a 1 commission." His sarcastic tone and the familiar demeanor of Jiang Ning showed no disdain for him. Zhang Chao sighed in relief and replied, "I'll give you a 2 commission. And what about me?" Lu Yu interjected, feeling particularly aggrieved. "You must cover my and Wei Li's expenses for a year's worth of breakfast." "All right, consider it done." Upon entering home, changing shoes, and donning pajamas, Jiang Ning lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Unlike Lu Yu and Zheng Weili, who were less perceptive, Zhang Chao, who worked in sales, possessed a significantly sharper intuition. She needed to safeguard the secrets of her space, ensuring no slip-ups. In the following 2 days, no one ventured outside. Jiang Ning, aside from reading and training, busied herself in sorting and organizing within the confines of her room, exhausting herself to the point of nearly breaking her back. At last, she managed to clear all the goods pillaged from the supermarket, stacking supplies all the way to the ceiling. The large room was locked, with the key hidden within her space. During this time, Zheng Weili visited once. While chatting, Jiang Ning inquired about Zhang Chao, asking how he was faring now. "He hardly speaks and sleeps all day in his room." Jiang Weili felt ominous, suspecting he'd been deeply hurt by that woman. Given the harshness of reality, do you think he will fall into despair? Has he ever handled a breakup without excessive dramatics? He should be fine in a couple of days. Jiang Ning rummaged through the cabinet and retrieved a bottle of white liquor. This was a gift from his company intended for clients, which he had casually handed over to her. Let him drink this. It will do him good. Men need an outlet. Despite being an orphan, Zhang Chao, emerging from such a background, bore resilience greater than that of ordinary individuals. Jiang Weili considered this and, after accepting the liquor, expressed her concerns. It has been several days since the typhoon passed. Why does the rain persist? Not only did it persist, but it also continued to rise, creating an atmosphere of suffocation and anxiety. Who knows? It could very well rise to the 18th floor one day. Jiang Weili truly felt fear. The next day, after indulging in a lazy morning, the door was knocked upon. Jiang Weili came to summon everyone, revealing that Zhang Chao had consumed an entire bottle of white liquor the previous night, becoming utterly inebriated. But today he was revitalized and requested their presence to discuss matters. After changing clothes and shaving, Zhang Chao appeared significantly cleaner. He gazed sternly at everyone and stated, "I believe the apocalypse is upon us." Jiang Ning's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but look at him. Do you not find this situation rather peculiar? Zhang Chao sat upright and began his analysis. An unprecedented typhoon, with rain pouring as if the heavens had opened. I have heard numerous reports of the shelter. The government is tirelessly recovering supplies from the grain and oil wholesale market. The bread or rice balls we consume are made from those very grains. Our nation, even without farming, has stockpiled enough food to sustain its citizens for 2 years. Why must they salvage spoiled grain from the water for us? Moreover, they only provide us with enough for 3/4 of a meal, while the rest is being dried and stored. Lu Yu expressed disbelief, but it has been pouring daily. Food cannot possibly be transported in. Do not underestimate the power of our nation, Zhang Chao insisted. If only the southern coastal areas were affected, aid would have arrived promptly. This indicates a nationwide disaster, perhaps even a global catastrophe. Before the internet was cut off, Zhang Chao had followed the news and browsed forum posts. Many places in other provinces were also suffering from calamity, a simultaneous outbreak of disasters. If this is not the end of the world, what is? Even if the floods recede one day, a swift return to normalcy is implausible. Hence, the government's urgent efforts to salvage and store supplies are crucial. His words unsettled Jiang Weili and Lu Yu, and they contemplated, should we venture out and test our luck? Zhang Chao turned to Jiang Ning and Ning. What are your thoughts? The water is too deep. Even professional divers struggle. Ordinary people without equipment stand no chance, Jiang Ning directly countered. Even if we were fortunate enough to recover something, we might lack the means to bring it back. It would be better to devise a plan from above water. But the malls have already been cleared out. We wouldn't stand a chance, Jiang Ning reminded them. We need not focus solely on food. Anything we possess that others lack could be exchanged for food later. Lu Yu understood the strategy of seizing the opportunity before others. But what should we seek? Medicines, Zhang Chao suggested. While everyone is scavenging in malls and underwater, we can search the office buildings. Office buildings are primarily occupied by companies and typically lack supplies. Lu Yu shook her head. In our unit building, others already scavenged the office buildings yesterday. The urban office spaces are nearly depleted. The office building where my company is located is somewhat remote, with a labyrinth of waterways nearby. Given the current water levels, even with a rubber boat, passage would be impossible. Some individuals might possess speedboats, but without fuel, they can only circle around the urban areas. Jiang Ning concurred. Zhang Chao and I are familiar with that area. We could take a chance. If we can find his company's medicines, our future days will certainly improve. While the company is not a warehouse, it does have an exhibition hall. The quantity of medicines may not be substantial, but for a small group, it would be a considerable boon. Furthermore, it seems that multiple pharmaceutical companies occupy that office building. Despite having stockpiled supplies in advance, it amounts to only 50,000 yuan. Who would ever consider having too many medicines? At a critical moment, a single pill could save your life. Thus, swift action is paramount. Once others regain their composure, there may be nothing left for them. Prompted by the two, Jiang Weili and Lu Yu grew increasingly anxious. Should we consult with 1801? He has a speedboat. Chapter 26. Prioritizing medicines without delay. Lu Yu knocked on the door of the good neighbor amidst the apocalypse. Upon learning of their quest for medicine, Hua Yishan contemplated briefly before agreeing. As per usual, Jiang Weili would remain behind to watch over the base. Although Zhang Chao had proposed an apocalyptic theory, Jiang Weili harbored her own concerns, genuinely reluctant to believe it. After much hesitation, she finally stated, "You are primarily searching for survival supplies and medicines. As for other items, please consider your needs independently." While she did not articulate it explicitly, those who understood grasped the implications. Jiang Ning, fully aware, quickly chimed in. "If we find medicines and survival supplies, we shall split them evenly. Individual needs beyond that will not count. But it is best not to consume too many of the group's resources." This clarification left no room for objections. A single speedboat and 3 rubber boats could transport a significant amount of supplies back, with the only concern being others reaching the location first. The distance to Zhang Chao's company was 20 kilometers, and the 4 of them boarded the speedboat, braving the rain. As suspected, the further they reached the suburbs, the more complex the water flow became, and the wind picked up. Even the most skilled sailors would struggle to navigate wooden boats and rubber dinghies. Hua Yishan displayed commendable skill, deftly maneuvering through the intricate waterways. Amidst the gloomy weather, they spotted several towering office buildings rising above the water surface. Zhang Chao pointed in the direction, and the 4 drew closer to the office building, catching sight through the 5th-floor glass of offices submerged in the floodwaters. The offices appeared quite orderly, likely untouched by looters. Armed with a hammer, they struck the glass forcefully, allowing the floodwaters to surge in. Once the water stabilized, they entered the office building, securing the speedboat. Fortune favored them. The expansive office building remained largely unscathed. With clear objectives, they ascended the stairs directly to the 12th floor, the location of Zhang Chao's pharmaceutical company. Using bolt cutters, Zhang Chao was the first to reach his workstation. Upon seeing several large cardboard boxes stacked behind, he felt an immense sense of relief. These were meant for delivery to the pharmacy, but when the typhoon struck, they notified us of a delay, so I brought the goods back to the company. The shipment was a mixed assortment, containing anti-inflammatory and antibacterial medications, rheumatism treatments, cold medicines, and more, over dozens of varieties. Though the pharmaceutical agency was modest, with only a dozen individuals in the sales department, the exhibition room contained a chaotic array of medicines, including those for hypertension and diabetes. The quantities may not have been substantial, but the variety was overwhelming, leading to the collection of several large boxes. Jiang Ning suggested, given our limited space, let us remove the outer packaging and take only the medicines. This way, we can save 3/4 of the space. Agreed. I'm familiar with the uses of various medicines. I can help organize them when we return. They tore open the packaging, while Jiang Ning searched for workstations, coffee, biscuits, various snacks and pastries, the tea favored by men, and the flower tea enjoyed by women, along with self-heating pots. The quantities were meager, yet there was no oversight in their collection. The tea room was overflowing, all kinds of drinks, milk tea bags, and mineral water were moved out. Even the packages left at the front desk were not spared. Anything deemed useful was unwrapped and taken away. They secretively stuffed what they did not require into available spaces. Medicines filled 2 large travel backpacks, each standing a meter tall, marking a significant haul. They concealed other supplies, and a few individuals took the medicines to the 15th floor. The office building housed 3 pharmaceutical companies, all of which were prioritized for collection. The second company also had a considerable amount of medicine. Zhang Chao gazed at the large refrigerator in the exhibition room, lamenting, this company primarily distributes vaccines. These are valuable items, but regrettably, we cannot take them. Through the glass, Jiang Ning spotted several types of vaccines: smallpox, tetanus, rabies, meningitis, HPV, and influenza. The refrigerator was equipped with a battery, capable of continuous use for a month after a power outage, but once removed, they could not be preserved at room temperature. Jiang Ning glanced briefly, but said nothing, continuing her search for supplies. After sweeping through the 3 pharmaceutical companies, a rubber boat was filled to the brim. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, several hungry individuals sat down to eat, enjoying the luxurious self-heating pot, coffee, milk tea, and various trendy snacks. Listening to the rain outside while savoring the hot and spicy self-heating pot, the aroma wafting through the office building felt like a true delight in life. While they had gathered enough medicine, their food supply was indeed scarce. This building also housed several popular live-streaming companies. They decided to try their luck. Without hesitation, they began prying open more spaces. To their surprise, the first company was a cosmetics and skincare retailer, which Zhang Chao and Lu Yu found uninteresting. But Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. Renowned skincare products, makeup, lipsticks, face masks, and luxury creams were piled everywhere. Jiang Ning was unreserved, tossing the expensive items into her bag. Lu Yu thought of bringing some for Zheng Weili and also selected a few items. The men, uninterested, sought survival supplies and proceeded to the second company, urging, Ning, hurry up, we are waiting for you upstairs. Once they left, Jiang Ning swept everything into her space. Unfortunately, the second company was a women's clothing retailer, filled with various clothes, skirts, shoes, and bags. Liu picked out a few items for Zheng Weili, and Jiang Ning selected several as well. Finally, the third company was a food retailer specializing in snacks, beef jerky, lamb jerky, nuts, assorted pastries, trendy drinks, and even melted ice cream, which had unfortunately all liquefied in the refrigerator. These items took up space, filling several large black plastic bags. Moreover, they did not overlook the garbage bags from the cleaning room, which would prove to be quite useful. Time passed swiftly, and their efficiency was too low. Jiang Ning suggested splitting up to gather supplies by floor to save time and increase efficiency. The building had a total of 15 floors, with Jiang Ning responsible for 3, while the 3 men each took 4. Jiang Ning was assigned to the 15th floor and decided to start her search from there. Upon reaching the 15th floor, she returned to the previous pharmaceutical company and collected all the vaccines from the refrigerator. Her space could preserve them indefinitely. Pressed for time, she opted to target large companies first, immediately eyeing a well-known appliance company's branch in Fengcheng. The product exhibition hall was vast, showcasing air conditioners, washing machines, refrigerators, smart rice cookers, and various fashionable appliances brimming with technological allure. The country would eventually establish bases across various locations, with some conditions reportedly quite favorable, and the space equipped with solar-powered generators. Jiang Ning decided to select a few desired items, just in case they might be needed in the future. If not, they could simply be discarded later. A 6-figure double-door refrigerator, 5-figure air conditioners and washing machines, multifunctional air coolers, automatic cooking pots, ice makers, rice cookers, bread makers, soybean milk machines, wireless vacuum cleaners, and dryers were all on her list. Jiang Ning enjoyed cooking but despised washing dishes, so she decisively gathered several dishwashers. These items occupied considerable space, but fortunately, she had timely cleared out her space. The large company offered generous benefits, with the tea room overflowing with various items, including milk, snacks, and drinks, alongside a good quantity of grains, red dates, lotus seeds, and even shark fin and bird's nest, presumably meant for entertaining clients. Regrettably, all the fruits had spoiled, leaving only wilted lemons. Adjacent to the tea room was a bakery dedicated to preparing snacks for employees, stocked with ample milk, flour, cake mix, eggs, condensed milk, and dried fruits. The refrigerator contained red wine and steak, but alas, the steaks were also spoiled. Jiang Ning did not lack these items and did not wish to encroach on Lu Yu and Zhang Chao as survival resources, so she packed all useful items. She did not overlook the workstations, keeping what was necessary and discarding inconvenient items into her space, such as wires, sockets, and various life tools, along with assorted books. While unpacking deliveries, she discovered 2 pairs of ice skates, realizing they might be useful in extremely cold conditions, and tossed them in her space. Dragging out 2 large packages from beneath a workstation, she noticed the delivery slips did not indicate the contents, so she took a knife to open them. To her surprise, both boxes were filled with condoms. 2 large boxes contained a staggering 3,000 units. Jiang Ning glanced up at the workstation sign belonging to Wang Meng, a warrior who remains ever vigilant. Chapter 27. Gratitude to the CEO for providing supplies. Jiang Ning had never consumed this item, but she was aware that it was highly sought after in the post-apocalyptic world, making it valuable for trading. It prevents new life and cares for women. Without hesitation, she tossed them into her space, but soon had another thought, grabbing a handful of the stuff into a black plastic bag. She did not count them precisely, but there were likely dozens. After finishing the sweep of the 15th floor, she proceeded to the 14th floor, where a vast expanse housed only a technology information company. Hundreds of workstations stretched beyond sight. The owner must have made a fortune, as employee benefits were quite decent. The tea room was stocked with expensive snacks, self-heating pots available for late-night work, and the refrigerator was filled with steaks, which made Jiang Ning almost gag upon opening the door. After clearing the tea room, she headed toward the owner's office. Presumably, it belonged to a rather audacious CEO, given that the office spanned several hundred square meters, comprising an office hall, reception room, lounge, and personal collection gallery. Are today, as CEOs, so extravagant as to have a collection gallery in their office? The fortified collection gallery piqued Jiang Ning's interest. She used all her strength to pry the door open, only to be astonished by the scene before her. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by an antique display cabinet, with a Tang sword hanging centrally, its scabbard adorned with ancient patterns and lavish silver plating. Jiang Ning took it down and drew the blade, which gleamed coldly. It felt substantial, yet not overly heavy in her hand, clearly a fine weapon, far superior to a butcher's knife. She swung at a wooden box, slicing through it, as if it were tofu. This was no mere knife. It was a divine instrument. The display cabinet housed numerous antiques, including blue and white porcelain vases, hat stands, plum vases with colorful glazes, apple vases, tripod cauldrons, and inkstones. Jiang Ning was not well versed in these artifacts, but anything worthy of a CEO's collection alongside the Tang sword was surely not of inferior quality. From their appearance, they seemed to have been weathered by the passage of time. In chaotic times, gold holds value, while in prosperous times, antiques do. These precious cultural relics would be worthless in the apocalypse, yet they were visually pleasing, and taking them home as decor would be fine, as they did not occupy much space. On the left side of the display cabinet hung several pieces of calligraphy and paintings, all crafted by renowned ancient calligraphers, with any one piece easily worth 7 to 8 figures. However, Jiang Ning noticed a corner stacked high with Maotai liquor. The 1982 5-star brand, with yellow-glazed porcelain bottles, was valued at 150,000 per bottle, and there were exactly 10 bottles. The 2002 Flying Fairy brand came in cases of 6, with each case worth 70,000, and there were 10 full cases. The 10-year Flying Fairy brand, with 12 bottles per case, each case valued at 80,000, amounted to a staggering 50 cases. This was no longer mere alcohol. It was a work of art. Jiang Ning expressed her gratitude to the domineering CEO, swiftly transferring everything into her storage space. The capricious CEO had diverse interests, amassing a collection that was a veritable cornucopia, featuring not only diamond-encrusted Patek Philippe mechanical watches, but also high-end diving gear. Specifically the MTUE brand, which was the most expensive limited edition. Jiang Ning had researched diving masks before, and the one before her was valued at an astonishing 980,000. With floods expected to last for months and uncertainty surrounding the potential for recurring natural disasters, she accepted it without hesitation. A transparent glass cabinet housed a set of 5-star golf clubs. Jiang Ning had worked at a golf course during the summer, well aware that this particular club was worth 180,000 USD, equivalent to 1,080,000 in her currency. The collection had been entirely emptied, leaving nothing behind. Not even the ancient shelves, which could be used for kindling in the extreme cold. In a discreet corner, there was a safe, and anything that could fit in the collection safe would undoubtedly be extraordinary. The lounge featured a kitchen with an oversized refrigerator filled to the brim with delicacies: foie gras, Wagyu beef, caviar, black truffles, Iberian ham, 1982 Lafite, steak, salmon, and more. The refrigerator not only boasted a full capacity, but also came equipped with a backup battery, ensuring that all ingredients remained fresh. Aside from her gratitude to the boss, Jiang Ning had nothing more to say, stuffing both the ingredients and the refrigerator into her space. The Tang Dao and the golf club were the best weapons for the apocalypse. Jiang Ning did not wish to hide them away, so she placed them into a bag slung over her shoulder. The 14-15 floor was abundant with supplies, and her meticulous collection left no box unturned, ensuring that not a single parcel escaped her grasp. The 13th floor was comparatively cluttered, housing a high-tech incubation center with a myriad of new startup companies. The incubation center was rather impoverished, to the point where they had to alternate wearing their last pair of pants, making it difficult to find any valuable resources. Exhausted and gasping for breath, Jiang Ning consumed a few energy bars before continuing her search. At a nanofabric company, the storefront appeared modest, displaying various clothing materials. The centerpiece of the sample room was a glass display case showcasing an ordinary yet confident silver-gray thermal shirt priced at 1,980,000. Such robbery was almost laughable. Was the intelligence tax on consumers so easily harvested? With a determined spirit, Jiang Ning approached to scrutinize it closely. The nanothermal clothing promised to maintain a constant temperature of 25 degrees Celsius. Intrigued by this claim, Jiang Ning shattered the glass with a hammer and took the garment in hand. To her dismay, the fabric felt no different against her arm. However, it was exceptionally soft and smooth, akin to silk. After a brief examination, she decided to acquire it, if only to experience wearing something so luxuriously priced. If it were not for the impending apocalypse, she would never have had the chance to don such an extravagant piece. She collected all the fabrics and discovered an additional 10 rolls of thermal material in the sample warehouse, which would be perfect for crafting intimate apparel. Having only searched half of the 13th floor, Zhang Chao had completed his task and came over to assist. Upon seeing the Tang Dao and golf club on her back, his eyes nearly popped out of his head, and after a moment of astonishment, he gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming how impressive she was. As darkness fell, they needed to hasten their efforts. Jiang Ning urged him to help carry supplies downstairs to load onto the inflatable boat. Zhang Chao was exhausted, but complied obediently. It was difficult to gather resources in the pitch black, and Jiang Ning was weary to the point of not being able to stand straight. Yet she gritted her teeth, determined to improve her circumstances in the coming apocalypse. Before long, Lu Yu joined them to lend a hand, and their collective haul was promising. After a brief discussion, it became evident that transporting everything in one go was unfeasible given the weight of the supplies. Jiang Ning sent Lu Yu to assist with carrying, while she retrieved the packed inflatable boat from her storage and grabbed a 5-liter canister of gasoline. Having charted a path ahead, she felt as though she now possessed a vessel of her own. The 13th floor yielded limited supplies, and as Jiang Ning dragged a heavy box outside, she called out to Lu Yu, urging him to see what she had discovered, an inflatable boat. Lu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming how fortunate she was. Jiang Ning mused that it was likely purchased by a water enthusiast who unknowingly sold it at a bargain. In the darkness, Lu Yu could not decipher her expression, so he shared the news with Zhang Chao, stating that Jiang Ning had found an inflatable boat. Consequently, the 18th floor now boasted 2 inflatable boats and 3 rubber dinghies, a considerable asset. However, they had insufficient gasoline, which would likely limit their range. Jiang Ning reassured them that they would devise a means to collect more gasoline in the future, allowing them to travel wherever they desired. The 4 of them worked diligently, transporting all the supplies to the 5th floor. After sweeping through the entire building, they had indeed amassed a significant amount of resources. It was clear that even 2 trips would not suffice to carry everything back. In the 28th chapter, as the space expanded, everyone enjoyed high-calorie self-heating meals while sharing their collection experiences. Excluding the haphazard snacks and beverages, Jiang Ning had gathered the most grains, while Zhang Chao had raided a family-owned product agency, acquiring over 100 pounds of yak jerky, rhodiola, saffron, matsutake mushrooms, cheese, and more. Lu Yu found several bags of wuchang rice, and Hua Yixin discovered a wine distribution company, gathering dozens of boxes of wine. All in all, they had amassed the most bottled water, which was essential and could not be discarded, as relying solely on rainwater was not a viable solution. After some discussion, they decided to prioritize bringing back medicines, meats, wines, rice, and grains, followed by instant noodles, spicy noodles, and bread, with bottled water and beverages left for last. Additionally, each person took some items they needed. The inflatable boat was designated for Jiang Ning, along with the Tang Dao golf club and skincare products. Lu Yu selected some clothing and shoes, while Zhang Chao opted for electronic devices, gaming consoles, and watches. Hua Yixin took a stuffed toy, children's books, and stationery, clearly intended for Dodo. Each individual made their selections, striving to minimize the use of communal resources. While transferring items to the inflatable boat, Lu Yu mentioned he had found a seed store, but unfortunately, the seeds had been treated with pesticides and were inedible. Otherwise, they could have brought them back for future use. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him. What's wrong? Zhang Chao was at a loss for words. With the entire world submerged, if they truly faced an apocalypse, seeds would be worth more than medicine. Lu Yu then realized he had made a foolish mistake. Suggesting they retrieve them was pointless. He and Hua Yixin continued loading the cargo, while Jiang Ning and Zhang Chao ascended the stairs to gather more supplies. Upon reaching the upper floor, they were startled to discover a station belonging to a certain Longgao technology, founded by the individual responsible for ensuring food security for the nation. Although modest in size, the station primarily housed new hybrid rice varieties, totaling around 500 to 600 pounds, in addition to numerous hybrid vegetable varieties, hydroponic techniques, and nutrient solutions. This was incredibly valuable. Jiang Ning did not overlook any materials, and the two of them made several trips back and forth. On the final trip, she deliberately lagged behind a few steps to retrieve the laboratory computer, which contained precious documents and data that could be immensely beneficial for the future restoration of civilized society. By the time they finished their endeavors, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. The inflatable boat from 1801 was secured to 2 rubber dinghies, with Jiang Ning's boat tethered to one, as they mutually assessed the power and weight capacity before setting off into the night towards Jinrong community. Jiang Ning piloted the inflatable boat, while Lu Yu sat beside her, scanning the horizon with binoculars. Equipped with night vision capabilities, the binoculars allowed them to observe and evade obstacles, as well as remain vigilant against any potential robbers. Heavily laden with supplies, their speed was deliberately slow. Upon reaching Jinrong community, they deftly turned off the engine and dimmed the lights, using paddles to quietly glide back to the apartment building. At this hour, nearly everyone was asleep, yet they needed to remain cautious and quiet, as the abundance of supplies could draw unwanted attention. Zheng Weili came down to assist, and they spent nearly an hour transporting the goods. Fearing that Zheng Weili might not be able to hold the fort alone, Hua Yixin suggested that Jiang Ning stay behind while the 3 of them returned to the office building to finish loading. The supplies were piled haphazardly in the living room of 1803, creating a chaotic yet inexplicably satisfying sight. They could not afford a rest. Grabbing folding stools to sit and sort through their findings, dividing everything into 4 equal shares while setting aside items that could not be split. Their second trip had not yet concluded, leaving behind a considerable amount of beverages and bottled water, which would require another run by 1801 and Zhang Chao. By the time everything was transported to the 18th floor, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. As the night wore on, the crowd busily divided the supplies. Jiang Ning acquired a considerable amount of medicinal herbs, grains, beef, liquor, 10 pounds of wuchang rice, over a dozen boxes of mineral water, 7 or 8 boxes of milk, and 2 large sacks filled with snacks and instant meals, along with a plethora of assorted items. In summary, she need not worry for the next 6 months. The only concern that lingered was the seeds she had brought back. Aware of their preciousness, only Jiang Ning possessed some knowledge about them. The others were entirely ignorant. Moreover, the incessant rain posed a threat, making improper storage likely to spoil them swiftly. After some contemplation, Jiang Ning suggested, "Why not entrust them to me for safekeeping? Perhaps I can cultivate hydroponic vegetables, and later I can teach you all." Her intentions were not driven by greed. Rather, in these apocalyptic times marked by frequent natural disasters, extreme temperatures rendered conditions unsuitable for plant growth, providing no viable opportunities for cultivation. Prolonged concealment of the seeds could lead to their deterioration. The space she occupied could preserve them, and she genuinely wished to safeguard these invaluable resources. Should researchers in the future develop suitable cultivation environments, she could anonymously donate them. After all, Her space was merely 10 square meters of black soil, and she would never exhaust the seed she had prepared. The others expressed no objections and even assisted in moving her belongings into her home. Ning, whether we achieve vegetable freedom depends on you. I will endeavor to try, but I cannot guarantee success. Exhausted, she took a bath and collapsed in a bed. Staying up late was taxing on her health, and waking up at noon left her in a daze. After a day of consuming junk food, she awoke parched. Even her throat felt parched. Jiang Ning prepared a meal of rice, steamed ribs, and fragrant vegetables, feeling an unspeakable satisfaction as she ate, finishing off with a bowl of medicinal chicken feet. Simply delightful. After satiating her hunger, she entered her space, only to be startled by what lay before her. What on earth is this space? Jiang Ning was astonished. While the supplies remained hers, the space had expanded. 2 bedrooms and a living room had miraculously transformed into 3 bedrooms and a living room. No, it was more than just an additional room. The area had increased significantly. The master bedroom had grown by about 5 square meters, the second bedroom by 2 square meters. And the living room, bathroom, kitchen, and balcony had all expanded accordingly, with approximately 10 additional square meters of space. Even more astonishing was the garden, which had doubled in size, increasing from 10 square meters to 20. What did this signify? Not only would there be freedom for vegetables, but also for fruits. She quickly fetched a ruler to measure, estimating a total increase of around 50 square meters, or 150 cubic feet. Amid her surprise, Jiang Ning was puzzled. How could the space have suddenly enlarged? Was it because it had become full? No, the last time was nearly overflowing. It had not expanded. There must be some other undisclosed reason. Pondering this enigma, she began to contemplate. With the expansion of the space, would her time spent within it increase as well? She eagerly glanced at the light timer. It had accumulated over 20 days, but after deducting the time already spent, only a meager 36 hours remained. A truly disheartening realization. Daily statistics were provided, yet the time had not increased. With no other option, she had to continue to ponder. Rolling up her sleeves, she began organizing the supplies within her space, filling the extra areas in the master and second bedrooms. As she tidied up, an unsettling feeling washed over her. It was not until she moved a box of machete that she suddenly realized, where the antiques and the display case I collected last night. After searching thoroughly, she confirmed their absence. The machete, diving suit, watch, and safe remained, yet the antique books and paintings were nowhere to be found. Could it be that these age-old items possessed some kind of spirit, prompting the expansion of the space? It must be so, especially considering that the pendant she wore was also of exquisite jade. However, the display case was not. Why did it vanish as well? Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Ning pondered the mystery behind the expansion of her space when Zhang Chao knocked on her door. Perhaps the hunger experienced during the typhoon had left a deep impression on him, as he now harbored a significant awareness of food scarcity. Supplies for 3 individuals dissipated rapidly. Upon waking from a nap, he noticed the water level had risen again, further confirming the onset of the apocalypse. Yesterday, we only searched my company's office building. There's still 2 more nearby. Should we seize the opportunity to acquire them before someone else does? Initially, she had intended to fill her apartment in space and then abandon the effort. But now with an additional 150 cubic feet, Jiang Ning felt a renewed interest. While food was no longer a concern, mere sustenance would not guarantee survival in the apocalypse. Having wealth could paradoxically lead to danger. Possessing food might hasten death. Items like the tang knife and golf club, discovered yesterday, would provide her with better means of self-defense against the most ruthless of adversaries. If she were to fall into water someday, the diving equipment might save her life. Furthermore, if she could acquire more spiritually attuned items, perhaps the space could expand further? With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Ning readily agreed. Thus, Zhang Chao proceeded to knock on the door of 1801. Without objection from the occupants, everyone quickly gathered their belongings and set out. Despite their efforts to remain discreet, they drew the attention of others, who cast them complex glances. Jiang Ning understood that, despite their caution, they had still been noticed last night. However, what did it matter? They had obtained their supplies through their own efforts. The water flow in the urban area was relatively stable, so to maintain a low profile and conserve fuel, they opted to paddle away rather than use the motor. Yet they were still targeted. Exiting the residential area required passing through buildings 8 and 9, when suddenly a thick rope was yanked up by the murky floodwaters. Zhang Chao reacted swiftly, using the paddle to block it. Otherwise, they would have been tripped. Had they used the motor, both the people and the boat would have capsized into the water. In a moment of distraction, several men suddenly leaped from buildings 8 and 9, armed and swiftly swimming toward the boat. These individuals clearly had malicious intentions. Jiang Ning stood up. Her face darkened as she drew her tang knife and struck forcefully at the approaching men. With a piercing scream, one man had his arm severed, blood staining the floodwaters. Killing one alone would not suffice to deter the rest. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning aimed for his head. Had it not been for this encounter, she would not have realized how many were targeting the 18th floor. It was not merely a collaboration between buildings 8 and 9. Countless others lurked in shadows, waiting for an opportunity. The 18th floor had been marked as prey. Should they falter or show fear, they would be overwhelmed, and the supplies would be seized, potentially costing Zheng Weili and Dodo their lives. Therefore, retreat was not an option. A moment of softness could lead to an irretrievable abyss. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, though physically weaker, had also come to this realization. The world had changed. It was no longer a lawful society, but rather one governed by the law of the jungle. Those sharp weapons, when thrust down, could kill, and they could not remain passive. The two raised their paddles and swung them at the attackers' heads, daring anyone who valued their life to approach. Jiang Ning continued to wield her knife, the water surrounding the boat turning crimson as injured men cried out. But they were quickly swept away by the flood. Having injured 5 or 6, the remaining few fled in terror, remembering the tragedy of her past life. Jiang Ning's eyes reddened as she coldly commanded, "Pursue them. We cannot let them escape." Zhang Chao and Lu Yu paddled with all their might, while Hua Yishun produced a nail gun. His aim was precise. Even as those men splashed in the water, he managed to shoot them down one by one. They were utterly annihilated. Panting, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao asked, "Are we heading back now?" "We cannot," Jiang Ning replied as she cleaned her tang knife. Returning now would only reveal weakness, signaling that Sister Weili was incapacitated. The next time they ventured out, they would rush the 18th floor. Lu Yu was extremely anxious. He understood that Zheng Weili could fight, but how much could she accomplish unarmed? Jiang Ning was correct. They needed to go quickly and return swiftly. Though apprehensive, Lu Yu gritted his teeth and continued to paddle away. Once they left the urban area, the motor of the boat roared to life, speeding toward the outskirts. Halfway through their journey, they spotted another boat approaching. Jiang Ning raised her binoculars and was shocked to see Yang Weizong at the helm. Su Mingyao was also present, along with several boys trapped on the 8th floor. Their boat was towing a rubber dinghy filled to the brim with supplies, and the expressions on their faces radiated satisfaction. As the two boats passed each other, Yang Weizong flashed Jiang Ning a mocking smile. She remained unperturbed, knowing that the apocalypse would deliver its own reckoning. However, she harbored a vague sense of foreboding, fearing that today's endeavor would be in vain. Before long, her premonition materialized. Within a single day, the remaining 2 office buildings were completely ransacked. Shattered glass littered the ground, office desks lay askew, and chaotic footprints were evident everywhere. Clearly, the looters were not a solitary wave. Zhang Chao was filled with regret, arriving just a moment too late and finding nothing left. Jiang Ning calmly remarked that it might not be so dire. It merely depended on what they sought. Their supplies, if rationed, would undoubtedly suffice for half a year. By then, the floods would have long receded, ushering in a frigid apocalyptic era. In temperatures plummeting to minus 60 or 70 degrees, food was not the most critical concern. Survival hinged on the ability to withstand the cold. She subtly suggested that since they had come this far, they might as well gather some firewood to justify the fuel expended on their journey. Lu Yu paused, questioning the need for firewood when they had ample gas. Zhang Chao almost knocked his head, reminding him that given this year's unusual weather, no one could predict the future. Gas would eventually run out, so stockpiling was prudent. Indeed, Weili's clothes remained damp. They should collect some firewood to dry them. Chapter 30. The 18th floor becomes a den of iniquity. The group searched upwards, discovering utter disarray, with offices constructed almost entirely of plastic. Occasionally, they encountered wooden desks, but these were merely compressed sawdust and glue, neither fire-resistant nor safe. The other office building was similarly chaotic, yielding only a few boxes of instant food, some mineral water, and a small quantity of wood. They returned to the building housing Zhang Chao's company, where signs of intrusion were evident, but the situation was considerably better. It seemed the intruders had realized the place had already been looted and hastily moved on to the other 2 buildings. Jiang Ning's intuition had been correct. The higher they ascended, the fewer traces remained. She proposed a thorough search once more, as each individual might overlook different aspects. Jiang Ning revisited the areas Lu Yu had scoured yesterday, while Zhang Chao switched with 1801. Their focus had shifted from medicines and food to other essentials. The space had expanded by 150 cubic meters, and Jiang Ning, with her acute sense of caution, sought to fill it to capacity. Books that could enrich the mind. Exquisite vases from the boss's office, solid wood desks, wardrobes, jade ornaments from the bookshelf, and cleaning supplies filled their thoughts. While men typically excelled in the collection of such items, Jiang Ning discovered numerous overlooked snacks, as well as suitable clothing and shoes amidst the deliveries. She stumbled upon a jade company with empty counters, devoid of any signs of forced entry. After a brief exploration, she found the manager's office securely locked. With her tools in hand, she pried open the door to reveal 4 safes inside. Presumably containing jade, she transferred everything into her space, also uncovering some tea, tobacco, and liquor, which she utilized to dismantle the desks and chairs. At a sports brand's office, she gathered appropriate sizes for the team members, leaving nothing behind. Another company appeared to be organizing a team-building event, with several large boxes of barbecue charcoal and outdoor cooking utensils stored in the administrative department. After thoroughly searching 4 floors, Jiang Ning returned to the clothing live-streaming company, collecting another batch of clothes, including women's underwear and bras that men might be too embarrassed to take. She also stealthily revisited the appliance company from the previous night, quietly acquiring a selection of electrical devices that would be useful in the future, including a high-end massage chair worth several thousand yuan. In places already scoured by the other 3, she timed her entrance carefully, collecting anything useful to fill her additional 150 cubic meters of space. To facilitate transportation, she disassembled all solid wood furniture, cutting them into manageable lengths, perfectly filling 2 inflatable boats and 3 rubber dinghies. They returned early. After distributing their findings, it was only just past 9 o'clock. Following the day's events, the 18th floor had gained a notorious reputation, causing residents in the building to feel uneasy at the sight of their group. They no longer concealed their intentions, carrying wood upstairs. Once inside their apartment, they immediately entered the space. The safes remained securely in the corner, while the living room, balcony, and bathroom had not expanded. Could it be that the Jade Company was peddling fakes? Reluctantly, she opened the main bedroom door to discover an additional bathroom, approximately 10 square meters in size. The safes were locked, and although there should be ample jade, the expansion was limited to just 10 square meters. Evidently, the upgrade conditions were still quite stringent. Nevertheless, she could continue her search. In the apocalypse, gold, silver, and jade were of little value. Bartering would suffice. In the dead of night, she was awakened by a tremendous commotion and piercing cries from below. Such disturbances were commonplace in the apocalypse, so Jiang Ning rolled over and returned to sleep. Awaking naturally, she enjoyed 2 red bean buns and some shao mai for breakfast, along with a bottle of milk to satiate her hunger. The weather was dreadful, causing the planted vegetables to wither. Jiang Ning diluted some nutrient solution to revive them, treating the situation as a last-ditch effort. Checking her space, she noted that the timer had only increased by 2 hours, progressing at a snail's pace. An additional 10 square meters of black soil had appeared, prompting her to continue planting vegetables, aiming to stockpile enough for 2 to 3 years before considering other crops. Of course, she could plant fruit saplings now, as the older trees would certainly yield fruit by the following year. During this period, her physical fitness had noticeably improved, allowing her to save 15 minutes on tilling and planting. 15 minutes could mean the difference between life and death in harsh conditions. Just as she exited the space, Lu Yu knocked on the door. Upon opening it and seeing his bruised face, Jiang Ning was taken aback. Who had done this to you? Lu Yu, somewhat embarrassed, explained that he and Zhang Chao were not as fit as they should be, and Wei Li had begun training them rigorously since last night. Previously, she had been reluctant to lay a finger on him, but now she was pushing him hard. Lu Yu understood that the world had changed, and he could not always rely on Wei Li and Jiang Ning for protection. From now on, he wanted to be a man and protect his woman. Indeed, you both have much to improve upon. Jiang Ning suddenly remembered something and returned to grab a black bag she had found in the office building. I figured you and Wei Li could make use of this, so I kept it instead of discarding it. Upon seeing the contents, Lu Yu's expression turned awkward, but he soon smiled and said, "Thank you. I was just lamenting the absence of this." Almost forgetting the main issue, he grinned and asked, "Do you know what happened last night?" "I have no idea. I slept soundly. Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao were robbed." Lu Yu was displeased that Yang Weizong had been playing both sides to win Jiang Ning's favor, but thankfully she had distanced herself in time. After such a loud return with supplies, it was no wonder they were targeted that night. Yang Weizong lived in 802, and the 2-bedroom unit was too cramped for so many people. 1202 was similarly filled. The intruders first raided 1202, and had Yang Weizong and the others not rushed up upon hearing the commotion, Su Mingyao might have been assaulted by several men. Although they managed to scare off the assailants, upon returning to the 8th floor, they found all their supplies had been cleared out. Jiang Ning was astonished. Was this a case of drawing the tiger away from its lair? It seemed that even robbery required cunning in these times. Most of their supplies had been stored on the 8th floor, but the inflatable boats and rubber dinghies remained untouched. Jiang Ning chuckled, noting that they were not merely unrobbed. Rather, the thieves intended to cultivate their crop slowly, harvesting it in increments. One of the robbers had been injured and had just knocked on their door, seeking help for his wounds. Despite their desperate calls, the 18th floor had not responded. Additionally, this morning, 2 individuals from other units had come seeking to establish connections, only to be chased off by Wei Li. Jiang Ning found it amusing. The 18th floor was merely trying to protect themselves. How had they become a notorious force? While they conversed, Zhang Chao, sporting a similarly bruised visage, emerged, asking, "Are we going out today?" "I'm not keen on going out. If you need anything, feel free to venture out. I'll stay to keep watch over the home. Everywhere has been looted. Venturing out now would yield nothing useful." And both Zheng Weili and Lu Yu had been influenced by Zhang Chao's doomsday theories, feeling that they lacked everything. Their heightened sense of apprehension was palpable. After exchanging pleasantries, The trio ventured out with an inflatable boat, not only to gather supplies, but also to gather intelligence. Shortly after noon, 3 more individuals arrived. Jiang Ning, feeling exasperated, posted a notice on the door, no alliances. She was wary of those with ulterior motives, including Zheng Weili and others, and dared not lower her guard. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, human nature is the most inscrutable. Friends or colleagues could easily turn on one another in times of desperation. If the day of betrayal arrived, she would not hesitate to extricate herself. With ample food and clothing, her immediate concern was to figure out how to expand her spatial capabilities for the other supplies she sought. With the trio absent, Jiang Ning indulged herself, savoring spicy chicken feet, shredded squid, cold dishes, and braised duck intestines while reading to pass the time. With plenty of daylight left, she took out pre-mixed meat filling to make wontons. Engrossed in her show, she prepared over 1,000 wontons, only to hear the return of Zheng Weili and the others. They brought back some wood and 2 stainless steel doors salvaged from shopping mall. Compared to Jiang Ning's door from room 1801, Lu Yu felt a lack of security. She had spent considerable time prying them back with measurements in hand. After much clanging and clattering, they finally completed the transformation of room 1803. With an extra door, they installed it on the staircase. To reach the 18th floor, one must pass through 3 hurdles. Watching Lu Yu plastering with cement, Jiang Ning inquired about her source. I took 2 bags from the construction site nearby. The trio discussed making another trip to retrieve glass for the balcony, as the incessant rain was becoming too damp. Jiang Ning reminded them to acquire quality materials to avoid the inconvenience of shattered glass during typhoon. Lu Yu wholeheartedly agreed, recounting incidents of shattered glass in their community. After contemplating throughout the day, Jiang Ning concluded that the expansion of her space was related to spirituality. The disappearance of the antique shelf might be linked to the quality of the wood. Good wood takes decades or even centuries to mature. For instance, Jinsi Nenmu requires thousands of years. With the museum submerged, ancient artifacts have been salvaged or relocated by the relevant authorities, making gold and silver items easier to find once the waters receded. Now, the only option left was wood. Suddenly, Jiang Ning had an epiphany. Chapter 31. Dealing with Bailian and Shengmu. To find quality wood, one must look beyond shopping malls and office buildings, as the museum had already been flooded. However, there was one more place worth a gamble. Fengcheng is renowned as the largest furniture production hub globally. The International Furniture Expo Center, built in Luzhan, has become a 4A-rated landmark, hosting the Global Furniture Fair annually. This year marked its 30th anniversary, and the event was grander than ever, with extensive advertising campaigns launched 6 months in advance. Jiang Ning recalled that the scheduled date for the fair was 3 days before the typhoon struck. It would last for half a month, so it was still ongoing. What a magnificent spectacle the global premier furniture exhibition center must be. Jiang Ning was not particularly interested. After all, foreign furniture seldom utilized wood, but domestic retro furniture certainly did. She had seen advertisements for a large furniture company promoting a bed made of millennium-old purple sandalwood, along with a complete set of furniture, starting at a 9-figure price. In recent years, the cultural confidence of the Chinese people had surged, leading to a wave of retro furniture trends. To attract attention, the Expo Center had utilized connections to borrow a piece of ebony as the centerpiece of the exhibition. Not only ebony, but many other valuable woods like Huang Huali, Lao Shantan, and Swanji were also showcased to promote furniture culture worldwide. Jiang Ning needed to make a trip, and it had to be soon. The Expo Center was located about 40 kilometers from Luzhan, with a convoluted waterway along the way, yet it was certainly worth the risk. While Zheng Weili and the others were out collecting building materials, Jiang Ning knocked on the door of room 1801, announcing her intention to venture out. With no objections, she was reminded to stay safe. She descended the stairs with a backpack containing the inflatable boat and fortuitously encountered Su Mingyao on the 17th floor, who had come up with Yu Qingqing from room 1202. Su Mingyao's eyes were red-rimmed with tears. Ning, a Jian has been injured, and only you can save him. Please, I beg you to help. Jiang Ning treated her as if she were invisible, maintaining a cold demeanor as she continued downwards. To her surprise, Su Mingyao clung on. Ning, we are alumni. You cannot turn a blind eye to this. Her voice was loud and tearful, attracting the attention of neighbors from the 17th floor. Jiang Ning drew her knife in response. Su Mingyao screamed and dodged, losing half of her long, dark hair to the blade that fell to the ground like confetti. Before she could comprehend the situation, Jiang Ning kicked her to the ground. Startled and bewildered, Su Mingyao stared wide-eyed at Jiang Ning, who appeared as cold as a butcher, her tears forgotten. Jiang Ning kept her foot firmly on Su Mingyao's chest, stating, "If you wish to gamble with your life, I won't hesitate to send you to the underworld." With her foot pressing down mercilessly, Jiang Ning's gaze was icy. Su Mingyao felt her ribs threatening to crack under the pressure, her face pale from suffocation. Yu Qingqing took a few steps back. Jiang Ning, Mingyao just wanted you to save a Jian. If you refuse, why resort to violence? Jiang Ning retorted. Is your brain malfunctioning? This is not a hospital. and I'm not a doctor. Why haven't you taken the injured to the hospital with your boat? Do you think I am a fool, having only studied traditional Chinese medicine for a year, barely scratching the surface? Yu Qingqing was taken aback as she explained. But our boat has run out of gas, and it's pouring rain. Jiang Ning's face twisted in mockery. So you would rather watch him die than take responsibility? You are truly friends, unwilling to take risks for your own conscience, and attempting to shift the burden onto me? Yu Qingqing was momentarily stunned by her words. Jiang Ning had indeed only studied medicine for a year, primarily focusing on theory, yet Su Mingyao spoke with such conviction that even they believed it, leading her to subconsciously feel the same. Reflecting on it now, it was unfair to burden her. How about you lend us the boat so we could take a Jian to the hospital? Jiang Ning replied, if you wish to play the role of a saint, do it yourself. She stood before Yu Qingqing, mocking her. You were played for a fool and now wish to drag me down with you? Yu Qingqing's face turned ashen, her expression as if struck by lightning, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Ignoring the sensitive spot she had struck, Jiang Ning continued her descent. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Yu Qingqing suddenly chased after her, demanding she stop. Jiang Ning continued downwards. Yu Qingqing, indignant, exclaimed, if you knew their intentions, why didn't you warn me? Jiang Ning retorted, what am I to you? Why should I warn you? If you were truly so kind-hearted, why do you only feed Yang Weizong when there's so many hungry in the group? He brought a crowd to your home, yet you could have refused. Why didn't you? Jiang Ning continued. You were so oblivious, try to win his favor, but now that you realize their true nature, why do you still associate with them? Looking at Yu Qingqing, Jiang Ning recognized how foolish she had been in her past life. Why didn't she tell her? Because it would have been futile. Everyone had their own agenda. In her previous life, she too had sensed the deception, wanting to curry favor while maintaining her pride. Pampering Yang Weizong with food and drink, she would float on his sweet words, practically offering her heart and soul to him. At that moment, if a stranger had appeared, claiming malice and urging them to conserve food amidst the apocalypse, she would likely have lashed out at him before Yang Weizong could even speak. What romantic fool wouldn't react that way? So, why should Jiang Ning speak up? Moreover, even when Yu Qingqing had seen through their facade, she continued to play dumb and associate with them. I haven't done anything. If you had warned me sooner, I wouldn't have given away my food. Yu Qingqing, reluctant to confront her own mistakes, spoke with a voice tinged with tears. Why are you so heartless? Why didn't you tell me earlier that Yang Weizong is a beast? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she cried uncontrollably. Jiang Ning reminded her, you'd better cry louder. He might be listening from upstairs. Yu Qingqing was startled and instinctively covered her mouth. Look at that, still wanting to conspire together. No one can awaken a person pretending to be asleep. Jiang Ning had neither the responsibility nor the obligation to do so. She boarded the speedboat and set off toward the Bolin's center amidst torrential rain. Due to the unknown dangers, Jiang Ning donned a life jacket, and diving equipment was at the ready. However, she was quite bold and handled the speedboat adeptly, skillfully avoiding several whirlpools. Calm and composed, she covered over 40 kilometers in just over an hour, eventually catching sight of the grand and artistically striking Bolin Center rising above the floodwaters. The intricate network of waterways in Fengxing meant that several rivers converged right at the Bolin Center, which was adjacent to a provincial road and an interchange, making transportation highly accessible. The more complex the location, the more convoluted the water flow. Jiang Ning remained vigilant as she spotted several whirlpools ahead and immediately accelerated to navigate through them. With a sudden burst of speed, she executed a sharp turn and surged forward, the boat swaying dangerously as if it might toss her out. Thankfully, she managed to maintain her balance and successfully circled around to reach the Bolin Center. Despite its modest 12 stories, the exhibition hall's soaring ceilings imparted an air of grandeur. Jiang Ning circled around, but did not see anyone inside, nor any shattered glass. According to the industrial layout, Luzhen was centered around furniture manufacturing, with factories dominating the surrounding area, while commercial residences lay across the river, not a shadow in sight amidst the heavy downpour. Surrounding her was nothing but floodwaters, leaving the Bolin Center as the sole structure standing above it. The glass was robust, impervious to the hammer-s blows. Jiang Ning utilized a window-breaking tool, and after several attempts, finally succeeded. As a renowned for a tourist attraction, the Bolin Center occupied a vast area. Regrettably, the once resplendent hall was now submerged in floodwaters. But looking up revealed its imposing stature. Darkness consumed all brilliance, leaving only the beam of her flashlight to illuminate the stylish furniture surrounding her. The intricate waterways effectively shielded the Bolin Center. It was also possible that the Bolin Center held no survival supplies required by potential survivors. In any case, it had remained intact before Jiang Ning's arrival. Furniture was abundant, with a diversity that defied imagination. Chinese, European, American, African, Korean, modern, postmodern, classical, neoclassical, pastoral, and cyberpunk styles coexisted, showcasing an array of innovative designs. Jiang Ning did not rush. Instead, she made her way directly to the top floor's furniture museum. The Bolin's center was without power, enveloped in darkness, the vastness echoing only the sound of her footsteps. Without elevators, she climbed tirelessly, finally reaching the top floor. Her feet sore and weary. The entire floor was filled with historical exhibits, featuring both images and artifacts, an array of wood types, and furniture that ranged from ancient to dilapidated to pristine. Holding a flashlight, she navigated through the various exhibition areas, and after nearly half an hour, she arrived at the centerpiece, a piece of wood, irregularly shaped and over 4 meters long, dark brown and mottled, presenting itself before Jiang Ning. This was Wumu. Having been buried underground for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, it had transformed into a plant mummy that resembled neither wood nor stone. Revered as the spirit of all woods, it was known as the fossil amongst timber, with legends proclaiming that a mere ounce of Wumu could equate to an ounce of gold. Jiang Ning could not gauge its value, as, after all, no matter how precious, it could not fill an empty stomach. For survivors, it was worthless. The Wumu was encased in transparent glass, making extraction a challenge. The shatterproof glass resisted all attempts with a hammer. Jiang Ning donned a mask, retrieved a chainsaw from her storage space, and the harsh sound echoed continuously. After considerable effort, she successfully cut through the shatterproof glass, and a fragrant aroma wafted into the air. Indeed, the scent of Wumu was delightful. Without time to waste, she swiftly stored this treasure in her space. Continuing with the chainsaw, she discovered Nanhai Wangwali, agarwood, small leaf red sandalwood, and a plethora of valuable furniture woods, all carefully encased in glass or cordoned off with warning tape, preventing tourist interaction. Jiang Ning could not discern which its spirit. She simply tossed everything into her storage. As she walked, she finally spotted a meticulously crafted Qian Gong Babu bed made of red sandalwood. Exquisitely detailed and breathtaking, it was beyond reproach. Yet in the dark, it appeared somewhat eerie. Its size was too grand. The living room of her space was nearly overtaken by the RV, leaving no room for such a large bed. She could only roll up her sleeves and dismantle it. Once disassembled, she stored it all, accompanying tables, chairs, stools, and vanities, without leaving anything behind. There were many ancient furniture pieces of different materials, such as Hu tables, Taisher chairs, and Gui, Fei chairs, alongside many whose names she could not recall. Admittedly, her hands were sweating as she smashed the exhibition cabinet's glass, despite wearing several layers of masks. In a time of disaster, it was manageable. Had it been during peaceful times, she would have likely been caught and punished. She hammered and struck, leaving no wooden stick untouched. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Jiang Ning felt dizzy. Finding a spot to rest, she pulled out some chocolate for energy, washed it down with a can of Red Bull, and after some recovery, she turned off her flashlight and stepped into her storage space. Inside the space, there lay numerous old furniture pieces, yet most had vanished. Jiang Ning was astonished by the scene before her. The living room was approximately 30 square meters, complete with a spiral staircase leading to the second floor. All the rooms, including the kitchen and bathrooms, had expanded, and a master bedroom even boasted a walk-in closet. Counting carefully, there was now an additional bedroom and a study. Indeed, she now had 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 3 bathrooms, and 1 study. The spiral staircase reached up to the ceiling, indicating further expansion was possible. What was even more astonishing was that the black soil garden, which had previously measured only 20 square meters, now appeared to be around 300 square meters. Jiang Ning's gamble had paid off. Ancient wood imbued with spirit truly had its merits. Thanks to the Wumu, the red sandalwood, and all the spirits that had contributed to her space. As for those pieces not recognized by the space, she did not intend to discard them. They could serve as firewood during the extreme cold. This trip was immensely rewarding, likely adding around 400 square meters, amounting to approximately 1,200 cubic meters. Emerging from space, Jiang Ning descended to the next level. The 2 floors below were filled with Chinese-style furniture, and with so much to collect, she could only rely on her instincts to grab the more expensive items and toss them into her space. All of it was piled in the garden, layer upon layer. Whatever the space could accommodate, it would. Whatever it could not, she would find opportunities later to exchange. With an additional 1,200 cubic meters, Jiang Ning felt significantly emboldened. As long as she did not perish from hoarding, she would continue to gather fervently. The 8th floor featured a service hall, screening room, and numerous restaurants, cafes, bakeries, and convenience stores, presumably intended for visitors and participants of the exhibition. All the meat and vegetables had spoiled, but the restaurants had prepared ample stock to accommodate guests for the exhibition, with rice, flour, and various grains exceeding 10,000 pounds, and over 300 barrels of oil. All varieties plentiful, including various condiments, teas, wines, and beverages. She even discovered 20 bottles of unopened premium caviar and 30 bottles of Lafite red wine, all still within their shelf life, in a high-end Western restaurant. The refrigerators storing these valuable ingredients were equipped with electric storage boxes. and all three large refrigerators were filled with steaks, lamb chops, foie gras, Tanya blue lobsters, Parmigiano cheese, and more. To her surprise, this unexpected bounty was immense, and Jiang Ning collected all the refrigerators. She also took everything from a convenience store and bakery, except for the expired and moldy items. The coffee shop's coffee beans, sugar, milk, and even the coffee machines were all taken. By the end, her supplies had increased by over 100 cubic meters. Having thoroughly explored the 8th floor, I stumbled upon a substantial maintenance supply department housing 2 high-capacity generators. Given the vastness of the exhibition center, it was reasonable to anticipate occasional power outages. Thus, the generators were likely intended for emergency use. To operate the generators, diesel fuel was essential. However, after searching the machine room, I found no sign of diesel. Chapter 33. Securing diesel. After prying open the warehouse of the maintenance supply department, I finally discovered diesel in a room. 30 barrels, each containing 160 liters, totaling approximately 800 liters, or around 4 tons. With an international exhibition underway and a once-in-a-century typhoon approaching, it was imprudent to stockpile only this modest quantity of diesel for emergency preparations. Consequently, I pried open every accessible location, uncovering 2 additional rooms stocked with diesel, bringing the total to 12 tons. With both the speedboat and the RV capable of running on diesel, this supply would sustain me for a considerable duration. Overcome with excitement, I collected everything into my storage space. In truth, my space contained several solar battery boxes. Yet, who would settle for less? I desired it all. Armed with tools, I endeavored to dismantle the generators completely, along with the maintenance department's tools and components, packing them away together. The 7th floor and below featured a variety of modern furniture. And, as I continued my journey, I collected items along the way. I held a particular fondness for contemporary furniture, as the designers had thoughtfully addressed the needs of those living in compact spaces, many of which boasted folding functionalities. With an additional 200 cubic meters of space, I seized everything I could find, indulging in my whims. Beds, latex mattresses, sofas, wardrobes, TV stands, bedside tables, and chairs were all gathered. Exhausted, I took a moment to rest and check my storage. The wooden furniture I had collected later only partially vanished. It appeared that merchants often employed deceptive practices, and my storage space proved to be an adept treasure-seeking machine. Ascending the spiral staircase, I discovered a living room, though little else had changed. I scoured the 5th floor, selecting only durable and practical items, as the post-apocalyptic world required no frivolities, lest the items I later exchanged draw suspicion. Having spent an excessive amount of time at the exhibition center, I pulled out my phone to check the offline map, realizing it was already 3 in the afternoon. I piloted the speedboat away and, on my return journey, noticed 2 high-rise residential buildings under construction. Recalling the devastation caused by seismic tremors, I hesitated briefly before steering the speedboat toward them. The residential buildings were complete and in the midst of renovation, with numerous materials already transported to the upper floors. I peeled back waterproof tarps to reveal sand, cement, lime powder, glass doors and windows, tiles, and waterproof coatings. The progress varied, with different materials stacked on each floor. Sand was easily obtainable, and there was no need to waste precious space on it. The other materials would be challenging to reproduce, as even if the government initiated reconstruction, not everything could be manufactured. As I ascended, I continued to collect items for my storage, stacking them in the black earth garden. I noted that since the 2nd floor of my storage had been established, the height of the garden's capacity had increased, now matching the 2nd floor's elevation. This change signified that the usable area of the garden had expanded from 900 to 800 cubic meters. Fortunately, construction materials did not consume space, and I gathered everything I could. The garden could not preserve items indefinitely, so I also remembered to collect a piece of waterproof blackout cloth to shield the cement, lime powder, and waterproof coatings. After securing the materials, I suddenly recalled the several safes I had left in storage. Thus, I retrieved them all and set to pry them open. The alarm's shrill sound pierced the air, so I stuffed earplugs into my ears and gradually pried the safe doors open. The 4 safes from the jade shop were empty. It seemed my storage had consumed everything. Next, I attempted to open the safe from the domineering CEO's personal collection, and to my astonishment, a gun fell out. Was this something I could keep? It appeared that all domineering figures shared a penchant for challenging the law. In addition to the handgun, there were 2 boxes of ammunition, 200 rounds in total. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, it was nearly impossible for ordinary people to possess such items. This was a delightful surprise, although I had never handled a real gun. I had participated in a shooting club at school where we practiced with rubber bullets, and I had some accuracy. With this acquisition, I could sleep a little more soundly, and I was grateful for the CEO's contributions. Now, only 1 safe remained, which I had discovered in the CEO's office. Surely, this could not contain any contraband? Upon prying it open, I found it filled to the brim with paper. No, to be precise, it was money, stacks of 10,000, totaling an impressive 100 bundles. 1 million, all crisp new bills. This was something I had not anticipated, Had I received this amount before the natural disaster, I might have been able to purchase a sewing machine. Although the currency had not yet become obsolete, its value had depreciated significantly. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. I stuffed the money into my backpack and discarded the safes into the floodwaters. On the 18th floor, I barely counted as part of a team. It was no easy feat to venture out alone. I took out my phone to check the offline map, searching for nearby locations worth visiting. There was a commercial technology museum, albeit situated in the neighboring U-City. U-City served as the provincial capital, yet the commercial technology museum was located on the outskirts, merely 20 kilometers from Lutown. Besides further expanding my storage space, I currently lacked any specific needs. Notions of acquiring ships or airplanes were futile. I could only explore and perhaps stumble upon something useful. With my route confirmed, I set off toward the U-City Commercial Technology Museum. The landscape was engulfed in water, and unfamiliar with the route, it took me nearly an hour to arrive. The Technology Museum still had 2 floors above water. With a substantial population in U-City, the museum had likely been searched countless times, leaving it in disarray. Virtually all supplies beneficial for survival had been taken. Having completed a round, and just as I was about to leave, the beam of my flashlight inadvertently illuminated an orange sphere, round like a ping pong ball. Its color was striking, with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Was this an escape pod? I had once casually seen a video featuring earthquake and tsunami escape pods. Picking up the promotional pamphlet lying on the ground, I confirmed my guess. Constructed from a 3-layer aerospace-grade tested metal shell, it could withstand sharp external impacts, as well as high temperatures and pressure without deforming, showcasing exceptional protective capabilities. The internal escape pod was equally robust, employing advanced welding techniques combined with safety belts and shock-absorbing seats, allowing individuals to take refuge within the capsule, providing a profound sense of security. This latest upgraded version featured GPS navigation, oxygen supply, lighting, and provision for drinking water and food. The storage capacity for drinking water and food was determined by the internal space. A single-person escape pod could hold supplies for 5 days, while a pod designed for 5 to 10 individuals could last half a month. The single-person version had a diameter of 0.8 meters, while the one before me stood at approximately 3 meters, likely the largest model available. I opened the hatch, revealing 6 shock-absorbing seats. The space was quite ample, allowing for the stretching of limbs, equipped with a mini toilet processor, a base designed with a water reservoir to float if submerged, and several sealed compartments likely for storing essential supplies, including a first aid kit. In the event of an earthquake or tsunami, individuals could hide inside, shielding themselves from the external devastation. Once the disaster subsided, they could activate the emergency signal device and await rescue personnel. Judging by the placement, there should have been a single-person escape pod as well, but it had already been removed. The one before me was far too cumbersome. Even with several individuals working together, it would be impossible to lift. I attempted to push it but found it utterly immovable. I decisively stored it away, thinking it might come in handy when the next earthquake struck. My visit today had proven to be a treasure trove. As time grew late, I made a prompt exit. Upon returning to the Jiang community, I noticed the sky was overcast and nearly dark. Just as I was about to enter the community, I heard a commotion nearby, accompanied by intense barking. Chapter 34. Acquiring a dog. The view was obscured, so I retrieved my binoculars. I observed 2 rubber boats with several men and women wielding wooden forks and iron rods, relentlessly striking the windowsills extending from the 5th floor. On the windowsill stood a drenched dog, baring its sharp fangs and barking furiously at them. "Quick, kill it, and we shall feast on meat tonight." The men and women appeared exceedingly exhilarated, brandishing their weapons while the dog, though cornered, refused to yield, confronting them with fierce determination. Natural disasters struck unexpectedly, leaving everyone unprepared. Food was soaked in water, and countless souls perished from starvation. Now, spotting a dog, even one as emaciated as this, could promise a hearty meal, could it not? This was indeed meat. Who wouldn't desire it? Their eyes gleamed with greed, yearning to consume it whole. Jiang Ning initially attempted to ignore the commotion, but upon catching sight of the dog's face, she trembled with fear. It was Kaylee. She had named it. Kaylee had been abandoned by its owner and sold to a dog meat restaurant, but during the slaughter, it had fought back, biting the boss and escaping. With nowhere to go, it wandered near the university town, often lingering around the small eateries across the street, frequently chased away by the shop owners. At that time, Jiang Ning was selling dog food, and each time she encountered Kaylee, she would scatter some dog food or toss a piece of sausage. The only difference between a dog abandoned by its owner and a baby forsaken by its parents was that humans had orphanages, while stray dogs faced extermination if caught. Initially, Kaylee was very cautious and resistant to Jiang Ning's approach, waiting until she had walked far away to eat. Gradually, as it became familiar with her presence, though still wary, it would peek out from behind trees, furtively watching her. Eventually, it developed an affection for Yang Weitsong, always trying to get closer to him, abandoning the dog food business altogether, forgetting about Kaylee. Their next encounter occurred during a harsh winter. Jiang Ning could hardly comprehend how Kaylay had survived. Its fur had all fallen out, and it was covered in suppurating frostbite, reduced to a mere skeleton. Yet even in such a state, when she was bullied by several ruffians, Kaylay dashed forward without hesitation, fiercely attacking them. Had it not been for Kaylay's intervention, a baseball bat would have struck her forehead. In its effort to protect her, Kaylay was beaten to death, its jaws never loosening from the wrist of one assailant. She survived, but it was killed and served as a meal. Upon her rebirth, she searched for Kaylay nearby several times, but could not find any trace of it. It struck her as absurd that she had poured her heart out to Yang Weitsong, who merely watched as she was slain by demons, while the stray dog she had occasionally fed had given its life to protect her. Kaylay, when they met again, Jiang Ning was in tears. Without a moment's hesitation, she sped towards a windowsill, calling out Kaylay. The stubborn dog, standing firm, brightened at the sound and instinctively turned to look. In a moment of distraction, it was struck by a club, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. Turning around, it leapt at the assailant, attacking furiously. The inflatable boat rocked violently as Kaylay bit into the attacker, while others rushed to assist, swinging their clubs. It dodged left and right, nimbly evading blows. The clubs instead landed on the assailant, eliciting their own cries of anguish. Another inflatable boat approached, but due to the swift current, it lost control and collided with the first one, causing two individuals to lose their balance and fall into the water, shouting for help. Before they could regain their composure, Kaylay leaped towards the oncoming inflatable boat. With its powerful leap, it knocked a person down. In just a few exchanges, 3 people had fallen into the water, successfully injuring 2. One drew a knife and plunged it into Kaylay. Jiang Ning steered the boat towards them, capsizing the inflatable craft, making a sharp turn. Kaylay pushed off with all its might, leaping 3 to 4 meters to land firmly on Jiang Ning's boat. The motor roared, and water splashed everywhere. By the time the assailants scrambled back aboard, the inflatable boat had vanished from sight. The sky was overcast, and they could not even see the woman's face. The dog meat stew was never consumed, and several were injured. What a stroke of misfortune! The crowd cursed profusely. The boat sped into the neighborhood, stopping beneath the apartment building. Jiang Ning's vision was blurred by the rain, and she eagerly reached out to embrace Kaylay, but the dog recoiled, its eyes filled with wariness and distrust. It was in poor condition, bloodied and with most of its fur missing, bearing numerous scars. Clearly, this was not its first encounter with human hostility. In this apocalyptic world, to survive, humans could commit any atrocity. Not to mention stray dogs. Even before the storm, many residents had pets, and pet owners treated their animals better than themselves. Yet now, where were those pets? Jiang Ning dared not contemplate how Kaylay had survived during this time. Kaylay, do not be afraid, she tried to reassure it. From now on, we will stay together. As long as I have food, you shall not go hungry. Nevertheless, Kaylay remained distant, its defenses unwavering. Jiang Ning had no chance to approach, let alone touch it. After some thought, she pulled a sausage from her bag, tore open the packaging, and tossed it over. Even with food before it, the famished Kaylay remained cautious, slowly inching closer to sniff, then suddenly devouring the sausage in one bite, continuing to stare at her. Jiang Ning tore off 10 sausages before she could finally stroke its head. In response to her offer of companionship, Kaylay was reluctant, wanting to leap into the floodwaters and escape. Stray dogs not only had a heightened sense of caution, but were also quite intelligent. They understood that this was human territory, and entering would lead to a fate of being cooked in a pot. Such foolish peers had met their demise in this manner. Having found Kaylay after so long, Jiang Ning could not let it go and quickly produced a chicken leg. She also revealed the dog food she had scavenged during her frantic escape from the flood. Kaylay, if you stick with me, you'll never go hungry. The dog food had been collected from a supermarket, and in her desperate flight from the flood, she had grabbed whatever she could, only to discover upon her return that she had inadvertently gathered numerous bags of dog food and pet cans. She could not bring herself to discard them, thinking they might be useful for feeding her rabbits. Little did she know, fate had meant for them to be for Kaylay. Kaylay's gaze fixed on the bag of dog food, seemingly lost in a memory. Jiang Ning held the bag tightly, and upon hearing the rustle, Kaylay's mouth watered. In the end, it relented. Jiang Ning successfully led it ashore, her once hardened heart melting like chocolate, smooth and sweet. In this grim world, she no longer wandered alone in the darkness, but had found a companion with whom she could share life and death. Wow, a dog. Grandmother, I want to eat dog meat. Chapter 35. You are hitting me for a dog? Upon entering the apartment building, the presence of a dog was quickly noticed, igniting a desire for meat among the onlookers. Kaylay bristled, baring its teeth and entering an aggressive stance, eyes filled with menace. Jiang Ning drew her knife, declaring, "Whoever wants to eat my dog, step forward." The crowd was astonished. When had a dog been kept on the 18th floor? How dare they keep a dog while we have no food? Anger surged within them. This is an outside stray dog. Some recognized Kaylay, stating it often lounged across the street. They had seen it several times. Indeed, I have seen it too. Once it nearly bit my child. We will beat it. and everyone can share. Jiang Ning brandished her knife, smashing a nearby trash can to pieces. If you want meat, you must first ask my knife if it consents. The thought of her beheading someone as easily as slicing a watermelon frightened the crowd, making them take a few steps back. Still, some refused to yield. Little girl, that dog isn't yours. You cannot be so tyrannical. It is with me, hence it is mine. Everyone is struggling. How about this? We kill it and you take half, while the rest of us share the rest. Others nodded in agreement, thinking it was a good plan, allowing her to take the larger share while they would settle for some broth. I did not like eating dog meat. Jiang Ning let out a cold laugh, swinging the knife in her hand towards the man who had proposed the idea. Your flesh ought to be quite delectable. The man, startled, stumbled back a few steps and fell to the ground, his pants darkening with an unidentifiable liquid. Damn, she truly dares to kill. Fortunately, she had not struck a vital area, but his arm was now bleeding profusely from a deep cut. Despite the resentment brewing within them, no one dared to demand flesh. They could only watch helplessly as she ascended the stairs with her dog, just as she had repelled those who wished to feast on dog meat. Yang Wei-Tsung collided recklessly towards the muzzle of the gun. Jiang Ning, you are truly cold-blooded, he shouted angrily as he burst from the room. Are you satisfied now? A Jian is dead. The others loitering at the doorway cast her dark looks, showing no intention of dissuading Yang Wei-Kong. Before Jiang Ning could respond, Kailei lunged at Yang Wei-Tsung, biting his leg. Caught off guard, he let out a deafening scream, swinging his stick at the dog's head. Kailei nimbly dodged, eyes filled with a murderous intent. This beast, which they claimed was too filthy and infested with lice, was the very reason Jiang Ning had cut off its food supply and ceased to attend to it thereafter. The dog, harboring a grudge, lunged at him again. Yang Wei-Tsung, terrified, flailed his stick wildly. Jiang Ning stepped forward, forcing him back a few paces with her knife. Ning, you strike me for a dog? Yang Wei-Tsung was enraged, his disheveled appearance revealing a hint of savagery. Have you lost your mind? It's just a dog. It is a dog, but you are not human. You caused a Jian's death and yet feel justified? Jiang Ning could not help but laugh at the absurdity of his reasoning. Did I injure a Jian? Was it I who refused to take him to the hospital, watching him die? Yang Wei-Tsung was visibly taken aback, his face paling. If not for your cold-heartedness and refusal to lend us money, would we have to suffer this? Jiang Ning looked at them coldly. If I were you, I would take a knife and confront the one who injured Jian. Kill one for vengeance, kill two for profit. Yet, each of you is a coward, too afraid to seek revenge, and instead shifting the blame onto me, preying on women. Is being a parasite so enjoyable? Who is living off others? Yang Wei-Tsung stammered. How much have I consumed? I know in my heart. Jiang Ning mocked. And who gave you the audacity to prance around in front of me? With that, she plunged a knife into Yang Wei-Tsung's thigh. He cried out in agony and collapsed, while the others rushed to aid him. Yang Ning, let us talk this over. You're going too far. As Jiang Ning ascended the stairs, she remarked, this time I've stabbed your leg. Next time it will be your heart. Cherish your chance to remain alive. No one dared to approach her, their faces twisted with resentment. Su Min Yao, whose hair had been shorn, stood behind the door, furious. A bunch of useless fools. Upon reaching the 17th floor, Jiang Ning was taken aback by the sight before her. The door at the stairwell was covered in spikes. To be precise, it was welded with countless iron nails, all protruding outward. Not just one door. All three doors were fortified in such a manner. Not even a mouse could squeeze through. 3 men and a woman were busy welding, sparks flying as they worked with fervor. Upon noticing her approach, Zhang Chao lifted his protective mask. Ning, take a look at our fortress. While gathering materials, they had discovered welding acetylene in the building, along with steel bars and iron nails, turning the 18th floor into an impregnable stronghold, allowing them to sleep peacefully at night without fear of intrusions. Jiang Ning could only give a thumbs up to Zhang Chao and Lu Yu's ingenuity. It was clear that the absence of Yang Wei-Tsung and Su Mingyao's contributions was a significant factor. Rather than living in fear, it was better to construct a robust protective shell. 3 heads are indeed better than 1, and perhaps that was the power of teamwork. Jiang Ning felt a surge of joy. At least she could not have conceived such a brilliant idea. Wow, you brought a dog back? Zhang Chao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Yu, tonight we can have dog stew. Kailei decisively turned away, exhausted and disheartened. Jiang Ning crouched down, offering comfort, and then spoke to Zhang Chao with seriousness. This is my dog. If you dare to lay a finger on it, I will be the one to stew you first. When did you get a dog? Zhang Chao was astonished. This looks like a stray. Isn't this the stray from the entrance of the neighborhood? Lu Yu added, recalling how Ning often fed it. It saved my life once, Jiang Ning said solemnly. Laying down the law, I did not bring it back for you to eat. If you dare to have any thoughts about it, I will show no mercy. Having scavenged for yak jerky, sausages, and ham from the office building, while Zhang Chao and the others rationed their food, they were not especially craving meat. In such dire circumstances, many had resorted to slaughtering their pets for sustenance. Who would waste precious resources on raising a dog? Food is life-saving. How many perish from hunger each day? Not just Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. Even Zheng Wei Li could not comprehend. However, Hui Yishen made a surprising remark. This Malinois has a solid build. If trained well, it could easily handle 2 or 3 adults. You have a keen eye. Jiang Ning thought highly of him, recalling how Kailei had evaded capture by 7 or 8 people outside, leaving them with nothing but frustration. The dog possessed an intelligence that sent chills down one's spine. We are all dog lovers and firmly oppose eating dog meat. Zhang Chao relented first. Ning, please tell it not to look at me like that. It's terrifying. Zheng Wei Li, empathizing with her feelings, added as a friend, Ning, under normal circumstances, I would fully support you, but this is a special time. Most of our food has been ruined by water. We only manage to stockpile, some due to our quick reactions. But your share will last at most 6 or 7 months. We do not know what the future holds, and large dogs consume a lot of food. You must consider this carefully. You don't want to regret it when food runs out and find yourself helpless. To me, it is not just a dog, but family. Jiang Ning gently reassured the anxious Kailei, stating, if resources dwindle, I will find more. I will not abandon it. Zheng Wei Li and the others were not meddling. As long as she was certain of her decision. Bringing Kailei into the room, Jiang Ning retrieved dog food from her supplies and soaked it in goat milk. The goat milk, which she had scavenged from the supermarket, was something she had initially found distasteful, but it suited Kailei perfectly now. After finishing a large bowl of dog food, Kailei's once emaciated belly finally swelled. It stood before the sofa, staring intently at Jiang Ning, tears suddenly streaming from its eyes. Unprepared, it felt a surge of hope. As it cried, Jiang Ning, seated on the sofa, was moved to tears as well, shedding the fears and resentments of a lifetime, along with feelings of loneliness and despair. The dog's head rested on her shoulder, emitting soft whimpers. Kailei too was crying, grateful that she had not discarded it like the previous owner had, and now it received affection and food. Did it dare to trust humans once more? Together, they embraced and wept for a long while. After their tears, Jiang Ning felt a newfound clarity, dispelling the previous confusion and fear. Having returned to stockpile resources, her sole intention was to survive, to live a little longer. But now it was different. She not only wanted to live well and for a longer duration, but also to protect Kailei. Once composed, she began to inspect Kailei's body, which was covered in distressing old and new wounds, and it suffered from severe skin issues, with various rashes covering its body. The dog's head was matted and looked utterly unappealing. Jiang Ning administered anti-inflammatory medication, then retrieved clippers to shave off the dog's fur. She disinfected the wounds with iodine and sprinkled Yunnan Baiyao over them. Lacking pet medications, Jiang Ning rummaged through her medicine box for an ointment with similar effects, gently applying it to Kailei's body. Kailei did not resist, but repeatedly attempted to lick its wounds. Emaciated to the point of resembling a mere skeleton, its fur stripped away, the sight was indeed jarring. Jiang Ning retrieved her number 7 jersey and draped it over the dog, affectionately stroking its head, saying, once I fatten you up, you will be quite handsome. She harbored no concerns regarding supplies. Her space was sufficiently stocked to sustain both her and Kailei indefinitely, not to mention the Haida Huayuan where she could cultivate crops. The ground was damp and devoid of a doghouse, so she laid down a few cardboard sheets and extracted a dirt-resistant lazy sofa from her space. Without needing instruction, Kailei instinctively recognized this as his new abode. It was soft and comfortable, finally providing him with a sense of home. He nestled into the bed, surrendering to sleep. Weary from the day, Jiang Ning, with her heavy backpack in hand, knocked on the door of 1801 before gathering at 1803. In front of everyone, she opened her burden pack. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were taken aback, repeatedly counting the stacks. 1 million? Jiang Ning nodded, explaining that she had discovered it in the cashier's office of an office building during her outing. Had this been before the calamity, a few individuals would have gone into a frenzy with excitement. However, confronted by such a substantial sum now, they felt an overwhelming sense of gloom. Money had become nearly worthless. Rice prices had soared to 500 yuan per jean, with a daily purchase limit of merely 1 jean, sourced from water recovery and drying. It was edible, but one could not guarantee safety. How could one spend such a fortune? It felt as if it would sprout moss in their hands. Jiang Ning cautioned them that it was fortunate to still have access to food. The future was uncertain, and supplies could dwindle. Presently, even that was difficult to procure. Lu Yu, who was keen on gathering intelligence, mentioned that although it was termed a purchase limit, the actual release was minimal, with many left empty-handed after waiting in line through the night. Yet, there were vendors reselling food, also recovered from water, now priced at 2,000 yuan per jean. How ironic that 1 million could only buy 500 jeans of rice. Is there a way out? The government was cracking down on speculation and hoarding. Those caught faced confiscation, and not everyone had connections. The value of money would continue to plummet. Increasingly, barter was becoming the norm. And who knew when currency would become obsolete? They needed to devise a plan to spend it by tomorrow. If food was unattainable, how could they spend it? Whatever the department store had, they would purchase. Jiang Ning directed her thoughts towards the impending winter. It was already October, and while short sleeves were once sufficient, Now a blanket was required for sleep. If this rain persisted into winter, how would they survive? The trio of life's naïfs resolved to raid the department store tomorrow, seizing whatever they could find. 1801 remained silent, his deep-set eyes betraying no emotion. He appeared to be part of the group, yet there was an underlying coolness and vigilance. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, seemingly capable of piercing through one's soul, which left Jiang Ning with an unsettling premonition. Upon departing from 1803, just as Jiang Ning was about to enter her home, Hua Yishan unexpectedly spoke up. Jiang Ning, may I discuss something with you? Please, go ahead. He explained that he had previously been a special police officer, but had relocated here after retiring due to injury. Often, he worked alongside a canine unit, thus possessing some dog training experience. The Belgian Malinois you brought back is a new breed of police dog, known for both its physical prowess and superior obedience and combat capability. If trained effectively, its combat efficiency could rival that of several adults, which would greatly benefit the 18th floor. Jiang Ning was astonished. She had indeed speculated about his military or police background at first, but witnessing his cold-bloodedness during a kill had led her to dismiss that notion, suspecting instead he might be a hired assassin or mercenary. To her surprise, he was a special police officer. Based on his account, he had only recently retired. How had he become so desensitized to taking lives? Distrust lingered, yet everyone harbored secrets, and as long as he posed no threat to her, Jiang Ning had no intention of prying. She refocused, asking, "What are your terms?" Chapter 37. Do you need food? Despite knowing Kayleigh was no slouch, she hoped it would grow stronger, for no one could resist the temptation of dog meat when faced with the threat of starvation. Hence, Kayleigh needed to become more formidable. Hua Yishan's request was simple. "I will help you train the dog if you teach Dodo to read." This was his condition? Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. Dodo was intelligent and well-behaved, perfectly capable of learning on his own. Hua Yishan appeared somewhat uneasy, saying, "As for literacy, I cannot manage. Training dogs is far simpler." Jiang Ning felt a bit awkward, but agreed to the trade. He would train her dog, and she would teach Dodo to read. As she opened the door, a shadow leaped at her, a low whine conveying its anxiety and restlessness, its paws scratching at Jiang Ning. She reassured it with gentle strokes. "It's all right. I'm not leaving." Having fed it a piece of ham, the stray dog remained agitated, following her closely, unwilling to let her out of its sight. Today, it wasn't just exhaustion that plagued her. Hunger gnawed at her insides. The unexpected reunion with Kayleigh was indeed worthy of celebration, prompting Jiang Ning to prepare steamed ribs, drunken goose, farmhouse stir-fried pork, and beer. Even if she wasn't hungry, Kayleigh's longing gaze was insistent, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. Jiang Ning offered him a piece of the light-flavored rib, then relaxed, watching a show while eating. Kayleigh, overly eager, leaped onto the sofa and sprawled across her lap, occasionally nudging her shoulder with his paw. Seeing Jiang Ning remain unfazed, he dashed back to his bowl, retrieving his toilet shovel, barking, "Food? What a clever little rascal." Jiang Ning tossed him a bone, cautioning, "Don't overeat. There will be plenty of good food every day." After their meal, it was time to teach Kayleigh to use the toilet. Not only Kayleigh, but also the pair of breeding rabbits and their litter. The balcony, though enclosed with glass, remained damp, making the rabbits lethargic. After laying down plenty of cardboard and moving them to the toilet, they seemed to perk up. Once accustomed, they no longer feared her and began roaming freely within the house. However, upon spotting the rabbits, Kayleigh's eyes gleamed with predatory instincts, and he instinctively lunged to attack. Jiang Ning swiftly intervened with a fierce glare. No, she would rely on them for sustenance, whether meat or porridge, and previously having cohabited with Kayleigh, he understood her temperament well, suppressing his urges. For now, he was not hungry. He would wait until hunger struck. Kayleigh, displaying intelligence, managed to relieve himself in the toilet after over an hour of training. In contrast, the rabbits remained oblivious, unable to grasp the concept, forcing her to clean several times throughout the day. Exhausted, Jiang Ning said, "Kayleigh, from now on, the responsibility of caring for them falls to you. Be a sensible dog and help your owner with chores." By the time she finished, it was already late at night, and Jiang Ning was ready to rest, only to find Kayleigh dragging his bed in after her. "All right then, I understand your need for security." She accepted it. Throughout the night, she woke several times, disturbed by Kayleigh's restlessness. He was highly sensitive to sound, springing up at the slightest noise from downstairs, guarding the stainless steel front door without budging. His long life of wandering had altered his nature. He no longer barked easily, lest he alert potential threats. Though it was merely an apartment building, it reflected the myriad faces of life, filled with both sordid and unsightly tales. At around 7 in the morning, Kayleigh roused her with his anxious demeanor. Upon opening the door, a classmate of Yang Weizong was knocking incessantly downstairs. "Jiang Ning, a Kong was injured by your knife yesterday and bitten by your dog. Now he has a fever, and you must take responsibility for this." Jiang Ning closed the door, proceeded to wash up, and prepared breakfast, a simple bowl of pork bone soup and 2 small steam buns. Kayleigh received half a bowl of dog food and 4 buns. Just as she tidied up, Lu Yu arrived, knocking on the door, ready for the day's mission to spend the 1 million. Zheng Weili had taken on the additional task of watching over the dogs while caring for the child. In the corridor, there was now a punching bag that Lu Yu and Zhang Chao had brought back for her, a means to practice boxing. Just don't use us as targets anymore. At the department store by 9, the crowd was as dense as ever. Suddenly, the loudspeaker announced that the day's food supplies had sold out, urging those in need to arrive early the next day. I arrived at midnight. How could it be gone? I was here at 9 p.m. to line up, and still didn't get my turn. A chorus of lamentations erupted, discontent swirling among the crowd. Yet what could be done? With armed troops on standby, even a rush would yield no food. Faces weary and disheartened, they wandered aimlessly, eventually departing in disappointment. Most visitors to the department store are primarily drawn by the allure of food, often accompanied by the intention to procure additional items. As the crowd disperses, the vast shopping space suddenly feels desolate. Compared to the previous visit, the selection of goods is noticeably diminished, with all consumables swiftly snatched away. However, a new offering of purified tap water is available at the price of 10 yuan per liter, albeit requiring patrons to bring their own containers. The thought of deceased bodies floating in the water instantly extinguishes Lu Yu's interest. The majority of the store's inventory comprises electrical appliances, clothing, bedding, and miscellaneous household items, leaving those with money struggling to find opportunities to spend. Only 2 inflatable boats remain, but upon seeing the price of 50,000 yuan each, Lu Yu hesitates to voice his interest. Jiang Ning's objective is clear: to gather essential supplies for survival in extreme cold. Although she is not in dire need, she cannot afford to share her resources without traversing a safe route. As essential living supplies soar in price, clothing and bedding remain relatively stable. After all, the focus is on saving money for food. While wandering about, Jiang Ning unexpectedly encounters a luxurious mink coat. The knee-length purple mink is soft to the touch and exceptionally warm when worn. Upon glancing at the price tag, which reads 49,999 yuan, she decides to purchase 7 pieces, ensuring her companions also benefit from the acquisition. In a single transaction, she spends 350,000 yuan, causing Lu Yu's heart to bleed at the extravagant expenditure. Should she opt for a more economical choice? After all, what uses money if not spent? Aside from the mink coats, there are also warm cotton jackets, down jackets, tactical jackets, quilts, socks, boots, thermal underwear, and more, enabling them to buy whatever they desire. Regrettably, there are no pet supplies available. Otherwise, she would have stocked up for Kale. While she browses, a middle-aged man approaches and whispers, "Miss, are you in need of grain?" His shifty demeanor instantly raises alarms, suggesting he is not a man of good intentions. Jiang Ning had noticed him lurking while she was purchasing the mink coat, assuming he might be a pickpocket or a robber, only to discover he is a grain dealer. "What grain?" she inquires. "Rice," he replies. "Soaked?" The man nods, adding that there is also non-soaked rice available, albeit at double the price. "What is the cost?" she asks. 2,500 for soaked rice. 5,000 for the dry. Jiang Ning ponders, questioning how she can ascertain whether the soaked rice is safe to consume. "Rest assured, miss, we pride ourselves on our integrity. We are honest in our dealings." He produces a handful of broken rice from his pocket, its color a dull yellow, though it emits no discernible odor. "How much do you have?" she queries. "As much as you need, I can provide." After calculating her expenses, she determines she can afford to buy 250 jean at 2,000 yuan per jean. The middle-aged man, who possesses the grain, casts a glance at her before she turns to find Lu Yu and the others to try on the mink coats. The store only has 10 pieces, and the styles and sizes may not suit them, yet the money seems impossible to spend. Zhang Chao, while trying on a coat, jokingly remarks, "I feel like I've been taken care of by a wealthy woman." Jiang Ning rolls her eyes in disdain, retorting, "Sorry, you're not my type." As they engage in banter, the man approaches again, suggesting, "If you truly want it, we can negotiate." With the 4 of them standing together, he seems unafraid, indicating he is not out for robbery. Jiang Ning explains the situation, and both Lu Yu and Zhang Chao express delight, even taking a taste of the rice, which they find comparable to that of the store. "You could trust us. The quality is indisputable." The unexpected, large order excites the man, who admits he only brought 5 jean with him, but can arrange for more if needed. The group deliberates, with Hua Yishan expressing concerns about potential dangers. The safest approach will be to conduct the transaction in multiple batches. After reaching an agreement, Jiang Ning returns to negotiate with the man, stating she will take 250 jean but wishes to pick them up separately, with a daily collection of 50 jean at the department store entrance. The man hesitates, stating, "I cannot make that decision, but I can ask. Please wait here." He swiftly departs the store. Jiang Ning sets aside 500,000 yuan, ensuring she has all she needs before making one final purchase of a mink coat to round out her spending. With several compression bags in tow, she pays and has the clothing and bedding all packed. While countless individuals suffer from hunger without money for food, she spends 50,000 yuan in an instant, leaving the cashier astonished, almost believing she has encountered a prodigal daughter. Just as she exits the department store, a sharp-nosed man eagerly approaches, announcing, "Our leader has agreed. We can proceed with the transaction." He glances toward a masked man nearby, who is carrying a heavy snakeskin bag. After a brief exchange of glances, they move to a secluded corner. Hua Yishan approaches to inspect the goods, nodding in approval once he confirms their quality. Jiang Ning hands a black garbage bag filled with 100,000 yuan to the sharp-nosed man, who quickly stows it in his backpack and begins his verification. The department store is under military supervision, alleviating fears of being robbed. Once the money and goods are exchanged, they set a time for the next transaction. The four of them swiftly board their speedboat, departing with the grain. The vessel carries a considerable amount of supplies, and Lu Yu and Zhang Chao remain vigilant, while Hua Yishan navigates around crowded areas. Although the detour is significantly longer, it offers a clearer line of sight, allowing them to spot any approaching individuals. Suddenly, Lu Yu, peering through binoculars, exclaims, "What is that?" Zhang Chao follows his gaze, spotting something bobbing in the distance. Is it a body? Jiang Ning takes the binoculars, focusing intently for a while before declaring, "It appears to be a pig." A pig? The group is astonished, scrutinizing it closely. Indeed, it is a living pig. How long has it been since they last had pork? While dog meat is prohibited, surely pork is permissible. The speedboat slows down and veers toward the pig amidst the rushing waters. It is indeed a live pig, its head quite sizable. While pigs can swim, they are no match for the raging floodwaters, drifting helplessly. The creature does not seem afraid of their approach. Instead, it emits distressed sounds, seemingly pleading for help. As they paddle closer, Zhang Chao reaches out to grasp the pig as front legs. Although it struggles, its resistance is not particularly fierce. It likely feels exhausted from being in the water. Together, they hoist the pig onto the boat. Given its large frame, it appears to weigh around 200 jin. Though it is quite thin, the pig sprawls on the boat, gasping for air. Suddenly, Jiang Ning produces an electric shock rod, causing the pig to emit two piercing squeals before collapsing into unconsciousness. Lu Yu, Zhang Chao, Hua Yishan, let us find a place to slaughter it. We cannot take it back. If discovered, it would lead to serious trouble. Zhang Chao quickly regains his composure, suggesting they head to a nearby construction site, where there is little chance of being seen and which is not too far from their current location. Thus, they steer the speedboat in new direction. After traveling approximately 6 or 7 kilometers, they find several partially submerged buildings under construction. Once they anchor the boat, the three men lift the pig ashore, and Jiang Ning hands them a pig slaughtering knife. She refrains from participating in the slaughter, instead taking the opportunity to ascend the building. The higher she climbs, the more construction materials she discovers, plenty of cement, bricks, and steel bars. Jiang Ning sees no reason to hold back. The Black Earth Garden requires over 1,800 cubic meters, and she must find a way to stockpile it. She collects everything, recognizing that while these materials may seem useless now, they're essential for rebuilding after an earthquake. This location is open to anyone, alleviating concerns that Lu Yu and his companions might suspect her intentions. Descending from the upper levels, she finds the pig has already been butchered. 1801 wielded the knife while Lu Yu and Zhang Chao assisted, discussing how to divide the meat. Except for Jiang Ning, the others lack culinary skills, and 1801 is particularly inept, having once burned porridge. They are incapable of properly preparing the pork, let alone the entrails, leading them to unanimously decide to divide the pork into 4 portions, with the entrails designated for Jiang Ning. "I want to be shy. I will prepare it and invite you all over for a meal," she assures them. 1803 claims half a pig, while the remaining half is divided between 1801 and 1802. What Yishan inquires, "Which half do you prefer?" "The front half," she replies. Although the rear half holds more meat, the head can be braised, and the skull is perfect for making soup. Yishan felt a sense of advantage as he cut a larger portion for her. Jiang Ning observed quietly without uttering a word. In the confines of her home, she directed the cutting into smaller pieces, then neatly packed them into black plastic bags, rendering their contents undetectable. Lu Yu expressed concern, wondering if they would be discovered while eating meat. "We are on the top floor. If anything floats away, it will drift upwards. We'll keep the doors and windows tightly shut while we cook. Even if some escapes, the rain will wash it away, so it should not pose a significant issue." Lu Yu cheerfully suggested they celebrate that night, feeling that after enduring tough times, a little excitement was in order. Why not do it together? If we cook separately, the flavors might be too intense. Zhang Chao, fond of merriment, was eager to foster a relationship with the aloof 1801, asserting their unity on the 18th floor. Lu Yu concurred, proposing that Ning take the lead in cooking since her culinary skills were the finest among them. Seeing that 1801 had no objections, Jiang Ning agreed, suggesting they have hot pot since she had the base ready. No one voiced any dissent. The mere mention of hot pot made their mouths water. Upon returning to Jinrong community, the 18th floor once again stirred excitement. The abundance of supplies provoked envy, with many wishing to ally with the 18th floor, but they were resolutely unwelcoming. The four had prepped in advance, stuffing rice and pork into a large backpack, leaving only winter clothing and quilts visible. Regardless of how discreet they tried to be, jealousy still ran rampant. Yet what did it matter? The 18th floor was notorious for its ruthless inhabitants, particularly the girl wielding a knife. Chapter 39. Capturing live pigs. Do not be fooled by the girl's tender age. Her heart was as dark as they come. The residents of the 8th and 12th floors were her former classmates. She had once broken a woman's rib and chopped off another's hair. The man fared worse. Bitten by a dog and then stabbed, carried to the hospital that morning. They were not to be trifled with, truly not to be trifled with. Jian's team had just returned, looking disheveled and only managing to bring back some firewood. With all the accessible places ransacked, even the moldy bread snatched away. Gazing at the bountiful harvest of the 18th floor, they could only sigh in despair, pondering the vast disparity among the same building's residents. As soon as they reached the 18th floor, Kayleigh rushed out from 1803, incessantly leaping towards Jiang Ning, vocalizing his grievances. The caretaker, you promised not to abandon me. Are you deceiving a dog? Daodu also bounded over, cheerfully wrapping her arms around Jiang Ning's waist, exclaiming, Sister, Kayleigh and I have been very well behaved today. Jiang Ning found herself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Just as she intended to mention 1801's little cotton-padded jacket, Kayleigh suddenly dashed towards 1801, crying, Brother, Daodu misses you so much. As per their usual practice, everyone gathered at 1803 to distribute the spoils. Upon learning they had brought back a pig, Zheng Weili, in her excitement, voiced her concern, We can't use the refrigerator. How will we preserve the pork? A half pig within just a few days would be impossible to consume entirely. It couldn't simply spoil without purpose. 1801 astoundingly declared, I have a car refrigerator with a USB interface. The meat should fit just right, although it charges slowly due to insufficient light. A car refrigerator? Jiang Ning recalled that her landlord seemed to have one as well and planned to search his room for it. While their storage problem was resolved, they could not afford to let 1803's meat rot. Zhang Chao suggested, Why don't you two eat what we have here first? Jiang Ning had no objections, but they would still struggle to finish it in just a few days. Cut off the fatty meat to fry lard for us. We can have hot pot tonight. And any leftovers can be salted for preservation. It's rainy and cool, so it should last a few days. Zhang Chao, feeling particularly hungry, asked, Are we not eating lunch? You can eat without me. I need to go out again to see if I can find some dog food for Kayleigh. Liu Yu offered, Shall we accompany you? No need. You all handle the half-pig. Concerned that her companions might struggle with frying lard, Jiang Ning cautioned, Cut the pig skins separately. Do not fry it with the fatty meat, as it may splatter oil. Even Hua Yishan, lurking nearby, silently absorbed the knowledge. Upon returning home, Jiang Ning grabbed a portion of fish-flavored shredded pork to fill her stomach, applied medicine to Kayleigh, and then planned to head out. Kayleigh grabbed her pant leg, pleading, Are you going to abandon me again? Jiang Ning affectionately patted his head. You stay home obediently. I'm going to stock up on meat for us. The pigs had drifted downstream. She recalled a large pig farm upstream, and if they had indeed come from there, it was likely not just one pig. The upstream river had several connected hills, and it was very possible the pigs would swim over to seek refuge. With limited pork stored in her space and the added responsibility of caring for Kayleigh, Jiang Ning felt compelled to take a chance. Hoping for a swift return, she found Kayleigh resolutely unwilling to let her go. Therefore, she decided to bring him along, knowing that when it came to hunting, dogs excelled far beyond humans. Lacking a raincoat, she fashioned a makeshift one from a plastic bag, cutting holes for his head. The appearance was quite comical and somewhat painful to behold. Jiang Ning stifled her laughter, taking a picture of her dog clad in plastic armor. The duo set out, navigating their motorboat toward Fengshan. With a modest elevation, Fengshan's base was marked by Fengshan Park, which featured expansive lakes and attractions, now regrettably submerged beneath water. Finding a gentle slope to land, they ensured no one was around before stowing the boat in her space. The ascent comprised stone steps and a cement path, and, to conserve energy, Jiang Ning wisely chose the latter, all the while keeping an eye on the roadside. Among the dense foliage, she spotted remnants of pig droppings that had not been washed away by the rain. Jiang Ning felt a surge of joy. Her intuition had proven correct. As they continued, Kayleigh suddenly barked, eager to rush ahead. Jiang Ning swiftly covered his mouth, instructing, Let us sneak into the village. No gunshots. Kayleigh understood instantly, switching to silent mode. His tail lowered, his eyes gleaming with mischief as they advanced. Not far ahead, they spotted a pavilion, and through binoculars, Jiang Ning was astonished to see a dozen pigs seeking shelter from the rain. Pigs are omnivorous, able to survive on grass. But these had likely been washed downstream for some time, their fat reserves depleted. Seeing humans approach, the pigs were hesitant to flee, though they nudged about restlessly. As her space could not accommodate living creatures, Jiang Ning retrieved her most powerful electric shock device, capable of incapacitating instantly. Stepping into the pavilion, she targeted the nearest one. The pig barely had time to squeal before collapsing. The remaining pigs, startled, bolted from the pavilion. Kayleigh dashed forward, fiercely herding them back, nipping at those who resisted. People, dogs, and pigs engaged in a chaotic chase in the rain. Kayleigh pursued, blocking their escape while the pigs floundered. In less than 15 minutes, all 12 pigs were rendered unconscious. Jiang Ning ensured they were truly dead before storing them in her space. To her surprise, Kaylay proved to be a skilled hunting dog, earning a reward of a salted chicken leg. Kaylay, let us keep going and gather enough pork for a lifetime, so we can indulge in delicious meals every day. Woof. He wants to eat meat. Together, the duo continued their search along the mountainside. Kaylay took the lead, using his natural instincts to seek out more prey. Pigs are social animals, and under Kaylay's guidance, Jiang Ning swiftly located a second group, this time 9 pigs, similar in size to the previous ones. One pursued, the other flanked, weaving through the thicket. Though the slope was not steep, it was easy to slip while running. Humans slipped, pigs slipped, but Kaylay moved with agility, expertly heading towards Jiang Ning. With 9 pigs captured once again, Jiang Ning felt a gust of exhilaration as she walked, invigorated by her success. They soon discovered a third and fourth group, taking down many stragglers, totaling 68 pigs, yielding at least over 10,000 pounds of pork. After thoroughly searching Fengshan twice, they found no further traces of pigs. As dusk settled, Jiang Ning descended the mountain with Kalu. As they walked, a dog suddenly dashed out like an arrow, swiftly vanishing into the thicket. Concerned for its safety, Jiang Ning hurried after it. Upon her arrival, she found Kalu furiously digging in the soil, barking fiercely, its eyes glinting with intensity. Jiang Ning surveyed her surroundings and discovered rabbit droppings. This creature often faced hunger, valuing survival resources more than herself, and even spared no wild rabbits. A cunning rabbit has several burrows. Jiang Ning searched nearby and soon found an entrance, hastily blocking it with mud. Before long, a gray shadow emerged from the hole, darting away. Kalu chased it with lightning speed, seizing it by the neck and slamming it to the ground. After several moments, the gray rabbit fell silent. Proudly, Kalu returned to Jiang Ning, presenting its catch triumphantly. After relishing the thrill of the hunt, Kalu continued to excavate, pulling out a large gray rabbit from the burrow. The digging did not cease, revealing 3 medium-sized rabbits, all gathered neatly together. Wild rabbits lack the value of domesticated ones, and considering her current ample supply of meat with Kalu, Jiang Ning decisively eliminated them and stored the remains in her spatial storage. On her return journey, she deliberately detoured to the pig slaughtering area, collecting various building materials stacked nearby into her spatial storage. The items vanished in a thin air, startling Kalu, who widened its eyes in surprise. Jiang Ning affectionately patted its head, reassuring it that she possessed a little magic. Upon returning to the community, twilight enveloped the sky. Countless pairs of eyes observed her, and upon seeing Jiang Ning return with only a bundle of firewood, their hearts found some balance. The residents of the 18th floor were not always so fortunate. As she reached the stairs, Zhang Chao greeted her, inquiring about her tardiness. He and Lu Yu had just planned to venture out in search of her. Jiang Ning, feeling exhausted after searching numerous places, lamented that she could not even find dog food, let alone a piece of long-haired bread. The nearby areas had been thoroughly ransacked, making the hunt for supplies exceedingly difficult. Lu Yu voiced his concerns, mentioning that some communities had suffered from raids, urging caution even if they chose to remain indoors. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Ning entered her home to change out of her raincoat and plucked the vegetables from the balcony. The greens, nourished with nutrient solution, had grown considerably, though their leaves retained a slight yellow hue, indicating a difference from those cultivated under natural sunlight. Nonetheless, given the rainy conditions, this was a commendable yield. To balance their meat-heavy diet, Jiang Ning also brought in a mushroom bag flourishing with Pinggu and Yuhuanggu varieties. The trio was astounded, not only by the vegetables, but also by the fresh, plump mushrooms. Ning, you could participate in a survival challenge show. One exclaimed, I was just lucky. When I moved, I happened to find a box of mushroom bags online, and to my surprise, they actually produced mushrooms. The camaraderie in the kitchen flourished as they busied themselves. Soon after, Hua Yishan and Dodo arrived in hand, bringing 10 eggs and half a pound of noodles. Ning, we truly need you at home, Zheng Weili remarked with a smile, noting how quiet the 18th floor had been in her absence, now bustling with activity upon her return. Feeling buoyed by the atmosphere, Jiang Ning prepared to showcase her culinary skills that evening. With a team of culinary novices, they set to work. Zhang Chao chopped ribs, Lu Yu washed lean meat. Zheng Weili plucked greens, and Dodo clung to the mushroom sticks, declaring her desire to cultivate mushrooms as well. The little girl was adorably earnest, prompting Jiang Ning to agree. All right, I'll give you one tomorrow, but take good care of it. Dodo glanced at Hua Yishan, seemingly seeking his approval. Brother? Observing the longing in her eyes, Hua Yishan replied, remember to thank your sister. Dodo joyfully bounded over, exclaiming her gratitude. Thank you, sister. I can raise mushrooms now. Jiang Ning affectionately ruffled her hair, encouraging her to nurture them well. As Lu Yu nearly cut himself while slicing the meat, Jiang Ning stepped in, meticulously cutting the meat into thin slices and marinating them with a touch of oil, starch, and soy sauce. The hot pot base was sautéed before being poured into the dual-flavor pot to simmer, with the other side prepared as a light mushroom broth, enhanced with a few scallion roots and rehydrated dried matsutake mushrooms. The living room of 1803 was spacious, and the group secured the doors and windows, placing the dual-flavor pot atop a portable gas stove. The rich and enticing aroma of the hot pot soon filled the air, eliciting smiles from everyone as they gathered around. The mere scent made their mouths water. The ribs plunged into the broth, and the marinated lean meat was ready to be served after just a minute of cooking. "This is pure bliss," Zhang Chao exclaimed, his tongue burned, but the meat was tender and fragrant. The others eagerly joined in, not hesitating to dip their chopsticks. Dodo, who could not handle spice, was served non-spicy portions by Hua Yishan. Zhang Weili teasingly asked, "Dodo, doesn't Ning's cooking surpass your brother's?" Dodo cautiously glanced at her brother, flashing a sweet smile. "Brother's is also delicious." "Enough already," someone interjected. Everyone knows Hua Yishan's culinary skills are inversely proportional to his looks. Yes, even worse than Lu Yu, who lives off handouts. "Where's Kulu?" Zhang Chao inquired. Turning around, Jiang Ning replied while eating, "It's at home. Bring it over. It's part of our team now," Zhang Weili chimed in, expressing her fondness for the dog. Kulu is quite impressive. It senses any commotion downstairs right away, as if it has ears attuned to the wind. It's full of energy. Not even Zhang Chao and Lu Yu combined could match its vigor. With it guarding the house, we can finally sleep soundly. Dodo also adored Kulu, and everyone agreed to call it over. They acknowledged the need for teamwork and not to indulge in special treatment. Jiang Ning felt a swell of emotion and agreed. She opened the door, inviting Kulu to fetch its bowl. Dodo snuck a piece of rib into Kulu's mouth, as the two little ones could only enjoy the non-spicy mushroom broth, which was deliciously sweet. Zhang Chao brought out several cans of beer, announcing, "Finally, we're having a good meal. Let us celebrate." Each person took a can, while Dodo enjoyed her Sprite, and Kulu savored the rib broth, barking happily. As Liu sipped his beer, he mused, if it weren't for the flood downstairs, who would guess we were living in an apocalypse tonight? Zhang Chao rallied the mood, saying, "As long as we work together, every day can be like this." Once the meat was nearly finished, they added kelp and winter melon to the pot. Jiang Ning had brought the winter melon, which was durable and could last for several months without spoiling. The yu huang gu was exceptionally fresh, leaving a lingering taste in the mouth. The greens were equally delightful. A quick dip in the broth rendered them tender. None of them had had greens since the typhoon, and the experience was nothing short of comforting, akin to a starving ghost finally finding sustenance. "If it weren't for a Ning, I'd have forgotten the taste of greens," one remarked. "The nutrient solution we brought back is effective. It promotes the rapid growth of greens, ensuring we won't lack them in the future." This news thrilled everyone. "Greens are wonderful. They lift our spirits," they exclaimed, chatting as they continued to eat, eventually adding a handful of noodles to the pot, filling their bellies to satisfaction. Despite having stockpiled ample supplies, under Zhang Chao's diligent guidance, Zhang Weili and Lu Yu dared not squander resources. They adhered to a modest diet of porridge and noodles, even reserving rice for special occasions. Tonight's feast was a delightful indulgence, feeling surreal as if they were dreaming. Awaking from this dream, they found the flood had receded, returning to their familiar world, where the apocalypse seemed but a distant memory. Each night, dreams intertwined with their reality, still submerged in water. Yet, this meal released the pent-up tension in their chests, restoring their courage to persevere. One day, this calamity would come to an end, and the beauty of their former life would return. As the evening drew to a close, they refrained from discarding the hot pot broth, planning to continue cooking noodles in it the following day. During these extraordinary times, savoring something flavorful was a luxury. Who was concerned about potential nitrite contamination? The fatty meat had rendered oil, leaving behind crispy golden remnants weighing several pounds, sufficient to last for an extended period. Zhang Weili retrieved the remaining several dozen pounds of meat, asking, "Ning, how much salt should I use?" With the salt supply limited and meant to last a year, using 2 or 3 pounds at once would be wasteful, yet insufficient seasoning could lead to spoilage. This time, being fortunate enough to catch a pig means they can savor fresh meat in the desolate world. Otherwise, they would not even catch a whiff of it. However, they cannot indulge excessively and must plan for their future. Noticing that the three were eager to hoard the meat, Jiang Ning finally spoke up. "The landlord's car fridge is quite spacious. I can return home to render the fatty meat into oil. I should be able to squeeze yours in two." She contemplated retrieving an extra unit from her space to lend them, but their solar charger couldn't support it. Zhang Chao and the others were delighted and offered to help cut the fatty meat for oil. In her presence, they were all rather naive regarding survival. Yet they eagerly wished to assist, perhaps to avoid being scorned in the future. Jiang Ning dared not let them help, insisting, "No, I can manage it myself. You all should wash up and rest." Upon returning home, she stored dozens of pounds of meat in her space, retrieved a multifunctional massage bathtub filled with hot water, plugged into solar power storage, and played soothing music to relax. Kayleigh dragged over a bowl filled with bones and settled beside her, gnawing away. Perhaps gaining recognition from the other bipeds, it appeared particularly exuberant, crunching the bones with relish. Guarding food is a dog's instinct, yet Kayleigh was fond of this human, deliberately leaving half a bowl of bones for Jiang Ning. Woof! Jiang Ning expressed her gratitude, urging, "You eat it." She tossed a sausage in its direction. The next day, she woke up naturally, and 1801 went with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu to the department store to trade for broken rice. Finding the task simple enough not to summon Jiang Ning. In the morning, she enjoyed delicious fried dumplings with Kayleigh, not only brushing her own teeth, but also giving Kayleigh a thorough cleaning before carrying the pig offal to 1803. The keyword for the day was food and drink, and they set about handling the pig offal with Zheng Weili. Dowdu rushed over, eager to help. "Sister, let me assist you," fearing she might dirty her hands. Jiang Ning suggested play with Kayleigh instead. Once Kayleigh arrived, the atmosphere on the 18th floor became much livelier. Any rustling from below would not escape its attentive ears. What reassured Jiang Ning even more was Kayleigh's principled nature. Dowdu sneakily tried to feed Kayleigh some oil residue, which made Kayleigh salivate but refused to eat. Staring at her with pleading eyes, Jiang Ning teased, "It's poisonous." Startled, Kayleigh spat out the residue. Jiang Ning stifled a laugh. "It's not poisonous, just teasing you. Go ahead and eat." The dog, miffed, sniffed cautiously before finally beginning to eat. Zheng Weili chuckled. "Kayleigh is quite clever, as long as you don't nod. It can resist temptation." This vigilance was born from harsh realities. Stray dogs must face human drives, city management capture, and numerous dog thieves employing various tactics. Without some skill, Kayleigh would have perished long ago. However, Kayleigh had indeed become sharper, seeming much smarter than before, fully comprehending human speech, even taking on a role of discipline. De Hui and Xiao Bai were less intelligent, consuming more than they excreted, which vexed Jiang Ning. Kayleigh, with an air of authority, clamped down with its mouth, its paws pressing down firmly. "You had better not relieve yourself anywhere." It then seized the neck of one and dragged it to the toilet. "Relieve yourself in front of me." Perhaps animals are easier to communicate with. After receiving a stern lesson from Kayleigh a few times, De Hui and Xiao Bai had truly learned their lesson. This morning, upon waking, she discovered they were using the toilet. Kayleigh also had a strategy for the 10 little rabbits. Regardless of who relieved themselves indiscriminately, Kayleigh would catch De Hui and Xiao Bai, growling fiercely. "Are you going to mind? If not, I will feast." Kayleigh disciplined the rabbits, and the rabbits in turn disciplined the young ones. There was nothing they could not learn. My remarkable dog had instantly become the leader of the territory, now with 12 subordinates. By noon, 1801 and the others returned. Jiang Ning and Zheng Weili had already cleaned the pig offal, preparing intestines, pig liver, and cutting some lean meat to marinate as pig offal, while the fatty intestines were seasoned and cut into pieces. She laid out the menu for the day. For lunch, there was a bowl of pig offal soup for each person and stir-fried fatty intestines with pickled vegetables. For dinner, they planned onion stir-fried pig hearts and peppered pig stomach stew. The remaining odds and ends were set aside for tomorrow. The greens and onions were Jiang Ning's, while 1803 provided rice, flour, and oil. 1801 was equally generous, always bringing back more than enough food, yet they were all mindful of one another. They were not people who quibbled over trivialities, and thus they could gather together harmoniously. Zhang Chao expressed his satisfaction. "On Ning, why don't you simply take over cooking from now on? Whenever we try, we just ruin things." Jiang Ning firmly declined. "I will not become a housekeeper. Occasionally cooking a meal is fine." Zheng Weili inquired, "Why did you return so late from getting supplies?" "We thought something might have happened to you," she added. The supply run went smoothly. "We still had time, so we went to a nearby office building but found nothing," Zhang Chao explained. He continued, "The price of rice at the department store has risen again, and the quantity is dwindling. The sharp-nosed monkeys we trade with did not take advantage of the situation, nor did they send anyone to follow us. They must have some principles. Rice priced at 2,000 yuan per pound is unaffordable for ordinary people. How much of it can they sell in a day while risking capture? We're their major clients." Jiang Ning inspected the rice they had brought back. The quality was similar to yesterday's. The others, lacking experience, asked, "On Ning, how should we eat this rice? It was fish from the bottom. Who can trust it enough to eat?" They were uncertain. "Let us seal it in bags and only eat it when we are truly out of food. We should also monitor if anyone has issues after eating this rice. If not, we can incorporate a little into our regular cooking." Lu Yu wholeheartedly agreed. "You always think ahead, On Ning. By the way, those sharp-nosed monkeys don't just sell rice. They also trade for items. They accept tea, cigarettes, alcohol, or medicine in exchange." They had gathered quite a bit, especially medicines, as it was reported that hospitals had run out of supplies, and even if they had them, they were sold by the pill at exorbitant prices. Holding essential resources would undoubtedly provide more avenues for survival, which relieved Lu Yu and the others. "Should we trade for some better rice?" Jiang Ning disagreed. "Our expenditure is already 50,000. That's enough to draw attention. We must not attract trouble." While we are short on food, we will be even more desperate for medicine. In due time, we can trade for more food without being so hasty. After finishing their meal, Jiang Ning departed with 1801. 1801 asked, "Can we train today?" It seemed he was eager to begin training the dog. Jiang Ning had no objections. She crouched down to discuss with Kaylay. Kaylay, would you like to train with this big brother every day? Kaylay squinted its eyes, filled with wariness and resistance, taking a few steps back in discontent. The aura of 1801 was not particularly appealing to the dog. Chapter 42. Scheming on the 18th floor? No way. Undeterred by Kaylay's disdain, 1801 bent down and addressed it. You are smart and strong, but the outside world is too harsh. You must grow stronger to protect yourself and those you wish to safeguard. MHM. Jiang Ning stroked Kaylay's head to ease the situation. Kaylay, you'll protect me, right? The dog's eyes darted between the two. It liked its current caretaker and the people on this floor, having just enjoyed their pig offal soup. If it did not grow stronger, would it end up in a dog meat restaurant? After pondering, it acquiesced, nuzzling its pitiful head against Jiang Ning, vowing to protect her. She could not abandon it. Don't worry, we are just a wall apart. We can see each other anytime. Back in the room, she found half a bag of dog food to hand over to Hua Yishan, explaining, Kaylay is clever, yet holds grudges. It's particularly stubborn. If it behaves poorly, just don't scold or hit it. Just let me know. Hua Yishan was bemused. What do you take me for? It was a trade of both human and dog. Daodu was delighted, while Kaylay wore a forlorn expression. After exchanging, Jiang Ning opened Daodu's backpack, which contained numerous children's educational books and art supplies. But the items were all mismatched, clearly hastily gathered. Daodu, have you ever attended kindergarten? Daodu shook her head, playing with her fingers. No. A child nearing 5 years of age has never attended kindergarten, and while Daodu was initially quite cheerful, the mention of this topic dimmed her spirits. Sister, am I very foolish? Daodu asked, her head bowed low, lamenting that all her peers had gone to kindergarten while she had not. You are not foolish. Daodu is the brightest, replied Jiang Ning. Although not a teacher, Jiang Ning had been tutoring since her high school years, particularly adept at the knowledge required in the final year of secondary education. Though she had never taught elementary students, she felt confident after reviewing some introductory materials and devised a plan to start with Arabic numerals, teaching Daodu to count from 1 to 10, then from 11 to 20, encompassing both writing and numerical patterns. Despite Daodu's lack of formal education, she had engaged with television and conversations, and at her age, she quickly grasped the concepts. Obediently sitting down to complete her homework, the diligent Jiang Ning prepared all the necessary stationery, including pencils and erasers. In less than half an hour, Daodu had managed to write the numbers up to 100. Jiang Ning rewarded her with a piece of candy, proclaiming, "You did wonderfully, Daodu." Following mathematics, they transitioned to language studies, commencing with the pinyin of Chinese characters. Intelligent children possess high comprehension. After the lesson, Jiang Ning assigned homework while she relaxed on the sofa, perusing information about hydroponic vegetables, eager to master the technique. Daodu, having finished her assignments, did not leave, but continued to play with the dog while reciting the pinyin of a catchy song. When 1801 did not arrive to collect her at the scheduled time, Jiang Ning prepared instant noodles with ham, much to the little one's delight. Upon waking from her nap, she faintly heard the sound of running. Opening the door, she found Kaylay sprinting down the corridor toward the rooftop stairs, engaging in a spirited game of back and forth that resembled an extreme sport, moving with the swiftness of lightning. 1801 stood at the entrance, gesturing sternly to the dog. Despite Kaylay's desire to approach his owner affectionately, he continued to dash back and forth at 1801's command. Jiang Ning furrowed her brow, concerned about scolding the dog. After 50 laps, 1801 finally allowed Kaylay to stop. Although panting, Kaylay appeared exuberantly joyful. There was no need for concern. The Belgian Malinois not only exhibited energy, but also remarkable endurance, capable of running 50 kilometers daily. Forcing to rest would only frustrate the animal. After Hua Yishan finished speaking, he squatted down to pat Kaylay's head, praising him as a good dog. After the training session, Kaylay was rewarded with a piece of jerky, which he promptly took and offered to Jiang Ning, indicating, "This is my earned treat for you." Jiang Ning chuckled. "All right, I shall save it for you." Returning to 1801's side, Kaylay stood at attention, signaling the formal conclusion of today's training. During the handover, Hua Yishan inquired about Daodu's progress. Daodu has performed excellently. She has mastered numbers below 100 and letters as well. You may quiz her at your leisure. Just as he was about to ask about Kaylay's condition, a commotion erupted downstairs, growing increasingly intense. Peering down the stairwell, it appeared that some individuals had returned from shelter, attempting to settle in the corridor. However, the original residents vehemently opposed this. As the floodwaters continued to rise, the shelter became increasingly crowded, with residents struggling for food and sleep while remaining vigilant against theft. Returning to the corridor provided a semblance of comfort. Yet, the original tenants were far from pleased. Natural disasters were already unbearable, and having to share the corridor with newcomers was particularly distressing. This situation felt akin to having a pack of wolves outside the door, ready to invade at any moment. Who wouldn't be apprehensive? After all, such incidents had occurred before the typhoon subsided, and everyone had learned to be cautious, no longer inclined to perform good deeds or help others easily. No floor was willing to accommodate these returnees, and thus they moved upward, soon knocking on the door of the 17th floor. The family from Unit 403 appeared gaunt and unkempt, prompting others to keep their distance. Remarkably, this group had conspired to push them toward the 18th floor. Aware that the residents of the 18th floor were notorious, the family from 403, driven to desperation, knelt and pleaded, "Let us stay by the rooftop door. We promise not to disturb you." "Your pleas are futile," Jiang Ning replied coldly, knowing she could never open the door. The building had a designated leader, elected by all, and any difficulties should be directed to him. If he could not resolve such trivial matters, he had no right to his position. The family from 403 was not foolish. They quickly comprehended the situation. They returned to the 13th floor, refusing to leave, asserting, "My family has lived here for over a decade. Let us see who dares to evict us today. If we cannot reside on the 13th floor, let the building leader come forward and designate where we shall stay." Minutes later, Jian stormed up, banging on the door and demanding that the family from 403 be allowed to stay by the rooftop door on the 18th floor. However, his only response was silence, the atmosphere on the 18th floor eerily quiet. Jian nearly kicked the door, but was deterred by the sharp iron spikes adorning it, forcing him to swallow his frustration. No floor was willing to yield, and the family from 403 ultimately remained holed up on the 13th floor. Days passed, and the floodwaters continued to rise. Under Jiang Ning's attentive care, Kayleigh's skin issues healed, and his one skeletal frame began to fill out. Coupled with 1801's rigorous training, he even started to show faint muscle definition. 1801 drilled holes in the corridor wall to install a rope, designed to enhance Kayleigh's jumping capabilities. With a running start, Kayleigh leapt effortlessly over 2 meters, securely grasping the rope. As long as 1801 did not issue a command, Kayleigh would not release his grip. One could not help but acknowledge that while 1801 lacked experience in child rearing, he excelled in dog training. Beyond simple commands, it was the commanding presence and piercing gaze that seemed to draw parallels between Kayleigh and 1801. Their powerful aura and keen eyes allowed them to communicate without words. Jiang Ning felt a twinge of jealousy. It seemed that 1801 had stolen her dog away. Chapter 43. Medical fees. Jiang Ning felt a pang of jealousy as Hua Yishan had seemingly taken her dog. Fortunately, Kayleigh recognized his owner, eagerly seeking her embrace upon return from training, and always carried his dog bowl whenever they ventured out. Alas, Hua Yishan's culinary skills were such that even dogs turned their noses up at the food, prompting Jiang Ning to prepare Kayleigh's meals in advance. Observing the transformed Kayleigh, Zheng Weili expressed disdain toward Lu Yu and Zhang Chao. "Look at you too. Even the dog surpasses you." Despite the incessant rain, everyone remained industrious, with Zheng Weili diligently training the two lackluster individuals. While it was uncertain if their physical fitness had improved, Jiang Ning noted their bruised appearances, suggesting they were indeed resilient. Feeling impulsive, she decided to test them. Their evasive maneuvers were surprisingly adept, and they laughed. "Oh, you wish to strike us? Not a chance." Unlike the despairing cries from other floors, the residents of the 18th floor were thriving, with even Daodu making progress, mastering pinyin and reciting the text about the crow drinking water. The hydroponic vegetables thrived, and as Jiang Ning gazed at the vibrant green lettuce on her balcony, a smile spread across her face. The hybrid vegetables boasted strong vitality, growing rapidly thanks to the nutrient solution, and were significantly larger than ordinary greens. She observed them daily and had yet to detect any pests. After tending to her outdoor tasks, Jiang Ning entered her space to harvest Timothy hay for the rabbits. The grass had been brought back from Fengshan, along with various wild plants and saplings, which she planted where possible, while setting aside the rest. The garden was cluttered with countless pieces of furniture and building materials, yet ample black soil remained unutilized. However, Jiang Ning refrained from planting vegetables or grains, as she currently lacked neither. Moreover, cultivating these would consume too much time. 2 hours each day simply was not sufficient. What she truly lacked was the time to freely reside in her space, so she devoted the available land entirely to fruit trees, which required minimal maintenance. Just as she emerged from her space, she noticed Kayleigh scratching at the door. Upon opening it, she found someone calling for her from downstairs. Jiang Ning descended to investigate and encountered a young man supporting an elderly lady. "Hello, may I ask if you can provide medical assistance?" Through the iron railing, she could see the elderly woman's pained expression. Jiang Ning maintained a stoic demeanor, asking, "What happened?" "My grandmother has hurt her back, but the hospital has run out of medication and suggested we seek traditional Chinese acupuncture." The young man named Zhong Ping, wearing a pair of glasses that lent him an air of refinement, displayed a remarkably polite demeanor. "I hear you study traditional Chinese medicine. Might you be able to assist my grandmother?" he inquired. "I possess some knowledge of acupuncture, though I am not particularly skilled. Can you trust me to treat her? How could I possibly relax? She is in excruciating pain, unable to sit or lie down, and has not slept a wink all night. Jiang Ning initially intended to decline, but then reconsidered. I can treat her, but my medical skills are limited, so I cannot guarantee a complete recovery, and there will be a fee. Is it possible to defer payment? Zhong Ping hesitated. All my money is in my card, and I assure you I will retrieve it as soon as the flood recedes. Sensing her potential refusal, he added, I can pay interest. Jiang Ning was unwilling to agree, suggesting instead that he could offer food as compensation. Zhong Ping found this difficult, as he had little grain left. Hearing about the food, Granny Zhong quickly intervened. At my age, I have lived enough. There is no need for treatment. In truth, she was not particularly old, appearing to be just over 60. The instinct for survival is inherent in humanity, who would willingly choose death, merely wishing to avoid burdening their children. Zhong Ping reassured his grandmother and proposed to Jiang Ning. Can we exchange something else as compensation? That is possible, but it must reflect its value, she replied. I have a mountain bike that cost 18,000. It has only been ridden a few times. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Thus, Zhong Ping descended to fetch the bike, returning with it. Look, it's nearly new. The transaction was completed, equating to 10 treatments. Jiang Ning accepted the bike, but insisted Zhong Ping return in an hour and a half. He would carry the bicycle and assist Granny Zhong upstairs. Though she was in considerable pain, her demeanor remained amiable. Thank you, young lady, she expressed. No need for thanks. I am charging for this, Jiang Ning replied, preventing him from entering her home and conducting the examination in the hallway. The diagnosis revealed lumbar strain and sprain, not a severe illness, yet the pain was undeniably distressing. She retrieved a soft, comfortable bench from her space, placing it in the corridor for Granny Zhong to lie on. Noticing her discomfort, Jiang Ning prepared a medicinal alcohol for massage to promote blood circulation. Though her technique was not expert, it provided Granny Zhong with considerable relief. After unblocking the meridians, she began acupuncture. Having practiced previously in school and recently reviewed her skills, Jiang Ning was not intimidated and executed the technique with steady hands. Remarkably, despite her suffering, Granny Zhong, who had not rested for days, unexpectedly fell asleep. It was only when Jiang Ning removed the needles that she awoke, feeling significantly better. Young lady, I did not expect your medical skills to be so proficient. Healing a lumbar injury requires care, especially considering long-term dampness. Jiang Ning cautioned her to focus on recovery. She had analgesics and plasters in her space that could expedite healing, but she refrained from offering them, not out of concern for the medications, but to avoid revealing her resources. Young lady, may I discuss something with you? Granny Zhong asked, removing a jade bracelet from her wrist. This bicycle is my grandson's treasure. Could we exchange it for this? The bracelet was of good quality and likely worth a significant sum. Jiang Ning was not greedy, replying, your injury cannot be healed in just 10 treatments. When the flood recedes, you can redeem the bicycle with cash. Relieved to hear of the possibility of redemption, Granny Zhong felt reassured. In truth, their family's circumstances were decent. It was merely that the younger generation lacked the habit of carrying cash, leading to their current predicament. Just as they finished, Zhong Ping arrived to pick her up. Noticing his grandmother's improvement, he politely expressed his gratitude. Once he departed, Zhang Chao opened the door. Ning, you are quite impressive. You can now earn money through medicine. It is not a major ailment. I am merely honing my skills. In this post-apocalyptic world, craftsmanship is essential for survival, which is why Jiang Ning remains steadfast in her studies. If they were to live in a base in the future, these skills would be her capital for survival. Lu Yu envied her ability to choose a practical major, contrasting it with her own studies in software programming, which seemed utterly useless. That may not be the case. You never know when it might come in handy, Jiang Ning reassured. Observing Jiang Ning's remarkable progress, Lu Yu felt a sense of urgency and turned to seek out Zheng Weili for a boxing session. Unable to apply her knowledge, she resolved to at least improve her physical fitness. The damp weather made her body particularly uncomfortable. Jiang Ning engaged in physical training in the living room, sweating profusely after 2 hours. A knock on the door interrupted her. Hearing the commotion, Kailei rushed to open it. Hua Yishan arrived to pick up Kailei. Noticing Jiang Ning practicing military boxing, after a brief pause, he stepped inside, observing, your movements lack precision. Your punches should be slightly elevated. His expertise far surpassed the instructional videos. Jiang Ning did not refuse his guidance, adjusting her punches accordingly. Is this better? She asked. Almost there, he replied, coming closer to lift her punches higher. After completing a set, he pointed out several flaws. Rarely does one see a girl execute boxing with such vigor. And feeling a surge of enthusiasm, Hua Yishan suggested, shall we spar? Chapter 44. A monkey steals a peach. Jiang Ning was taken aback. He was a former special police officer, and she felt inadequate. However, this was not in her nature. Engaging with a master would only enhance her skills. All right, she agreed. In fact, Zheng Weili had long wished to challenge him, but had never found the opportunity until now. After exchanging greetings, Jiang Ning confidently began sparring with him. Brimming with youthful bravado, she launched her attacks with ferocity. Yet, in the presence of Jiang Ning, Hua Yishan resembled a master, effortlessly dodging her strikes while countering, leaving Jiang Ning feeling somewhat disheveled. Having survived in the post-apocalyptic world for 3 years, coupled with her indomitable spirit, Jiang Ning's competitive nature was fully ignited, leading her to adopt less conventional techniques. Although her self-taught tactics were far from refined, they proved particularly effective in confrontations during the apocalypse. Kailei, witnessing the sparring, instinctively leaped to defend Jiang Ning, suddenly pouncing on Hua Yishan's clothing and tugging at it from behind. In a moment reminiscent of a monkey stealing a peach, Hua Yishan, caught off guard by Kailei's antics, was unable to evade in time and was hit. His body froze, and his handsome, stern face flushed instantly. Jiang Ning, equally taken aback, was thrown into a nightmarish memory of being besieged in the apocalypse, which ignited her fighting spirit, prompting her to instinctively retaliate with a less than honorable move. A successful strike. The air fell eerily silent, and the atmosphere turned unsettlingly tense. She quickly withdrew her hands, stepping back awkwardly, turning her face away in embarrassment, and murmured an apology. After a long pause, Hua Yishan finally spoke. That was quite effective. Just don't use it against me next time. He had evaded, but not entirely. The pain he felt was beyond description. Jiang Ning was mortified, her toes digging into the ground. While the move was undeniably effective, it was surprising that her momentary lapse had resulted in such an encounter with Hua Yishan. Kailei, still ready to defend, was equally bewildered, wondering why the sparring had ceased. Hua Yishan exited the living room, standing at the door, calling out, "Kailei." Kailei tilted its head to look at Jiang Ning, and upon receiving permission from its owner, it picked up its food bowl and left. "You did well just now. When encountering bad people, you must protect your owner," Hua Yishan praised, patting its head. "However, I'm not a bad person. I am your teammate." Hearing these words, Jiang Ning's face turned crimson as she covered her face, contemplating how they would face each other in the future. Hua Yishan said nothing further, returning with Dodo after teaching it. After dropping Dodo off, he discovered Hua Yishan's door was locked as he had taken the dog out. Just then, Granny Zhong arrived for treatment, and Jiang Ning invited Dodo to stay inside to play. Halfway through the acupuncture, Hua Yishan returned with Kailei, holding a bundle of bamboo. With an outsider present, he did not greet her, but entered the house with a stern expression, likely upset. After sending Granny Zhong away, Hua Yishan approached to collect Dodo, carrying a black plastic bag that Kailei had caught. Jiang Ning opened the bag to find a grass carp weighing 3 to 4 pounds. It was not uncommon to find fish in the flooded ponds of functioning suburbs, but it was impressive that Kailei had managed to catch one. This little creature is becoming increasingly extraordinary. Do you prefer sour fish soup or boiled fish? Jiang Ning wished to apologize for her earlier recklessness in the morning. I didn't mean to. I'm truly sorry. Her mention of it, however, caused Hua Yishan's face to flush once more, his demeanor appearing exceedingly awkward. "It's nothing. I am fine," he replied, momentarily stunned. He continued, "Dodo and Kulu cannot tolerate spicy food. The sauerkraut fish is a better option." Upon realizing the prowess of Kulu, Zhang Chao and the others could not help but express their admiration, exclaiming, "Our dog is remarkable. From now on, whether we drink soup or consume meat, we shall rely on Kulu." Kulu, basking in the praise, wagged its tail enthusiastically. Having not gathered for a meal in several days, Hua Yishan, despite his culinary shortcomings, procured 3 jin of pork belly. It was unwise to consistently cook in room 1803, as the aroma might attract unwanted attention. Jiang Ning, unable to fully utilize her cooking skills in her current surroundings, decided to relocate to room 1801. To demonstrate her sincerity in apologizing, she not only took it upon herself to cook, but also brought along sauerkraut and bean sprouts. Although the task of slicing fish was somewhat challenging, it posed no real difficulty for her, and it was unlikely that anyone would express dissatisfaction. After all, this was fresh fish. Who among them could claim to have such a luxury? Unsurprisingly, Kulu was elevated to unprecedented heights of admiration, with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu expressing a desire to venerate it. "Perhaps we should take Kulu out more often. Who knows, we might continue to catch fish." Jiang Ning was not inclined to agree. "Just the two of you? You may need Kulu to protect you." Life outside was perilous, and would they not be overwhelmed by longing gazes upon seeing Kulu? Yet Kulu was exuberant, wagging its tail at the prospect of an outing. As Jiang Ning deftly sliced the fish, Hua Yishan busied himself washing the pork belly. Dodo loves pork belly. The last time I didn't prepare it well, it upset her stomach. "Can I cook it while you guide me?" "Yes, of course," he replied. She was curious about Hua Yishan's culinary failures, as Dodo had experienced a stomachache before. Once the fish was prepared and the cutting board was clean, she handed it over, only to find him contemplating how to proceed with the knife. "Cut it horizontally, into pieces the size of mahjong tiles," she instructed. With clear guidance, the task became straightforward, and he swiftly made the cuts. Despite Hua Yishan's lack of culinary skill, his array of seasonings was impressive, including garlic and ginger, as Jiang Ning patiently instructed him. Zheng Weili, wishing to assist, paused at the sight of the harmonious scene in the kitchen, pondering the implications of their role reversal in caring for Dodo. It was not her sensitivity that prompted her concern, but rather the fact that Hua Yishan was typically aloof with everyone, yet he softened around Jiang Ning, and had no words for Kulu. Thus, she wisely refrained from interrupting. After preparing the pork belly, he rinsed it to remove impurities, blanched it, and drained it before sautéing the meat until it turned a light golden hue. Jiang Ning stood nearby, offering guidance, and noted his slight nervousness as he wielded the spatula, wondering internally why he appeared unperturbed when it came to more dire matters. Sensing her astonishment, Hua Yishan explained, "In my youth, I was mischievous and insisted on helping in the kitchen, but hot oil once splashed on my arm, and since then, I have not entered the kitchen. I only began to learn cooking after bringing Dodo here." No wonder his culinary skills were lacking. It was clear he bore a psychological burden. After achieving a caramelized color, he added cinnamon, star anise, and chili, followed by cooking wine and soy sauce, allowing it to boil before simmering on low heat. Reflecting on earlier awkwardness, Jiang Ning not only guided him through the steps of the pork belly, but also shared some methods for other home-cooked dishes. Hua Yishan listened intently, yet Dodo interrupted, exclaiming, "Brother can't remember. He even messed up the recipe." Hua Yishan, struck by her words, felt a pang in his heart as Dodo clung to him, saying, "Sister's cooking is so delicious. I want to eat your food every day with brother." He gently patted her head, assuring her, "Brother will learn." He truly struggled with cooking. Understanding terms like a little or to taste proved challenging for him. Dodo has become much more lively lately, thanks to you. After sending his sister off to play with the dog, Hua Yishan inquired of Jiang Ning, "Not only do I lack cooking skills, but I also struggle with caring for children. If there are any points regarding Dodo that I should be aware of, please share." There were thoughts Jiang Ning had long wished to convey, but due to their unfamiliarity, she hesitated until he prompted her. Dodo is generally well-adjusted, but her personality may pose some issues. Chapter 45. The golden ring was eaten. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Hua Yishan furrowed his brow. Dodo is timid and easily frightened? Jiang Ning shook her head. She has a pleasing personality, seemingly fearful of angering others, often seeking to appease them. For instance, when you and Kulu received eggs, she would often glance at you while doing her homework, afraid you might despise her. Not only did she fear you, but even her own brother. To please Hua Yishan, she would silently endure pain while practicing military boxing. Such a child can indeed evoke a sense of pity. Hua Yishan remained silent for a long time. Dodo is my parents' second child. They passed away in a car accident 2 years ago. I was away for work and could not return, leaving her in the care of my uncle. Dodo used to be lively and cheerful, but I had no idea she would change so drastically upon my return from the military. However, I believe she's been improving lately. She now dares to point out my shortcomings. Thank you for your guidance. Jiang Ning had once suffered from a similar condition, living in the orphanage in constant trepidation, always striving to please others to showcase her virtues. Not only her, but most children have shared this experience, though fortunately, they eventually emerge from that mire. Dodo requires encouragement, but, more importantly, she needs to express her true emotions, even the negative ones. In this apocalyptic world, failing to adjust Dodo's character and worldview promptly could lead to severe dangers when confronted by outsiders. This was a significant undertaking, one that Hua Yishan would have to navigate. The braised pork, simmered over high heat, achieved a glossy red hue, rich flavor, and tender, moist texture. Indulgently fatty, yet not greasy. Who claimed he was a culinary disaster? He had been redeemed by her guidance. As long as he was directed appropriately, Hua Yishan could indeed be an excellent student, and she continued to instruct him in preparing the sauerkraut fish. With 6 people and 1 dog, 2 dishes were hardly sufficient. Hua Yishan procured 6 eggs and 2 sausages, urging Jiang Ning to continue teaching him. Zhang Chao and the others, astonished by his generosity, marveled at his abundance of supplies. While they admired him, they understood the sensitivity surrounding resources and would not foolishly pry, as misunderstandings in this era could prove fatal. His willingness to share was commendable, and they felt grateful. 3 hearty dishes, along with a stir-fried bean sprout, left everyone immensely satisfied, with not a drop of sauce remaining. "Ning, how did you cultivate these bean sprouts?" Zheng Weili inquired, her craving for greens palpable. Having gone days without vegetables, she understood the discomfort that accompanied such deprivation. She was relieved to have Jiang Ning, a veritable encyclopedia, living next door. "It's quite simple. With water, you can sprout them. We collected a considerable amount of mung beans and red beans at the office, enough to sustain us for quite some time." After outlining the general steps, she eagerly shared good news. "In another 2 weeks, we will be able to harvest the hydroponic lettuce. Once we gather this batch, I will teach you how to grow it." Zhang Chao savored the taste of the braised pork, unwilling to merely enjoy the fruits of their labor. "Do you think we could venture further to find more supplies?" he proposed. Jiang Ning encouraged them to prepare for the future. I have been studying medical texts, and Haven Tea had time to gather supplies. If you have the opportunity, you might venture out. It seems to have grown colder these past few days, and gathering firewood would be prudent. Lu Yu jested. If I were a Ning, I wouldn't go out either. I could sustain myself solely through medicine. Today, another patient had come to her, a child writhing in pain from a stomach ache, whose parents had no means to transport them to the hospital, ultimately seeking Jiang Ning on the 18th floor. The child suffered from gastrointestinal distress, having consumed contaminated rainwater. The parents had provisions, but were too fearful to reveal them, ultimately offering a gold ring from their finger to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning cradled the child as she ascended the stairs, refusing to allow the parents to follow. After performing acupressure and acupuncture, the child experienced significant relief. She advised the parents to boil water before consumption, and if possible, to use purification tablets. She discreetly placed the gold ring into her storage space, only to discover it had been consumed shortly thereafter. This strengthened Jiang Ning's resolve. She could gather resources through her medical practice, negating the need to risk venturing outside. Her storage space could also be utilized in this manner to secure a path forward. As the flood continued unabated, life progressed in a methodical manner. Hua Yishan completed his dog training tasks, and, upon seeing Jiang Ning emerge, drenched in sweat, asked, "Shall we practice together?" She certainly yearned to engage with a master. But did he not fear being outmaneuvered? Very well. If he was unafraid of the fierce competition, what did she have to worry about? Hua Yishan had grown astute. "Dodo, take the cola and go play." The living room had been tidied up by Jiang Ning, with unnecessary items cleared away, rendering it rather spacious. The two began to spar, this time both exhibiting a greater degree of rationality. Aware of his prowess, Jiang Ning did not hold back, targeting his vital points and employing feints in some of her moves. His deep-set eyes flickered with surprise. "You have a rather eclectic style of learning." She was indeed a jack of all trades, her strikes lacking a consistent rhythm, having learned numerous fierce techniques in her previous life to survive in the apocalypse. During their sparring, Hua Yishan could sense her formidable aura, distinctly different from her usual demeanor, reminiscent of the day she had severed someone's arm, infused with a certain ferocity. He found it somewhat admirable, offering corrections to her techniques as they practiced together. "Do you also train on your own daily?" Jiang Ning gleaned much from their exchange. "Shall we continue our practice?" After 2 hours of sparring, she proved to be more formidable than he had anticipated, leaving Hua Yishan drenched in sweat. The next day, when Dodo arrived, she brought along food supplies, noodles and eggs. With a free coach at her disposal, Jiang Ning graciously accepted. By the time Hua Yishan returned with the cola, the noodles with eggs and greens were already prepared. The eggs exhibited signs of becoming overly ripe, likely to spoil if left for too long. As they sat down to eat, Jiang Ning reminded him of room 1801, stating that if there wasn't much food, they should eat quickly. If they couldn't finish, they could turn the eggs into salted ones. Although salted eggs had a strong smell, they were more durable. Hua Yishan pondered for a moment and inquired how to prepare salted eggs. Clean the eggshells with high-proof liquor, moisten them, roll them in salt, wrap them in plastic wrap, and then seal them in a plastic bag. Jiang Ning chatted while eating, adding that Dodo had developed eczema and needed some medication. Although there was plenty of medicine brought back, the packaging had all been removed, and Hua Yishan was uncertain which to use. "Thank you. Could you help me find it later?" The meal was prepared by Jiang Ning, and Hua Yishan washed the bowl afterward. The assortment of medications was overwhelming, and after a thorough search, she applied some to Dodo, advising her not to scratch, as it would leave scars. "Sister, you are so nice, just like my mother." Jiang Ning found it amusing, while the cola whined nearby, wanting some attention too. The dog was good in many ways, but particularly jealous, and despite being well acquainted with Dodo, it would still nudge her aside to nestle into Jiang Ning's lap. Only through a series of affectionate pats could she coax the jealous creature back to her senses. Upon leaving, she noticed Hua Yishan struggling in the kitchen, rolling the eggs in salt, unsure of the right amount. Indeed, no one is perfect. His appearance and skills were impeccable, yet he was utterly clueless about domestic matters. Chapter 46. An unwelcome disturbance. Jiang Ning entered the kitchen, wetting the clean eggs in a bowl of liquor, rolling them in salt, wrapping them up, and stating that they could be consumed in a month. Just as she was about to take an afternoon nap, a knock sounded at the door. Rooms 1801 and 1803 were preparing to go out, and even Dodo donned a raincoat. Hua Yishan intended to take the two out for some training, and upon seeing Cola's exuberance, Jiang Ning contemplated and did not refuse. "One moment, please." She returned to fetch her makeup box, selecting darker shades to apply to Dodo's face. It was not wrong to prepare Dodo for the harsh realities of this cruel world, but she was simply too fair-skinned. Venturing out like this could easily attract unwanted attention. After applying the makeup, Jiang Ning was satisfied with Dodo's transformed appearance. The dog approached, wanting to be painted as well. It wished to be a ghost. Its dark brown face was already unattractive enough. Cola, feeling its confidence wane, huffed indignantly and turned away, leaving with the instructor. After her nap, Jiang Ning prepared to give Grandma Zhong, acupuncture. Grandma Zhong pulled out a cloth-wrapped baked sweet potato from her pocket and said, Jiang Ning, my back feels much better, thank you. The sweet potato was still warm, but Jiang Ning declined, stating, I charge for my medical services. You should keep it for yourself. Food was life. She would not seize another's chance of survival. Grandma Zhong insisted, wanting to give it to Jiang Ning, but a sudden knock echoed from downstairs. I appreciate your kindness, Jiang Ning replied. But if you insist on giving it, you may exchange it for future treatments. The knocking continued, and after a while a voice called out, The young lady from the 18th floor, I'm here for treatment. Please open the door. With that robust voice, what ailment could she possibly have? Jiang Ning found the noise bothersome and coldly inquired, What is your ailment? A middle-aged woman in her 40s greeted her with a forced smile. You must be Dr. Jiang? I'm not a doctor, merely a student from the medical college. Dr. Jiang, I have a headache and fever. Could you please take a look? I charge for consultations. Upon hearing this, the woman's smile faltered. What? I only have a headache and fever. Just give me a couple of pills. Do you shop at the department store for free? Jiang Ning retorted, I have no medicine here, and I cannot treat your condition. No medicine? Then how about just giving me some acupuncture? Acupuncture is 5 pounds of grain per session. What? You don't incur costs for acupuncture. Why do you demand 5 pounds of grain? The woman was enraged. I said, Young lady, that is not how one should behave. We are neighbors and should help each other. You have received so much good from us, yet you want our food for survival. Your heart is too dark. Jiang Ning brandished her knife. Say that again. What are you doing? Are you going to kill me? The woman recoiled, taking several steps back. There are people at the police station. If you dare touch a hair on my head, you won't get away with it. The incessant noise rang in her ears. Jiang Ning swung her knife towards her. Murder. There is a murder on the 18th floor. How heartless. She screamed, continuing her outcry. Just keep shouting. Look at you with your robust voice and plump figure. You must have gorged yourself before coming here to stir trouble. Jiang Ning recognized her. The woman who had come from out of town to borrow food for her grandson. Selfish and opportunistic, rummaging through trash bins and even demanding unfinished drink from others. You're talking nonsense. The woman's face turned pale, her voice noticeably weaker. We have no food. We've long run out. In truth, she had hoarded plenty of supplies. When the typhoon first hit, she had knocked on doors to borrow food, managing to gather a substantial amount. Little did she know Jiang Ning would expose her. She had heard that there were medicines on the 18th floor and had come to acquire some. But she did not expect Jiang Ning to be so difficult. The woman's voice had weakened significantly, claiming she truly had no food. Had she had any, she would have offered it to Jiang Ning in exchange for medicine. What you possess is of no interest to me, but if you dare to plot against me again, do not blame me for breaking into your home. Seeing the ferocity in Jiang Ning's eyes, the woman broke out in a cold sweat, fearing to stir up any more trouble, and hurriedly retreated downstairs to hide her belongings. Having failed to acquire the medicine and having made a foolish mistake, she had now landed herself in a predicament. Upon returning upstairs, acupuncture continued. Xiao Ning, don't take her harsh words to heart, Grandma Zhong said in conversation. She lives below me and is particularly fond of taking advantage. She often brings her child to my home to mooch food and drink. The child is poorly raised, grabbing onto anything good and refusing to let go. Eventually, my family stopped letting them in. By the way, you should also be cautious of the girl living next door. She has spoken ill of you. The one with her hair cut short? Grandma Zhong lived on the 12th floor, so she must be referring to Su Mingyao. Yes. She has been inquiring about you indirectly, asking if you have any medicine. Grandma Zhong was not foolish. She recognized Su Mingyao's ulterior motives. I told her you had no medicine, but she didn't believe me. That group has become tainted by her influence, and they seem to harbor a deep-seated prejudice against you. Having lived a long life, Grandma Zhong had seen it all. Xiao Ning, this disaster harms people. It has twisted hearts. I know you are capable, but just be cautious in your dealings. Having died once, Jiang Ning could not afford to be careless. She was discerning in her practice, not treating just anyone. In her previous life, she had witnessed the darkness of human nature in this very building. Those she was willing to heal were those whose conscience remained intact, even though many had perished in the end. Thinking of Su Mingyao, Jiang Ning squinted her eyes. Grandma Zhong, what did she say about me? In a subtle manner, insinuations were made, alluding to the fact that one possesses certain items. Granny Zhong recalled another incident where she deliberately attempted to strike up a conversation with the handsome young man in your building, yet regrettably, he paid her no mind whatsoever. Engaging with Hua Yixin? At such a tender age, he appears to have numerous thoughts. The beauty trap was indeed formidable, with her feigning a sprained ankle to fall before him. The young man, however, displayed commendable integrity, not even casting a glance her way as he walked past. Granny Zhong spoke not solely of Su Mingyao. Several attractive young women in the building exhibited similar behaviors, with some resorting to physical exchanges for sustenance. For merely a packet of instant noodles, they would entertain 2 or 3 men at once. Alas, how could the world be so? Zhong Ping had also faced harassment, but fortunately, her strict upbringing kept her in line. Zheng Weili and others returned just before dusk, bringing back a considerable amount of firewood. With a large cylindrical, stainless steel water tower in tow, Kailei, being quite the spirited one, dragged a large branch upstairs, later followed by Dodo, who carried firewood. Upon opening the door, they exclaimed, "We're here." The dog, exuberant, leapt into her arms, soaking Jiang Ning with water. Dodo bore some scratches on her face, likely from a fall or scrape, yet her eyes sparkled with joy as she leaned closer to Jiang Ning and whispered, "Sister, there's meat." Kailei found it, and brother caught it. Ah, no wonder the dog appeared so proud. It was anticipating her praise. After ruffling the dog's fur, she even bestowed a kiss upon it. Chapter 47. The dog's expedition having received a sweet kiss from its caretaker, Kailei was so overwhelmed with excitement that it spun in circles, nearly losing control. Dodo, not to be outdone, clung to her arm, declaring, "Sister, it's terrifying outside. There's water everywhere, flooding the houses, but Dodo isn't scared." Indeed, Dodo is remarkable. Each received a candy as a reward, and Jiang Ning went downstairs to assist with the firewood. The water tower was substantial, and 3 men hoisted it up to the rooftop. After securing the inflatable boat and kayak upstairs, Zheng Weili pulled a large plastic bag from her backpack, revealing a snake and 2 wild rabbits. We traveled quite a distance. The hillside villa area is mostly submerged. The water tower was meant for a shun. We planned to return after retrieving it, but Kailei ran uphill. Fearing for its safety, they hurried after Kailei and found it wrestling with the snake. Hua Yishan acted swiftly, using a shovel to sever the snake's head. With several pounds of snake meat acquired, the group rejoiced, yet Kailei remained reluctant to leave, unable to persuade the dog. They continued picking up firewood, only for Kailei to discover a rabbit burrow. "Ning, you struck gold. This isn't merely a dog. It's practically a genius." Jiang Ning chuckled, acknowledging that Kailei, having lived outdoors for so long, possessed survival skills far superior to their own. Zheng Weili marveled, stating, "I've never seen such an intelligent dog. It even climbed a tree. If it weren't for Shungu, it would be impossible to control it. With nightfall, it would likely refuse to return." Gluttony is inherent in dogs. Only those who have experienced hunger develop a desperate desire to hoard food. Reflecting on the pig they had caught previously, it was no wonder Kailei was unwilling to return, racing deeper into the mountains. Jiang Ning had not ventured outside, yet her role as the guardian of the home was invaluable, while the dog had proven to be a significant asset in hunting. They decided to split their bounty equally. She did not wish to exploit this opportunity, but Zheng Weili and the others disagreed, asserting that Kailei was part of their team and deserved equal treatment. Its contributions were no less valuable than theirs. If she felt guilty, she could take on the cooking duties while they assisted. Ultimately, Jiang Ning did not cook, but acted as the strategist, guiding Hua Yishan in his culinary endeavors. The snake was skinned and gutted, paired with a bowl of black beans to be pressure cooked. The 2 rabbits were plump, one was braised, while the other was prepared spicy. They also made a stir-fried vegetable dish and served mixed grain rice, leaving everyone immensely satisfied. "Ning, we plan to go again tomorrow," Zhang Chao inquired. "Would you like to join?" The wealthy residents of the villa had already evacuated, leaving behind no food, but many pieces of furniture were solid wood and could be chopped for firewood. Furthermore, placing the water tower on the rooftop was quite advantageous. They decided to retrieve 2 more, ensuring each household would have one installed, thus eliminating the need to collect rainwater from the balcony. Hua Yishan suddenly suggested, "There are several water towers over there. We should bring back more. When the rain ceases, the restoration of the water supply will not be swift. We must devise a water storage plan." Zhang Chao and the others were taken aback momentarily, then concurred with his proposal. His and Jiang Ning's resilience and survival made them wise to heed. Jiang Ning had no objections. "Weili, we need to keep one. Who would you suggest to go?" Zheng Weili, weary of being cooped up at home, declared, "I'll go, but Kailei must accompany me." "Woof!" The dog chimed in. "I want to go too." Dodo exclaimed, raising her hand. "I can help gather firewood." What Yishan intended for her to engage with the outside world. "All right, but no crying." "I won't cry," Dodo replied, rubbing her bottom. "Brother, I didn't cry when I fell today." Thus, it was decided that Jiang Ning would remain to guard the base, while Kailei would take her place in the field. In the dead of night, as she slept soundly, a great commotion erupted downstairs, persisting for quite some time. Jiang Ning was roused by the noise, noting that Kailei lay motionless in its dog bed. She turned over and resumed her slumber. The following morning, still reluctant to rise, Kailei excitedly tugged at her blanket, urging, "Caretaker, hurry and tidy up. We need to go to work." Jiang Ning, yawning, rose to prepare Kailei's meal, mixing chicken breast with dog food, applying ointment for her skin condition, and donning a raincoat. The breakfast could not be ostentatious. Simple dog food accompanied by plain porridge was packed into a thermos. Kailei, clutching the bag, opened the door, glancing back at her as if to say, "Caretaker, I'm off to earn our keep. You stay home and behave." Amused, Jiang Ning approached and hugged Kailei, saying, "All right, be safe and don't overextend yourself." Hua Yishan's door opened, and Dodo emerged in her raincoat, saying, "Sister, I want a hug too." It seemed Hua Yishan had encouraged her to express herself, as the little one was increasingly bold in sharing her feelings and greeted Zheng Weili and others warmly. A stark contrast to her earlier shyness. Kaylai lingered at the back, glancing back at her with a hint of reluctance. The only discernible change was that after training with Hua Yishan, Kaylai now bore a sense of responsibility. Jiang Ning closed the door and stepped onto the balcony, soon observing several people and a dog navigating the inflatable boat away. Just as they departed, He Jian's group followed in a rubber boat. Not only He Jian, but Yang Weizong and others trailed behind, as well as residents from other units. Unbeknownst to them, the 18th floor had become a trendsetter. They were perplexed, wondering why the 18th floor consistently returned laden with supplies while they struggled to gather even firewood. What a disparity in fortune. Regardless, unable to compete or join, they could only devise a way to keep up. Jiang Ning counted and realized quite a few were stealthily tailing them. Although they had been spotted, she was untroubled, confident that Hua Yishan would outmaneuver them. After breakfast, she continued poring over medical texts. Around 10 o'clock, Granny Zhong arrived for acupuncture. After several days of treatment, her back injury had improved significantly, no longer requiring assistance to ascend the stairs. In high spirits, Granny Zhong held Jiang Ning's hand tightly, saying, "Xiao Ning, the Su family was robbed last night. It's truly karma." This referred to the woman who had previously demanded medicine from Jiang Ning, causing a scene. In the dead of night, intruders had forced their way in, knocking out the homeowner with a blunt object and absconding with all their provisions. Upon awakening, the woman had caused a ruckus the following morning, demanding that every household open their doors for a search. Even if He Jian had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to organize a search party, especially upon hearing how much food the Su family had lost, nearly provoking him to spit blood. Over 200 pounds of rice, flour, and oil were taken, along with a considerable amount of oil, cured meat, and pickled vegetables. Most likely, it was exaggerated. Which household would hoard such an abundance? Granny Zhong shook her head repeatedly, stating that those who had kindly lent her provisions were infuriated, rushing to confront the woman, declaring her to be utterly shameless and deserving of being robbed. Jiang Ning listened from the side, advising, "You should be careful too." Granny Zhong, wise in her years, replied, "My home has no food either. We only eat that one meal at noon, and even then, it barely fills us." As noon approached, the others had yet to return. The task of retrieving the water tower should not take long. Yet Jiang Ning felt a twinge of concern for Kaylai and was tempted to make a phone call, only to find the signal was absent. Every 15 minutes, she found herself peering out from the balcony. At last, at 3 in the afternoon, the silhouette of Hua Yishan appeared. She meticulously counted. Not only was everyone present, but the dog stood proudly at the bow of the inflatable boat like a valiant warrior braving the waves. She rushed downstairs to assist. However, as the boat drew closer, something felt amiss. Chapter 48. Injury and treatment aside from Hua Yishan, the others appeared utterly exhausted. Dodo's eyes were glistening with tears, and her little face was an alarming shade of pale, clearly frightened. Silence enveloped them as 3 men cooperatively maneuvered the water tower. Jiang Ning secured the inflatable boat and carried firewood upstairs. Zheng Weili stumbled ahead of her, nearly losing her balance. With her hands occupied, Jiang Ning instinctively supported her with her body. As they continued upward, it became apparent that Zheng Weili was walking oddly. She must have injured her foot. Jiang Ning's keen sense of smell detected the faint scent of blood. Did they encounter trouble during their outing? The apartment building was filled with countless watchful eyes. It was not a time to show weakness. If it became known that the 18th floor was in distress, a frenzy of people would surely descend upon them like rabid dogs. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Ning returned to the 18th floor, where Zheng Weili placed the firewood in the corridor, her expression riddled with pain. Jiang Ning assisted her into the room, inquiring about the cause of her distress. Zheng Weili revealed that her calf was injured, blood seeping through the bandage. It was neither a knife wound nor a gunshot, but rather a gaping hole caused by a wild boar. Jiang Ning frowned. "Did you venture into the mountains again? What choice did we have?" Zheng Weili replied with a bitter smile. "Everything that could sustain life is submerged underwater, and people are starving every day. Today we witnessed someone throwing bodies from the building, and there was more than one. We can barely last 7 or 8 months, but supplies are becoming increasingly scarce. What will we do in the future?" She continued, "Dismantling the water tower is secondary. Our primary goal today was to head into the mountains." They had traversed several peaks, and to their surprise, Kaylai led them to a den of wild boars, 5 of them, robust and imposing. After a consensus was reached, they decided to take action. Jiang Ning felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. Wild boars were not domesticated animals and were known for their fierce aggression. The danger was immense, but the meat from these wild boars could mean the difference between life and death. It was a risk they had to take. Jiang Ning retrieved bandages and iodine, rummaging through the surgical tools and sutures. The wound was substantial and difficult to staunch. "Should I take you to the hospital, or will you allow me to stitch you up? It's not that severe. Just stitch it up for me." Zhang Weili dismissed the gravity of the situation. Accustomed to injuries from martial arts. Besides, there are no medicines at the hospital. It's better to handle it at home. Having previously stocked up on anesthetics, Jiang Ning began by disinfecting the wound, administering pain relief before starting to stitch. This was her first time suturing a person, though she had practiced extensively on pork, and her hands remained steady as she worked. Meanwhile, Lu Yu stood nearby, his face pale with fear as he clutched his girlfriend's hand tightly. Ning, Weili's life is in your hands. Zhang Weili playfully nudged him. You're squeezing my hand too hard. Zhang Chao rolled his eyes, stopped with the lovey-dovey antics. Zhang Weili was not the only one injured. Both Zhang Chao and Lu Yu had sustained minor abrasions. Hua Yishan, with a cut on his arm, calmly comforted the frightened Dodo, who had been terrified by the chaos. The rain made the forest slippery, and Zhang Weili had managed to kill a wild boar with her bare hands but had been gored in the process. Kailei displayed remarkable bravery, seamlessly coordinating with Hua Yishan to bring down the remaining 4 boars. Although Zhang Chao and Lu Yu offered assistance, they were not on the same level as Hua Yishan. Without his timely intervention, Zhang Chao might have faced grave danger, resulting in Hua Yishan sustaining a cut on his arm. Dodo had not participated. She was tied to a high tree by Hua Yishan, utterly terrified by the fierce battle below. After stitching up Zhang Weili's wound, Jiang Ning proceeded to tend to the injuries of 1801. A shallow cut was treated with disinfectant and stitched up with 10 sutures, followed by pain relief and anti-inflammatory medication. The group gathered to discuss the best course of action regarding the wild boars. With no refrigerator available, they could not store the meat. How about we make jerky? Lu Yu suggested. We brought back a few boxes of charcoal last time. Jiang Ning quickly dismissed this idea. Making jerky consumes too much charcoal. And how long would it take to roast 5 boars? The entire community would be engulfed in the smell of roasting meat. Do you remember the sharp-mouthed monkey? Zhang Chao chimed in, his mind racing. They not only sell goods, but also accept items in exchange. We are in dire need of grain. Why not trade the wild boar meat for some? After a series of successful transactions, the other party had proven to be quite trustworthy. This was a promising strategy. Perhaps it could work. The group stuffed one head of the boar into the water tower, having already divided the remaining meat into 4 large chunks. The wild boar meat, retrieved from the water tower, was robust, with a thick hide and deep red flesh, almost devoid of fat. Jiang Ning did not endorse taking an entire boar. They decided to cut a few pounds to gauge interest before determining how much to trade. With 2 individuals injured, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu volunteered to venture to the department store to find a sharp-mouthed monkey. In this post-apocalyptic world, reliance on one another was not feasible. Survival depended on individual fortitude. Jiang Ning did not hinder their departure, reminding them to be cautious. After comforting Dodo, who had been shaken, Hua Yishan carried her back inside to sleep. Zhang Weili briefed Jiang Ning on the situation at the mountain villa. They had dismantled 6 water towers and collected a significant amount of solid wood furniture, along with 2 unopened gas canisters. They needed to find a way to retrieve these items quickly, lest they fall into the hands of others. The wild boars were hidden in the mountains and should not be discovered for the time being. An hour later, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu returned. They had gathered information. The leader of the sharp-mouthed monkey was surnamed Qin, and they were willing to trade grain for boar meat, albeit with a hint of opportunism. The exchange rate was 1 pound of wild boar meat for 2 pounds of broken rice, while fresh rice would only yield 1 pound in return. Having brought 5 pounds of meat, they returned with 5 pounds of new rice. Jiang Ning examined the rice. It was high-quality silk rice. You weren't followed, were you? No, we took the inflatable boat and made sure to take a roundabout route. They mentioned how eager the other side was for the meat, stating that if they traded for new rice, it would all be vacuum sealed with the latest expiration dates. Summoning Hua Yishan, the group deliberated over the transaction. Jiang Ning agreed to the exchange of meat for rice. Although it appeared slightly disadvantageous, Zhang Weili and the others had no means to preserve the wild boar meat, and many could not even afford rice. How many would seek to buy meat? In comparison, rice was more filling and had a longer shelf life. With 5 wild boars, properly butchered, they could obtain a substantial quantity of grain. Nevertheless, they decided to retain some meat, opting to trade only 4 of the boars. The distribution was as follows. 1,803 received 2 portions, 1801 received 1, and Kailei's portion was allocated to Jiang Ning. The wild boar meat was lean, perfect for roasting or making chili meat sauce, with the added benefit of long-term preservation. However, both roasting and preparing the sauce would be time-consuming and odorous, making it unwise to do so on the 18th floor. The smell was one issue, but the noise would also be unbearable. Hua Yishan proposed that since the villa complex had been vacated, they could prepare the meat there and return afterward. Jiang Ning found this suggestion agreeable, and the others had no objections. Thus, the 3 men packed the wild boar meat into bags and stuffed them into a large backpack before embarking on the inflatable boat for the trade, ensuring to bring Kailei along. At the department store, they met in a secluded area, avoiding the bustling crowds as they conducted their transaction under the quiet of the floodwaters. Chapter 49. Trading wild boar for grain. Both parties were wary, fearing betrayal in the vast emptiness of the flood. They exchanged 202 pounds of wild boar meat for an equal weight of new rice, agreeing to reconvene for another transaction at 7 that evening. Upon returning with the rice, Jiang Ning had prepared her items: a frying pan, salt, spices, crushed chili, and overnight essentials. Concerned for Zheng Weili's safety, she insisted that Lu Yu stay behind as well. As the group descended, He Jian greeted them with a smile, blocking the staircase. "Where are you all off to? Running around seems exhausting. Why not let us lend a hand and bring everything back in one trip? We didn't expect to be outpaced by a few inflatable boats this morning." Every day, they venture out, yet the provisions they bring back dwindle increasingly, causing discontent among the members, who occasionally jest about comparing him to the 18th floor. It's merely a few bundles of firewood. There's no need for the building manager to fret. Jiang Ning, with a smile that fails to reach his eyes, quips that their humble temple might not suffice to distribute even a single stick to each of them. The neighbors' camaraderie shouldn't involve their resources, he asserts. Reluctantly, they concede. Noticing his stubbornness, Jiang Ning remains unyielding, reminding them that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Having already borrowed the inflatable boat, surely they wouldn't expect to borrow firewood as well. He Jian, taken aback, turns pale. These stubborn individuals must not fall into his hands. The villa in the mountains is quite distant. It took over an hour by speedboat to arrive, nearing the city border, setting aside the torrential flood beneath. The natural beauty is indeed breathtaking, with lush, verdant forests and elegant villas faintly visible. The lower grounds have already succumbed to flooding, while the slightly elevated areas have water breaching the front yard, prompting a complete evacuation. The gathered supplies are concentrated in the highest villa, filled with furniture, water tanks, several unused gas cylinders, and scattered boxes of charcoal. Hua Yishan, accompanied by Zhang Chao, heads to the mountains to fetch wild boar, while Jiang Ning cleans the kitchen to prepare the marinade. Roasting raw meat takes too long, so she first simmers it in a pot to remove moisture before grilling it over charcoal, making the process much more efficient. Upon the return of the wild boar, Hua Yishan meticulously cleans and slices it into thin strips as per Jiang Ning's instructions. When the time is right, he carries a boar and heads off with Zhang Chao for trading. After they leave, Jiang Ning sets up a watch with Kaylai at the door and retrieves solar-powered batteries, a food processor, and an induction cooker from her space. Using the induction cooker, she marinates the meat, adding spices and chilies while continuously stirring on the gas stove. To prolong its shelf life, the sauce is cooked until quite dry, filling the air with a delightful aroma. When the pair returns close to 9 o'clock, 2 large pots of meat sauce are ready, and the thinly sliced meat has been marinated and drained in a bowl. Hearing Kaylai's alert, Jiang Ning quickly stores away anything that should not be seen. Zhang Chao, witnessing the almost completed work, nearly drops his jaw in disbelief. "Ning, your efficiency is astounding." To which she replies, "Of course, do you not know who I am?" Jiang Ning begins to light the fire for grilling meat, inquiring about their trade. "At the site where we last slaughtered pigs, we aim to complete the exchange by tomorrow morning." After receiving several hundred pounds of new rice, Zhang Chao breathes a sigh of relief. Once this transaction is completed, they should not have to worry for the next year or two. By then, order should be restored, right? Jiang Ning agrees, perhaps. Having endured the bitter cold, they await the floodwaters to recede, believing that when a national base is established, there will still be a way forward if they choose to go. The three gather around the charcoal stove, placing the drained marinated meat onto the grill. It is indeed true that the meat, having lost much of its water, cooks particularly quickly. Zhang Chao takes a bite and exclaims, "So salty." The humid weather necessitates salt for preservation. Teaching the two how to grill meat, Jiang Ning sets about marinating pig knuckles, heads, and skulls, which will be heated up later on the 18th floor. The enticing aroma of the meat tempts Zhang Chao, who cannot resist snatching a knuckle to devour. Ultimately, they finish off an entire pot, and the trio, along with the dog, enjoy it heartily with steamed buns. Zhang Chao, gluttonous and cheeky, remarks on her excellent cooking skills, wondering who might benefit from them in the future. Jiang Ning, casting him a sidelong glance, replies leisurely, "It's certainly 1 TBU. Hua Yishan remains silent, quietly observing her. The dog, unwilling to be left out, rushes over to join the fun. "Hey, look at me." Jiang Ning playfully pats its head, asserting that no one gets preferential treatment. She only intends to share with Kaylai. "Stop fooling around." Zhang Chao chimes in, "It's not allowed to cross species." Jiang Ning commands. Kaylai, scare him. The dog promptly lunges, baring its teeth in mock aggression. Zhang Chao hastily begs for mercy. I'm sorry. I want to do it again." "Noble canine." Hua Yishan clears his throat. The dog, undeterred, continues to paw at him. After a hearty meal filled with laughter, they resume grilling as night falls. 1 pound of raw meat yields half a pound of jerky, filling a large bag with several dozen pounds, alongside meat sauce, marinated knuckles, and bones. By the time they finish, it is already past 3 in the morning. With trading scheduled for the next day, the trio decides to stay in the villa. The beds are still intact. They merely need to replace the linens with their own. With the dog on watch, they sleep soundly. When Jiang Ning awakens, Hua Yishan has already completed the trade, exchanging 4 wild boars for over 800 pounds of new rice. He has boiled a pot of noodles, ensuring they are well fed before leaving. Upon returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning stops Hua Yishan, saying, "Let me check your wound." He bears the burdens of leadership, yet has not uttered a word. Hua Yishan follows her inside, where she attempts to examine him, but realizes he is far too tall. "Please sit down." Before he can settle, the dog claims the spot first. Hua Yishan sits on the sofa as Jiang Ning bends down to inspect, discovering that his wound has reopened and is bleeding. "Why didn't you mention this yesterday?" "It's not severe," he replies. "It's just a small cut." "Don't dismiss it lightly," she cautions. In this time of scarcity and with constant exposure to water, an infection could easily lead to dire consequences. Jiang Ning proceeds to disinfect and bandage the wound, advising him to avoid water for the next few days. One sits and the other stands, their proximity a tad too intimate. The dog, with its keen eyes, tilts its head first to the left and then to the right, suddenly squeezing in and extending its paw toward Jiang Ning. It too wishes for a bandage. Jiang Ning bursts into laughter. "Oh, come on now. Don't add to my troubles." They have accumulated 860 pounds of rice, 72 pounds of jerky, 30 pounds of meat sauce, and a variety of other supplies. Jiang Ning takes what belongs to the dog and refrains from further involvement with the villa, immersing herself in reading and exercising at home. Zhang Chao and Liu have been busy for several days, bringing back the water tanks and firewood. The villa is under construction, and the two have also salvaged numerous water pipes, contemplating how to install the water tank on the rooftop. Dodo, having been frightened, has become listless, but as a child, he soon forgets and returns to his cheerful self. Hua Yishan's injury has yet to heal, but he visits daily for practice. He uses one hand, making it challenging for Jiang Ning to exert her full strength, fearing she might overpower him. With the vitality of youth, he reaches the standard for stitches to be removed in just 5 days, while Zheng Weili, who is more severely injured, has to wait until the 10th day. After the incident with the wild boar, Zheng Weili no longer seeks to spar with Hua Yishan, realizing his prowess is beyond her reach. Chapter 50, Reconnaissance and Infiltration Techniques. After 2 days of effort, all 7 water towers are successfully installed. Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan each have 2, with 3 remaining for room 1803, allowing them to access water simply by turning on the tap. Jiang Ning uses water from her space, but still pretends to fill the tanks daily. Unbeknownst to them, 2 months have passed since the floods began, and the second batch of hydroponic vegetables has been planted. Xiaobai seems to be pregnant again, and the first litter of rabbits has grown to over a pound. Zheng Weili, restless, cannot stay put, and frequently ventures outside once her injury has healed sufficiently. Jiang Ning, growing increasingly lazy, continually declines to join, fully embracing a state of relaxation. Hua Yishan, who has been tirelessly working like a machine, finally takes a break. Aside from his daily dog training sessions, he dedicates 2 hours to practice with Jiang Ning, followed by cooking. While he excels in many areas, his culinary skills leave much to be desired, and under Jiang Ning's guidance, he barely meets the standard of adequacy. Far from delicious. "Well done. Congratulations on your progress," Jiang Ning acknowledges, though she feels slightly guilty for wanting to keep all the delicious food to herself. With a stash of delicacies in her space, she cannot reveal them in front of Hua Yishan. Lacking a way to reciprocate, he hands her a walkie-talkie, suggesting they can communicate in the future. Jiang Ning is taken aback, realizing she had never considered obtaining one. Perhaps she had not anticipated the need for teamwork. "Thank you. This is much more convenient. I can just signal you when needed. No more running around knocking on doors." Without further visits from Hua Yishan, Jiang Ning indulges in a delightful barbecue with Kaylai, washing it down with some joyful fizzy drink, truly relishing the moment. As the morning dawned, the intercom crackled to life, and a voice from the neighboring room inquired, "Jiang Ning, will you be giving Dodo a lesson today?" "About 10 o'clock. Why don't you come over?" suggested Hua Yishan. "While you pose questions for Dodo, I can teach you the art of reconnaissance and infiltration." This technique, indeed, was a serious and silent method of assassination, involving various maneuvers such as slitting throats from behind, striking the throat, twisting the neck, and executing swift takedowns. By the way, I can't breathe during that famous American kneeling technique. It was a quintessential part of reconnaissance and infiltration. Intrigued, Jiang Ning considered her living room, which was indeed too cramped for such activities, and readily agreed. The art of reconnaissance and infiltration was a form of close combat, involving physical contact and grappling. Hua Yishan laid down a padded mat, and the first move was the neck twist Jiang Ning had observed the other day. He positioned himself behind her, swiftly closing the distance, one hand reaching for her delicate neck while the other grasped her jawline. A fierce aura emanated from him, and instinctively, Jiang Ning attempted to resist. However, he swiftly maneuvered to her hamstring, firmly securing her neck and jaw. With a mere exertion of strength, her head could have easily been displaced. A surge of crisis gripped Jiang Ning, propelling her into the haunting memories of her past life where she had faced death at the hands of cannibals. Just as she prepared to retaliate, a voice resonated from above her. "Jiang Ning, "Do not fear. I will not harm you." It was steady, deep, yet resonant. Jiang Ning shook off her disoriented thoughts, realizing Hua Yishan was merely feeling the contours of her neck. She focused her attention, striving to dispel any errant thoughts. The memories of the apocalypse were too traumatic. Even with a fresh start, she remained apprehensive about physical contact with men. Jiang Ning took deep breaths, reminding herself not to conflate timelines. Her current endeavor was to enhance her own abilities. Strengthening herself was the only way to ensure no one could bully her. Hua Yishan had sensed her discomfort previously, and he promptly withdrew his hand. "I did not mean to offend. My apologies, it is my own issue." After regaining her composure, Jiang Ning forced a stiff smile and urged, "Let us continue." Everything was different now. Hua Yishan resumed his instruction, guiding her hand to the correct pressure points and joints. He demonstrated the neck twist again, but without applying much force. After imparting the essential techniques, they switched roles. However, Hua Yishan's towering height made it nearly impossible for Jiang Ning, who stood at 167 centimeters, to twist his neck. Hua Yishan settled onto a folding stool, initiating the next phase. This was Jiang Ning's first experience meticulously examining a man's anatomy. Her fingers glided over the contours of his neck. "Is it here?" she inquired. Misjudging the position, Hua Yishan gently adjusted her hand. "A bit to the side, yes." His jawline was sharp and easily gripped, requiring simultaneous force from both hands. With her medical background, Jiang Ning had studied human anatomy. Once she dispelled her psychological barriers, she spent half an hour twisting Hua Yishan's neck. Just then, Dodo completed her homework and opened the door, followed by the exuberant dog, Kalo. Upon seeing the caretaker playfully twisting the instructor's neck, the dog instantly became excited and barked woof. It leaped forward, nudging Hua Yishan with enthusiasm. "Quick, twist its neck," Dodo exclaimed. "Can you twist a dog's neck?" Jiang Ning chuckled, of course. The playful dog disrupted the lesson, prompting Hua Yishan to kneel and pet Kali's neck. However, Kalu, sensing Hua Yishan's intentions, instinctively bared its teeth. Hua Yishan maintained a stern demeanor, commanding, "Stand at attention." Kalu complied, momentarily setting aside its playful demeanor to focus on the command. Yet, when Jiang Ning approached to pet it, the dog melted into a puddle, rolling over and eagerly leaning against her. "Come here, Kalu," Jiang Ning called. The dog, displaying signs of jealousy, was taken to room 1803 for isolation. While Kalu was important, Jiang Ning was determined to refine her skills. In this post-apocalyptic world, whether among the residents of the building or the survivors outside, countless individuals were succumbing to despair. To survive, she needed to outpace them. The lesson progressed, and Jiang Ning swiftly mastered various neck-twisting techniques. With her keen insight, she quickly adapted and improvised. After retrieving Kalu from room 1803, Jiang Ning had a simple meal of stir-fried rice noodles and settled on the sofa to study a diagram of human skeletal structure meticulously. She pondered which bones, when struck, could deliver a fatal blow, and which pressure points, when impacted, would render a body weak and incapacitated. These were the ultimate techniques for a swift victory. Wong. Jiang Ning snapped back to reality, realizing Kalu was sulking, refusing to eat its dog food, and turning its back to her. "Oh dear, who upset my beloved Kalu?" she exclaimed, abandoning her medical text to comfort the dog. "You are the most adorable." Kalu, pouting, turned its head away, ignoring her. After a lengthy petting session, Jiang Ning retrieved a stewed chicken leg to coax the dog, which finally relented and presented its neck for more twists. At that moment, Jiang Ning understood the source of its displeasure. "What a jealous pup. Kalu, no matter who I interact with, you will always be my most cherished companion." The insecure dog nestled in her embrace, and Jiang Ning acknowledged the growing difficulties of survival ahead. "The 18th floor was not a sanctuary. I know you want to grow strong to protect me, but I too wish to become stronger to safeguard you. Let us grow together and always protect each other, shall we?" Kalu tilted its head, seemingly understanding, and blinked at her, resting its paws on her hand. What a warm-hearted dog. A reward of a sausage followed. In the afternoon, Hua Yishan trained Kalu for 4 hours, engaging in various biting and pouncing exercises, and the stair climbing increased to 80 rounds. By the end of the training, the exhausted dog lay panting in its bed. With a thorough understanding of human anatomy and pressure points, Jiang Ning seamlessly followed Hua Yishan's teachings on reconnaissance and infiltration. Hua Yishan was utterly astonished. He had never encountered someone with such remarkable aptitude. In just a few days, she had mastered all techniques, even surprising him during practice, making it difficult for him to focus. Hua Yishan generously shared not only the art of reconnaissance and infiltration, but also combat techniques and close-quarters fighting, particularly in close combat. The two engaged in a spirited tussle on the non-slip mat, entwined like a twisted rope, each vying for dominance with fierce determination. Observing them closely, Kulu was ready to intervene at the slightest hint of Jiang Ning faltering. Dodo, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "Brother, sister, please stop fighting." Torn between her affection for both, she clung to Kulu. "Wong, let go of her." Seeing the caretaker pinned beneath Hua Yishan, Kalu bared its teeth, growling fiercely. Let go. I will protect her. Despite Dodo's efforts, Kalu lunged forward, aiding Jiang Ning in securing a victory. In the end, with the dog's unexpected assistance, Jiang Ning emerket triumphant. Hua Yishan, unfazed by the betrayal of the dog he had trained, affectionately patted its head, saying, well done. In the future, if anyone bullies her, you must protect her. Jiang Ning, slightly worried, inquired, did it bite you? No, Hua Yishan replied, appreciating Kalu's discernment. Dogs are far more discerning than humans. Kalu knows its limits. Jiang Ning concurred, recognizing that dogs could sense the intentions emanating from humans. Hua Yishan meant no harm, thus evading any aggression. As the days passed, Jiang Ning's strength visibly increased. Upon learning that she was sparring with Hua Yishan, Zheng Weili was equally motivated, training daily with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, resulting in frequent cries of distress from room 1803. After enduring numerous blows, Zhang Chao became resilient, while Lu Yu's once felt waist was a thing of the past. With their bodies strengthened, they grew overly confident, prompting Zhang Chao to suggest, how about we spar with you? And Ning? Jiang Ning smiled, sure. Room 1803 was similarly equipped with non-slip mats, and Jiang Ning prepared to take on both opponents. Zheng Weili assumed the role of referee while Dodo and Kalu played the part of the audience. With a whistle, Zheng Weili proclaimed, 1, 2, 3, begin. The clash of bodies echoed as the competition commenced. Jiang Ning executed a side throw, followed by a knee strike to the abdomen, her movements precise and fluid. The two adversaries fell gracefully onto the anti-slip mat, groaning in defeat. Then there was silence. Zhang Chao clutched his stomach, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, you lack martial ethics. With an indifferent expression, Jiang Ning retorted, in this apocalyptic world, who cares about martial ethics? She had initially intended to rally her sister for support, but the beginning turned out to be the end. Dodo, overwhelmed, rose and dashed home, exclaiming, brother, sister knocked out both of my brothers. She had employed the techniques taught by her brother, which were indeed impressive. The beaten Zhang Chao and Lu Yu pondered the stark disparity in their capabilities. Were they truly so shameless? Zheng Weili was furious. If you cannot defeat me, fine, but you cannot even withstand a single strike from a Ning? With no further words, she resolved that from this day forth, the number of laps Kayle must run on the stairs would match theirs, without exception. The two boys turned pale. Kayle could manage 80 laps a day. How could they possibly compete? You may not be able to beat a Ning, but must you also lose to Kayle? Indeed, Kayle is no ordinary dog. It is a super abnormal creature. In such a short time, it had even developed muscles. Zheng Weili paid no heed, insisting that as long as they did not perish from training, they would train relentlessly. The 18th floor was bustling with activity, while the jealousy from those outside the unit continued to grow. Whether they ventured out or stayed in, envy was ever present. Having not gone outside for so long, they surely had amassed significant supplies. Meanwhile, those outside were starving, yet the allure of delicious scents wafted from the 18th floor. No one dared to confront them alone, so they sought out He Jian, pressuring him to negotiate with the 18th floor for a portion of their supplies. He Jian was reluctant to offend anyone, but enduring starvation was not an option. His children had grown emaciated. Building leader, let us discuss with them first. If they refuse to cooperate, we can always enlist outsiders to take everything. How could they be so heartless? We are reduced to drinking rainwater while they feast on lavish meals. Just 2 days ago, they had roast lamb, and yesterday they enjoyed hot pot. Are they trying to starve us? He Jian cursed inwardly. He hadn't even caught a whiff of food from the 13th floor. Why would those on the 7th floor be able to smell it? He was not foolish enough to be easily swayed by their provocations. If they were to seize the supplies from the 18th floor, he would be the first to face their wrath. However, the outside world offered no alternatives, so he was left to devise a plan from within. If they were to act, they would do so together. He would not bear the consequences alone. He Jian resolved to employ the old strategy of overwhelming force. With so many people in the building, could the 18th floor truly eliminate them all? That evening, after an intense training session with Hua Yishan, Jiang Ning exited, drenched in sweat, only to hear a knock at the door. The visitor, wrapped tightly in layers, revealed only a pair of eyes. Slipping a note through the crack, there is danger, be cautious. With that, he hurried away. Despite being covered from head to toe, Jiang Ning recognized the voice of Zhong Ping. He had come to warn her that He Jian had allied with the residents of the unit to forcibly demand supplies from the 18th floor. Gathering everyone in room 1803, Jiang Ning presented the note. What are your thoughts? Zheng Weili, with a fiery temper, declared, let them come. Who is afraid of them? Supplies equate to life. Who would willingly give up the chance to survive? Although He Jian only wanted a portion, what would prevent him from asking for more in the future? Not only Zheng Weili, but even Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were in agreement. Kayle, too, voiced its dissent, baring its sharp teeth, barking fiercely. Who dares to take its food? Bring it on. Thus, the 18th floor unanimously voted against yielding any supplies. Want supplies? Dream on. If her suspicions were correct, they would likely come knocking the next day. Everyone understood that such events would become routine in the future. Even if they did not come, others from outside would inevitably invade to loot. No one wished to tread the perilous path, yet in this apocalypse, it was a world that consumed its own. Each person returned home to prepare, for tomorrow would bring a fierce battle. Back in her space, Jiang Ning retrieved protective gear against stabbing and cutting and measured Kayle for a custom fit. Lacking sewing skills, she could only adjust through trial and error, aiming to provide the best protection for Kayle. The dog, naturally averse to confinement, had grown accustomed to wearing clothes during treatment for its skin condition. Having been forced to wear them, not only was its diet ample, but it had also received sufficient nutrition, transforming from skeletal figure to a robust canine with shiny, smooth fur. After rigorous training with Hua Yishin, Kayle was now a muscular dog. After 2 hours of stitching and adjusting, she finally completed Kayle's protective suit, making sure to allow extra room for growth. To help Kayle acclimate, she opened the door and encouraged it to practice parkour. It seemed she had a knack for this, as the garment did not hinder Kayle's agility in the slightest. After a hearty meal, they slept soundly until dawn, but Kayle suddenly grew restless, displaying signs of readiness for a fight. Upon opening the door, they indeed heard knocking below, with Jian feigning politeness. Jiang Ning ignored him, preparing breakfast for herself and Kayle: soy milk, fried dough sticks, and hand-grab pancakes. After eating, she remembered to brush her teeth and rinse her mouth before getting to work. Hoarse from shouting, Jian announced that since the 18th floor refused to communicate, he would resort to force. Break down the door. At the sound of the building leader's command, greed ignited in their eyes as they envisioned the 18th floor as a treasure trove. If they could just pry open 3 doors, they would feast without worry for the rest of their lives. Who could fathom how long it had been since they had truly filled their stomachs? This suffering was unbearable. In this apocalypse, why should the 18th floor thrive while they lived like animals? Fueled by rage, they were eager to reduce the 18th floor to rubble. As they prepared to pry the door, the sound of the door opening from above caught them off guard. Chapter 52. All hands on deck. The stainless steel door, reinforced with iron spikes, slowly swung open, followed by the sound of steady footsteps. For some reason, a tension gripped the crowd, causing them to feel unnaturally anxious. The 18th floor had indeed claimed lives, a fact they had witnessed firsthand. They're coming. A pair of slender, straight legs appeared, accompanied by a sharp tang knife. The 18th floor was indeed ruthless, sending forth that cold-blooded girl as their vanguard. How barbaric. Second in line was rumored to be a national champion in college Sonda, capable of knocking a person's head clean off with a single punch. Look at that professional Sonda gear. Those gloves are larger than a cooking pot. Following them were 2 men, one wielding a baseball bat and the other a spike club. The club, modified from a wooden baseball bat, was embedded with rusty, sharp nails. A blow from it would surely result in tetanus, sending one straight to the afterlife. The final figure was the epitome of the 18th floor's height and beauty, sporting a clean, cropped hairstyle and a sternly handsome face. Dressed in a cool, gray leisure suit with hands tucked into his pockets, he appeared less like a combatant and more like someone out for a leisurely stroll on the weekend. To their further outrage, a dog accompanied them. How could these creatures claim to be out of food? In such a short time, they had managed to fatten a stray dog. As indignation surged, their greed intensified. They regretted not demanding everything. They wanted all the supplies from the 18th floor, including that dog. In this apocalypse, dogs were meant to be consumed by humans. Yet this one had feasted on what rightfully belonged to them. Once they subdued the 18th floor, they would turn into a hot pot. Upon witnessing the equipment on the 18th floor, Jian felt a sudden jolt of unease. They were unwilling to relinquish their food supplies. He Lu Zhang. What is the meaning of bringing so many people to pry open our door? Jiang Ning surveyed the crowded corridor on the 17th floor, noting the absence of the elderly, women, and children. All present were men, some openly wielding weapons, while others concealed them beneath their garments. In this building, a myriad of lives unfolded. Some appeared healthy and vibrant, while others bore the pallor of despair. Regardless of their circumstances, they all had their sights set on the 18th floor. Jiang Ning scrutinized their faces and soon spotted the familiar figures of Yang Weizong and others. Ah, how they had withered, their eyes filled with a ravenous hunger for food, their faces devoid of color, a stark contrast to their former charming selves. Observing the tense standoff at the 18th floor, Jian's heart raced, yet he forced a smile, saying, "Xiao Jiang, we have come to negotiate. Why this display of force?" Jiang Ning, disinterested in any form of diplomatic maneuvering, retorted, "The 18th floor has nothing you desire. Even if there were a few scraps, they were earned at the cost of our lives. You can forget about laying claim to them." Jian feigned desperation, stating, "In times of great peril, we must unite. Those with food should share, and those with strength should contribute their efforts. Only then can we survive. No? In these extraordinary times, we have resolved not to abandon anyone, pooling all resources so that no one in the building shall starve. Everyone else has contributed, surely." The 18th floor, cannot claim exemption. Listening to his grandiose rhetoric, Jiang Ning scoffed. And what if we refuse? Perhaps we could lend you a third of our rations. We promise to repay once we weather this storm. He Jian's expression stiffened as he endeavored to maintain a veneer of cheerfulness. If you do not believe us, we can draft an IOU. Not a chance. The atmosphere abruptly turned icy. Taking advantage of their numbers, someone shouted, Lu Zhang, why waste words? Just force the door. Yes. Break the door. They were the first to act unjustly. Do not blame us for our retaliation. He Jian, feigning concern, urged, Xiao Jiang, I advise you to reconsider. We are all from the same building. There's no need for such hostility. Jiang Ning called out, those who wish to pry open the door, step forward. Let us do it. What are you afraid of? A man, driven to madness by hunger, charged at the door with a crowbar. Jiang Ning, rather than drawing her weapon, reached in her pocket and brandished a firearm through the iron bars towards him. Move again, and you will regret it. Ah, a gun. She has a gun. Gasps erupted from the crowd, who instinctively recoiled, fearing stray bullets. He Jian turned pale, exclaiming, Xiao Jiang, what are you doing? Jiang Ning's gaze was cold and unwavering. What do you intend to do? He Jian's heart raced with fear, urging calmness. Jiang Ning smiled. Do not worry. I have never been as composed as I am today. It was merely an intimidating plastic toy gun. From within the throng, a voice emerged, deliberately rasping. Yang Weizong, if you are a man, come out and stop hiding among the crowd. Fuming, Yang Weizong stepped forward, indignant. Jiang Ning, I never imagined you would end up like this. So selfish and self-serving. You have food. Why not share a portion to help everyone? And what of it? Jiang Ning retorted with a cold smile. I do not steal or rob. My supplies were earned through my own efforts. Unlike you, who bartered your dignity for food, always eyeing the plates of women. In this apocalyptic world, survival is paramount. What worth is there in pride or dignity? Initially, it was women, but eventually, even handsome young men succumbed to the harsh realities. Yang Weizong, with a face of fury, charged at Jiang Ning, shouting, Do you really think I won't hit you? In a display of bravado, Jiang Ning opened the door wide, waving the gun at him. Come closer. With the door ajar, Yang Weizong found himself momentarily speechless. As the crowd turned their attention towards him, he forced himself to maintain composure. Do not be deceived. Her weapon is merely a toy. Chapter 53. The gunshot Yang Weizong called for the others to join him, yet his feet remained firmly planted, unwilling to move. This situation grew increasingly awkward. They had intended to break the door down, but now, with it open, no one dared to advance. He Jian, feeling utterly humiliated, cursed under his breath at the cowardice of his companions. With mounting pressure, he proclaimed, Jiang Ning, even if you possess a gun, it only holds 7 bullets. Can you truly fend off so many? Indeed, the crowd regained their nerve, shouting in unison, she only has 7 bullets. What is there to fear? They were right. It was merely 7 lives at stake. Jiang Ning regarded them with a chilling smile. Which of you is willing to sacrifice yourself for He Lu Zhang? Step forward, and I promise to honor your request. While he feasts, your wives and children shall starve. What do you mean by that? I simply ask that you choose 7 willing to die. Jiang Ning stepped forward, pressing the icy barrel of the gun against He Jian's forehead. As the leader, you must be the first to make the sacrifice. The cold metal pressed against He Jian's brow, a stark reminder that it was not a mere plastic toy. His heart raced. His face drained of color as cold sweat broke out. Don't be reckless. It was you, the leader, who has repeatedly threatened the 18th floor, believing it to be an easy target. Jiang Ning's gaze was sharp as a blade. I am not one to initiate conflict, but I do not shy away from it either. You have brought this upon yourself. With that, her finger tightened on the trigger. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Jiang Ning and He Jian. The tension in the air was palpable as she slowly pressed down on the trigger. A sudden and piercing scream erupted from the stairwell. A murder! A murder! The crowd surged, frantically trying to escape the chaos. Jiang Ning swung the gun down onto He Jian's head, causing him to stumble. At that moment, Kailei sprang forward, tackling the fleeing Yang Weizong with ferocity, sinking its teeth into him. Screams and panic filled the air as people scrambled in the narrow corridor. Someone burst through the stairwell, clutching their bleeding neck, collapsing moments later, convulsing on the ground, eyes wide open, gasping for breath. Yang Ning soaked it. Get it. The dog, relentless, gnawed at Yang Weizong until blood flowed freely before turning and racing upstairs. In one swift motion, Jiang Ning locked the door, barring the throng from entering. Amid the chaos, several individuals were thrust against a door bristling with nails, their piercing cries echoing in the confined space. The sudden turn of events caught many off guard. Through the iron bars, a deranged man brandished a bloodied kitchen knife, wildly swinging it as he howled like a beast. Damn it, you will pay for my daughter's life. Go to hell. I will drag you down with me. Some, quick on the uptake, drew their own weapons, but in the crowded melee, their attempts to resist resulted in injuring their own comrades. The madman exhibited no restraint, his eyes ablaze as he swung his weapon relentlessly, turning the corridor on the 17th floor into a scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Open the door. Let us in. Please save us. Many, paralyzed by fear, pounded on the doors of various residents on the 17th floor, desperate for refuge. Even those from the 18th floor, who had moments ago appeared menacing, were now like startled birds, flailing in panic. Confronted with death, they were all rendered cowardly. Jiang Ning did not open her door. Her expression was numb as she observed the chaos outside through the iron bars, as if watching a mere drama unfold. Zheng Weili clenched her fists, her mouth opening but no words emerging, ultimately turning her head away. The madman, bloodied and grotesque, resembled a bloodthirsty beast risen from the depths of hell. A few burly figures brandished knives, striking at him. The sharp blades cut into his flesh, but the madman remained unfazed, seemingly devoid of pain. He appeared to recognize these individuals and, in a fit of hysteria, shouted, "You killed my daughter. I will make you pay with your lives." Like an unkillable demon, he faced multiple assailants, bloodied yet relentless, until they all lay defeated at his feet. He did not cease. With his body bleeding profusely, he charged through the panicked crowd. Akin to a devil wielding a scythe, those who regained their composure swung steel pipes or machetes at his head, unleashing a ferocity that threatened to dismember. A thunderous gunshot rang out. The madman collapsed, his bloodied face breaking into a gentle smile as he murmured, "Do not be afraid. Daddy is here to join you." It was not Jiang Ning who fired the shot, but rather from behind her. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu turned to see Hua Yishan holding a gun. Their pupils widened in shock. He had managed to take aim amid such chaos. Hua Yishan's expression remained solemn, betraying no emotion. He did not fire again, but instead ascended the stairs. One bullet had abruptly halted the carnage. The 17th floor was filled with wails of despair. He Jian and Yang Weitsong lay on the ground, untouched by blades yet crushed amidst the chaos, unconscious and unknown if they were alive or dead. Kaylai, defiant, still yearned to charge into the fray. "Save me, please," cried those who had been injured. The scene was a horrific tableau of cuts, bruises, and injuries. A sight too ghastly to bear. Jiang Ning, a medical student capable of healing, felt their desperation. They did not wish to perish. Some voiced their pleas, and others echoed them. Why should we save them? If healed, they would rush to the 18th floor again. Jiang Ning turned and ascended the stairs. Indifferent to the carnage behind her, Zheng Weili and the others were taken aback, feeling a pang of compassion, yet recalling how they had just faced threats. Their fleeting kindness was extinguished in an instant. Believe it or not, they would forget their pain once healed. No one is born evil. Yet extreme circumstances and the instinct for survival can cultivate malevolence. The group exchanged glances and silently turned to ascend the stairs, ignoring the anguished cries and curses behind them. The stainless steel door closed behind them, muffling the sounds to a significant degree. Zheng Weili regained her senses, exclaiming, "Ning, how did you come by gun?" Jiang Ning smiled and tossed the object to her. Upon catching it, Zheng Weili immediately sensed something amiss. Is this fake? Where am I to find a real one? The one earlier had indeed been real, but Jiang Ning had cleverly switched it out. Zheng Weili examined it repeatedly. It's quite good, to be honest. Most wouldn't discern the difference. Even I was fooled. She had stumbled upon it while out searching for dog food, and had another one to spare, offering this one to Jiang Ning for the sake of intimidation. During the tumultuous events, Jiang Ning had deliberately procured several replicas, considering they might serve as a bluff in critical moments, never anticipating that Hua Yishan would possess a genuine firearm. In this crumbling world, while order had disintegrated, the core government departments still functioned, albeit sluggishly due to the overwhelming flood. However, such weapons remained tightly controlled. Thus, she would refrain from brandishing a real gun in plain sight until the very last moment. Provoking authorities was one thing. She found no justification to explain her actions to Zheng Weili and the others. Yet, with the uncertainty of tomorrow, if the situation spiraled out of control, she would not hesitate to pull the trigger. As she gazed at the firmly shut door of 1801, Zheng Weili pulled Jiang Ning into the room, curiosity piqued. How did he acquire a gun? He has a background as a special police officer. He likely has connections. Who would have thought he not only could fight, but was also an expert marksman? Now we are safe. Not only did he eliminate the madman, but he has also quelled the threat posed by He Jian and his ilk for the time being. To be truthful, seeing the madman dispatched by Hua Yishan brought a sense of relief to Zheng Weili and the others. He was both a great and pitiable father, given his injuries. Survival was improbable, yet in the hands of those men, he would surely meet a gruesome end. It was better for him to find peace, to depart with dignity. With the presence of a real firearm, Zheng Weili and the others felt considerably more secure, yet a lingering worry about being discovered remained. They had anticipated a fierce confrontation, only to be disrupted by a madman. It was a fortunate twist of fate. The group kept an ear out for disturbances below. Those uninjured scattered like frightened birds, while the injured, witnessing the unwavering resolve of the 18th floor to offer no assistance, could only curse as they left. Soon, the 17th floor fell into silence. Many had gathered for the confrontation, Yet numerous individuals had merely pretended to participate. The residents on the 17th floor, prioritizing their safety, had locked their doors tight. After all, the proximity to the 18th floor made them prime targets for retaliation. However, the misfortunes of one could easily befall another. When they finally opened their doors, horror gripped them. The corridor was stained with blood, and numerous bodies lay strewn about. Who did we provoke? Why does the 17th floor always become a battleground? The three households cursed and conspired to dispose of the bodies in the water, then clean the blood-soaked corridor. What kind of day is this? Is there no peace left? Just as they finished tidying up, relatives of the deceased stormed in, only to learn that the bodies had already been discarded, leading to a confrontation with the residents of the 17th floor. Even clay figures can show some temper. The pent-up frustration of the 17th floor erupted. They rushed into their rooms to retrieve kitchen knives, shouting, "Who did we offend? Why do they always come here? We did not kill anyone. Why are we blamed for not opening our doors?" Knowing full well they were breaking the law, why didn't TU intervene? Now that someone is dead, you come to us for trouble? If you want the body, why didn't TU come earlier? You could have retrieved it from the water. The righteous indignation of the innocent was fierce. Seeing the knives brandished, the relatives of the deceased dared not pursue their grievances, retreating with their curses. Before sending, the women had calculated what spoils they might gather, only to find themselves empty-handed while their men were slain by the madman. How would they survive as widows and orphans? Heaven, please open your eyes. Do not let it rain any longer. Around noon, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao gathered some intelligence. The man wielding the knife lived on the 7th floor, having been divorced for many years and residing with his daughter. Previously, masked intruders had broken into their home at night, stealing all their supplies. Desperate, the daughter resorted to selling her body to survive, leading to a confrontation with her father, who struck her in anger. Overcome with shame, she jumped into the floodwaters. Having relied solely on each other, the father could not bear the shock and succumbed to madness. Seeking revenge on society with his rampage, several were killed on the spot, with others bleeding profusely and succumbing to their injuries. Many suffered from trampling and crushing, but the torrential rain made it impossible to reach a hospital without rescue boats. They could only endure at home. Yang Weizong and He Jian lay in a coma, their fate uncertain. This defeat had sapped the enemy's morale, leaving the entire building in mourning. Jiang Ning pondered another matter. Those with flushed faces during the standoff were likely the masked robbers. Although a few had been slain by the madman, several had escaped, and this group warranted heightened vigilance. Although the fight had failed to materialize, Kailei felt unwell, grumbling and sulking. There is no remedy. The Ma Quan is inherently combative, and Jiang Ning can only solace it with delectable treats. Do you harbor a grudge against Yang Weizong? The caretaker is quite curious, always seizing opportunities to bite him. Kailei, with sharp teeth, continues to express its disdain with soft growls. Its enmity with that scoundrel transcends mere rivalry. It is a profound grudge. Jiang Ning embraces the dog, her gaze deepening gradually. Having just awoken from her afternoon slumber, the intercom crackles to life. Jiang Ning, are you teaching Dodo today? Is Hua Yishan? Jiang Ning replies affirmatively. Although they did not come to blows today, conflict is ultimately inevitable. Self-improvement remains the true path to mastery. A knock resounds, and Kailei rushes to open the door with its paws, dutifully exchanging items with Dodo and carrying dog food to room 1801 for training. Although Hua Yishan has locked Dodo inside, she is not entirely ignorant. Feeling somewhat listless, she asks, "Sister, when can I grow up to protect you and brother?" Jiang Ning reassures her, "Study diligently, grow quickly, and soon you'll be able to protect us." Dodo, perplexed, interjects, "If Kailei can, why can't I?" "You're different from Kailei. It is a dog and grows rapidly, whereas we humans develop at a slower pace." Jiang Ning encourages the disheartened girl, "Listen to your brother. He will help you grow up swiftly." Dodo's spirits lift as she playfully lifts her shirt to reveal her developing figure, exclaiming, "Sister, I believe I can do it. Brother helps me train every day." Jiang Ning is taken aback, astonished by Dodo's abdominal muscles. She is not even close to that yet. Children are still growing, and excessive exercise is not beneficial. But given the current circumstances, Jiang Ning does not believe Hua Yishan is at fault. In an apocalyptic world, unexpected events can arise at any moment. Possessing the ability to protect oneself is paramount. Let us practice roll up those abs, without needing to meet face to face. The 18th floor exhibits a heightened awareness. The days ahead will only grow more challenging. Even through the walls, the sound of Zheng Wei Li's boxing can be heard thumping. For dinner, Jiang Ning shares noodles with Dodo, mixing in a spoonful of meat sauce that smells particularly appetizing. The intercom crackles again. "Shall we practice sparring later?" Without hesitation, Jiang Ning responds, "Yes." Upon entering room 1801, they dive straight into practice as Jiang Ning channels her pent-up energy from the morning into her training. Everyone has secrets. She refrains from inquiring about the gun. In the face of her relentless assault, Hua Yishan's defense stands as firm as a fortress. After 2 hours, Jiang Ning feels as if she has emerged from water, gasping for breath on the non-slip mat. He hands her a clean towel to wipe her brow. Jiang Ning expresses her gratitude, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. What Ishan astounds her with his observation. The recoil of that gun is quite strong. You should adjust your grip slightly, or you risk injuring your arm. Jiang Ning is momentarily taken aback. In the crowded environment, compounded by the heavy rain and poor visibility, she had adjusted her position deliberately, yet he saw through her disguise with keen insight. Jiang Ning smiles, fake Ning ignorance. Pull your shoulders back, lean forward when aiming, and keep your elbows slightly bent. Under the guidance of the expert, Jiang Ning commits these instructions to memory, planning to practice at home. They share an unspoken understanding, and neither inquires about the origin of their knowledge. After the gunfire echoes, the entire building descends into silence, and no one dares to target the 18th floor lightly anymore. Life must go on. Staying cooped up all day would drive anyone mad. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, brimming with confidence, knock on room 1801's door, eager to venture out in search of supplies. The water levels continue to rise, and they have lost hope for the rain to cease. This is the apocalypse. Who knows what lies ahead? Resources dwindle daily, with only depletion and no influx, causing anxiety to swell. What Ishan consents, and Dodo insists on joining. The crafty Kale promptly lines up, barking with excitement. The dog has matured, developing its own ideas, and Jiang Ning cannot restrain it. It must learn to protect itself. Kale returns home, dragging out its anti-cut and anti-stab gear along with a canine raincoat. Come, it's time for battle. Caretaker, hurry and dress me in my battle attire. Jiang Ning chuckles helplessly, dressing Kale while teasing, my dog is set to venture out to earn its keep once again. The proud black dog, both haughty and bashful, waits eagerly as Jiang Ning promises, I'll prepare you something delicious. Standing atop the building, she watches them leave the community, retrieving her purple mink fur, measuring the dimensions with the intent to craft a garment for Kale. The rain continues to pour, but the temperature has noticeably dropped. Jiang Ning has a premonition that extreme cold is approaching. Compared to the floods, the bitter cold is far more perilous. The Ma Quan can quickly adapt to any harsh environment, yet Jiang Ning remains anxious. After all, it could plunge to minus 60 or 70 degrees. Even humans, wrapped like bears, might not survive, let alone the short-haired Ma Quan. Remembering how it suffered from frostbite in her past life, Jiang Ning's heart clenches painfully. This time, she cannot allow it to endure such torment. Zheng Weili drops by for a visit and, upon seeing her dismantling the fur, exclaims in surprise, making clothes for Kale? Yes, it has been getting colder by the day. I was even awakened by the chill last night. Jiang Ning deliberately reminds her, first a typhoon, now over 2 months of relentless rain. We cannot anticipate what sort of weather is next. We are in the south, where winters are typically mild. It's not like the north where temperatures plunge below minus 10. Indeed, in previous years, the north would have already experienced snowfall. Jiang Ning muses. Do you think there are floods in the north? Now that it is winter, it wouldn't be entirely frozen, would it? Zheng Weili dares not speculate. That would be a hellish scenario. Fengcheng is not cold, as she wore short sleeves last winter. I wonder what this winter will bring. Jiang Ning gently warns. I suspect it may be considerably colder than last year. Zheng Weili, sensing an ominous sign, responds, cold or not, we have stockpiled clothes and firewood. We should be fine. As their conversation shifts to more serious matters, Zheng Weili adds, and Ning, the residents of this building are currently shaken. But we cannot foresee what may occur in the future. You must store your supplies separately, should the 18th floor be breached. You and T want to be left with nothing. This idea was suddenly proposed by Zhang Chao, leading them to act swiftly overnight. They pried open the ceiling of the kitchen and bathroom, sealing food and medicine securely, hiding them in multiple locations. They did not overlook the ceiling, the ventilation ducts, or even the toilet tank. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, Zheng Weili advises. When Zhang Chao and Lu Yu return, let them assist you. Aren't you worried about mice gnawing at your supplies? Zheng Weili is momentarily speechless. Mice, well, that is certainly better than having them stolen by people, right? But I still need to figure out a way to acquire some rodent poison or sticky traps. Your idea is sound. I'll give it a try too. Jiang Ning appreciates the wisdom of room 1803. Do you think if I hollow out the sofa, I could also stash food inside? Absolutely. How did they not think of that? After bidding farewell to Zheng Weili, Jiang Ning resumes her work on the fur. With ample material left over, she contemplates making something for De Hui and Xiao Bai as well. These two have thick fur, and Xiao Bai is about to give birth to her second litter. She wonders if they can survive the extreme cold. To ensure their survival for the sake of meat, Jiang Ning hopes they can endure. Ultimately, their fate lies in their own hands. She gathers the two, measures their sizes, and compares fabrics, feeling the warmth of their furry bodies. Perhaps due to their improved diet, they seem to have gained some weight, especially Xiao Bai, whose belly is round and full, likely carrying many pups. With 3 fur garments successfully modified, Jiang Ning's confidence in her DIY skills has significantly increased. However, fur alone will not suffice. remembering the stockpiled fabric in her space. She selects some warm materials to craft additional garments for them. As she rummages through her supplies, she stumbles upon the temperature-regulating clothing worth $1.98 million. She casually pulls it out, deciding to give this ordinary-looking temperature-regulating garment a try. Surprisingly, it feels quite comfortable, the texture soft and skin-like, akin to silk. The size is slightly large, so Jiang Ning plans to wear it as sleepwear. Just as she is about to remove it, she suddenly realizes something amiss. With the rain and temperature drop, it is around 21 degrees today, and although she is wearing a casual sweatshirt, she can still feel the chill. The thin fabric envelopes her like a biological membrane, providing warmth far superior to the sweatshirt. Could it truly maintain a constant temperature? The space is warmer than the outside, prompting her to hurry inside. As anticipated, the warmth dissipated, yet the comfort felt akin to running naked. Once she stepped outside again, warmth flooded her heart anew. Indeed, this was a marvel of high-tech constant temperature clothing. Jiang Ning mused that she had not noticed its uniqueness during her shopping spree, likely due to the minimal temperature difference. She donned the constant temperature attire and ignited the gas stove, placing her hands just above the flames. The warmth enveloped her palms, and her arms felt similarly, though significantly cooler than what her palms experienced. The constant temperature was genuine, yet the notion of a perpetual 25 degrees was a fallacy. The ability to create such fabric surpassed mere brilliance. Were it not for the calamity, its market debut would have heralded a technological revolution. At $1.98 million, it was indeed worth every penny. The constant temperature fabric measured 10 pings, equating to 333 meters. The quantity was exceedingly limited, yet with prudent usage, it could sustain her through the most extreme of weathers for a lifetime. She decisively crafted 2 sets for herself and 2 for Kayleigh, utilizing scraps to fashion them in shades of gray and white. This endeavor consumed considerable fabric for not only clothes, but also gloves, socks, and scarves. The invaluable constant temperature attire was not to be wasted. Jiang Ning meticulously searched her downloaded life skills resources and successfully located tutorials on clothing design and cutting. After acquiring the basics, she practiced with other materials. The treatment was interrupted for several days, yet Granny Zhong continued her visits to the 18th floor. It wasn't out of desire to halt, but rather due to the significant impact of the standoff, as several afflicted individuals had succumbed. No one dared to provoke the 18th floor. However, many harbored grievances, believing that all calamities stemmed from that very place. Had the 18th floor been willing to share provisions, the tragic events of that day could have been averted. Granny Zhong spoke earnestly, cautioning Jiang Ning to be wary of the world's cruelty and urging her to exercise utmost caution in the future. Chapter 56. Discovery of the fish pond. Jiang Ning understood that it was Granny Zhong who had sent Zhong Ping to relay the message. Although the gesture seemed of little consequence, she appreciated the thought. Consequently, she waived the fee for 3 treatments and gifted her half a bottle of medicinal alcohol. Though the quantity was modest at 50 milliliters, it was generous in the context of the apocalypse. Of course, Jiang Ning did not rule out the possibility of extending goodwill. After all, everyone was scrutinizing the 18th floor, and one should never presume that hearts are inclined towards goodness. If the Zhong family were willing to share information, it could save her considerable trouble. Granny Zhong, the temperature has dropped significantly these past few days. Your back cannot endure the cold and dampness. Please use the medicinal alcohol for massage in the evenings. Then keep yourself warm under blankets. Your injuries will heal more swiftly. In her previous life, Granny Zhong had perished from the cold, leaving only Zhong Ping to survive, albeit not for long. This time, Jiang Ning provided a timely reminder, hoping she would learn from it. Thank you, Xiaojing. I shall try that tonight. After expressing her gratitude, Granny Zhong introduced a patient to Jiang Ning. The family upstairs has a son afflicted with severe eczema. He scratches until he bleeds. They risked a visit to the hospital, but found no medicine. He wishes to bring his child here for treatment. Though we are not well acquainted, he is hesitant to approach without consulting you first. Rest assured, this family is decent and does not mingle with Jian and his ilk. They have not participated in the recent joint coercion. Eczema is notoriously complex, as acupuncture alone cannot remedy it, and traditional medicine takes time to show results. Jiang Ning had medicine in her space, but it was impossible to retrieve it. This ailment was challenging to treat without medication. Regular exercise and sweating to eliminate toxins would gradually improve the body's immunity. Granny Zhong did not press the matter further. She wrapped the medicine bottle in cloth and tucked it away to avoid drawing attention, her mind wandering to various thoughts. Xiaojing, did your dog bite a boy? Granny Zhong inquired as she departed, having noticed the commotion next door. That girl seems to be stirring trouble. Their expressions do not look favorable. Why are the youth today so complicated? She mused. They claim to be alumni, yet speak ill of others behind their backs, constantly coveting the supplies of others. During the recent assault on the 18th floor, those men participated, and rather than reflecting on their actions, they berated Jiang Ning. If I were Jiang Ning and truly possessed supplies, I would rather feed them to the dogs than share with these ungrateful wretches. After Granny Zhong left, Jiang Ning closed the door and entered her space, pulling out the matured vegetables from the black soil garden. She placed the planting pots on the balcony and brought over a small stool to dig up potatoes. The soil in her space was fertile, yielding a bountiful harvest of round, plump yellow potatoes. With dozens of planting pots, she collected over 100 pounds of potatoes, and indescribable satisfaction filled her heart. The rabbits would not consume the potato sprouts, so she discarded them as fertilizer in her space. After replanting the potatoes, she had just returned to the black soil garden when a knock echoed at the door. Her dog, clad in battle gear, returned from its expedition, standing valiantly at the entrance with 2 black plastic bags in its mouth. The others carried firewood, and apart from the stoic Huaishan, their faces were alight with joy. Kaylay raised its paws, its dark eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "You, the one who cleans up after me, why are you dawdling? Come quickly and accept my spoils. My teeth are sore for biting." Jiang Ning caught a whiff of fish. Without a doubt, Kaylay had been swimming again. She hefted the heavy bags and praised her dog. "Well done, Kaylay, you are remarkable." Not just remarkable, as the bags contained 5 fish, weighing nearly 20 pounds in total. The other bag held 2 wild rabbits, also procured by Kaylay from its burrowing escapades in the mountains. After shedding her raincoat and donning dry clothes, everyone gathered in room 1803. Resources were scarce in the urban landscape, leading the group to venture to the previously explored villa area. The villas held little promise, as their destination lay deeper in the mountains, in search of wild boar. To their surprise, while wild boar eluded them, they stumbled upon a reservoir in the remote mountains. The reservoir teemed with fish, many of which flowed downstream, frolicking within the rocky ravines. Though the murky waters obscured visibility, Kaylay's keen senses led to the discovery and capture of several fish. It was unclear how many had been swept away, but it was certain that many remained within the reservoir. If they could devise a method to extract the fish, they could trade them with the sharp-nosed monkeys for grain, ensuring sustenance for years to come. However, they needed to act swiftly. Resources were already dwindling in the city, and it was plausible that others would seek the bounty of the mountains. Should the reservoir be discovered, their chances of success would vanish. The terrain was treacherous, fraught with dangers as they traversed through varying depths of water. Relying solely on Kaylay to retrieve the fish was impractical. Zhang Chao lamented, "If only we had a fishing machine." The fish were present, yet unattainable. It was exasperating. "Rain, could you possibly create one?" "Chao, that is beyond my capabilities." A reservoir full of fish? Jiang Ning's appetite was piqued. With only 100 fish in her space, and Kaylay being an avid fish lover, it was far from sufficient. Granny Zhong had mentioned that her grandson Zhong Ping worked at a physics research institute. Perhaps he could provide a solution. Huaishan inquired, "Can we trust him?" "I believe the Zhong family has good character, and Zhong Ping is dutiful. Asking should pose no issue. Even if it fails, the 18th floor incurs no loss." Others concurred, realizing that the Zhong family was unaware of the reservoir's location, and Zhong Ping might not even be capable of creating a fishing machine. Time was of the essence. They resolved to inquire without delay. The Zhong family resided adjacent to Su Mingyao, who was always lurking like a dog, making it inconvenient for Jiang Ning to approach. The men were also reluctant, as Su Mingyao had previously attempted to seduce Huaishan. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu might not possess the same resolve. Therefore, they decided to send Zhong Weili. Jiang Ning's suspicions were confirmed as soon as she knocked on the Zhong family's door. The door of the adjacent residence swung open. Upon seeing Zhong Weili, Su Mingyao greeted her with a sweet smile, "Senior sister." Unfortunately, the power was out at this late hour, and her gaunt visage made her resemble a ghost. Zhong Weili could hardly tolerate such a person. "Don't call me that. We are not familiar." Su Mingyao, undeterred, replied, "Senior sister, what brings you to visit Granny Zhong at this late hour?" The urge to strike her down was overwhelming. Zhong Weili ignored her and continued knocking. Hearing the commotion, Granny Zhong promptly opened the door. Zhong Weili pulled an item from her pocket and handed it over, saying, "Zhong Nai, you left something behind after your acupuncture this afternoon. Ning was worried about you and asked me to bring it down." Zhong Nai, being a clever elder, sensed that her late-night visit must signify something important. "Thank you both." She sighed, "Oh dear, the house is a mess with water everywhere. I almost slipped and hurt my back again. Is Xiao Jiang available? Could you ask her to stretch my muscles for me? We are out of food at home." Zhong Ping has a new electronic watch. Would it suffice to offset the cost of the acupuncture? "That should work," Zhong Weili replied before leaving promptly. Su Mingyao maintained her smile and asked, "Sister, would you like to come in and sit?" Chapter 57. Crafting a fishing device unmoved by Su Mingyao's insincere invitation. Zhong Weili forcefully pushed her aside, sending her crashing against the wall. "Get lost. If I were a man, I would make you pay." They had all gone out to sell, yet her vitality remained exuberant, akin to a creature that thrives by drawing energy from others. Zhong Weili could not fathom the audacity of such a shameless person. By the time the occupants of 1202 heard Su Mingyao's cries, Zhong Weili had already ascended the stairs. Back upstairs, Zhong Weili vented her frustrations to Jiang Ning. Her cooing voice gives me goosebumps. This woman is a viper, adept at inciting men to take the lead. I just had a brief encounter with her. If she dares to confront us, it would provide the perfect opportunity to eliminate her. Otherwise, trouble is inevitable. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, acknowledging the need for a plan. Regrettably, Su Mingyao had become cunning, hiding behind men and rarely showing her face. Zheng Weili had initially hoped for Su Mingyao to suffer through the harshness of the apocalypse, but now she was determined to make things difficult for her. Apologies, but the knife is already sharpened. Before long, Zhong Ping assisted Zhong Nainai upstairs. Jiang Ning, straightforwardly, asked, "Can you create a fishing device?" Zhong Ping paused, adjusting his glasses as he contemplated for several minutes. "I should be able to make it, but my resources are limited." A physics enthusiast. His room was cluttered with various components, some purchased, others salvaged from the junkyard. He had even received an award for practical inventions and excelled in national physics competitions. A typical model child. Jiang Ning inquired, "Can you gather what you need?" "There should be some in the experimental building. It just needs a bit of modification." The materials room is on the 8th floor and should be dry, but I can't guarantee it hasn't been ransacked. The research institute was not particularly far, roughly 10 kilometers by shortcut. Jiang Ning exchanged glances with Hua Yishan, silently asking whether they should proceed with this venture. Hua Yishan deliberated before addressing Zhong Ping. "I can take you back to fetch the materials." Zhong Ping, however, was no fool. It was evident that sending someone from the 18th floor to fetch materials for a fishing device was not for mere sport. Given the dire circumstances at home, he had his set conditions. "If you can successfully craft the fishing device, can I have a share?" His request was reasonable. Jiang Ning would have done the same in his position. "With the water so deep, are you certain your device can catch fish?" "As long as there are fish, I will catch them. It's merely a matter of adjusting the ultrasonic frequency, which is quite straightforward." For the sake of culinary freedom, Jiang Ning agreed. "That's fine, but this matter must remain confidential." After everything that had transpired, the Zhong family had every reason to be cautious. They were well aware of what to divulge and what to withhold. How long will it take to complete? For Zhong Ping, the construction of the fishing device was not overly complicated. He had worked on such a project in high school. Provided he had the necessary materials, he could finish it that very night. Time was of the essence, prompting Hua Yishan to return to retrieve the inflatable boat. Not wishing to alert the residents of the 18th floor, Jiang Ning had Zhong Nainai and Zhong Ping descend first. She insisted on accompanying them, to which Hua Yishan had no objections. She assigned tasks to the occupants of 1803, instructing them to cut the fish into pieces and salt them for preservation. When she returned, she planned to coat some in flour to prepare fried fish that could last for several days without spoiling. They would also clean and prepare the rabbit, storing it in the car's refrigerator for gradual consumption. Proceeding quietly downstairs, Zhong Ping was already waiting on the 6th floor, carrying the cumbersome inflatable boat. The occupants of 1202 were preoccupied with comforting the injured Su Mingyao, oblivious to the movements of their neighbors. The inflatable boat quietly glided out of the community, its engine humming as it headed toward the research company. After approximately 40 minutes, the trio arrived at the Physics Research Institute, only to find it in disarray. Zhong Ping's expression darkened as he rushed to the materials room on the 8th floor. The door had been pried open, and various items lay scattered across the floor. Using a flashlight, Zhong Ping frantically gathered what he could from the ground. Research materials differed from everyday necessities, while precious to staff. They were of no use to ordinary survivors, as they could neither be consumed nor drunk. The chaos left little that was truly salvageable. Zhong Ping sifted through the mess, amassing a significant collection of components on the table. "I still need a few more items. I'll go disassemble some from the lab." With several labs available, he began dismantling parts from equipment. Many of these machines and instruments were costly, yet regrettably, much had been submerged in the flood. Zhong Ping, typically reserved and emotionally restrained, displayed palpable sorrow as he spoke. Indeed, the flood had not only claimed lives, but had also devoured the treasures of human civilization. Jiang Ning, lacking knowledge of physics, wandered around, searching for anything that could be collected. In the darkness, Hua Yishan intended to accompany her, but Zhong Ping called out for assistance. "Help me with this variable frequency drive. It needs some adjustments." As Jiang Ning ascended, she noticed the office desks, door frames, and other materials had been stripped bare, with packaging materials littering the floor. She found a few plastic planting pots and, without hesitation, tossed them into her storage space. The computers from the research room and laboratory instruments were invaluable resources. Though Jiang Ning might not have immediate use for them, someone in the future might find them necessary. They hardly occupied space. After exploring several floors, she gathered a considerable amount of discarded items and intriguing exhibits from the exhibition room. Scientific research products felt distant from everyday life. Jiang Ning recognized none of the items presented before her. Upon returning to the 8th floor, Zhong Ping had already assembled several components. He had procured an outer casing from somewhere, resembling a frequency transformer. After rummaging through his backpack for the components he had brought from home and laboring for an additional 2 hours, he finally completed the installation. The device emitted a buzzing sound, causing Jiang Ning discomfort as she covered her ears and stepped back. The floodwaters are too deep. I have increased the frequency and depth. When operational, the frequency range can reach 30 meters. The wavelength is harmless to humans, but fish will surface belly up. The only downside was its considerable power consumption. It would likely deplete the battery within 3 to 4 hours. With the fishing device completed, Zhong Ping inquired, "Where shall we go fishing?" "You will find out tomorrow." "Are there many fish?" Zhong Ping seemed anxious, adding, "If you need extra hands, my parents can assist." Despite the scarcity of resources everywhere, he understood that the 18th floor had capabilities, thus hoping for a fair exchange of labor. No one could guarantee how many fish were available, but with so much water, countless fish would surely have been swept away. Manpower would be insufficient. At 5 tomorrow morning, 3 from your family should gather outside the community. Having finalized the fishing device, Zhong Ping packed several more components into his bag, anticipating their future utility. He had come prepared, carrying over a dozen bags to collect everything he could find. Different fields of expertise and survival strategies led Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan not to intervene. By the time they returned to the community, it was already dawn. Zheng Weili and the others had not slept, and the dog rushed to embrace Jiang Ning. Zhang Chao's stomach growled, exclaiming, "Oh, you all finally returned." We were on the brink of starvation. Upon entering, they were greeted by the aroma of fish, with golden fried fish pieces filling the air. Jiang Ning was bewildered, asking, "How could you all be starving?" Zheng Weili chuckled incredulously. "You should ask Kayle." Chapter 58. The Waste King's sister, I know. Dodo raised her hand eagerly. Kayle caught the fish, but she wouldn't let the older siblings eat. "What? Is that so?" Jiang Ning was utterly flabbergasted. How could such an adorable dog be so domineering? "Woof." Kayle tugged at her sleeve, pulling her toward the dining table. A large basin brimming with fragrant, crispy fried fish chunks is enough to make anyone salivate. The dog stands on its hind legs, paws pushing the basin of fish forward, urging, "Come on, human, eat." Jiang Ning, perplexed, glances towards Zheng Weili and the others. They too have had their share of difficulties. After marinating the fish, they couldn't wait for Jiang Ning's return and decided to rely on themselves. Thus, the trio of amateur chefs spent considerable time preparing the fried fish. To their surprise, the dog, Kayle, gazes menacingly at the fish, refusing to let anyone near. Even though its own mouth is watering, it guards the catch fiercely. The 18th floor is notably democratic. After all, the fish was caught by Kayle, who is now a seasoned expert in survival skills. No one dares to offend it. Despite the temptation, they must endure. Zhang Chao, overwhelmed by hunger, pleads, "Hurry and eat. We're almost starving." Jiang Ning chuckles mischievously. "Our Kayle is quite the gem, always taking care of its owner." Kayle, exuberant, barks, its eyes sparkling as if to say, "Human, I'm the one taking care of you." Jiang Ning takes a piece of fried fish, savoring its crispness and freshness. Finally, 1803 has made its debut. Observing Kayle's cleverness, she playfully teases, "Kayle, I've eaten, who's next?" Barking excitedly, Kayle wags its tail vigorously, drooling in anticipation. Understanding the cue, Jiang Ning drops a piece into Kayle's bowl. Then one by one, she distributes to Zheng Weili, Zhang Chao, Lu Yu, and finally to Hua Yishan. The dog is quite content with its arrangement and begins to feast. Hua Yishan, placed last, understands that he cannot compete with Jiang Ning's bond with the dog. Although he is its trainer, he never expected to become the least favored. Confused, he questions his life choices. The group bursts into laughter. Zheng Weili serves up the freshly cooked congee. After agreeing on the task for the next day, they yawn and return to their homes. Basking in the dog's exclusive affection, Jiang Ning feels particularly joyful. She retrieves 2 intelligent bathtubs filled with warm water from her space, sprinkles in some dried rose petals, and plays soothing music, closing her eyes to relish the blissful bath time. Kayle, surrounded by bubbles, reclines in the tub, tilting its head to gaze at its owner, its bright eyes sparkling with stars. Indeed, it is a dog that has enjoyed a flower petal bath. After the bath, wrapped in a blanket, she sleeps comfortably. In a daze, she hears a crackling sound. "Jiang Ning, are you awake?" Her eyelids heavy. She hears a low voice intermittently. Since Kayle arrived, her sleep has improved remarkably. The alarm clock rings, jolting her awake at 4:30 in the morning. Groggy, she gets out of bed and changes clothes as the intercom crackles to life again. It must be Hua Yishan reminding her that it's time to depart. She rummages around, but cannot find the intercom. Strange, where could it have gone? Seeing Kayle lying motionless in the dog bed, Jiang Ning complains, "Kayle, don't just stand there. Help me find it." The dog remains unbothered, lounging lazily. "What the heck? I clearly left it on the bedside." She searches on the bed, beneath it, and beside the dog bed. Move a little. Yet Kayle remains undisturbed, continuing to lounge. Jiang Ning squints, deep in thought. Bending down, she lifts Kayle. To her surprise, the intercom is wedged beneath its bottom. Caught in the act, Kayle blinks innocently. "Oh, how did the intercom end up with legs?" Jiang Ning is torn. The intercom smells like the dog. Should she keep it? She urgently needs to know. After spraying it with disinfectant and wiping it clean, she puts it away, ready to set off. Faced with a mischievous dog early in the morning, Jiang Ning cannot help but chuckle. Are you guarding the house? Or are you coming along? Kaylai trots to the living room, dragging its battle gear over. Jiang Ning quickly dresses it, and they rush out. Hua Yishan and Zhang Chao are already waiting, while Zheng Weili cradles the still sleeping Dodo, softly reminding everyone to be safe. They quietly exit the community, where Zhong Ping and his family await in a rubber boat. In the dim light, she can vaguely see the gentle features of Zhong's parents, both appearing quite refined. They secure the rubber boat to the speedboat and head towards the hillside villa area. By the time they arrive, it is nearly 7, with the first light of dawn breaking. After organizing their supplies, they traverse the mountains in the rain. Kaylai leads the way effortlessly. A new day dawns, and it is time for the human to continue enjoying meat. The visibility is poor, and the mountain path is treacherous. Jiang Ning slips, her body leaning backward. Hua Yishan, positioned right behind her, instinctively reaches out to steady her waist. Be careful. Jiang Ning is securely held up and quickly clings to a nearby tree, reflecting on how strong his waist is. He is not only carrying the speedboat, but also supporting her and the inflatable boat, truly deserving of the title Waist King. Hua Yishan warns those behind them to tread carefully. The muddy slope is slippery. Simultaneously, he commands Kaylai, don't be reckless and lead us astray. The path ahead becomes considerably smoother. Walking slowly through the rain, they finally spot the vast reservoir nestled among the mountains after nearly 2 hours. Kaylai, ever bold, urges Jiang Ning to remove its raincoat, diving into the water with a splash. Moments later, it emerges with a lively, struggling fish clamped in its jaws, presenting it to Jiang Ning. Here you go, human meat. Fish. There are fish. Zhong Mu exclaims, her voice trembling, eyes fixated on the catch. Let us eat first, then we can work. Exhausted from the climb, they seek refuge beneath a tree from the rain. Jiang Ning places the fish in a plastic bag and shares some steamed buns with Kaylai. Hua Yishan munches on compressed biscuits, while Zhang Chao enjoys rice balls. The Zhong family pulls out sweet potatoes, each savoring one slowly. Even the peels are treated with care. It appears the Zhong family is indeed out of provisions. But so what? Jiang Ning has no intention of offering assistance. They must earn their keep through their own efforts. After regaining their strength, Zhong Ping sets up the fishing device on the speedboat. Let us give it a try. The sound might be a bit jarring. If you're not used to it, you can cover your ears. Jiang Ning plugs her ears with earplugs while holding Kaylai close. Dogs have sensitive hearing, and the stimulus could be overwhelming. She covers its ears tightly and holds on. As Hua Yishan maneuvers the speedboat, they stop about 30 meters from the water's surface. The fishing device is activated, emitting a faint, irritating hum. Kaylai grows restless, nudging its head. Zhang Chao peers through binoculars and, moments later, excitedly exclaims, there are fish. Really? Fish are jumping. Jiang Ning takes the binoculars and indeed sees fish leaping out of the water, flipping onto their backs. After lingering in one spot for about 10 minutes, the speedboat moves to another location. Jiang Ning inflates the inflatable boat and paddles over with a bag. Kaylai leads the way, paddling energetically. The fish, now belly up, drift with the current as the 4 of them in 3 inflatable boats head toward the floating fish, using paddles to guide them into their bags. The fish are sizable, most weighing between 3 to 5 pounds, with some reaching 7 to 8 pounds. The reservoir is home to a variety of fish, including grass carp, silver carp, Crucian carp, bluefish, and tilapia. In the relentless rain, the group scatters to catch fish, their visibility limited. The reservoir spans an estimated 30 to 40 acres, with water continuously flowing out due to the rain. Many fish are swept away by the current. Without this disaster, they could have caught hundreds of thousands of fish, marking a bountiful harvest. However, the fishing device consumes a lot of power, likely only allowing for a few catches. The abundance in the reservoir will ultimately be washed away by the overflowing water. What a pity. While filling their bags with fish, Jiang Ning seizes the opportunity to touch the fish in the water, bringing them into her space. Upon witnessing the fish vanish from the hands of the one who scoops, Kuli's eyes widened in astonishment. She had performed her magic trick once more. Under Jiang Ning's tutelage, the dog had developed the habit of remaining vigilant, ready to keep watch whenever she conjured her tricks. As they swam and fished, it took less than an hour to fill a snakeskin bag with approximately 80 to 90 pounds of fish. Mr. and Mrs. Zhong, diligent and unyielding, had managed to fill 2 snakeskin bags. From a distance, Zhang Chao shouted for them to slow down, lest the fish be swept away. Hua Yishan and Zhong Ping were also engaged in fishing, with 8 bags piled beneath the tree, weighing around 700 to 800 pounds. The dilemma arose not from a lack of fish, but rather from the overwhelming abundance. How to transport them? Should we gather a few hundred pounds each day? Zhong Ping fretted, concerned that the fishing machine's battery would not last much longer. Can it be recharged? Yes, but where? Hua Yishan suggested exchanging the fish first, and asking them later if they could recharge. They refer to the group of sharp-beaked monkeys. Jiang Ning had no objections, and they agreed that each person would carry a bag of fish down the mountain and then exchange them first. Since they could not carry all the fish, someone had to stay behind to guard them. Regardless of age or strength, it had to be Jiang Ning. Once Hua Yixin's figure disappeared, and confirming that no one was around, she moved the remaining 4 bags of fish onto the rubber boat, paddling to the center of the reservoir to activate the fishing device. Minutes later, fish began to surface, belly up. Jiang Ning used a large net to scoop them from the water's surface into her storage space. The reservoir teemed with fish, and due to the timely harvest, she consistently caught around 200 to 300 fish each time. After activating the fishing device 5 times, she had amassed over 2,000 fish, totaling several thousand pounds. With the fishing device now out of power, Jiang Ning retrieved a solar-powered battery from her storage space. Once charged, she harvested another batch. Uncertain of the exact amount, but confident it exceeded 20,000 pounds. Such an abundance of fish was impossible to consume entirely. In due time, she would find reasons to share some or trade them for other resources, converting them into provisions. Jiang Ning charged the fishing device halfway, then paddled along the reservoir's edge, collecting numerous dead fish that had been swept downstream, filling 3 snakeskin bags. After about half an hour, the dog became alert, and shortly thereafter, she heard Zhang Chao's voice. They soon gathered at the meeting point, and upon seeing the 3 snakeskin bags of fish, Zhang Chao exclaimed, "Ning, where did all this fish come from? In your absence, I scoured the reservoir's edge and collected quite a bit." Jiang Ning inquired, "Have the negotiations been finalized?" Mention of this matter brought a mix of joy and worry to Zhang Chao. They needed fish, yet could not consume so much. Moreover, 2 pounds of fish could only be exchanged for 1 pound of rice, capping their exchange at 200 pounds of new rice, with the remainder needing to be offset by other items. Indeed, scarcity elevates the value of goods, and fish is inherently cheaper than pork. As food supplies dwindled, the principle of supply and demand applied. Suddenly acquiring 800 pounds of fish might not facilitate easy sales. Jiang Ning asked, "What shall we do now?" Other items, including medicines, canned goods, salt, oil, clothing, and various other necessities, were also in demand. Hua Yixin expressed his willingness to contribute, stating, "If anyone is in urgent need of food, I can forego my share in exchange for medicines, canned goods, or oil and salt." Jiang Ning was indifferent, knowing that Team 1803 would definitely require food, as all 3 were insatiable eaters. The Zhong family was even more in need, so their portions would be evenly divided between Team 1803 and the Zhong family. The Zhong family requested broken rice, thus they would receive an extra half portion. Considering the needs of their entire household, Jiang Ning posed the crucial question, should we continue fishing? Of course, how could they not? Wasting food would surely incur divine wrath. Mrs. Zhong had already devised a plan. If they did not require the fish, they could catch them for themselves, preparing fried fish, crispy fish, cured fish, or pickled fish, all viable options. In their return journey, taking a shortcut, Mrs. Zhong discovered a vast expanse of wild kudzu root in the valley, which could be harvested ground and processed into flour to stave off hunger. Jiang Ning mused, indeed, the ingenuity of humankind knows no bounds. After their discussions, the fishing device was activated once more. While catching and harvesting, Zhang Chao furrowed his brow, sensing a decrease in the number of fish. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, insisting, "It wasn't me. I didn't do anything." Hua Yixin interjected, noting that the ultrasonic waves affected the fish, causing them to flee with the current upon sensing danger. This made sense. After all, it is natural to seek safety and avoid peril. Regardless, catching so many fish was futile if they could not be consumed, and they would still need to worry about their disposal. After several more activations of the fishing device, they had netted over 1,000 pounds of fish, and at last, it was out of commission. Zhang Chao, reeking of fish odor, felt nauseated by the scent himself, suggesting they finish processing the fish before devising a plan to recharge the device. The group agreed, and after satisfying their hunger, they transported the fish down the mountain. They found a shortcut that made the journey significantly easier. After several trips, all the fish were piled in the villa, leaving over 1,000 pounds after accounting for the exchanged fish. Bringing them back to the community was impossible, as the Zhong family would be the first to attract attention. Jiang Ning exchanged glances with Zhang Chao and proposed processing the fish in the villa. The Zhong family, eager for the solution, wholeheartedly agreed. Thus, Jiang Ning and Mrs. Zhong remained to prepare the fish, while the 4 men took the fish to trade. Armed with a butcher's knife, Jiang Ning crouched down to scale, gut, and cut the fish into pieces. Kulu proudly clutched a plump fish nearby, happily gnawing on it. The leftover gas from their previous meat sauce preparation was still hidden in the villa, and although it was not much, it would suffice for frying fish. Jiang Ning, under the pretext of rummaging for supplies, retrieved the gas stove and oil from the second-floor flue. Mrs. Zhong was astonished and joyfully remarked, "You young people certainly excel at finding things." There was little oil, but it would be enough to fry several batches before their return. Mrs. Zhong was skilled at frying, while Jiang Ning continued to prepare the fish. The smell of overcooked fish filled the air, as Mrs. Zhong showed no intention of retrieving the fish from the pot. Jiang Ning gently suggested, if it's fried too dry, it won't be edible, will it? We need to ensure the moisture is retained. In this weather, it can easily spoil and won't keep for long. Deep frying is not the healthiest option, but survival and filling their stomachs were of utmost importance. Indeed, preservation was a significant concern. Jiang Ning had her preferences and would not consume overcooked fish, but Kalu enjoyed fish, so she opted for a regular fry. Mrs. Zhong expressed her surprise at the sheer amount of fish, questioning how they could possibly eat it all. Chapter 60. Trading fish for dog food. Jiang Ning maintained her detached demeanor, while Mrs. Zhong refrained from trying to ingratiate herself, avoiding annoyance. All right, I will fry your portion first to prevent it from being overcooked. Remarkably, Mrs. Zhong was indeed a frying expert, producing fish that was crisp on the outside and tender within, making it exceptionally delicious. Kalu, enticed by the aroma, came over wagging its tail. Jiang Ning tossed several pieces to it, urging Mrs. Zhong to fill her own belly first. There was more than enough fish, and Mrs. Zhong nearly consumed 2 fish worth before her hunger was satiated. How long had it been since she had eaten her fill? It was truly delectable, almost as if her tongue wished to swallow it whole. Team 1803 was indeed capable, and Mrs. Zhong worked even harder, hoping they would bring her family along in the future. After frying 7 or 8 batches, the sound of the speedboat echoed in the distance. Hua Yishan and the others returned, bringing oil, salt, and various seasonings. Zhang Chao, beaming with excitement, exclaimed, "Ning, we have secured another deal." After trading with the sharp-beaked monkeys, he realized the stockpile of goods in their possession would eventually spoil, prompting the need for alternative solutions. Zhang Chao, adept at business, proposed they visit the department store for a stroke of luck, as they might find new customers. Upon arriving at the department store, they learned of a new government policy aimed at helping more citizens survive. The authorities had launched a marketplace. Citizens in need could set up stalls at the marketplace to trade for essential living supplies. There was no entry fee for the marketplace, but disorderly conduct would be met with severe consequences. The exchange of goods was plentiful, teeming with crowds, yet the trade in food was notably scarce, primarily consisting of idle items such as clothing, shoes, bicycles, kitchen utensils, etc., with everyone unanimously seeking to trade for food. As the throng surged, the group hesitated to display their fish, opting instead to discreetly seek out potential buyers. Unfortunately, aside from Zhang Chao, who possessed sharper eyes, the others were somewhat oblivious to the task at hand. The Zhong family focused on their technical skills, while Hua Yishan, coming from special police background, found it challenging to spot potential clients. What if they inadvertently attracted trouble? In the bustling bazaar, where barter thrives, there lurks a nefarious faction engaged in zero-cost purchases, blending seamlessly into the crowd as they seek out unsuspecting prey. Meanwhile, 3 individuals linger in a corner, with Zhang Chao venturing forth to scout potential clients. After half an hour, he emerges with 2 ragged individuals in tow. Upon closer inspection, Zhong Fu is taken aback to realize these are his own colleagues. "Lao Gao, you're still alive?" he exclaims, to which Lao Gao responds, "Lao Zhong, you too?" A poignant reunion ensues, tears welling in their eyes, as they discover that amidst the calamity, they are indeed kin, lost in the chaos of disaster. However, in this cataclysmic era, despite Zhong Fu's familiarity with Lao Gao, neither Hua Yishan nor his companions lower their guard. "We possess fish, while they hold dog food," Zhang Chao eagerly informs Jiang Ning, assuring her that Kailei will no longer go hungry. Lao Gao's community, comprised of government employees, though dilapidated, is tightly knit, predominantly populated by middle-aged residents and a fair number of their youthful offspring, all united in their quest for supplies. They acted swiftly and were fortunate enough to discover a dog food workshop, bringing back over 10,000 pounds of the commodity. For the past few months, they have survived on dog food, which, while nutritious and sustaining hunger, becomes repugnant with excessive consumption, prompting trips to the bazaar in search of fortuity. The local community, filled with sagacious individuals, scrutinizes all traders and remains vigilant. It is serendipitous that they would encounter old colleagues, alleviating their initial apprehension. After some bargaining, they agree to exchange 3 pounds of fish for 1 pound of dog food. Zhong Fu, in disbelief, chastises his old comrade for his cunning, lamenting, "Lao Gao, you weren't like this before. Have you lost your conscience?" Lao Gao, with a lump in his throat, responds, "Alas, we are all driven by this disaster." The trade of 3 pounds of fresh fish for a single pound of dog food may appear disadvantageous, yet it is not entirely so. Dog food possesses durability and is well sealed for preservation, whereas fish spoils within 2 days if left unattended. Zhang Chao produces half a bag of dog food, stating that they have sampled it and found the taste acceptable. Jiang Ning, however, refuses to partake and instead invites Kailei to taste it. While Kailei harbors disdain, he relishes the offering, knowing it comes from his caretaker. The dog food's packaging is remarkably airtight, likely laden with preservatives, boasting an impressive shelf life of 3 years. Upon hearing of the dog food, Zhongmu is equally exhilarated, realizing that trading fish could sustain their family for an extended period. Everyone desires it, including Jiang Ning, especially upon learning about the freeze-dried canned food for cats and dogs. Her own dog deserves nothing but the best. Thus, consensus is reached to exchange fresh fish for dog food. Lao Gao, testing the waters, discerns that both parties possess substantial goods, leading to a final agreement of trading 1,500 pounds of fresh fish for 500 pounds of dog food. Consequently, the remaining fish are diminished. Yet the reservoir still holds plenty to be caught. They swiftly prepare their equipment, concealing the gas stove and other essentials once more. The group enjoys crispy fried fish, dividing the remainder among themselves. Jiang Ning calls Hua Yishan and Zhang Chao aside, discussing the distribution of this bounty for which the Zhong family contributed significantly. While Zhong's family is not part of the 18th floor members, Zhong Ping's ingenuity in crafting the fishing gear has been instrumental in their success. Zhang Chao, quick-witted, proposes a division of 1/5 to Zhong Ping, with half of the remainder allocated to his parents. Though slightly stringent, it is a fair compromise, and Jiang Ning concurs. Unaccustomed to exploiting others, they prefer to clarify matters directly. Upon learning they shall receive a 5th share, Zhong's family beams with joy, grateful for any portion they can claim. The 1,500-pound transaction leaves little left over, so they decide to take all they can. In the darkness, a speedboat tows a rubber dinghy, navigating through the floodwaters toward a secluded trading spot on the city outskirts. Despite the presence of old colleagues, vigilance is paramount. Jiang Ning instructs everyone to don life jackets and conceal their weapons. As they approach the trading site, Kaylai emits a cautious bark. Jiang Ning brandishes a powerful flashlight, revealing the presence of a speedboat and rubber dinghies not far off. The terms of the trade dictate that Lao Gao's group cannot exceed 6 individuals, 1 speedboat and 3 rubber dinghies. Exceeding this threshold would constitute a violation, nullifying the transaction. Jiang Ning confirms the numbers are correct. 2 middle-aged men and 4 young men, all wielding iron rods and exhibiting wary demeanor. A sweep of the flashlight across the surrounding waters reveals no suspicious activity. The 1,500 pounds of fish are conspicuous, yet the 500 pounds of dog food, being denser, do not attract as much attention. Zhong Fu and his son maneuver their dinghy closer, verifying the cargo consists solely of dog food, signaling Hua Yishan and the others to approach. They weigh the goods and complete the exchange. Although over 1,600 pounds of fish are available, Lao Gao only accepts 500 pounds of dog food. However, they also bring along 20 cans of freeze-dried pet food, inviting them to taste. You might find it worthwhile to use canned food for future trades, Lao Gao suggests. Zhong Fu, favoring the dog food, scolds Lao Gao for his cunning ways. Chapter 61. Someone is coming. Jiang Ning is pleased with this arrangement, knowing her dog relishes such treats. Thus, over 100 pounds of fish are traded for 20 cans of freeze-dried food. Lao Gao expresses satisfaction with the fish they received. Although 1,600 pounds may seem ample, the residents of the community are numerous, and the distribution leaves little to spare. Lao Zhong, do you have any more? Lao Gao inquires. Zhong Fu, cautious, responds. How much do you need? Perhaps we can trade every 3 days, 2,000 pounds at a time? That won't do. It must be tomorrow or the day after. Once the opportunity passes, it may not return. The reservoir is overflowing, and many fish are swept away by the current. Moreover, one can never predict when someone might discover the reservoir. Thus, it is crucial to act first. The entire community can feast on fish, eliminating the need for secrecy. Lao Gao and his associates agree to continue trading, suggesting they reconvene at the same location tomorrow night, requesting whatever quantity they have. Daylight would only attract attention. Nightfall is their safest bet. After the trade, they retreat, with Jiang Ning and her companions exercising utmost caution to ensure no one follows them back to the community. With 500 pounds of dog food and the supplies exchanged with the sharp-mouthed monkey gang, they have garnered a bountiful harvest today. In the aftermath of their success, a significant problem arises. In their focus on trading, they overlooked the fact that the fishing gear has run out of power. What do we do now? Zhong Fu laments, anxious that they have promised Lao Gao. There is no reason to forfeit the dog food that is within their grasp. Zhang Chao suggests, how about we ask the sharp-mouthed monkeys for a charge? This group is notoriously greedy, demanding 200 pounds of fish for a single charge. While paying in fish is feasible, the danger lies in exposing the fishing gear, which could lead to theft and the revelation of the reservoir's location. Thus far, they have remained reliable. But in this apocalyptic world, human nature is the most unpredictable variable. They may not have acted against them yet, but they could very well be biding their time. Jiang Ning possesses ample means to recharge, but cannot access them. Hua Yishan speaks up decisively. Leave the charging to me. You needn't worry. His commanding presence silences any inquiries regarding his methods. Not only does Zhong's family refrain from asking, but even the residents of 1803 are cautious. Should they inquire, Hua Yishan would remain tight-lipped. Such is the nature of people, They maintain a respectful distance from the enigmatic. Hua Yishan undoubtedly embodies this mystery, and they are acutely aware of the risks of curiosity. Prying could shatter the harmonious relationship they share, possibly endangering their lives. Despite 1803's lighthearted demeanor, they are astute enough to understand that they do not enjoy Jiang Ning's privileges in Hua Yishan's company. Hence, they not only refrain from questioning him, but also aid in concealing his actions. Thus, the noble yet arduous task falls to Hua Yishan. It is now deep into the night, yet the group remains vigilant, quietly transporting supplies upstairs barefoot. The most fortunate among them is Zhong's family, who have not only secured over 100 pounds of dog food, but also dozens of pounds of rice and crispy fried fish. If the family conserves their rations, they could sustain themselves for several months. Grandma Zhong was tormented within, straining to hear the commotion outside, and quietly opened the door for her son and daughter-in-law. Upon learning that they had received a generous allocation, she lowered her voice and remarked, "The residents of the 18th floor are truly commendable. We must not forget the kindness of those who have helped us." "Mother, we are well aware," came the reply. The family, unable to rest, worked tirelessly through the night to pack their belongings in several bundles, stashing them in the hidden compartments of the wardrobe, the ceiling, and even the range hood. Human nature can be as fierce as a tiger. Such vital supplies cannot be treated with any carelessness. Jiang Ning had it the easiest, simply tossing her items into the space. Zheng Weili declared, "And Ning, the three of us still have provisions. Whenever Kaylei's dog food runs out, feel free to come and take some. Brothers should be clear about accounts." Jiang Ning did not hesitate to respond, "All right. I will exchange supplies with you when the time comes." After shutting the door, she took her dog into the space for a hot shower, as the fishy odor was unbearable. The dog had entered several times and was now remarkably calm. Upon finding the designated spot for the fish, its eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of abundant rations. It could not count, but it certainly felt as if the food had piled into a hill, enough to sustain the pair for ages. Savoring the bounty of fish, Jiang Ning was equally content, planning to deal with it leisurely when time allowed. Exhausted from the day's toil, she and the dog enjoyed warm chicken soup, exchanging silly grins. Xiao Bai, with its round belly, shuffled over and quietly squatted beside Jiang Ning. She affectionately patted its rotund belly, guessing that it could bear many pups. The dog, feeling jealous of the attention, quietly bared its teeth, threatening to devour all the pups once they were born. Worn out, they ventured out later the next day. Lu Yi replaced Zhang Chao, while Zheng Weili continued to care for the child, feeling increasingly anxious and guilty about not contributing. Uncertain of what method Hua Yishan had employed, the fishing device was fully charged, piquing the curiosity of the others, though none dared to inquire. To survive in the apocalypse, one must control their tongue. Lao Gao and his team proclaimed they would collect as much as possible, ready to work hard today. Fearing that Hua Yishan might struggle to keep up, Jiang Ning decisively brought her own speedboat along. The speedboat was equipped with an engine, and Zhong Fu, worried that the young girl might struggle, offered to assist her with the climb. Jiang Ning graciously accepted, and thus, the Zhong father and son took turns carrying her over the hills. Upon reaching the reservoir, they noticed the water level had risen even more than the previous day. As they toiled through the arduous labor, no one skimped on their meals, ensuring they were well fed before commencing work. Particularly, the Zhong family felt revitalized after eating meat, their energy restored. They divided the tasks, with Hua Yishan and Zhong Ping operating the fishing device while Jiang Ning and the others spread out to catch fish. Zhong Ping had crafted 2 fishing nets overnight, significantly enhancing their efficiency. The dog stared menacingly at Zhong Ping, realizing that its opportunity to snag fish had vanished. The dog's intimidating gaze sent chills down Zhong Ping's spine, prompting him to ask Hua Yishan, "Why is it staring at me?" Hua Yishan, accustomed to the situation, replied, "If you don't keep an eye on it, how will you know it's watching you?" Stunned, Zhong Ping nodded, "Fine, I'll focus on fishing." With the experience from the previous day, everyone worked swiftly, managing to catch nearly 2,000 pounds of fish in just 2 hours. Just as they were about to continue, Kaylai suddenly barked fiercely, alerting them to an approaching group. Jiang Ning grabbed her binoculars and realized with dismay that a number of people were coming their way. Alarmed, Zhou Mu exclaimed, "We've been discovered." Jiang Ning remained calm, stating, "Let them fish. We will fish." With 2,000 pounds of fish, escape was not an option. Before long, the newcomers approached the reservoir, armed with rubber boats and 2 speedboats. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 30 individuals, likely a team out searching for supplies. One speedboat led the charge, carrying several armed men, some with tattoos, threateningly making their way toward the reservoir center. Hua Yishan furrowed his brow and tied the speedboat to the rubber boat. By binding one speedboat to one rubber boat, they could move swiftly. He opened his backpack and tossed a nail gun to Jiang Ning, urging her to take it. With her quick reflexes, she caught it just in time, avoiding a disastrous fall into the water. As the situation escalated, the atmosphere turned tense, especially for the Zhong family, who had never encountered such peril. In the apocalypse, civility had no place, forcing even the most genteel to draw knives from their bags. The speedboat surged forward, with the armed men shouting aggressively, while Jiang Ning confronted them, asking, "What will you leave us to depart? That is not our concern. If you have the ability, you may swim away. If you can survive, consider yourself lucky." One of the men leered, "You're quite lovely, little sister. If you please us, perhaps you can stay." Listening to their lewd remarks, Ishin's expression darkened, while Jiang Ning remained unfazed, concluding that there was nothing left to discuss. "Stop the nonsense. If you don't want to live, leave your lives behind, and I guarantee you'll enjoy yourself tonight." Before the words had fully escaped, an arrow pierced through his chest, and he fell into the reservoir, leaving everyone stunned. There stood Ishin, bow in hand, with exceptionally sharp bamboo arrows. Jiang Ning pondered just how many weapons he possessed. Though curious, she acted without hesitation, firing the nail gun in rapid succession, not aimed at people but at the speedboat. The vessel began to take on water, causing panic among the 10 or so men aboard. "Damn it, they have guns and arrows." Ishin was not one to strike lightly. When he did, it was lethal. He released several more arrows, each finding its mark. Their screams echoed as those who had been so bold moments ago found themselves plunging into the depths of the reservoir. Survival instinct kicked in, and many thrashed in the water, some even lunging toward Jiang Ning and her group in a desperate bid for survival. 2 individuals, by chance, avoided the nail gun and bow, grabbing hold of the rope from the speedboat. Just as they attempted to climb aboard, one of their hands was severed, causing them to plunge into the water with a cry of despair. Faced with Jiang Ning, who wielded a tang knife without flinching, the Zhong family trembled in fear. They are killing, not just one, but an entire boat. They never had the chance to retaliate, as Ishin and Jiang Ning swiftly dispatched them all. Though the air was chilly, their previous demeanor was usually composed. It was bewildering how they could kill without a second thought. Lu Yu, accustomed to such scenes, comforted the Zhong family. "It's all right. You will get used to it in time." The once crowded speedboat was emptied in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, the occupants of the following speedboat, initially filled with aggression, were momentarily stunned. The driver, in a panic, caused several people to tumble into the water, nearly capsizing the vessel. What the hell? They kill without blinking. The group was momentarily paralyzed, hesitant to approach, yet unwilling to leave empty-handed, their eyes greedily fixated on the abundant fish. Thus, they boarded the rubber boat, attempting to encircle Jiang Ning and her companions. What should they do now? Zhongmu was anxious, realizing that the opposing group had over 20 armed members, and if they encircled them, their fewer numbers would spell trouble. Jiang Ning surveyed the situation with her binoculars, identifying the speedboat occupants as a gang, while the rubber boat crew appeared gaunt and desperate, driven by a fierce hunger for food, likely coerced into aligning with the gang for survival. They were armed with knives and sticks, but it seemed they lacked firearms. The distance was considerable. The nail gun had lost its accuracy and power against the crossbow, along with its advantage of a surprise attack. Jiang Ning was unperturbed by their advance, but she dreaded a stalemate where they merely surrounded her without attacking, for that would be far from favorable. As anticipated, the tattooed men hesitated to approach directly and instead sent those on the rubber boats toward her. The occupants of the rubber boats were also terrified, yet they were tormented by hunger and slowly paddled closer. Ishin spoke up, asserting that as long as they did not come too near, there was no need to concern themselves with them, and they should continue fishing. Lu Yu and the others regained their focus, using their tools to scoop fish from the water. With the reservoir discovered, today marked their last chance to catch fish. They needed to gather as much as possible. As for the troublemakers, they could deal with them later after the fishing was done. There was no need to waste time in a standoff. The earlier commotion had driven many fish downstream, and those on the rubber boats were now following the current to catch what they could. "I caught one. I caught one. We have fish to eat." Many faces lit up with excitement as they began to gut their catches, using knives to slice into the fish and feast. The untreated fish flesh was pungent, yet it was a means of survival, far preferable to gnawing on leaves. Unable to resist, several began to eat right there, treating it as a gourmet delight, even with scales and blood staining their lips. Jiang Ning stood on the speedboat, her expression composed as she kept a watchful eye on them. The fishing continued, with the others focused on their task, while Jiang Ning stood guard with the nail gun. The modified nail gun could reach up to 30 meters, but its power diminished significantly beyond 15 meters. Greed drove those men to test the waters repeatedly. Unsatisfied with the scattered fish around them, they sought to draw nearer. Jiang Ning remained silent, and as the first rubber boat entered optimal range, she raised her hand and fired without hesitation. It did not hit the heart, but struck the shoulder. With the next shot, she aimed for the rubber boat. Terrified, they quickly retreated, no longer daring to advance. "Please, miss, we haven't eaten in days. Let us catch a few," they pleaded. "We'll settle for soup. We want to compete with you for meat." Jiang Ning's voice was cold. Retreat. Regardless of their pleas, her heart remained unmoved. Reluctantly, they withdrew, though there were still fish to be caught. The current was strong, the mountain wind stirred, and fish startled by the ultrasonic waves scattered with the water's flow. The rubber boats gradually dispersed, no longer approaching Jiang Ning and her group, merely seeking to catch what they could from the periphery. Slowly, their haul was not insignificant. Some quick hands had already caught over 20 fish. Occasionally, if they ventured too close, they would promptly retreat to a safe distance. The tattooed men on the speedboat were furious with their companions below for disobeying, but they were left with little recourse. In the end, they too had to fish along. They pondered how to seize the opportunity once the others finished. One lackey quietly asked, "Boss, should we call for backup?" The boss shot him a glare. "How? We only have one speedboat. By the time we go and return, it will be dark, and those unruly sheep have caught enough to make a run for it. Let us wait until they reach the shore, then we can plot our takeover." Coincidentally, Jiang Ning also intended to deal with them once they were ashore. Chapter 63. The reservoir breach, having caught a satisfactory number of fish, fewer and fewer floated to the surface. While Hua Yishan and the others had amassed nearly 3,000 jin. Just then, the fishing device ran out of power. The wind picked up, blowing the rubber boats apart. Jiang Ning and her crew's speedboat was weighed down with fish and barely held its ground, but standing atop, it felt precarious. The lighter rubber boats struggled against the wind and were swept further away with the current. Jiang Ning furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss with the water flow. It felt as though there was a current pulling towards the reservoir's sluice gate. Hua Yishan noticed the oddity as well, instinctively glancing at Jiang Ning. Their eyes met, and in each other's pupils, they saw the reflection of danger. "Run! Run!" they shouted simultaneously, gripping the engine's pull cord of the speedboat. "Lu Yu, hold on tight." Jiang Ning swiftly started the speedboat, steering it away from the sluice gate. Lu Yu, seated in the rubber boat with Zhong Mu, nearly got thrown overboard, clinging desperately to the tether. Hua Yishan was no exception. The Zhong family clung tightly to their fish bags. The two speedboats raced through the reservoir like cars on a highway. "Boss, they're escaping. We must pursue. Quick, don't let them slip away. Chase, chase, chase." Just as the words left their mouths, a tremendous crash echoed from afar. It felt as if the heavens had been punctured and torrents of floodwaters gushed forth. Jiang Ning did not look back. She raced against the floodwaters, heading towards the farthest point. Unable to resist, Lu Yu glanced back, seeing the horizon appear to be missing a chunk, with an unending surge of floodwaters rushing towards the breach, carrying the power to obliterate everything in its path. The water level continued to drop as the speedboat surged forward against the waves. Finally, they reached a stable position at the farthest point, keeping the engine running. They fought against the suction of the floodwaters. Lu Yu seized the opportunity to jump off, scrambling ashore, wrapping the speedboat's rope around a tree trunk. The Zhong family did the same, tying their ropes tightly to the trees, and together they dragged the speedboat and rubber boat onto the shore. Jiang Ning disembarked and took out binoculars to survey the distance. The reservoir had breached, and the accumulated floodwaters were relentlessly spilling out, the immense current resembling an invisible tentacle, drawing those in the rubber boats towards the breach. The tattooed men were slow to react in their frantic attempts to start their engines. They could not overcome the monstrous pull of the floodwaters, akin to a dying fish thrashing on a cutting board. Not only them, all humans trapped in the floodwaters appeared minuscule against nature's calamity, and no matter how fiercely they struggled, they were mercilessly engulfed in an instant. Zhong Mu's face turned pale, trembling as she gasped for breath while watching the retreating water level. On the water's surface, the struggling figures grew smaller and smaller, eventually dissipating into mere black dots. Over 20 lives, gone in an instant. Had it not been for the quick thinking of the two young individuals, they too would have perished that day. A sense of foreboding filled their hearts. Was there truly a day when calamity would end? Why was it so difficult to survive? Jiang Ning remained silent, sitting on the grass nearby, taking out chocolate to replenish her strength. The dog approached, gazing at her with yearning eyes. "Hey, give me some too. It's poisonous. You can't eat it," Jiang Ning warned, placing the chocolate beneath its nose for it to sniff. "You must never eat this." It was no jest. Dogs truly could not consume chocolate. It would be fatal. The dog was displeased, turning its face away in a huff. Jiang Ning reached into her bag for steamed buns, stuffing one into its mouth. Lu Yu was startled, but felt a surge of joy at surviving such a disaster. Not forgetting to pull out his phone to capture the moment, foolishly recording a video to share with his girlfriend later. Hua Yishan's emotions were inscrutable as he stared blankly at the receding water level. 2 hours later, the water's surface finally calmed, and the level had dropped by more than 10 meters. Lu Yu climbed a tree to get a better view, exclaiming, "Wow, the reservoir has connected to the outside." Hua Yishan ascended to the mountain's peak, surveying the surrounding terrain. The area where the reservoir had collapsed was lower, with the water flowing around the mountains, ultimately extending to the road outside. Jiang Ning pondered whether they could follow the current out rather than climb over mountains to transport the fish. Theoretically, it was feasible. Carrying over 3,000 jin of fish while traversing the mountains would surely exhaust them. The group decided to give it a try. The slope was gentle, and they worked together to push the speedboat into the water, slowly advancing with the current. After several minutes, they saw the reservoir had been breached, creating a gap approximately 40 to 50 meters wide. At that moment, the sky grew ominously dark, and visibility began to blur. Jiang Ning observed her surroundings, noticing no trace of the group that had been there previously. Perhaps they had been entirely consumed by the flood, or perhaps they had miraculously survived but had already departed. Regardless of the outcome, she had not witnessed it. Upon reaching the delivery location, they found themselves with ample time before the scheduled delivery. The speedboat halted in a calm stretch of water, securing the rope to a tree. The lights were extinguished, and the group settled down to rest. After approximately an hour, a faint glimmer of light appeared in the distance, and Ka's demeanor became alert. Jiang Ning quickly covered the dog's mouth and retrieved her night vision binoculars. Although visibility was poor at night, she discerned Legal and noted that the number of people matched that of the previous night. The contents of the speedboat were covered with waterproof tarps. After waiting for about 15 minutes without spotting any followers, Jiang Ning activated the spotlight and circled 5 times clockwise to signal for them to come over for the transaction. Legal, initially thinking they had not arrived, was surprised by their vigilance. Had they been ambushed, the thought of last night's delectable dishes, braised fish, boiled fish, grilled fish, and fish with pickled vegetables, made their mouths water. Especially after months of subsisting on dog food, they quickly maneuvered the speedboat over. The exchange was advantageous. 1 pound of dog food for 3 pounds of fish. A remarkable deal considering they had consumed over 30,000 pounds of dog food and had several hundred boxes of canned cat and dog food. Many residents expressed a desire for additional fish, hoping to store some and alternate between it and dog food. Upon seeing the bags on the speedboat, Legal's anxiety dissipated. The transaction went smoothly, with 3,000 pounds of fish traded for 1,000 pounds of dog food, leaving over 200 pounds for their own use. As there would be no fish available in the future, Lao Zhong, for now, would not need any. They planned to reach out again in a few days. Each household received a substantial amount of fish, likely enough to last several days. They could not afford to overindulge. For these fish, they had nearly risked their lives. And Tongfu contemplated that despite his desire for more, they had no means to procure it. They agreed that if there was a need, they would be contacted. Human intentions are often cloaked in secrecy. Had they known this would be their last transaction, who could say they would not contemplate betrayal? Once Lao Gao departed, Jiang Ning and the others began to divide the pork. The Zhong family received a 5th share, with both dog food and fresh fish allocated, resulting in Jiang Ning obtaining nearly 200 pounds of dog food and 8 fish. Alas, it was no easy task to stockpile food for her dog. After 2 attempts, they had gathered less than 300 pounds, but it should suffice for a while. Returning to the 18th floor in the dark, Jiang Ning scrubbed herself with body wash for an extended period to rid herself of the fishy odor. Kurle, sensing her efforts, reclined in the bathtub and nudged the body wash towards Zhang, insisting, "Come servant, help me bathe." Jiang Ning's lips twitched. Was she raising a dog, or had she brought home a grand elder? She complied, as a servant has little dignity. Indeed, the dog was the true master. Chapter 64. The foraging awakening naturally. Without having a breakfast, she heard a knock at the door. "Ning, how do you plan to prepare your fish?" Jiang Ning casually responded, "I plan to make pickled fish. I will consult tonight later." Unit 1803 had received 2 portions, far too much to consume alone. So she contemplated taking half of the fish to the market in the department store to trade for useful supplies. Jiang Ning was not inclined to join this gathering. She planned to take Olo back to the Bonsan Biasu to see if it could catch a rabbit or something similar. The reservoir collapse posed too great a danger, and after exhausting Zhangchao and over the past couple of days, they were unwilling to go. Thus, she knocked on 1801's door, where Huishun agreed to go to the market, intending to take Dodo along for some hands-on experience with the harsh realities of the outside world. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Li had to remain behind to guard the house. Just as she was about to leave, Zheng knocked on the door and quietly inquired if anyone from the 18th floor was going to dig for wild kudzu roots. Taking advantage of the opportunity afforded by the 18th floor, the Zhong family had managed to acquire a considerable amount of supplies. But who would ever complain about having too many resources? This time, the heavens had smiled upon them. Next time, there may not be another chance. The wild kudzu roots were as thick as tree roots, and 10 pounds of roots might yield only a pound of flour. Not only was the digging arduous, but grinding and washing the flour posed additional challenges. While kudzu flour is known for its beauty-enhancing properties, its texture is akin to mush, providing little satiety. On the 18th floor, where provisions were abundant, everyone was disinterested in participating in this uninspiring endeavor. Consequently, the Dong family had no choice but to proceed on their own. After breakfast, Jiang Ning set off with her dog. They returned to the reservoir in the speedboat and, after disembarking, ascended another hill. On the other side lay a dense grove of vago, which Shen had inadvertently discovered while observing through her binoculars 2 days prior. Maozhu produces bamboo shoots in winter, commonly known as winter shoots, and the current season was ripe for harvesting. Following the slope, she crested the hill and was greeted by a vast expanse of vago, the soil cracked and scattered by the emerging winter shoots, some even peeking through with pointed tips. Bamboo shoots, real bamboo shoots. Jiang Ning took out her binoculars to ensure the area was clear before retrieving her hoe from her storage space, reminding her dog to keep watch. She swung the hoe to dig, scrape, and collect. The shoots were remarkably fresh, weighing about 3 to 4 pounds, complete with their shells. She continued to dig tirelessly. During this time, her dog caused a ruckus, attempting to assist her with its paws. "Be careful, you might hurt your paws," she cautioned, but Kurlua persisted, insisting on staying close to her. Jiang Ning feigned a stern expression. "Oh, be careful, or I shall scold you." The dog complied, lowering its face and returning to its watch. In no time, it darted off. Such is the nature of a working dog. They are never idle, always engaged in some task. After several minutes, the dog returned with a bloodied object in its mouth. Goodness, it was a plump wild rabbit, riddled with several puncture wounds, indicating a fierce struggle. After cleaning the rabbit and shaking off excess water, she placed it in storage, tossing in a couple of wild boar bones for it to gnaw on. Jiang Ning, diligent in her work, swung the hoe with fervor. Indeed, she was determined to harvest every last bamboo shoot in the grove. Hundreds of pounds of shoots could yield a multitude of culinary delights. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat, pickled bamboo shoots with wild mountain peppers, spicy bamboo shoots in red oil, pickled sour bamboo shoots, and sun-dried bamboo shoots. Just a thought made her mouth water. After a brief rest, Jiang Ning took out a chainsaw and began to fell mature bamboo. Soon, entire clusters of old bamboo were crashing down. Though she could not articulate her exact plans for the bamboo, she felt a strong intuition that it would be useful in the future for constructing shelters or structures. With the onset of extreme cold, all vegetation on the mountain would perish, and it would be far more challenging for it to regrow. After cutting down over 100 bamboo stalks and uprooting a dozen old bamboo roots, she intended to plant them in her storage space. Not only bamboo, but she also uprooted wild grasses, wild fruit seedlings, and medicinal herbs. Seeing that time was still on her side, she began to fell trees. Time was limited, so she did not remove the branches, but instead placed the whole trunks into storage, intending to use the branches as firewood once they dried. After cutting down several dozen trees, had it not been for the encroaching darkness, Jiang would have continued working, exhausted to the bone, yet feeling secure with her ample supplies. She gathered half a bundle of firewood for appearances and returned with her dog in the speedboat. Just as they reached the 18th floor, Dodo opened the door and rushed in, her face beaming with pride. "Sister, I sold fish today." Jiang Ning welcomed her inside, asking, "Did you sell the fish?" Yes. I sold 3 fish." Jiang Ning praised her. "Wow, our Dodo is truly remarkable." Dodo, beaming with joy, danced around, exclaiming, "Brother praised me too." After changing out of her wet clothes, Jiang Ning found an animated film for Dodo to enjoy, only to notice scratch marks on her face. "What happened to your injury?" Dodo looked a bit aggrieved, explaining, "While I was eating candy, someone suddenly rushed over and snatched the candy from my mouth." Jiang Ning frowned. "Did they take your candy?" "Yes. They pried it from my mouth." His eyes welled with tears as she recounted. "That person's hands were so dirty, and they smelled bad. They knocked me down." She touched her bottom, exclaiming, "It hurts so much." "Where was your brother?" "He was watching nearby." Jiang Ning was perplexed. "And then?" "That person stuffed the candy into his mouth, and my brother told me to get it back." Dodo had no desire to reclaim it, but did not want to upset her brother. So she lunged to retrieve the candy. The boy refused to relinquish it, and even lifted Dog off the ground. In her fury, she retaliated, easily besting him and leaving him with a bruised face. Growing up, Dodo had never struck anyone until today. She eventually pried the candy from his mouth, handing over the saliva-soaked treat to her brother. Ishan declined to take it, instead gently patting her head and saying, "Dodo, you did exceptionally well. You must learn to protect your belongings and not allow anyone to bully you." Though somewhat bewildered, she felt a mixture of fear and surprise at receiving her brother's praise. Remember, your brother cannot protect you forever. If you do not safeguard yourself, not only will your candy be taken, but all your delicious treats will be snatched away, leaving you like them, starved, filthy, and begging on the streets. Though those children did not wish for such a fate, the harshness of a world ravaged by calamity was unforgiving. Ishan urged Dodo to look into the boy's eyes. The one who had been beaten had red, swollen eyes filled with self-loathing. Dodo could not comprehend why he was so fierce. After all, he had stolen her candy, which was undeniably wrong. "Dodo, when a person is starving to the brink of death, notions of right and wrong fade away. They feel empowered to take from you if they believe they can overpower you." Ishan carried his sister away, patiently explaining, "Do you understand why he was so aggressive towards you?" Dodo shook her head. "It is because you wear new clothes and have good food to eat, while he has nothing. Therefore, he feels envious and wants to seize your possessions." "Brother, do they all behave like that?" Upon entering the market, Dodo sensed many such eyes upon her, which made her inexplicably anxious. "Most do, but you can utilize the techniques your brother has taught you to protect yourself. From now on, no one will dare to bully you." Chapter 65. Is genuine affection deceptive? The experience of her first fight left a profound impact on Dodo's heart. She clung to Ishan's neck and declared, "Brother, when I grow up, I will protect you too." "Good. I will also protect my sister and Kulu. Excellent. The next task was selling fish, and Hua Yishan demonstrated the process to the naive Dodo. Jiang Ning observed in silence. Teaching children was indeed a blunt affair. But in a world where order had collapsed, adhering to the old principles of morality might harm Do more than help her. Well, your brother's teachings are not without merit. Jiang Ning, curious, inquired, Dodo, have you ever gone hungry or been beaten? Dodo lowered her head, nervously clutching her clothes. It's all right if you don't want to share. When brother isn't home, I am so hungry. The older brother from uncle's family bullies me. And Annie scolds me. Do you wish to experience that again? No. Dodo shook her head vigorously, her voice quivering. Dodo doesn't want that. Then remember that feeling. If anyone dares to treat you like that again, retaliate. Do not be afraid. They cannot overpower you. But Auntie says the police will take me away. As long as you do not instigate trouble, the police will not take you. Jiang Ning comforted the little one. You fought today, and the police did not come to arrest you, did they? Upon hearing this, Dodo finally felt reassured. I will listen to my brother and sister. I won't let others bully me again. Kula barked beside her. Don't be timid. Just go for it. Jiang Ning tugged at his ears, admonishing him not to encourage Dodo to fight. However, Dodo was already emboldened, her small fist clenched as she declared, Sister, fighting is so easy. Whoever dares to bully me in the future, I will hit them. Previously, she always felt inadequate, practicing diligently every day, yet unable to match her brother's strength. Little did she know that her brother was exceptionally skilled. The boy who snatched her candy could not even withstand one of her blows. Jiang Ning felt a headache coming on, so she changed the subject. Dodo, what did you exchange for fish today? Dodo promptly replied, I traded for tools. Learning books, a dress, and a headband. The pink, fluffy headband, shaped like a rabbit, sat adorably atop Dodo's head. However, she felt a twinge of guilt. Sister, do we trade the fish at a loss? No, as long as you think it is worth it, that is enough. Each person's needs differ. And Hua Yishan does not lack supplies. The items exchanged in 1803 were far more practical. 2 bags of salt, dried vegetables, sanitary pads, and a lighter. Zheng Weili even handed her a pack of sanitary pads, exclaiming, even in the apocalypse, we still have to deal with this monthly nuisance. With plenty of space available. Jiang Ning declined, having stocked up during previous shopping events. Keep them for yourself. Zheng Weili was not picky. Both Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were somewhat addicted. Planning to return tomorrow. Do you want to join? No, I will stay home for a few days. You can go out and have fun without worrying about the children. Zheng Weili laughed heartily. Not one hold back. Indulging in laziness felt wonderful, and she slept until after 10, continuing to teach Do mathematics and language. After assigning her homework, Jiang Ning settled on the sofa to continue her DIY project. At last, she completed the first thermal outfit for Kulu. She called Kulu, come here. Opting for black to avoid stains, she crafted a full-body thermal suit, ensuring to pull the dog's tail through an opening. She also cut a hole for its rear, allowing it to relieve itself comfortably. Oh, I think I forgot to make another opening. Not wishing to use a diaper for her dog, she had to cut yet another hole. The Belgian Malinois wore the black thermal suit, looking as if it had just emerged from a coal mine. Dodo, being candid, exclaimed how ugly. Realizing her error, she quickly covered her mouth and looked at Jiang Ning with innocent eyes. Sister, I didn't mean it. The dog, its pride wounded, bared its teeth at the outfit, as if saying, human, get this ridiculous thing off me. It ruins my majestic appearance. Jiang Ning comforted it, not at all. My Kulu is the most handsome dog in the world. Dodo, trying to remedy her earlier comment, added, Kulu is not ugly. He is even more handsome than my brother, and the outfit you made is beautiful. More handsome than the instructor? The dog's dark eyes shifted, glancing at Jiang Ning. Woof, am I not being truthful? Jiang Ning scratched its head. I promise you, my dog is the most stylish in the neighborhood. Only then did Kulu appear pleased. Nudging closer to her, if I'm so stylish, make me another one. This time, she chose dark green fabric. While sewing the outfit, she observed the dog's reactions. Unfortunately, the thick fur made it hard to sense temperature changes, and it showed no particular response to wearing the suit. After finishing the second outfit, Jiang Ning used leftover scraps to make something for the Hui and Xiao Bai, which turned out to be even more unsightly. It's not a beauty contest. It will do as long as it keeps you alive. At noon, Hua Yishan came to pick up Dodo. Jiang Ning called out to him, retrieving a nail gun from her bag. Almost forgot to return this to you. Here you go. It's a gift for you. Jiang Ning was taken aback. This was a life-saving tool, and he was being so generous. I modified it. I have another one. Jiang Ning had only 200 rounds. Each shot was precious, and she wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. She was surprised that he had come to bring warmth. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. What do you wish to exchange for it? Anything I have is yours. Food, alcohol, meat, cigarettes, medicine. Take your pick. You have taught Dodo very well. She has learned quite a few characters. A mutual exchange of knowledge seemed only fair, especially considering Kulu's remarkable progress. His robust physique giving Jiang Ning a strong sense of security. She urged him to think carefully once you leave this village, there may not be another opportunity. Dodo wants to eat dumplings, but I don't know how to make them. Ah, is that it? Jiang Ning was bewildered. Yes, sister, I want to eat dumplings. Dodo looked up at her big, watery eyes full of longing. Nothing is tastier than dumplings. Since he had given her the nail gun, she decided to impart the secret to making dumplings today. Unfortunately, making the dough and rolling it out was a massive undertaking, and she could not use the dumpling wrapper she had stored. However, while Hua Yishan's cooking skills were lacking, he was excellent at hard labor. Thus, the making of dumplings commenced. The scene shifts to the year 1801, where Jiang Ning, rolling up her sleeves, inquires if the car refrigerator at home is still functional. She suggests stocking up on frozen items, so when Dodo wishes to eat, they can be easily cooked. Determined to prepare some for herself as well, Jiang Ning specially retrieves a 10-kilogram bag of flour and mixes it with water to knead dough for Hua Yishan. Kneading is labor-intensive, but for him, it is an effortless task. Chapter 66. No delicacy compares to dumplings. Jiang Ning returns home to harvest chives, green onions, and celery, while also soaking wood ear mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms, intending to make pork and chive filling, pork and celery filling, and wood ear mushroom, green onion, and egg filling. 10 kilograms of dough is a considerable amount, and it seems that half a day would not suffice to finish it all. Hua Yishan assists by washing vegetables, while Jiang Ning uses a manual meat grinder from her storage to prepare the fillings. Once the dough is ready, she teaches him how to roll out the dumpling wrappers. There is no doubt about Hua Yishan's skill. However, he exhibits a bit of obsessive-compulsive behavior, always feeling that the dumpling wrappers he rolls out are not sufficiently round. He has somehow procured a circular copper piece to cut the dough into perfect circles. Jiang Ning acknowledges his attention to detail. After preparing the filling, they begin to wrap the dumplings. Dodo excitedly runs over, exclaiming, "Sister, I want to wrap dumplings too." With children being playful, Jiang Ning does not refuse and teaches Dodo step by step. At first, Dodo's attempts are clumsy, either breaking the skin or creating holes. Yet, Jiang Ning encourages her, praising Dodo for improving as they go along, promising that once cooked, they would be shared with her brother. Hua Yishan, meanwhile, watches anxiously from the side, feeling a bit frustrated. Dodo's dumpling-making skills are quite poor, and he wishes he could do better, though he lacks hands. Practice makes perfect, and Dodo is not just playing around. As her brother has said, hard work leads to food, and she is there to help. Gradually, she masters some techniques and finally wraps a complete dumpling, declaring, "This one is for sister." Hua Yishan asks, "Why not give it to brother?" Dodo replies, "Sister taught me how to wrap it. The next one will be for brother, then for Kalu, and finally for me." With two people working together, the pace picks up. Before long, they realize that mealtime has passed. Jiang Ning steams the dumplings that Dodo messed up and boils 2 large plates of dumplings. "Let us eat dumplings first, and we'll handle the rest this afternoon." The boiled dumplings are ready quickly, served with vinegar and soy sauce as condiments. And the three of them, along with the dog, begin to feast. The dough is well kneaded, chewy, and the fillings are incredibly fresh, bursting with warmth and juice upon the first bite. Dodo, feeling the heat, exclaims, "Brother, sister, these dumplings are so delicious." Seeing her satisfied expression, Hua Yishan smiles knowingly, promising, "I will make them for you often." "Thank you, brother." "Thank you, sister," Dodo replies. The dog eats voraciously, quickly finishing half a bowl and then nudging for more. "Hey, I want more." Jiang Ning notices that the dog has become quite the eater. If it weren't for the ample supplies, they would soon find themselves impoverished by its appetite. Hua Yishan seems to share this enthusiasm, devouring a large bowl of dumplings dipped in vinegar and soy sauce. He also enjoys the steamed dumplings, finding them irresistibly fragrant with a touch of Laoganma sauce. Once satisfied, they return to their task. The wrappers are quickly rolled out, and Hua Yishan assists in wrapping the dumplings. However, his skills seem to be worse than Dodo's. Seeing this, Jiang Ning exercises her patience, saying, "No, you need to be a bit more nimble with your fingers. Like this." Hua Yishan, whose fingers do not bend easily, asks, "Like this?" Despite her hand-on-hand instruction, he struggles to improve. Each attempt results in a failure, leaving Jiang Ning feeling exasperated, wishing she could simply transfer her knowledge into his mind. A master archer, yet unable to wrap a dumpling properly, he shows not a shred of embarrassment. Eventually, even Dodo cannot bear to watch and exclaims, "Brother, your dumplings are so ugly." Realizing she might hurt his feelings, she quickly adds, "Sister, let me teach brother." Hua Yishan squats down, allowing Dodo to guide him. "Is brother very clumsy?" Dodo asks, planting a kiss on his cheek and sweetly assuring him, "Of course not, brother is the best." Surprisingly, under Dodo's innocent tutelage, Hua Yishan begins to grasp the technique. Jiang Ning, feeling her confidence wane, thinks that perhaps she is not qualified to be his teacher. But as Hua Yishan finds his rhythm, the number of dumpling wrappers decreases at an impressive rate. Suddenly, sounds echo from the corridor as Zheng Weili and others return. Not finding Jiang Ning in 1802, they knock on the door of 1801. Upon seeing the two making dumplings, their interest is piqued, and they wash their hands to join in. Dodo happily vacates her position to play with Kolu in the living room. 1 kilogram of flour mixed with water yields 1.5 kilograms of dough, and each kilogram of dough can produce 70 dumplings. With the assistance of 1803, they finally complete 1,000 dumplings. Jiang Ning intends to take 300 in exchange for an equal amount of flour and meat for Huishan. 1803 also wishes to wrap dumplings, but Jiang Ning, feeling too exhausted, does not assist. Instead, she lends a manual meat grinder to Zheng Weili and cuts a large piece of frozen pork for them. After catching up on some sleep for an hour, the intercom crackles to life. Jiang Ning, do you want to practice today? Yes, she replies. If you want to practice archery, you can come over earlier. Jiang Ning, eager for the opportunity, quickly slips on her shoes. I'll be right there. While her culinary skills may not be commendable, he is undeniably proficient in other areas, particularly archery. Jiang Ning had participated in her school's archery club, so she possesses a slight advantage. To prevent the dog from causing mischief, she isolates it in 1803, with Dodo chasing after it. Kolu, wait for me. Upon re-entering 1801, she notices a wooden, circular target has been added to the living room wall, and Huishan retrieves his bow and arrow. Its appearance is somewhat peculiar, yet its lethality is unquestionable. Jiang Ning curiously asks, did you make this yourself? This is a dangerous weapon, not something ordinary people can purchase. Huishan succinctly responds, making slight adjustments, as he is reluctant to elaborate. Jiang Ning's probing could be seen as bothersome. Huishan brings over bamboo arrows and explains the structure, aiming, and firing of the crossbow. Having a foundation, Jiang Ning quickly comprehends. The living room lacks sufficient distance, so Huishan leads her to the corridor outside his door, where he sets the distance and prepares the bamboo arrow. Standing behind Jiang Ning, he holds the bow and aims. Due to their height difference, he bends slightly to maintain his line of sight parallel to hers, bringing them closer together, particularly when aligning the sight. His warm breath brushes against Jiang Ning's delicate neck, causing her body to tingle and stiffen. Her heart races, and she can detect the faint scent of soap emanating from him. Is this proximity too intimate? Jiang Ning feels uncomfortable and instinctively attempts to create some distance. Noticing her rigidity, Huishan focuses intently. Jiang Ning snaps back to reality, casting aside her chaotic thoughts to concentrate on aiming. His warm hand gently adjusts her arm holding the crossbow, nudging it slightly upward. She aims and releases. With a swift whoosh, the bamboo arrow flies true, hitting the target with a satisfying thud, a 7-ring, albeit a bit far from the bullseye. Huishan encourages her. Hitting a 7-ring on your first attempt is quite commendable. Much better than Dodo. Thank you, she responds. Huishan offers a few pointers, and seeing her progress from 7-ring to an 8.5. He allows her to practice independently to build her experience. He sits on the couch, scrolling through his phone, his demeanor serious and focused, oblivious to what he is viewing. Glancing at him, Jiang Ning notes his nearly perfect profile. Refocusing, she practices calmly and steadily. After firing 20 arrows, one strikes the bullseye. There is nothing to boast about, as the range was too short, and she knows that as the distance increases, her accuracy will diminish. She must hasten to match his level, just as he did that day on the speedboat, hitting the target dead center. After half an hour, Huishan advises, no need to exert excessive force. Practice for an hour each day, and just come at the same time. With his words echoing, Jiang Ning puts away the crossbow. Her own space is not as spacious as 1801, making it difficult to fully stretch her limbs, so she refrains from being overly particular. Next comes the sparring session. Focusing on close combat techniques, Jiang Ning helps to lay out the non-slip mats, inadvertently bumping into him as she turns. Sorry, it's fine, Huishan replies, continuing with his actions. In the absence of Kola, faced with an unyielding combat master, Jiang Ning found herself truly challenged, being heavily pressed to the ground several times. After enduring this oppression, her strong desire for victory ignited a fierce determination, and she instinctively feigned a move to deceive. Chapter 67. I have a baby now. Huishan, estimating the psychological impact, momentarily froze, allowing Jiang Ning to swiftly overturn him onto the ground. She seized his long leg and pinned him down, twisting his arm with force. Their bodies intertwined like a twisted strand, yet it was evident that Jiang Ning held the upper hand. Huishan, bemused, refrained from delivering a fatal counterattack, realizing that even a wild punch could incapacitate a seasoned master. Embarrassed, Jiang Ning awkwardly rose, apologizing for startling him. In a moment of excitement, she resorted to underhanded tactics. Feeling a twinge of shame, continuing their practice, they spent 2 hours drenched in sweat. Jiang Ning, flushed and panting, reveled in an indescribable exhilaration. Hungry, Dodo returned clutching a doll, announcing, brother, sister, I'm hungry. What are we having for dinner? Huishan glanced at Jiang Ning, pondering if she would need to cook again. He contemplated the idea of enjoying delicious food with Kola. Reluctantly, Huishan felt too indebted to refuse her request. Yet he truly did not wish to prepare a meal. Dumplings? He suggested, hoping to avoid being subjected to his brother's culinary skills. Do clapped in delight, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, sister's dumplings are the best." The same dumplings could be prepared in various ways. They had boiled dumplings for lunch and planned to have pan-fried ones for dinner. Pan-fried dumplings filled with chives were the most delectable. Jiang Ning returned to change clothes and then taught Hua Yishan how to make pan-fried dumplings. It must be said, the aroma of the dumplings was simply irresistible. The golden, crispy exterior, coupled with succulent fillings, was a delight. If not for the rain outside on the 18th floor, there could have been trouble. Do, with glistening corners of his mouth, proudly declared, "Sister, look, I have a baby." Hua Yishan's lips twitched in amusement at the child's innocent words, while Jiang Ning found herself both laughing and crying. It seemed he would have to educate Do again. After the meal, Hua Yishan took the bowl from Jiang Ning's hands, saying, "I'll handle it." After checking Do's homework, Jiang Ning bid her farewell. Just as she opened the door, she ran into Lu Yu, who called out, "Ning, come have some dumplings." "No, I've just eaten my fill," she replied. Seeing the siblings enjoying their meal, she inadvertently overindulged herself. Lu Yu's gaze fell upon 1801, and for reasons unknown, he began to smile. "All right, if you want more, just come back." His peculiar expression left Jiang Ning perplexed, yet she felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, perhaps for having enjoyed a meal without them. However, Hua Yishan remained silent, and she could not unilaterally invite them over. Nevertheless, the dumplings were indeed delicious, and she resolved to stock up on them when possible. In the following days, she luxuriated at home, reading, exercising, and sewing clothes for her 3 pets. All 10 little bunnies had survived, and the weight in her hands felt substantial. Weighing them, she noted that the largest had reached 3 pounds and was nearly ready for harvest. Xiaobai had given birth to a second litter, even more impressive than the first, with a total of 12 little ones. Unfortunately, they had been born at an inopportune time, and the chances of survival were slim. After a brief hiatus, Granny Zhong resumed her acupuncture treatments. With good nutrition, she felt invigorated. She pulled out a bag containing approximately 3 pounds of white powder, whispering excitedly, "Xiao Jiang, this is wild kudzu powder. I brought it especially for you to try." This was a precious resource for survival, but Jiang Ning hesitated to accept it. "Child, please take it. It is our family's heartfelt offering." Granny Zhong clutched her hand tightly, explaining, "If it weren't for the opportunity you provided for Zhongping, our entire family would have starved." Jiang Ning smiled. "First, tell me what you need. If I can help, I shall gladly accept it later." Granny Zhong appeared somewhat embarrassed, saying, "You are too straightforward." "My dear," her gratitude was genuine, but she also understood that there were connections on the 18th floor that could facilitate the exchange for food. The Zhong family had been digging wild kudzu roots these days, and Zhongping had crafted a grinder capable of pulverizing the chopped roots to produce kudzu powder, potentially yielding over 100 pounds. In normal times, this would be a valuable commodity, but now, filling their bellies was of utmost importance. While kudzu was rich in nutrients and beneficial for beauty, it did not stave off hunger. The Zhong family sought assistance from the 18th floor to see if they could exchange it for grain. After some contemplation, Jiang Ning inquired, "How do you intend to trade?" "1 pound for 1 pound. What do you think?" Jiang Ning did not provide a definitive answer, stating, "I will inquire for you." Granny Zhong felt uncertain, likely believing the chances were slim, and added that if necessary, they could exchange for broken rice instead. It seemed the Zhong family was also aware of the gravity of the situation. Would they be willing to trade their new rice for kudzu powder? In this environment, only those wealthy enough not to lack food would consider such a deal. After providing Granny Zhong with acupuncture treatment, Jiang Ning returned to her room, preparing kudzu powder. The flavor was mildly sweet with a hint of bitterness and a slight earthy aroma. While the taste was average, it possessed various benefits, including cooling, detoxifying, quenching thirst, nourishing the kidneys, strengthening the spleen, calming the mind, clearing the heart, improving eyesight, and aiding digestion. In the context of the apocalypse, it was indeed a rare find. Jiang Ning, not wishing to keep the kudzu powder to herself, divided the 3 pounds equally between 1801 and 1803, while also discussing the Zhong family's grain exchange. The two families showed little interest. Zhang Chao lamented the lost fish from the reservoir, expressing regret. "What a pity. The sharp-mouthed monkey came looking for us, asking for another batch of fish. He ordered 2,000 pounds in one go." Lu Yu also felt remorseful, realizing they must have channels to sell to the wealthy. Otherwise, who would dare make such a large order? Upon hearing there were no fish left, their expressions were pained, and they repeatedly urged that they must be informed if any fish became available in the future. The next day, Jiang Ning informed Granny Zhong that the other party had agreed to exchange broken rice for kudzu powder, but insisted on ensuring the quality. She decided to accept this batch. As with the progression of the apocalypse, people's health would deteriorate, making it a valuable addition for nourishment. Granny Zhong was overjoyed. A few days later, the Zhong family prepared 100 pounds of wild kudzu powder and additionally gifted Jiang Ning 5 pounds as a token of gratitude for her assistance. The Zhong father and son waited in a secluded corner outside the community. Jiang Ning, using a rubber boat, transported the kudzu powder while taking cola for a stroll outside. In a deserted area, she stored the kudzu powder in her space, exchanging it for an equal weight of broken rice, and then returned after ensuring Kola had enough exercise. The Zhong father and son were still waiting, and upon seeing the exchanged broken rice, their joy was palpable. After waking from a midday nap, Jiang Ning noticed that the rain had significantly lessened. However, she felt no joy. Instead, a frown creased her brow, foreboding the arrival of extreme cold. By evening, the rain had dwindled to a mere drizzle, and it seemed as if the sky had brightened slightly. Over the past 3 months, how many had perished in this desperate deluge? Now, at long last, it appeared as though the storm might be lifting. Gazing at the sky, some rejoiced while others wept in despair, all yearning for this wretched natural disaster to conclude swiftly. How she wished this were merely a dream. Awakening to find the world flourishing, with loved ones still by her side. 1803 shared in the joy, but compared to others, there was an additional weight of seriousness. Ning, do you think it has truly ended? When the typhoon had passed, they had felt exuberant, only to be met with flooding soon after. With the rain ceased, what awaited them next? Who could say? Jiang Ning wore a pensive expression, stroking her arm as she remarked, "Why do I feel as though it has gotten colder? Winter is upon us. It cannot possibly turn the south into a frigid northeast, can it? Pooh pooh pooh, you are such a jinx." Chapter 68. The Arrival of Extreme Cold. Teased by Zhang Chao, Jiang Ning smiled but refrained from arguing. If she were truly a jinx, she would hope that extreme cold would never arrive. Observing discreetly, she noted that Hua Yishan remained as stoic as ever, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful. Kola, somewhat restless after 4 hours of training, continued to fidget, emitting soft whines. Uncertain of when the extreme cold would arrive, Jiang Ning prepared electric blankets, down comforters, and cotton quilts in advance. That night, she deliberately donned thermal clothing for sleep, as the intense daytime training had severely drained her energy. She had intended to stay awake, yet she soon succumbed to deep slumber. Time passed, and she was awakened by Kola's incessant noise, accompanied by the static crackle of the intercom. Jiang Ning opened her eyes, feeling the bone-chilling cold as a sharp cry from a rabbit echoed in the room. She switched on the flashlight and discovered over 20 rabbits huddled in the doghouse of Kaylay, trembling uncontrollably from the cold. Jiang Ning, Jiang Ning. The anxious voice of Hua Yishan crackled through the intercom. I am here. Her lips quivered as she spoke. He urged her through the intercom. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and she needed to dress quickly. The air felt as sharp as a knife, rendering her speechless. Jiang Ning swiftly rolled Kaylay and the rabbits into her space. The moment she entered, a wave of warmth enveloped her, easing her stiff limbs after some time. She hurriedly donned the clothes she had prepared in advance. Thermal wear, a cashmere sweater, a mink coat, several pairs of socks, snow boots, a scarf, and a thermal mask. She knelt down to dress Kaylay in the thermal outfit, cashmere sweater, and mink coat, followed by Dahuai and Xiaobai, both rabbits wrapped up like balls. The other rabbits were placed into a foam box lined with several layers of blankets, their survival now resting upon fate. After completing these tasks, Jiang Ning did not forget to pour herself a large bowl of hot ginger soup, its spiciness igniting her throat and stomach. Just as she exited the space, a resounding knock on the door startled her. Jiang Ning. The force was astonishing. Even the stainless steel door seemed to tremble. They are here. They are here. The moment she stepped out, the air was as cold as ice, each breath piercing her chest. Kaylay began to cough, incessantly scratching its nose with its paws. Rushing to bring the rabbit nest into the room, Jiang Ning hurried to open the door, only to find Hua Yishan kicking it. As soon as the door opened, his anxious voice reached her. Jiang Ning, are you all right? As he spoke, he wrapped a fur coat tightly around her. Jiang Ning was taken aback, gazing at Hua Yishan clad in a military coat, momentarily dazed. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied, I'm fine. I just got a bit frozen. It feels like my ears have gone numb. That's good to hear. Hua Yishan fastened the fur coat's buttons for her before proceeding to knock on room 1803's door. The noise from his kicking had already awakened its occupants, who were frantically searching for warm clothing to put on. Received. Dressed in 2 layers of fur, Jiang Ning had transformed into a ball. Noticing her somewhat dazed expression, Hua Yishan shook her shoulders gently, his demeanor serious as he instructed. Go back inside immediately and start a fire to warm up. Oh, Jiang Ning turned to return to the room. Hua Yishan reminded her, do not lock the door. Jiang Ning complied, entering her room to retrieve the kettle. Seeing room 1801's door ajar, she hurried inside. I've made some ginger soup. You and Dodo should drink it to warm yourselves. Dodo, bundled up like a ball on the bed, had a pale face so frozen that he couldn't utter a word, trembling all over. Hua Yishan lifted him up, carefully pouring ginger soup into his mouth. Be careful. It's hot. After a full bowl, Dodo began to regain his senses, pouting as if he wanted to cry. Brother, don't cry. Your tears will freeze, and your face will suffer. Jiang Ning poured a bowl for herself and hastily knocked on room 1803's door. The 3 of them, in a frenzy, donned warm clothing, wrapping themselves in blankets. Their hands, holding the hot ginger soup, trembled incessantly. Especially Zhang Chao, a single man, whose face had turned purple from the cold. Dressed in a mink coat and wrapped in quilts, they all shivered, feeling their hearts numb and uncomfortable, only recovering after several bowls of hot ginger soup. Ning, you really have a knack for misfortune. Zhang Chao, curled up on the sofa, was chattering his teeth. If it weren't for you finding that million, we would all be dead tonight. The thick clothing and quilts meant to ward off the cold had inadvertently saved their lives instead of being wasted on cheap currency. Zheng Weili and Lu Yu remained tightly embraced, her body warming up faster as she trembled to start a fire for warmth. Seeing that the three were not in serious trouble, Jiang Ning finally felt at ease to step away. Noticing room 1801's door still open, she walked in again. How is Dodo? Hua Yixin was tending to the charcoal stove, having warmed up with the hot ginger soup. Dodo was curled up under the blankets, his bright eyes peeking out. Sister, I'm fine now. How is Kaylai? Wang, the long-ignored dog, finally seized the opportunity to prove its strength. Though it was too bundled up for its muscles to show, upon seeing Kaylai in the mink coat, Dodo's mood instantly brightened as he reached out to pat the black dog's face. Having lit the charcoal fire, the room grew significantly warmer. Jiang Ning stood up to leave, reminding them, the doors and windows shouldn't be sealed too tightly. Leave a gap for ventilation. In her past life, the cold had been terrifying, and someone had accidentally sealed themselves, meeting an early fate with Yan Wangyi. Hua Yixin lit 2 charcoal stoves, handing one to Jiang Ning. Be careful yourself. Jiang Ning hesitated for a moment, suddenly remembering she was still wearing his mink coat, and quickly took it off. Keep it. I'm not as cold as you. No, she realized that besides her hands, feet, and face, the rest of her body was not cold, but rather warm. It was likely the thermal were doing its job, providing a cozy comfort. She observed the dog, estimating it had also warmed up. Thus, she insisted on returning the coat to him. Don't get yourself sick. Do still needs your care. Hua Yixin did not refuse again, but insisted on giving her the charcoal stove. Unable to decline his kindness, Jiang Ning accepted it. With everyone on the 18th floor safe, a sigh of relief washed over her. Only then did she turn her attention to the commotion downstairs, the noise sounding quite significant. Closing the double doors, Jiang Ning hurried back to her room and took out a thermometer. Good heavens, the outdoor temperature was a staggering -19 degrees. In the city, where the average winter temperature exceeds 15 degrees and the historical low remains at 0, suddenly plunging from 20 degrees to -19 degrees, a nearly 40-degree drop, was undoubtedly a catastrophe. More terrifying than the cold itself was the risk of extreme hypothermia. The rapid loss of body heat in a short span could lower the core temperature, resulting in shivers, cardiac and respiratory failure, and even death. Indeed, the cause of mass fatalities was not merely the cold, but the perils of extreme hypothermia. Many did not even have the chance to open their eyes, slipping into an eternal slumber. Their dreams might have been beautiful, envisioning the rain finally ceasing and the restoration of urban civilization. Wang, Jiang Ning snapped back to reality, retrieving a power bank, electric heater, and electric blanket. Not only did Jiang Ning possess an electric blanket, but Kaylai also received a share. She selected a small one to place on the lazy sofa for Kaylai, plugged in the power bank, and turned on both electric heaters, causing the room to warm up quickly. Da Huai and Xiaobai, sensing the warmth, crawled out of the foam box and rushed to the lazy sofa to jostle for space. At this critical moment, Kaylai displayed its dominance, allowing them to snuggle against its body, forming a warm cluster. Jiang Ning checked the foam box and found that 2 large rabbits had perished, presumably from fright. The other few looked somewhat wilted, while the recently born bunnies remained oblivious to everything. Da Huai and Xiaobai, having endured Kaylai's rigorous training, had grown particularly bold. With their fur providing warmth, they were not startled by the clothes, neglecting their own offspring. Jiang Ning took the little ones out and stuffed them onto Kaylai's belly, then admonished the 2, "You gave birth. You must take responsibility for raising them." Kaylai bared its teeth. "Did you hear that? Take good care of them. Tossing them aside is unacceptable." Despite its complaints, the dog did not push away the dozen or so pups, diligently nurturing them. The remaining large rabbits were carried to the restroom, where Jiang Ning used an electric shock stick to dispatch them all, then stored them in her space for future cooking. Whether braised or spicy, the question of whether she could afford to raise them was secondary. The flavor was paramount. Returning to her room, gazing at the glowing charcoal fire, Jiang Ning found herself somewhat lost in thought. What did Hua Yixin mean? He had nearly burst through her door, lent her his mink coat, and provided her with a charcoal stove. This man, with his cold demeanor, showed no sign of concern in the face of life and death. Yet his face was filled with anxiety when he kicked the door. Was he afraid she would freeze to death and leave Dodo without a teacher? In the deep of night, fatigue enveloped her, rendering her too lethargic to ponder. The vastness of the world paled in comparison to the allure of slumber. Any matters could be postponed until the morrow. Jiang Ning shed her outer garments and nestled into the warmth of her bed, swiftly drifting into the realm of dreams. In her past life, she had nearly perished from the cold, swaddling herself in every piece of clothing she possessed. This time, beneath the covers that felt as warm as spring, she truly felt content. The chill of the air made one drowsy, and even as the clock ticked past 10, she remained reluctant to rise. The intercom crackled to life. Jiang Ning, are you awake? She reached out groggily, murmuring, just woke up. Her voice was languid, tinged with a hint of nasality. What Ishan expressed concern. Have you caught a cold? No, I'm still in bed. Jiang Ning yawned. How about you and Dodo? I've gotten up and am making breakfast for Dodo. Would you like some? Jiang Ning quickly declined. No, I'm not hungry yet. I'll just have lunch later. Her dog leaped onto the bed, pawing at the intercom, barking woof. The device tumbled to the side. What's wrong? Nothing. Kayla is being naughty. Jiang Ning hastily picked it up. I can't talk now, bye. Make sure to keep warm. She switched off the intercom, feeling a surge of annoyance towards her dog. But to her surprise, it sprang up on the bed, spinning and jumping without pause, before crashing into her embrace. You little rascal. Jiang Ning playfully tugged at its mouth. How can you be so mischievous? The dog burrowed into the blankets, its bright eyes gazing up at her, tilting its head adorably. Jiang Ning wrapped it in a blanket, stroking its head. In your past life, where were you at this hour? The memories flooded back of a world blanketed in ice and snow, where countless souls perished from the frigid grasp of winter. And she could scarcely fathom how it had survived. Its skin had been frozen, covered in sores. Jiang Ning shuddered at the thought, her eyes misting as she vowed, Kaylay, it won't happen again in this life. I will ensure you live well. The dog whimpered, scratching at her, offering comfort. I am fine, and you will be too. After lounging until past 11, she finally emerged to brush her teeth and wash her face. The chill of the outside air necessitated layers. Yet stepping into her warm space made her sweat. Luckily, her stay was brief. Otherwise, the drastic temperature changes could lead to illness. Her room, equipped with an electric heater, felt like spring, but opening the door was akin to facing a blade of cold. The heater and battery pack couldn't be moved, yet the rabbit's persistent presence in her room was untenable. Upon inspection, one little rabbit had regrettably succumbed. She tidied another room and retrieved a lazy sofa to place an electric blanket, relocating the rabbits there. She did not forget to admonish Kaylay, keep an eye on them. No chewing on wires or relieving themselves on the blanket, or else they end up as stew. The dog acknowledged her with a toothy grin. Did you understand? Speak up. After ventilating the room, she pretended to tend to the charcoal stove in the living room, embracing a scalding rubber hot water bottle. Jiang Ning gazed out from the balcony towards the horizon. Just yesterday, the city had been engulfed in flooding, now frozen in time overnight. The absence of rain rendered the surroundings eerily silent, as if even time had ceased. Even the thought of reliving such an experience filled her with dread. Fortunately, the temperature had stabilized, granting humanity a brief respite. Nonetheless, a temperature of 19 degrees was still a dire calamity for the south, her phone rendered inoperable. She shut the doors and windows, turning off the heater that had toiled throughout the night, and replaced it with 2 new ones to avoid overuse and potential failure. The combination of the heater and charcoal stove finally provided warmth to the living room. The cold demanded hot soup, so she prepared a dish of braised beef with radish, greens, and rice, enhancing the dog's food with freeze-dried canned meat. Leaning against the heater, she savored her meal. After eating, she postponed washing the dishes, tossing them into the space for later cleaning. Opening a window to disperse the lingering odors, she curled up with a hot water bottle, perusing medical texts. A knock at the door signaled Zheng Weilie's arrival, inquiring to confirm their survival without even opening the door, eager to retreat back under her covers. Zhang Chao had caught a cold, but thankfully, she had medicine at hand. Just as she was about to take a nap, the intercom buzzed. Dodo doesn't have class today. Does Kaylay want to exercise? Respecting her dog's autonomy, Jiang Ning asked, Kaylay, do you want to work out? Kaylay tilted its head, pondering before finally rising woof. A day without running made it feel unwell. Jiang Ning opened the door slightly, pushing her dog outside. Go on. Before long, the sound of running echoed up the stairs. A tinge of worry washed over her, prompting her to follow. Kaylay's fur coat was being held by Hua Ishan. After several laps, he proceeded to remove the dog's cashmere sweater. Ultimately, even the thermal wear was shed. Jiang Ning grew concerned. Is it not cold for it? Hua Ishan elaborated. Belgian Malinois can quickly adapt to harsh environments. Overbundling hinders their movement. Despite its short fur, it is dense enough to provide excellent insulation. They warm up quickly during exercise, though dogs do not sweat as humans do. Holding a hot water bottle, Jiang Ning stood nearby. Noticing that Hua Ishan was not bundled up, not even wearing his fur coat. Aren't you cold? Yes. What should we do about that? Considering reciprocity, she offered him the hot water bottle. Here, take this. Hua Ishan did not accept it, instead looking at her and asking, what about you? I still have another one. I have dozens stored. Thank you. I can get a Dodo. Oh, it's fine. I just want to show my goodwill. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. Xiao Jiang, are you all okay? It was yet another voice, that of He Jian, accompanied by several men. Jiang Ning chose to ignore them. Jian continued knocking, muttering to those beside him. It seems there's no response from the 18th floor. Could something have happened last night? The speaker's voice was hoarse, clearly suffering from cold. If something truly had occurred, it would be a relief. Jian internally scoffed but maintained a facade. Don't speak nonsense. Xiao Jiang and the others are young and healthy. How could anything happen to them? If there were, we would certainly look out for each other. Leader, you are too kind. Have you not noticed how the 18th floor treats us? That cannot be said. We live in the same building. It is only right to care for one another. Oh, it seems there's a response. They're not dead. His tone bore a hint of disappointment, as he envisioned the bounty of supplies that would belong to them should the 18th floor meet its demise. Apologies to disappoint you. Jiang Ning's voice rang out coldly. We are not only alive but thriving. The sudden voice took everyone by surprise, as they had knocked for so long without a peep, and now the unexpected sound created an awkward atmosphere. Jiang quickly recovered. Look at you, Xiao Jiang. We were merely checking in to ensure you were all right. Rest assured, we will outlive you. Frustrated that the day could not continue as planned, Jiang maintained a smile. It's good that you're fine. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to reach out to me. The group departed, their expressions tinged with reluctance. In this post-apocalyptic world, individuals like Jiang were not rare. They would go to great lengths, wishing for the demise of others to seize their resources for survival. Yet, to Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan, such characters were mere jesters, hardly deserving of concern. After training Kaylai, she donned her thermal wear. Following Hua Yishan's advice, she removed her cashmere sweater, but she still needed Kaylai's fur coat. Transitioning to the cold required time. And you? Hua Yishan asked, shall we practice today? Yes. With Kaylai persisting, she had no excuse to be lazy, even in extreme cold. She would rise to the occasion. The anti-slip mat had become rigid with cold, prompting Hua Yishan to lay a cloth over it. The living room held a charcoal stove, but it paled in comparison to Jiang Ning's setup, remaining rather chilly. Jiang Ning removed her outerwear and commenced practice with Hua Yishan. After half an hour, beads of sweat began to form. The thermal socks, silky against her skin, slid as she retreated during a collision, causing her to topple backward. Hua Yishan, quick on his feet, leaped forward to catch her. She fell onto the anti-slip mat, only to be pressed down by Hua Yishan, her lips crashing against his face. A muffled grunt escaped her as her lungs felt compressed, stars dancing before her eyes, and her teeth rattled from the impact. The towering figure pressed down upon her. Hua Yishan quickly rose and helped her sit up. Are you all right? Jiang Ning then noticed that he was supporting the back of her head with his hand. I'm fine. My foot slipped from sweating. Suddenly, Kaylai, the dog, rushed out of Daodu's room, biting onto Hua Yishan's clothing and pulling him back. Let her go. Jiang Ning hurriedly intervened. Kaylai, regardless, who allowed him to bully the one who cleans up after me. Kaylai was undeterred. Jiang Ning quickly picked up the dog, insisting, he didn't bully me. He saved me. You're trying to deceive a dog. Kaylai was unconvinced. The dog turned its back coldly, leaving Hua Yishan puzzled, wondering if the dog held a grudge against him. No, Jiang Ning quickly clarified. Kaylai lacks a sense of security, and besides, dogs are naturally protective of their owners. Fearing a confrontation, she hastily took the dog away. Upon returning home, Kaylai was not only unrepentant, but also seemed to sulk, as if accusing her of favoritism. How could that be? Jiang Ning coaxed the irritable dog with treats. You are my utmost priority. Training with the instructor is merely to improve myself so that I can protect you. You're deceiving a dog. Kaylai turned its head haughtily. Jiang Ning removed her thermal socks to prove her innocence. Why don't you try them on? They really do slip. As she spoke, she tossed them at Kaylai's face. The dog's mouth twitched. It was not human, but the one who cleans up after it was indeed a real dog. Fortunately, it did not smell bad. Kaylai leapt forward, scratching her. Jiang Ning embraced it, stroking its head. Kaylai, you must be a sensible dog. Tomorrow, apologize to the instructor, all right? If you hadn't intervened just now, I could have seriously hurt my head, and then you would have lost your owner. With all the chicken, duck, fish, and meat stored in the space, Kaylai would have nothing to eat and would be forced to roam again. Apologize? Not happening. The dog refused, its face innocent, with its paws resting on her shoulder. Woo no. This is its home. Don't let it wander. All right. Teaching the dog to recognize its mistakes and apologize is also part of the instructor's duties, not wanting to disrupt their harmonious relationship. Jiang Ning decisively shifted the burden onto Hua Yishan. This was an exchange of responsibilities. A competent instructor must not only train the dog physically, but must also pay attention to its mental well-being. After dark, the cold was noticeably more intense. Jiang Ning checked the balcony and noted it was 21 degrees. The harsh weather was unforgiving. How many would be doomed to sleepless nights tonight, or worse, never to open their eyes again? She drew the curtains in the living room, turned on the solar lights, and retrieved dinner from space. Despite having 3 heaters on, her hands and feet were still freezing, and the food cooled rapidly, becoming icy within moments. Mutton warmed the body, and Jiang Ning took out a portion of mutton stew to share with Kaylai. They quickly devoured their meal. She then prepared 2 servings of pig offal noodles. soaking Kayle's portion with dog food. Eat quickly. The heartfelt dinner provided by the one who cleans up after was savored by Kayle, who enjoyed the taste, despite it being a bit too hot. Regardless, it was time to eat. After finishing the pig-awful noodles, Jiang Ning felt warm inside. She went to another room to check on Da Hui and Xiao Bai. The two were spirited, but the bunnies were not doing well. Newly born, they had little fur, lacking parental affection, and one had tragically passed away. Rabbits are quite resilient to cold, and certain breeds can survive in the Arctic. However, they seem to be adapting quickly. The newborn bunnies needed milk, so Jiang Ning removed the mink fur and thermal garments from Xiao Bai. She noticed that compared to the previous day's trembling, they were much calmer today. It seemed that animals adapt to natural disasters more swiftly than humans. After feeding Xiao Bai, Jiang Ning continued to observe and found no signs of cold-induced shivering. Clearly, the rabbit fur provided effective warmth. Well, the clothing turned out to be unnecessary. She retrieved Timothy hay from the space, allowing the two bunnies to feast. Taking a hot bath in the space felt incredibly soothing. Bathing had become ingrained in Jiang Ning's DNA. Even on the coldest days, she felt compelled to wash, or else she would feel uncomfortable. During summer, in the sweltering heat and humidity, she sometimes bathed 3 times a day. Emerging from the space, Xiao Bai showed no discomfort, nursing the bunnies. Jiang Ning decisively removed Da Hui's clothing as well. Without turning on the heater, she let them acclimate for a while longer. As the night grew colder, Jiang Ning nestled into bed, recording the latest duration she could stay in the space. After nearly 4 months, she had accumulated a total of 145 hours. In other words, she could reside in the space for 6 days. It was no easy feat, nearly bringing her to tears. Danger lurked everywhere. She needed to continue her efforts to save, hoping that in her lifetime, she could retire into space with Kayle. The next day brought an unexpected snowfall, a rarity in the southern coastal region, only witnessed during natural disasters. The snow was light, falling like flakes. Unless one looked closely, it was hard to identify. Jiang Ning frowned. In her past life, there had only been extreme cold, but now it was snowing? Indeed, things had changed. The bitter cold was already lethal. Did they really need to endure a snow disaster as well? If the water rose to the 6th floor, would they need to build even higher? Was this city truly destined to be buried alive? These thoughts were chilling. Just as she finished breakfast, a knock echoed at the door. Room 1803 called a meeting regarding the critical issue of water supply. Having spent the previous day cooped up indoors for warmth, today was even colder. Yet they could finally catch their breath. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were bundled up like balls, still shivering uncontrollably. What shall we do about the frozen water tower? Jiang Ning had water in her space, so she was not worried. However, she could not reveal this, and had to feign a worried expression. What indeed shall we do? Zhang Chao scratched himself. I didn't tea-bathe yesterday. I feel uncomfortable all over. This habit, ingrained since childhood, could not be changed in a day. Going a single day without washing made one feel unclean. Jiang Ning quickly chimed in. I feel the same. My scalp itches. Even she, a walking encyclopedia of life hacks, couldn't find a solution. Thus, the collective gaze naturally fell upon Hua Yishan. In the tender embrace of care, Hua Yishan found himself tugged at by Dodo, who exclaimed, Brother, I wish to bathe as well. Taking a deep breath, Hua Yishan gazed out from the 18th floor, noticing the faint snowfall that had just begun. Although the flakes were light, their accumulation could be put to good use. Jiang Ning followed closely, inquiring, Are you suggesting we gather snow from the rooftop? Indeed, it was a splendid idea that had eluded them. Thus, the group hurriedly ascended to the rooftop. As the door swung open, a rush of frigid air assaulted their lungs. An uncomfortable sensation indeed. Jiang Ning wrapped her scarf around her face and stepped outside. The biting cold caused the falling snowflakes to crystallize, and suddenly, her snow boots slipped. Just as she seemed poised to fall, Kalu dashed forward, attempting to cushion her fall with his body. To her surprise, a swift hand reached out and steadied her waist. Kalu bristled instantly, glaring fiercely at the intruder. What does he have to do with this? She thought indignantly. A mere slip should have been rectified by Jiang Ning's quick reflexes. Yet unexpectedly, the dog lunged and knocked Lu Yu over. Caught off guard, Lu Yu slipped and fell heavily. Though bundled like a bear, he felt a sense of grievance. Wife, someone's bullying me. What could Zheng Weili do in such a situation? With Kalu being a survival expert and Hua Yishan possessing formidable strength, could she really confront them? Well, the big man falling. Such indignities were to be endured in silence. Lu Yu was not the only one wronged. Zhang Chao experienced a similar fate. He had taken a step ahead of Hua Yishan when he was unexpectedly shoved aside, colliding with the doorframe. Well, just let it go. As long as Ning is unharmed, he thought to himself. Each person present had their own thoughts regarding Jiang Ning's stumble. Even Zheng Weili, typically strong-willed, felt a pang of bitterness. Observing Ning's partner contrasted with their own, aside from his captivating visage, there was little to commend. Hua Yishan, ever the gentleman, steadied Jiang Ning before retracting his hand, cautioning her. Jiang Ning, without a second thought, expressed her gratitude. Kalu, feeling dejected, pawed at the snow, anxiously protesting. Kulu, return, Jiang Ning instructed, concerned for the dog's well-being. However, without a mask to shield it from the biting air, the dog continued its protest, racing around the rooftop. Zhang Chao added his own voice of dissent, urging, Kulu, do not run amok. We need to collect this snow for water. We certainly do not wish to drink water flavored by your paws. Upon hearing this, Kulu quickened its pace, muttering indignantly, well, you shall all drink my footbath water. The dog, easily excitable, could not be restrained even by a chain when in a frenzy. Jiang Ning exerted considerable effort to coax it off the rooftop. The vast rooftop had already accumulated a thin layer of frozen flakes, which could be collected by breaking apart with a shovel. After months of rain, fearing the bacteria on the rooftop would be detrimental to their health, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao had moved several sheets of colored steel from an unfinished construction site to cover the flooring. Though initially intended to block water from the balcony, they had several leftover pieces that now proved useful. Splitting the workload, they would gather ice and snow daily. And they could also chip away at the ice on the water tower's walls. Successfully addressing their water needs brought joy to the group as collective effort proved beneficial, showcasing their diverse strengths. After closing the rooftop door, they descended, hands and feet frozen, only to be met with a cacophony of banging sounds from below. Zheng Weili, assuming someone was targeting the 18th floor, struggled to contain her temper. Upon noticing Kalu calmly stationed at the stairway, listening to the commotion, she realized the misunderstanding. What are these rascals up to now? She pondered. The last time on the rooftop, her ears nearly froze, buzzing painfully. After a considerable wait, her hearing returned to normal. The group stood at the stairway, the noise suggesting a significant disturbance, mingled with shouts. Lu Yu, possessing an acute sense of hearing, discerned that it sounded like they were prying open a door, and there seemed to be quite a few people involved. Jiang Ning's expression turned grave. The sudden drop in temperature the previous night likely claimed many lives, and they were probably attempting to break into the homes of the deceased. This is utterly outrageous. Jiang Ning sighed. But if the dead must make way for the living, so be it. If her assumptions were correct, He Jian was likely counting the survivors and organizing a team to retrieve the possessions of the deceased. Lu Yu felt helpless after months of flooding. Not only had every household run out of food, but some had resorted to cooking their leather shoes to stave off hunger, burning whatever furniture could be consumed. Even if they managed to pry open the doors, what could they possibly find? There may still be something to uncover, he thought, though discomfort gnawed at him, leaving everyone at a loss for words. His luck had allowed him to procure some supplies, yet had he been in their position, he too might have resorted to breaking into the homes of the deceased. As Ning had stated, the dead always make way for the living. Feeling the weight of despair, he bid farewell to his companions and retreated to his warm bed. After nearly freezing outside, he longed to press his hands against the electric heater. Xiaobai tended to her young, while the Hui scoured for food, circling around Jiang Ning incessantly. Both animals seemed lively, having received additional hay and feed. Aside from the daily necessary training and archery practice, Jiang Ning was loath to venture outside, preferring to nestle under her blankets with a book or engage in mental farming. Mercifully, she finally managed to cultivate around 100 square meters, planting corn seeds in small dugouts before covering them with soil. The exertion drained her mental energy, leaving her with a sensation akin to being hollowed out. Starving. I need a Snickers. Unit 1803 was diligent, ascending to the rooftop daily to clear the snow, not forgetting to bring down a portion for Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan. Though unsaid, each of them had their own tally. Their survival skills were not as robust as those of the two leaders, and thus they benefited from the duo's efforts in resource gathering. Hence, they sought to contribute wherever possible. Despite Jiang Ning's repeated reminders, Unit 1803 remained oblivious. They contemplated taking turns gathering snow from the rooftop, but their speed was no match for the two. Each time the door opened, buckets filled with snow awaited them at the entrance. Perhaps this arrangement would bring comfort to Unit 1803, as Jiang Ning chose not to intervene further. The space lacked for nothing in terms of water, and she poured the collected ice and snow into her black soil garden, treating it as watering. Feeling guilty for wasting her friend's kindness, Jiang Ning wrestled with her conscience. Yet who would shun the better option? She felt genuinely remorseful. The temperature continued to drop daily, sometimes markedly, other times subtly, until it fell to 26 degrees. The sounds from below persisted, banging away for several days before finally quieting down. Listening closely, it seemed even the 17th floor had been compromised. It was evident that many had suffered and perished. After all, this was the South. Neither the architectural designs nor the winter garments could compare to the durability found in colder regions. One day, as the knocking resumed from below, it was Grandma Zhong who appeared. Given the inclement weather, she clearly was not there for acupuncture. Being familiar with one another, Grandma Zhong wasted no time, stating, Xiao Jiang, we have matters to discuss with you. Noticing her distressed demeanor, Jiang Ning furrowed her brow and replied, please, go ahead. Instantly, Grandma Zhong's composure faltered as she grasped Jiang Ning's hand. Choking back tears, Xiao Jiang, you are truly our family's savior. Had you not advised me to apply the medicinal alcohol and cover myself with a quilt to sweat it out, I might have succumbed to the cold on that fateful night, never to awaken again. Waking up just in time, she had knocked on her son and daughter-in-law's door, urgently dressing her grandson in warm clothing. They had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. The Zhong family was spared, yet many others were not so fortunate. The floods and food shortages had already claimed numerous lives, and now, many more had perished. Having lived a long life, she never anticipated that the typically warm winters of the south would plummet to 26 degrees. The coastal climate was already damp and cold, compounded by the floodwaters reaching the 6th floor, enveloping the entire city as if it were encased in a cold storage facility. The aging community was home to many elderly and children, with only a fraction of the residents remaining compared to before the storm. Typhoons, floods, and extreme cold. What has become of this world? Jiang Ning humbly dismissed any praise, asserting, I merely offered suggestions based on the illness. You followed the medical advice diligently. Grandma Zhong holds a differing perspective. She intentionally brought a jar of fermented black bean fish as a token of gratitude, a specialty crafted by my daughter-in-law from our hometown, inviting everyone to indulge. The jar weighs around 3 to 4 pounds, which is indeed quite generous. Although Jiang Ning had stored a considerable number of fermented fish cans in her space, Grandma Zhong was resolute in her insistence, nearly forcing it upon her, leaving Jiang Ning with no choice but to accept it. Upon witnessing her acceptance, Grandma Zhong continued to chat, expressing her belief that their family had been fortunate. Not only had they awakened from their slumber without succumbing to the frostbite affliction, but it seemed that several from the neighboring unit had perished from the cold, with a few suffering from severe frostbite. The young girl surnamed Sue had even had the audacity to knock on their door seeking medicine. What medicine could they possibly provide? It sounded as if they were intentionally withholding aid, and she had come several times already. Just yesterday, another had died, reportedly from a fever induced by frostbite. While it was indeed tragic, what right did they have to compel the Zhong family for medicine? Not only did they lack any, but they also needed to preserve what little they had for their own survival. This weather was no trifling matter. A mere cold could claim a life. Jiang Ning frowned, contemplating why Su Mingyao, amidst such calamity, remained unscathed, displaying remarkable resilience. Under normal circumstances, Grandma Zhong would not have ventured upstairs. With a deep sigh, she expressed her unease, stating that something felt amiss and that there might be dire consequences for their building. Upon inquiry, she revealed that He Jian had gathered the surviving residents to break into the homes of the deceased, seizing food, clothing, bedding, and wooden furniture. While this was somewhat understandable, given the desperate circumstances, He Jian's actions were far from honorable, as he allocated supplies based on gender, men receiving more, while women were allotted half. If the Zhong family had not survived in its entirety, they too would have faced the brunt of his tyranny. Although men were physically stronger for breaking down doors, women possessed an aptitude for locating hidden resources, often uncovering supplies stowed away in unexpected places. However, with their limited power, women hesitated to resist, allowing He Jian to hoard the supplies that should have been evenly distributed, with most falling into his hands while other men reaped mere crumbs. This was not the worst of it. He frequently collaborated with the leaders of other buildings and even allied with external gangs. Just yesterday, he had taken several young girls out, providing them with a mere pound of grain in exchange for hours of exploitation, showcasing an utter lack of humanity. The young girl surnamed you returned nearly lifeless, her pants soaked in blood. She had exchanged her body for 5 pounds of rice, only to have He Jian take half, leaving her with barely enough for a few bites. Jiang Ning was not surprised. After all, Yang Weizong had once urged her to barter her body, only to receive a painful rebuke from her. It was astonishing to witness Yu Qingqing's naivety. Had Su Mingyao not ventured outside? No, but it was only a matter of time before her turn came. Grandma Zhong had not come merely to gossip. She had received troubling news that individuals from outside were demanding a protection grain tax from each household in buildings 18 and 19, and those unable to comply would be pursued. Given He Jian's close ties with these individuals, there was little doubt that their intentions were sinister. The notion of protection grain was not new. In the previous life, there had indeed been a collection of such rations, with each person required to provide 3 pounds of grain weekly, the consequences of non-compliance being severe. Young men and women were taken away for amusement, while the middle-aged and elderly scrambled to procure resources. Of course, those unwilling to comply could always leave, but the outcome would either be death by freezing or starvation. Such nefarious behavior was rampant, not limited to the Jinrong community, but occurring everywhere. The government had dispatched police to intervene, yet the criminals were well-informed, adept at evading capture, hiding in survivors' homes, or waiting until the authorities departed to return. The survivors bore the brunt of the tragedy. 2 households on the 17th floor had not survived, prompting them to consider relocating to Unit 1701, while another family wished to move into 1702. Jiang Ning realized that the Zhong family sought to stay close for mutual protection. The residence was not hers, and whether they moved or not was of no concern to her, but she felt compelled to speak. In truth, they could choose wherever they wished to reside, but they needed to consider the implications thoroughly. It was not just the residents of this building who had their eyes on them. Those from other units were also plotting. If they were to invade, the 17th floor will be the first to face the onslaught. In these trying times, everyone struggled, and she could only look after herself. There was no capacity to assist others. The Jiang family indeed sought refuge, believing that residing closer to the 18th floor would afford them a semblance of safety amidst the chaos outside. Jiang Ning spoke candidly, prompting Grandma Zhong to chuckle awkwardly, acknowledging the inevitability of fate, expressing that she would not burden the younger generation with her safety concerns. After exchanging pleasantries, Grandma Zhong took her leave. Upon escorting her downstairs, Jiang Ning noticed an envelope on the steps addressed to her. It had finally arrived. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Jiang Ning picked up the letter and tucked it into her pocket without even glancing at it. She proceeded to gather everyone in Unit 1803 to relay Grandma Zhong's concerns. Upon hearing of He Jian's vile actions, Zheng Weili was infuriated, vehemently declaring that she would see him dead. She was a formidable figure, known for her fierce demeanor and few words. However, in this merciless world, eliminating one He Jian would only lead to the emergence of countless others. It was a futile endeavor. Moreover, he had not coerced the attractive young men and women. It was a mutual exchange, each party deriving their own benefit. The pressing concern was what to do if the external gang truly breached their defenses. Unlike the disorganized mob downstairs, these individuals were armed. For everyone they took down, another would rise in its place. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao's expressions shifted dramatically, realizing the chaos outside. Should we consider moving? Jiang Ning inquired. To which Zhang Chao contemplated the hillside villas, setting aside the fact that the highest building there was already submerged to the second floor. Did it even possess shatterproof glass and reinforced steel doors? Even if it did, would that deter others from breaking in? Zheng Weili was resolute. They would not flee. She would fight to the death against anyone who came. Fleeing would only hasten their demise. Jiang Ning shared this sentiment. Moving was not an option for her. Unhurried in her expression, she turned her gaze towards Hua Yishan. He displayed an impassive demeanor. Residing on the 17th floor did not guarantee safety. If they insisted on staying, they could fortify the stairwell with additional doors, making it more challenging for intruders to ascend. Zhang Chao's expression shifted to one of realization. Indeed, this was a fortress-like strategy. To reach the 18th floor, one must first conquer the 17th, thus creating additional barriers for retaliation. We will not move. We will prevail. Jiang Ning felt a deep sense of agreement, recognizing the futility of retreat. Should they dare to approach, they would face a fierce counterattack. Her words were laced with a deadly intent, startling Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. Was this still the Jiang Ning they knew? She appeared cold and distant, as if she had risen from the grave, sending chills down their spines. Woof! Kulu stood beside Jiang Ning, baring its teeth in a display of ferocity, proclaiming, "Those who cower are fools. Let us take action." With their resolve united, they prepared for what lay ahead. Jiang Ning closed the door to her room and finally opened the envelope. "I know your secret. If you wish to keep it hidden, meet me at Xin Yicheng at 3 in the afternoon. You cannot bring anyone, otherwise your secret will be exposed." The handwriting was hasty, clearly forged. How audacious to threaten her without even daring to sign their name. With the slightest effort, Jiang Ning could deduce the identity of the sender. Xin Yicheng was less than 2 kilometers from Jinrong Community, a commercial hub for dining and entertainment, much of which was now buried beneath ice. It was currently noon. There was ample time to make the meeting. The cold outside was biting, requiring significant energy to endure the frigid temperatures. Jiang Ning consumed 2 bowls of fragrant rice, a serving of steamed ribs, and a portion of home-style stir-fried meat. Kulu, uninterested in the dog food, drooled over the ribs, its eyes wide and pleading, seemingly protesting the unfair treatment. Acknowledging its plight, Jiang Ning quickly rectified her oversight, swapping the stir-fried meat for crispy fried fish, much to the delight of her canine companion. The floodwaters had frozen, and while the outside world was inhospitable, the number of individuals venturing out for supplies had increased. It was not only food that was sought, but also firewood essential for warmth. As the survivors ventured out, various evils grew increasingly rampant. Some were robbed before they even left their community, while others, having finally found supplies, lost the chance to return home forever. Jiang Ning was reluctant to let Kaylay embark on an adventure, yet the dog stubbornly clung to her pant leg, conveying a clear message that she had no say in the matter. Was this a threat? With no other option, Jiang Ning dressed Kaylay in a thermal suit, followed by a protective outfit against cuts and stabs. Any more layers would surely incite a protest. The instructor was correct. The Malinois could swiftly adapt to any harsh environment, and in just a few days, its adaptability far surpassed her own. She donned a thermal suit beneath a bulletproof vest, layering on an extreme cold weather suit. Whether it was the thermal suit or the cold weather gear that was more effective, she could hardly tell. Her hands and feet remained cold despite everything else being adequately warm. Remembering the threatening letter, Jiang Ning retrieved a backpack and attempted to place Kaylay inside. The dog, inherently fond of freedom, vehemently resisted the confinement. Jiang Ning coaxed, "We're going out to catch villains, but only I can go openly. Otherwise, our food supplies will be exposed, and you'll have to sneak into the village." Threatening its food? That was simply intolerable. The dog immediately flared up, obediently crawling into the backpack. "Come on, you, the one who cleans up after me. Zip it up. If we don't see any casualties today, this matter will remain unresolved." Speaking of which, Kaylay had grown stronger, and carrying it on her back felt rather heavy. Descending the stairs, the entire building was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. Upon reaching room 1202, she deliberately slowed her pace, casting a meaningful glance around. Chapter 74. Negotiation. Although the new Fur City was merely 2 kilometers away, the icy surface was treacherously slippery, rendering her snow boots utterly ineffective. If pursued, not only would she be unable to run quickly, but accidents would be almost inevitable. Jiang Ning, under the guise of rummaging through her backpack, retrieved a pair of ice skates from her space. The skates were slightly oversized, but with a few pairs of socks, they fit snugly. Jiang Ning had learned to skate, but her clumsy southern physique struggled to maintain balance as she wobbled out of the community. Before she could fully exit, 2 men abruptly charged from Building 7, wielding clubs and rushing towards her. It was her fault for being so conspicuous. The vibrant colors of her cold weather gear, designed for search and rescue, stood out even in the dreary weather. The 2 men, bundled in layers of clothing that concealed their forms, displayed only their greedy eyes. It was evident they intended to rob Jiang Ning of her attire. However, their shoes slipped on the ice, and before they could reach her, they comically fell, leaving them in a disheveled heap. Once outside the community, she quickly regained her skating rhythm and sped towards New Fur City. Along the way, she encountered several groups of survivors, who gazed with envy at her swiftly gliding figure. Impressive. In the South, how could anyone be so well equipped? Observing their own disheveled appearances compared to hers made them feel even worse. Gaining confidence with each glide, she soon arrived at New Fur City. Jiang Ning changed back into her snow boots and released Kaylay from the backpack, making her way to the highest level of the commercial city. Just a few months had passed, yet the once bustling marketplace lay in ruins, a wasteland of debris, with splatters of blood adorning the walls. In this unfamiliar environment, Kaylay remained vigilant, leading the way and ensuring that it was safe before allowing Jiang Ning to follow. With only 2 floors left unsubmerged, Jiang Ning found a concealed spot on the rooftop that provided a panoramic view of the surroundings. The roads and nearby shops were submerged, with only the outlines of commercial buildings faintly visible in the distance. Scanning the area with binoculars, she detected no immediate threats. The cold was piercing, especially when sitting still. Each breath felt as though it was freezing her heart. Surely, the temperature had plummeted to below -30 degrees. Jiang Ning took out a heat pack to warm her feet, then hugged a hot water bottle for additional warmth, instructing Kaylay to keep watch while she focused on her training. It was still early, and her intention to brave the cold winds was to ascertain whether those who threatened her had brought accomplices to monitor or ambush her. Nestled in a windbreak, Jiang Ning began to dig in her space, planning to plant peanuts. Kaylay, ever serious, kept a watchful eye for anyone who might attempt to steal their provisions. When fatigue set in, Jiang Ning closed her eyes to rest, occasionally observing with her binoculars. By 3 o'clock, there was not a single suspicious figure in sight. Jiang Ning possessed ample patience, and as the clock approached 4, Kaylay let out a low growl of alert. Scanning with her binoculars, she noticed a shadow slowly moving across the icy expanse. The figure was bundled from head to toe, rendering it impossible to discern their shape, but their direction allowed her to make an educated guess about their identity. Glancing at her mechanical watch, she decided to hide with Kaylay. Even while concealed, she remained vigilant, instructing Kaylay to guard the perimeter. The shadow climbed slowly to the rooftop, eyes alertly surveying the empty surroundings, momentarily stunned by the desolation. Jiang Ning, concealed in the darkness, chuckled. It was as if no one ever anticipated being stood up. Let them wait patiently. She was curious to see who would be the one to grow anxious. In the freezing cold, the chill penetrated to the soul. No amount of clothing could shield her from the stinging air that felt like invisible needles piercing her body. Su Mengyao was on the verge of fainting from the cold, yet she was unwilling to simply leave. It was impossible. Jiang Ning would not be so foolish as to venture out this early if she weren't afraid of exposing her space. The thought of Jiang Ning living so freely while she had to barter her body for food made Su Mengyao seethe with rage. If only she could obtain the jade pendant, she would not have found herself in such dire circumstances. Life was becoming unbearable. Yang Weizong was a spineless man living off women. Despite having her as a girlfriend, he still slept with Yu Qingqing for food. After sleeping with her, he even pushed her onto other men to exchange for supplies. Just yesterday, he had coerced Yu Qingqing into accompanying He Jian for work, all for a mere 5 pounds of food. leaving her battered and bruised. Yang Weizong savored the food Yu Qingqing had procured with her body, feeling not a shred of guilt, even beginning to brainwash her. Next time they went out, it would surely be her turn. If she refused, he would resort to drugging Yu Qingqing to deal with her. There was no escape. Su Mingyao's hatred boiled within her. Yet she understood that without Yang Weizong and his ilk, her fate would be far worse. This kind of life was unbearable, even for a single day. She was done. She truly wanted out. She longed to return home to sleep, to indulge in delicious foods, to have countless new dresses. She wished it were all a dream, one from which she could awaken to her former world. Alas, it was a dream from which she would never awaken. Su Mingyao felt there's guiding. Yet she feared that crying would ruin her face in the cold. With no other option, she stubbornly remained in place, anxiously awaiting Jiang Ning's appearance. Jiang Ning took out her thermos to sip hot water, and upon seeing Su Mingyao nearly on the verge of collapse from the cold, she leisurely walked out. Su Mingyao's eyes sparkled with hope. Jiang Ning. She knew she would fear the exposure of her space. Observing Jiang Ning's pristine attire and confident demeanor, Su Mingyao compared it to her own mismatched clothing, scavenged from the homes of the deceased, and felt a wave of nausea. The thought of those who had frozen to death haunted her dreams. At that moment, jealousy consumed her. If the space belonged to her, Jiang Ning's life would be hers. Purposefully distancing herself from Yang Weizong and the others, this time she was determined to succeed. Listening to Jiang Ning's familiar tone, it felt as though she were greeting a close friend, and the audacity was truly remarkable. Is there something you need? With no outsiders present, Su Mingyao discarded pretense and directly threatened. I know you have a space. Jiang Ning, intrigued, replied, how do you know I have a space? You needn't concern yourself with that. I simply know. Now that they were face to face, Jiang Ning had no intention of feigning ignorance. I do have a space. But so what? If others find out about your space, filled with abundant supplies, sufficient for them to live comfortably as they did before the apocalypse, how do you think they will react? So, Jiang Ning, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I genuinely wish to befriend you. If you allow me to stay on the 18th floor, I will keep this secret for you. To stay on the 18th floor? Su Mingyao exuded confidence. Believing that given the abundance of resources in her space, it was only reasonable for her to share some with a friend. How much should she share? Aware of her notoriously stubborn nature, Su Mingyao opted for a strategic retreat, expressing that she was not greedy. Merely being adequately fed and watered would suffice. She decided to take residence on the 18th floor, hoping to win the favor and protection of Hua Yishan. Once her safety was assured, she could reclaim her space at her leisure. Hua Yishan was armed, strikingly handsome, and possessed formidable skills, while she held her space in her hands, ensuring that she would thrive in the treacherous apocalypse. At that time, those who had ever wronged her would face her vengeance in full measure. Jiang Ning, however, was oblivious to her rosy ambitions. What if she refused? Chapter 75. The Fall of the Campus Belle. The reverie was abruptly shattered, as Su Mingyao's alluring fantasies crumbled. Yet, having dared to summon Jiang Ning, she had devised a countermeasure. With so many belongings, what harm would it be to share a bit? It was far better than risking exposure and facing a horde of opportunists who would seek to seize it from her, potentially leading to her demise. Listening to her self-assured reasoning, Jiang Ning could not suppress a laugh. You truly do not know me. I have a rather volatile temperament, and act impulsively without considering the consequences. I would prefer to be shattered like jade than to remain intact like worthless tiles. What threat do you pose, arriving empty-handed? Su Mingyao felt a jolt of alarm, her feigned bravado faltering as she warned, Jiang Ning, since I dared to invite you out, I certainly have a backup plan. If you dare to touch even a hair on my head, you will not leave here today. Jiang Ning found her threats amusing, akin to a cat toying with a dying mouse. Her mood was exceptionally buoyant, knowing that for a mere packet of instant noodles, Su Mingyao had willingly slept with 2 or 3 men. How could she claim to threaten her by employing a multitude of thugs lurking nearby? The fees for such hired hands were exorbitant. Even a month of sleepless nights would hardly cover their costs. This was not a matter of gender discrimination. Rather, the disparity in physicality compelled many vulnerable women to rely on men for survival, thus securing the resources necessary to endure. In desperate times, who would still cling to dignity? Jiang Ning had witnessed firsthand how a single packet of biscuits could be exchanged for a campus belle, with positions chosen at will. Did she resent it? Absolutely. Did it hurt? Indeed. But such choices were made willingly. If the belle refused, the campus heartthrob would promptly step in. With her facade shattered by Jiang Ning's revelations, Su Mingyao seethed with anger. What is there to be so arrogant about? Is it merely because you possess a space? Without it, you would be worse off than I. You are but a cheater, believing yourself to be formidable. With your looks, you likely could not even barter for instant noodles. Apologies, but I must concede that I am not as remarkable as you. Anyone can spread their legs. In her previous life, having lost her space, she would rather starve than strike a deal with a demon. Yet here was Su Mingyao, wielding her space to exchange her body for supplies, surreptitiously pilfering from them. Alas, This life was merely harsher than the last. What did cheating have to do with it? It was merely a reflection of character. Jiang Ning smyket. You must understand who holds the power of choice now. Sumengyo gyritit hartit. True, I did not bring anyone with me, but if I cannot return today, the existence of your space will be exposed. Is that so? Knowing her selfishness and greed, Jiang Ning felt no fear. Do not tell me you informed Yang Weizong or those other men. Su Mingyao, they not only share you with Yu Qingqing, but they also allow you to go out in exchange. If you truly trusted them, you would not have come here alone. Instead, they would have surrounded you, threatening you to surrender your space. Unfortunately, Su Mingyao remained unaware that her space could not be taken as long as she did not enter it. No other living creature could breach it. Yang Weizong was selfish, and Su Mingyao was even more so. She feared not just losing her space, but also having it seized after acquiring it. Thus, it was utterly impossible for her to disclose anything to Yang Weizong or the others. Realizing she had been seen through, Su Mingyao, incensed, retorted, "Do not be so self-assured. If you do not believe me, then try it." "Very well," Jiang Ning replied with a smile. "Let us indeed try." Su Mingyao's expression hardened. "Fine, we shall see." In that moment, she could not show weakness. Revealing any sign of fear would mean defeat. With her back straightened, Su Mingyao warned, "Do not regret this." With that, she turned to leave. Jiang Ning remained, watching her depart. Su Mingyao, her teeth clenched in anger, resolved that if she could not persuade Jiang Ning, the whole of Fengcheng would soon know of her space, leaving her with no refuge. Bearing the burden of her treasure would only bring her ruin. She intended to make Jiang Ning a pariah. With determination, she quickened her pace down the stairs. Just as she reached the stairwell, a dark figure lunged at her. "Woof!" "Ah!" Startled and feeling vulnerable, Su Mingyao instinctively recoiled as an unknown entity collided with her. A sudden, sharp pain surged through her, rendering her breathless. Looking down, she saw a sharp blade piercing through her chest from behind, stained with her crimson blood. "Who gave you the courage to threaten me?" A cold voice echoed from behind Su Mingyao. She opened her mouth in shock, but no words emerged, her eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Ning was actually going to kill her? "I care not whether you have traversed realms or timelines, or if you consider yourself the chosen one or possess 9 lives. You have descended to this state, believing yourself invincible?" Jiang Ning gripped the knife's handle, twisting it savagely before withdrawing it, blood dripping steadily from the blade. Su Mingyao collapsed, gasping for breath, her eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. Her skeletal fingers reached toward Jiang Ning. "You, why venture into hell when heaven offers a path?" Jiang Ning's gaze was frigid. In this world of calamity, each must rely on their own abilities to survive. You, however, covet what belongs to others. Thus, I must send you to hell. Huh, what your knowledge about my space? You must have the ability to seize it. As for who she was, Jiang Ning felt no curiosity, dismissing the possibilities as mere conjectures. She simply needed to eliminate the threat. The frigid air, coupled with the rapid loss of blood, soon rendered Su Mingyao's body rigid, her eyes, wide as copper bells, remaining unblinking until her last breath. Before 5 o'clock, the sky had turned ominously dark. Jiang Ning did not linger. She descended the stairs with Kola in tow. The dog, fueled by indignation, cast one last glance back before swiftly catching up. Once donned in her ice skates, Jiang Ning glided toward home. Kola sprinted eagerly alongside her. The 2-wheel drive could not compete with the 4-wheel drive. Kola surged ahead, soon leaving behind the remnants of their earlier confrontation. Trained by Hua Yixin, Kola ran like lightning, exuding an air of grace and confidence, the most striking creature on the street. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Ning called out, "Kola!" The dog skidded to a halt, turning back to look at her before racing back without hesitation. "Woof!" It returned, circling around Jiang Ning before propelling forward with renewed vigor. As night fell, the most perilous time of day approached. On the icy surface, groups of people lurked, eyeing either Kola or Jiang Ning with avarice and ill intent. To be alone among them was to invite danger. The well-fed, agile Kola ignited their criminal desires, and many brandished concealed weapons, rapidly converging on Kola. "Quick, catch it!" Chapter 76. Administering the drug. The 4-wheel drive was stable, yet Kola executed devilish maneuvers, leaping and dodging, leaving them in disarray. They were not only intent on harming the dog, they showed no mercy toward Jiang Ning either. Instead of retreating, Jiang Ning accelerated toward them. The speed of her ice skates surpassed that of the man wielding a steel pipe, who, despite his slippery footing and cotton shoes, persisted in his pursuit. As Jiang Ning flew past, she brushed against him like a bolt of lightning. With a resounding thud, the man was sent sprawling, his thick hat doing little to protect him as the golf club shattered his skull. He collapsed, eyes wide and blood gushing from his mouth, quickly succumbing to unconsciousness. Jiang Ning did not hesitate. Whether targeting her or Kola, she barreled through, wielding the golf club with precision. They were nothing but robbers, and they lived only to exploit others. After striking several heads, by the time the remaining assailants realized the shift in the tide, The girl in the bright red extreme cold outfit had vanished from sight. Believing that they had merely slipped and fallen, they were unaware that their lives had been extinguished. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that their skulls had been shattered. A young girl, displaying such ferocity in her actions? The astonishment and shock faded in an instant. As the living immediately set about stripping the deceased of their clothing, donning the garments meant for warmth, showing no concern for the residual body heat. Famished, they regarded the lifeless body with a complex gaze, swallowing repeatedly, yet ultimately managing to resist the final temptation, turning away with great difficulty. How long they could endure this state remained a mystery, even to them. The dog, growing increasingly exuberant, extended its long tongue. Watching its devoted owner chase closely behind, it suddenly slammed on the brakes. "Come on, catch me if you can." Just as Jiang Ning was about to catch up, the dog sprinted wildly once more. The man and his dog chased each other, swiftly returning to the Jinrong community. After a brief outing, the dog was full of vitality, its muscular form appearing radiant and agile. Jiang Ning rewarded it with a piece of jerky and gathered his belongings to head upstairs. Upon reaching the 12th floor, a staggering figure suddenly burst forth. Almost striking with a knife, he realized it was Yu Qingqing. Her face was ashen, devoid of any color, resembling someone covered in lime powder. Jiang Ning immediately discerned that she would not last long, not even a trace of vitality remaining. Whether it was Yang Weizong's adept coaxing or her belief that lying down would yield easy sustenance, she had exhausted her body for mere grains, only to have half taken by He Jian, with the remainder needing to sustain Yang Weizong and others. Jiang Ning could not comprehend this. Perhaps it was symptomatic of a severe infatuation. Even after living through it all again, he felt a sense of relief for having awakened in time in his previous life. For otherwise, he feared he would have fared worse than Yu Qingqing. "Jiang Ning, save me, please save me." Yu Qingqing's voice was hoarse, her body swaying precariously, her dim eyes holding onto the last flicker of life. Jiang Ning asked, "How can I save you? I am bleeding profusely and running a fever. Could you spare some medicine? I do not wish to die yet." Yu Qingqing could hardly stand, leaning against the staircase for support. "Why seek me out?" Jiang Ning's expression remained impassive. "The grains you earned, I have not partaken of a single one. Whoever consumed your labor, go to them for help. Do not presume I have medicine, for even if I did, I would not give it to you. Why should I? Out of pity? Out of your stubbornness? I am not your parents, nor have I consumed anything of yours. Whoever has brought you to this state, seek them out. Your pleas for sympathy are futile with me." With that, he continued his ascent. "Wait." Yu Qingqing struggled to speak, her breath labored. "I am not willing to accept this. I truly regret it. Had I known it would come to this, I would not have relinquished my grains. Jiang Ning, help me. I do not want to die like this and be thrown out of the window." It seemed she understood better than anyone that her fate was sealed. The thought of being utterly drained was haunting. Jiang Ning paused, rummaging through his backpack, and handed her a packet of medicine containing several potent sleeping pills. "You decide how to use it." Yu Qingqing clutched the medicine tightly, enduring her pain, and staggered back towards 1202. How ironic that this was her rented home, and now they awaited her demise. If given a second chance, she would never have foolishly responded in the group chat, inviting a pack of wolves into her life. She longed for home, for her parents, for her grandparents, for the meals they prepared. Alas, such opportunities were lost forever. Truly, there is no remedy for regret. Holding the pills tightly, Yu Qingqing made a decision. Upon reaching the 18th floor, she heard a clattering sound in the corridor. Zheng Weili was practicing boxing, drenched in sweat. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were sparring with sticks, clumsily yet humorously, but their spirit of improvement was commendable. Noticing her return, they seized the chance to slack off. "Ning, did you go out?" "Yes, took Cola for a walk." "How was it outside?" Even dressed in fur coats, they were still struggling to adjust. Since the onset of extreme cold, the furthest they had ventured was to the rooftop for ice and snow. It was quite lively, with robbers everywhere. Lu Yu froze, and Zhang Chao did as well. "How terrifying. Would we die if we went out?" "Ning, are you serious?" Jiang Ning had no intention of concealing the truth. Displaying a bloodstained golf club, he asked, "What do you think?" Lu Yu, frightened, clung to Zheng Weili. "Wife, I'm scared." With no one to hold, Zhang Chao's expression turned grave. The calamitous world had transformed ordinary people into demons, let alone those who thrived in darkness. Grandma Zhong's worries were not unfounded. The 18th floor would inevitably become a target. They needed to strengthen themselves quickly, not to be a burden on the 18th floor. "Rain, let us continue training." "Chao, we can do it." After changing clothes, and just as Jiang Ning removed his bulletproof vest, the intercom crackled to life. "Jiang Ning, do you want to practice today?" "Yes, I'll be there shortly." Today's outing had delayed Cola-'s training, but that was no challenge for Hua Yishan. He dressed Dodo in thick clothes, shoes, and socks, placing a windproof hat on him. "Dodo, keep an eye on Cola while he runs laps." "Okay, brother." After lounging in bed all day, Dodo was overjoyed to finally play with Cola. After 2 hours of intense training, Jiang Ning was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. This exhaustion felt invigorating, and he discovered that, With improved physical fitness, the time for mental control had also increased. Although he was still crawling like a snail, progress was evident, and the future looked promising. Chapter 77. Anxiety Disorder. Hua Yishan emerged to take over Dodo's role as instructor, observing that 1803 was still fervently exercising. Surviving was no easy feat, especially for the 18th floor, which had become a thorn in other sides. Even the dogs were enhancing their combat skills, let alone the humans. In that moment, he felt a stir of emotion. Do you wish to learn archery? The members of 1803 were stunned. Was 1801 addressing them? Archery? You want to teach them archery? Wow, how exciting. My heart is racing. Zhang Chao reacted quickly. Yes. Having witnessed Hua Yishan teach Jiang Ning infiltration techniques and daily specialized training, they'd been enviously drooling. Hua Yishan, a special police officer, was proficient in both offense and self-defense. Learning even a couple of his techniques would surpass a month of their own haphazard training. Just look at Jiang Ning. Although she had struggled against Lu Yu in childhood, she could now easily overpower them both. And then there was Kola, a stray dog with abundant combat experience, now undergoing high-standard police dog training, which was beyond description. Yes, they were somewhat weak, but they held their dignity. How was it that even dogs could surpass them? What a humiliation, longing to kneel and plead for Hua Yishan to take them under his wing. They lacked the courage to voice it. The reason was simple. His aura was overwhelmingly powerful, almost instantaneous. Despite their efforts to gather supplies, his demeanor remained cold and distant, never wasting a word, his forehead seemingly etched with, "Do not disturb unless acquainted." People are not the same. Hua Yishan was special to Jiang Ning, but that did not mean he would treat 1803 with the same regard. Thus, even with their hopes, none dared to speak up, nor did they even mention it to Jiang Ning. Now, he had actually spoken up. Zhang Chao wanted to cry. Was this akin to latching onto a powerful ally? Lu Yu also felt emotional, often being beaten by his wife, yearning to learn some self-defense techniques to impress her. Even Zheng Weili felt tempted. In the realm of combat, she was confident she could outdo Hua Yishan, but in other areas? In this calamitous world, circumstances had driven survivors to become demons. How could her fists compare to others' bows or guns? Besides, she had an ultimate dream of challenging Hua Yishan one day. Tomorrow, they all chorused. Hua Yishan nodded. That night, the two men were so excited they could not sleep, secretly hiding under the covers, drinking beer. Chao, why do you think Hua Yishan suddenly changed his attitude? Zen, the 18th floor now resembles a tempting piece of meat. No matter how formidable he is still but a mortal, especially with a sister to protect. Only when everyone on the 18th floor grows stronger will he find ease. Chao, we must strive. Rain, let us aspire to be like Ning. The two brothers chatted and drank, inadvertently overindulging, and soon succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from below. Zhang Chao, awakened by the ruckus, cursed in frustration. Damn, another death. Lu Yu, groggy, climbed out of bed, exasperated. Another death? This is getting tiresome. Where are you going? To find my wife. Zhang Chao felt a pang in his heart. Indeed, he did not deserve a wife. Next door, Jiang Ning was similarly disturbed, recognizing the commotion emanated from several floors below. She turned over, attempting to return to sleep. Kaylay, at the door, listened intently, ensuring no intruders were attempting to breach their sanctuary, before glancing at the slumbering caretaker and contentedly curling up in her own nest. Early in the morning, the 17th floor echoed with noise. The dog occasionally perked up at the door, feeling a restless urge to fight. Jiang Ning opened the door to find Zhang Chao and Lu Yu practicing crossbow shooting in the hallway. There's nothing wrong with Hua Yishan's teaching. It's merely their lack of talent, she mused. Zheng Weili, though gifted, had a tempestuous temperament. What is wrong with you two? How many times must I instruct you? You still cannot hit the target. Even Kaylay aims better than you. Jiang Ning nearly burst into laughter. Unfortunately, skills require specialization. Zheng Weili was naturally athletic, excelling in physique, movement, speed, and agility compared to ordinary folk, making it easier for her to grasp concepts. Yet, the two before her, one frail and the other physically weak, were already commendable for enduring thus far. Hua Yishan was aloof, and Zheng Weili was impatient. Their situations were indeed challenging. I will give a try. She had long wished to teach 1803, but as it was under Hua Yishan's tutelage, she could not proceed without his consent. Forming a team was one thing, but who would truly open their heart to another? Moreover, Hua Yishan's wariness matched her own. She had benefited from exchanging teaching with the two children, which had brought her closer to him. In this apocalyptic era, survival talents were scarce, with the majority being ordinary individuals like Zhang Chao and Lu Yu. Their perseverance was already commendable, with the 18th floor teaming up and the dog accompanying them. Jiang Ning found her mindset far removed from the anxiety and panic of her rebirth. However, Zheng Weili and others were different. Their unease and fear deepened, leading to increasing irritability. Jiang Ning stepped forward, patiently instructing, breaking down each movement. A strict teacher does not always yield exceptional students, yet Jiang with her years of training experience, had her methods. She encouraged them to set aside their impatience and rebuild their confidence. As Zhang Chao and Lu Yu focused, their movements became increasingly adept, their aim sharpened. Zheng Weili expressed her gratitude to Jiang Ning. I've been losing hair in bunches, and my temper is growing increasingly volatile. I often feel guilty after losing my cool, yet I cannot control myself. I will ask Zhang Chao if there are any anti-anxiety medications available. Jiang Ning suggested. I recall we might have collected some. It is essential to monitor your emotions. Zheng Weili was taken aback. Are you saying I have anxiety? Not just you. Many suffer this affliction, Jiang Ning affirmed. I experienced it at first too, but Kaylee helped me recover. No wonder I felt something was off. Even my menstrual cycle has become irregular. Zheng Weili lamented. Though I used to have a quick temper, my outlook was generally optimistic, unlike now, filled with negativity. As they conversed, a knock echoed from downstairs. Familiar faces appeared, aside from Grandma Zhong's family. There was also the family who had previously come to treat their child's stomach pain, and the former residents of 1703. After hearing Jiang Ning's words, Grandma Zhong had hesitated about moving, but the grisly incident next door last night had terrified her. Upon waking in the morning, her family promptly decided to relocate. Such a polite and elegant young girl, yet her poor judgment led to her demise. The most terrifying aspect of a meek and honest person going mad is that the food acquired through hardship cannot be enjoyed when life is lost. In her frenzy, she administered sleeping pills into the water and fatally struck two with a kitchen knife. Ultimately, she too met a brutal fate, her body discarded from a window, the room drenched in blood, with a man clutching a knife, his expression deranged and eyes filled with terror. Most likely, he had lost his sanity as well. Grandma Zhong recalled him, the boy from the 8th floor, who had once been sunny and charming, but alas, he was unscrupulous, relying on women for sustenance. Now, one had vanished never to return, and the other had perished at his own hands. What would he eat henceforth? Chapter 78. Shattering glass. Grandma Zhong, aging, could not withstand the shock, especially since the madness was not limited to him alone. Thus, she decisively moved to the 17th floor. Although the 18th floor had seen bloodshed, it was in self-defense, a mindset far more commendable than that of others. The two families not only relocated their belongings, but also dismantled the stainless steel door, aspiring to fortify their safety like the 18th floor and arrange for 3 doors in the stairwell. Lacking tools, they came to borrow from the 18th floor. Jiang Ning refrained from speaking hastily, instead glancing at Hua Yishan and Zhang Chao. The 18th floor had tools, but they could not be shared. Hua Yishan possessed a handheld impact drill, while 1803 had some welding acetylene. Yet, human hearts can be wicked, and their decision to move to the 17th floor was an obvious plea for refuge. Extending a free olive branch could easily foster a dependency. The 18th floor was not a savior, struggling to protect itself, let alone shelter others. However, installing 3 additional doors in the stairwell would benefit the 18th floor. Should someone charge up, it would at least buy time for defense. Nonetheless, interactions with the 17th floor required careful navigation. Through silent communication, the 18th floor reached a consensus quickly. The impact drill was running low on battery, and the acetylene was nearly depleted. Lending them was acceptable, but when would they return it? Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the other two families fell silent. Grandma Zhong understood. Little girl, we must look out for one another in our building. These 2 items are indeed special. After borrowing them, we may not be able to return them immediately. How about we offer other items in exchange? All right, you discuss among yourselves. Ultimately, Grandma Zhong produced a bracelet, the Su family, with a jade Buddha ornament. In 1703, offered a gold necklace. Jiang Ning accepted on behalf of the 18th floor, providing the impact drill and acetylene to the 17th floor, even sending Lu Yu and Zhang Chao for technical guidance to ensure the doors were securely installed. Moreover, the 17th floor requested access to the rooftop from melting snow into water. As the rooftop was communal and the 2 floors had established a cooperative relationship, it would be unreasonable to deny their use. However, each visit would necessitate opening a door, posing risks to the 18th floor. Jiang Ning considered this and proposed. Only one person may come up each day at 4 in the afternoon. You all decide who will come. Only one person? The 17th floor felt displeased. But what could they do against the stronger 18th floor? After deliberation, they assigned the task to Zhong Ping. Once the stairwell doors were secured, Lu Yu returned with 3 keys. Exiting and re-entering would no longer be simple. They would have to pass through 6 checkpoints. Additionally, the 17th floor provided a skateboard, and Lu Yu decided to give them the 3 pounds of iron nails he had, welding them onto the doors for added security. Simultaneously, the Zhong family arranged to gather firewood the next day. In the extreme cold, it was unbearable to stay indoors without fuel. Despite having collected a fair amount previously, it burned rapidly from morning till night. While they could endure for some time, the southern coastal areas had few forests, and all usable furniture had been cleared out. Survivors were left with no choice but to venture into the mountains for firewood. The hillside villa area was abundant with mountains, but the distance was too great. A day's walk would not suffice for a round trip. Recently, Fengshan had become a hotspot, with swift hands gaining the advantage. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao felt a surge of danger, sensing the need to stockpile. "And Ning, are you going?" Jiang Ning shrugged, reluctant to move. "I'll think about it in a few days." Hua Yishan also demurred, refusing to venture out for firewood. The entire 1803 team mobilized, with Lu Yu somehow acquiring folding mechanical saw blades, eager to make his mark. Kailei desired to roam outside, yet the caretaker would not permit it. Awakening in the morning, Jiang Ning stood on the balcony observing 1803, fully armed, as they departed. It seems that he is dressed too warmly, wrapped so snugly that it is hard to recognize who is who. Suddenly, several shadows burst forth from Building 8, fierce and menacing, intent on seizing Lu Yu's military coat. Inside the coat lies a fur coat, and Lu Yu is not one to let them succeed. He brandishes a wooden stick studded with rusty nails, clashing fiercely with them. Roaring in fury, "Come on, those unafraid of death. Damn it, they think they can bully him just because he is easy to pick on, don't they?" Jiang Ning, standing on the balcony, can hardly contain her laughter. Although Lu Yu had the weakest physical abilities on the 18th floor, after months of rigorous training, he has transformed significantly. Being at the tail end of the 18th floor does not mean he cannot fight outside. Look, even a sick rabbit can bite when provoked. He strikes out with wild ferocity, stunning the occupants of Building 8, who realize their misfortune at encountering such a formidable opponent. After being struck by a woman's fists, they finally scatter in fear. Run. It's the devil from the 18th floor. Damn it, they didn't T-check the calendar before stepping out. How did they provoke these harbingers of doom? No matter how good-natured or optimistic one is, the harshness of the apocalypse can wear anyone down. Lu Yu, feeling a sense of relief after taking down several of them, thinks, what is all this about fighting and killing? He could do that too. After watching 1803 leave, Jiang Ning returns to the living room to have breakfast, enjoying warm milk and bread. The appetite for cola has grown, requiring not just dog food, but also slices of bread. Initially, there was concern about gaining weight, which would hinder movement, but unexpectedly, only muscle has been gained. With fur becoming thick and smooth, Jiang Ning pats her belly, feeling one step closer to her desired figure. Unable to sit still in the extreme cold, Hua Yishan halts Dodo's class, allowing Jiang Ning more free time to read and work in the fields, and, at the appointed time, she heads over to 1801 for practice. Lu Yu returns late, after dark, having sawed the felled trees into suitable lengths and bound them with hemp ropes to drag back. The icy ground is treacherous, and he stumbles several times, making for a rather embarrassing sight. The trees are frozen, yet not entirely dried out, making them particularly heavy to drag. Seeing him return safely, Jiang Ning opens the door to help, with Cola eagerly following, while Dodo insists, "Sister, wait for me. Cola, wait for me." Dressed in a red winter coat, with 2 pigtails and soft fur earmuffs, she looks adorably cute. The window at the stairwell is inconvenient to navigate, and with no survivors in 702, someone has smashed the living room window, making entry much easier. Jiang Ning feels a sense of reluctance, but has no choice as the firewood from 1803 has to be dragged over here. She must squeeze through 702. Mentally prepared, she cannot help but glance at the distance, where a heap of corpses lies. These are bodies collected by relatives, seeking to give their departed loved ones a final sense of dignity, while some lacking civic responsibility simply toss the bodies down below. Like Yang Wei-tsong throwing Yu Qing and the few associates that Yu Qing killed. It must be said, this scoundrel is indeed fortunate to have survived. The firewood is heavy, and after several trips, they finally finish. Cola bites down on a short branch, while Dodo opts for a lighter one, the two bouncing and racing alongside each other. Two-wheel drive cannot compete with four-wheel drive, and Dodo even loses her earmuffs. On the final trip, night has fully descended, and the weather grows increasingly bitter and biting. Jiang Ning pulls a stone from her space and hurls it with force at Yang Wei-tsong's window. After months of training, her arm strength is remarkable, and with daily practice in archery, aiming poses no challenge. A resounding crash rings out as the glass shatters. Yang Wei-tsong is likely absent, as there is no response in the pitch darkness. Others hear the commotion but remain indifferent. In these times, murder has become as commonplace as daily meals, let alone smashing windows. As long as it does not involve their own households, they care little for who dies. Upon returning upstairs, Zheng Weili offers Jiang Ning a few pieces of wood. Jiang Ning declines, stating that she has plenty of clothes and blankets and uses firewood sparingly. They should take it back and store it, and if she needs some, she will chop her own. Knowing her character, Zheng Weili does not press the matter. Liu knocks on 1801's door, and everyone gathers again at 1803, bringing good news. Many have gone to Fengshan to chop wood today and have indeed gathered some uplifting news. The government is set to distribute supplies. The recent floods have rendered travel difficult for residents, and many government departments have been paralyzed. Now, with with the floods frozen despite the bitter cold. They can at least move freely. The government will distribute relief grain the day after tomorrow, once a week, 1 pound at a time, with residents required to present their identification at the original community committee locations to collect their rations. While receiving a pound of rice weekly is indeed minimal, the natural disaster struck suddenly, and all supplies were submerged underwater. Coastal cities, being at low elevations, faced severe challenges even if the national grain reserves were situated at higher altitudes. The combined force of typhoons and floods was immense. And how much could be salvaged in time? With millions in Fengcheng, even if over half tragically perish, there are still over 1 million survivors, making it a considerable feat to distribute such a quantity of grain. Additionally, the government announces the invalidation of paper currency and will introduce new denominations, temporarily resorting to barter. This news is of little consequence to the residents, as they have already spent their cash. It is the disaster profiteers who will suffer the most, likely lamenting in despair. Besides the relief grain, the government has also announced job openings, offering thousands of positions, from technical researchers to basic corpse recovery teams. Compensation is in grain, with scarce technical talent earning 20 to 30 pounds monthly, while laborers at the bottom receive 5 pounds a month, including lunch. Jiang Ning. Should we apply for these jobs? Do as you wish. I certainly won't go, Jiang Ning replies. They want skilled workers, and laborers collecting corpses receiving 5 pounds of grain wouldn't even be able to sustain themselves. But combined with the weekly relief grain, they might just scrape by. Liu Yu is jesting. The mission of the 18th floor is to safeguard their stronghold, not to earn a paltry 5 pounds of grain. Living frugally in 1803, they could easily last 2 years. The government has turned from a passive to an active stance, with all departments actively combating disasters. It is possible that conditions will improve in the future, and they need not risk their lives for such meager grain. Moreover, earning a living does not guarantee the ability to spend it. Thus, everyone on the 18th floor adopts a carefree attitude, rejecting the notion of competing for jobs with others. When Jiang Ning leaves, she notices a wound on Zhang Chao's hand and cannot help but express concern. What happened? Nothing serious. Just when we were chopping trees at Fengshan, several groups of people targeted us. They not only wanted to steal our firewood, but also our steel saws. We managed to fend them off, he replies. The outside world is chaotic. It is dangerous to go out alone, and even 3 people going together face significant risks, as one misstep may lead to being schemed against. He and Liu Yu were chopping wood, while Zheng Weili kept watch, and even then, they were still targeted. Jiang Ning wishes to offer some words of comfort, but finds herself at a loss for words. After all, this is not just a norm. It will only become more brutal in the future. On the day of collecting the relief grain, Zhang Chao arrives early to knock on the door. Jiang Ning, not wanting to stand in line, suggests, "You all go ahead. I'll stay here to watch the house." Thus, 1803 heads to the community committee early to queue. The resilience of human life surpasses all expectations. While cocooned indoors, it feels as if the entire world has come to a standstill, permeated by an eerie silence of death. Yet, when the relief grain is distributed, crowds gather everywhere. After venturing out in the morning, they return only after 1 in the afternoon, pulling rice bags from beneath their heavy clothing. The new rice is mixed with broken rice, and to prevent others from fraudulently claiming it, only individuals with identification can queue to collect their portion. The scene is chaotic, but with armed police on duty. No one dares to cause a ruckus at the grain distribution point. However, danger lurks just outside. Thieves return to the scene, and the bag-cutting gang is at work, while others steal and flee. In their quest to obtain more grain, human ingenuity knows no bounds. Those standing in front of Zheng Weili have even brought out their elderly mother, over 80 years old, wrapped in several thick quilts for warmth. Yet, just before collecting the grain, the elderly woman passes away. The family members wail uncontrollably, claiming that the government's policies are to blame for the loss of their long-lived elder. The commotion attracted a multitude of onlookers, murmuring about the government's lack of compassion and advocating for compensation. A volunteer approached, lifting the blanket to check on an elderly woman, whose body had already grown rigid. "Apologies, but I previously worked in a hospital, and this woman had not just passed away. Her death had occurred at least 24 hours prior. Such malevolence should not be tolerated. The rioters' eligibility for food distribution must be revoked." The instigators, eager to shout, were met with the ominous glint of dark gun barrels. This is not a time of peace. The police are indeed prepared to use their firearms. Liu Yu warned, "Ning, there are pickpockets and robbers everywhere. You must conceal the food you receive and not allow anyone to come near." They were present at the entrance of the community, yet both Zhang Chao and the man accompanying him were armed, refraining from approaching out of caution. Jiang Ning nodded, having changed her clothes and intending to place Kaylai in room 1803, but the dog clung stubbornly to her pant leg, insisting on venturing outside. "No, outside is filled with those who wish to feast on dog meat." Upon hearing she could not go out, Kaylai's bright eyes dimmed, and it lowered its head in silence. Jiang Ning crouched down, gently stroking the dog's head in a gesture of comfort. Dodo opened the door and dashed outside. exclaiming, "Sister, let us go." Jiang Ning frowned, glancing at Hua Yishan. "You're taking Dodo out?" "Yes, just to see the outside world." "All right, gaining experience is beneficial. Everyone must mature, especially in the apocalypse, as otherwise, the consequences may be dire." Jiang Ning had nothing further to say, but Kaylei's eyes sparkled with excitement. If even the little Dodo could go, why shouldn't he it? Ultimately, concerned about the dog's potential mischief, she found a rope to tie it. A dog is inherently free-spirited and loves liberty. Being tethered is a humiliation, yet Kaylei endured it, as its master was the one holding the leash. Thus, Jiang Ning led the dog, while Hua Yishan accompanied his sister down the stairs toward the community center. The community center was not far, about a kilometer away, but the icy ground made progress slow. Jiang Ning's concerns were not unfounded. Before leaving, she deliberately stripped Kaylei of its fur coat. Yet it still managed to attract the attention of all passers-by. They had seen dogs, but none so robust and strikingly beautiful, standing tall and imposing. How outrageous! Is there no justice? How can one live like this? Facing the greedy and hungry gazes, Kaylei remained unafraid, returning their stares with fierce determination. The girl holding the leash seemed formidable, while the man beside her had a countenance as cold as ice, his gaze potentially lethal. They were likely part of a criminal gang. Otherwise, how could they afford to keep such a dog, let alone walk it in public? Just the aura surrounding them was enough to instill fear. It is simple to determine if they are a nefarious group. One merely needs to observe the dogs they keep to understand their power dynamics. The atmosphere was intimidating, and no one dared to make a move. Dodo, having the rare opportunity to be outside, was filled with joy, holding her brother's hand with one and her sister's with the other. She paid no heed to the biting cold, bouncing with delight. Most residents had come early to collect their rations, so by the time Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan arrived, the line was not too long. They waited for less than 20 minutes before it was their turn. They needed to provide identification details and verify their identities before receiving their rations, which they were required to carry in their own bags. Jiang Ning had brought a flour sack, which did not weigh much. Seeing that both the instructor and Dodo had received their rations, Kaylei grew anxious, whining. "Why am I not in line?" Jiang Ning chuckled. "You're a dog. There are no relief rations for you." "On what grounds?" Kaylei puffed up furiously, glaring at the volunteers. "I may be a dog, but you are not behaving humanely." The volunteers, enchanted by the beautiful dog, found it hard to believe such a splendid creature could thrive in these harsh conditions. Not only the volunteers, but also the police maintaining order could not resist stealing several glances at Kaylei. In the past, their force had a dog, but unfortunately, it was no longer with them. Perhaps this is the charm of dogs. They possess an innate ability to draw people close. After collecting their rations, they each took one and headed back. Seeing Dodo carrying her rations, Kaylei, feeling discriminated against, insisted on grabbing a food bag in its mouth. Noticing its despondency, Jiang Ning relented and handed over the food bag. With the bag held in its mouth, Kaylei's spirits lifted, matching Dodo's pace, barking happily. As they walked, two children playing on the ice suddenly dashed toward Dodo, snatching the food bag from her hands before sprinting away. Dodo fell, landing hard on the icy surface. Kaylei reacted swiftly, leaping at the child holding the food bag. The child was knocked down, causing the bag to drop. Dodo did not cry. Instead, she scrambled to her feet and rushed over to punch the thief, indignant. "How dare you take my things?" She swung her fists at the child's face, making him yelp in pain. Kaylei seized the other child's pant leg, determined to defend its friend, barking fiercely. Remembering her brother's words, Dodo was furious and did not hold back. With Kaylei's assistance, Dodo not only managed to retaliate but also retrieve the food bag. Her cheeks flushed with anger. "If you dare take my things again, I will make you pay." Hua Yishan observed the scene without intervening. Jiang Ning found the situation amusing. No wonder they had brought Dodo out. It was a clever tactic. "What are you doing?" A woman in a cotton coat rushed over, shouting obnoxiously. "They are just children. How can you bully them? Is there no justice?" Hua Yishan remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on her. Unfortunately, the woman was oblivious, continuing her tirade and even attempting to grab Dodo, only to be deterred by Kaylei, who bared its teeth menacingly. "How outrageous! Even the dog is bullying people. Everyone, come and judge." Jiang Ning stepped forward and kicked the woman, sending her sprawling to the ground. As she fell, she attempted to scream, but a sharp blade suddenly appeared at her throat. "Since you incite them to steal, do not blame us for taking matters into our own hands." Adults often underestimate children, allowing many parents to exploit this vulnerability by sending their children to commit crimes. Even if caught in the act, they could easily dismiss it, claiming the children were unaware of their actions. If a child were injured, it could provide grounds for extortion. Do not ask her how she knew. She had encountered such situations in her previous life, and not just once. What incitement! You are truly vile. Children do not act with malicious intent. The woman shrieked, her face contorted with rage. "Your daughter and dog have beaten my son like this. If you do not provide an explanation today, Do not blame me for calling the police. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Ning thrust her knife forward. Instead of targeting her heart, she aimed at her side, using the blade to slice through the thick cotton coat, revealing the cotton stuffing within. The woman's face drained of color as she fell back in terror. If you cannot discipline your children, I assure you my actions will escalate beyond mere clothing. The woman stammered, unable to utter a word, while the two children trembled in fear. Dodo picked up the fallen food bag, casting a nervous yet hopeful glance at Hua Yishan. Brother, I won. Hua Yishan patted her head. Yes, your reaction was quite swift. Witnessing the mother and children subdued, Jiang Ning chose not to linger, and the group proceeded toward their community. Kailei and Dodo led the way, while Hua Yishan and Jiang Ning followed behind. He inquired, are we going to chop bamboo tomorrow? Jiang Ning frowned. Bamboo does not burn well. We need to prepare 3 more crossbows. Bamboo arrows are consumables and should be stocked up in advance. Being proactive is prudent. Jiang Ning had no objections, no problem. Hua Yishan intended to continue speaking, but Kailei suddenly broke free from its leash, nearly tripping Dodo. Kailei remembered its master's instructions. Approached the village quietly, avoiding those with firearms. With its tail tucked and shoulders lowered, it stealthily moved in another direction. After spending time together, Jiang Ning recognized this as a sign of impending trouble from Kailei. Confused, she glanced in the direction of the dog. In the distance, there were quite a few people, dressed thickly enough to be unrecognizable. Taking out her binoculars, she scanned the crowd and unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. You and Dodo head back first. I have something to attend to with Kailei. Without waiting for Hua Yishan's response, she swiftly followed after the dog. The dog remained low-key, while Jiang Ning wrapped her face so that only her eyes were visible, trailing behind the 2 men at a distance. They skillfully navigated through the crowd and crossed the street, entering an abandoned office building. A glint of excitement flickered in the dog's eyes as it ascended the stairs with care, glancing back to wait for Jiang Ning, urging her to hurry. Jiang Ning was unhurried, attentively observing her surroundings as she climbed. Upon reaching the top floor, she had no need to worry, as the keen-nosed dog led the way. Inside the office, murky sounds resonated. Jiang Ning quietly positioned herself by the window, witnessing one individual being pinned to the desk. The dog, Kalu, widened its eyes, ready to leap into action. Jiang Ning covered its ears and eyes, admonishing it not to look, as the scene was too vile. After approximately 2 minutes, just as the exhilarated man was about to engage in a final struggle, a sharp blade suddenly pierced through his chest, eliciting a cry of agony. Yang Weizong remained oblivious, gripping his own hands tightly. Regret washed over him. He truly regretted it. Had he known this was the end of days, he would never have confessed his feelings to Su Mengyao, and Jiang Ning would not have abandoned him. He could have resided on the 18th floor, becoming part of their ranks, indulging in lavish meals without worrying about supplies, and would never have had to sell himself for a mere kilogram of grain, becoming a mere tool for others' entertainment. In just a few short months, all those who attended his birthday party had perished. Su Mengyao had died. Yu Qingqing had died, along with Jian and the others. But he did not wish to die. How could he make Jiang Ning fall in love with him again? In the past, Yang Weizong would have been utterly confident, knowing how to manipulate someone like Jiang Ning, who had come from an orphanage. She was capable of making money and surviving, lacking security and love, and was extremely sensitive. All he needed to do was strike the right chord. With his handsome appearance, he could simply beckon her. He recalled how, in the past, she had eagerly rented a place and bought an expensive pair of AJ sneakers without a second thought, just to pursue him. Such a lovesick woman could easily turn her back, transforming as if she were a different person altogether. Suddenly, Yang Weizong removed ambiguous remarks, hinting several times that Jiang Ning seemed to have changed. Could it be that she truly had? As natural disasters and apocalyptic events unfolded, what was truly impossible? He fell into contemplation, oblivious to the unusual behavior of the man, consumed by thoughts of Jiang Ning's secrets. If his speculation was correct, as long as he held this leverage, he would not fear a life of luxury. Yet, a dampness on his neck caught his attention. Something was amiss. A metallic scent wafted through the air. He reached to touch it, and found his hands smeared with blood. A sudden scream erupted from his lips as he stumbled backward. A woman clad in a striking red extreme cold suit stood before him, her icy eyes the only part of her visible. Yet, Yang Weizong recognized Jiang Ning. That bloody Tang Dao was unmistakably hers. Jiang Ning, have you lost your mind? Anger was soon followed by shame, as his face burned with embarrassment. Wishing he could dig a hole to hide in, Jiang Ning sneered, you seem quite at ease. Before Yang Weizong could regain his composure, Kali's fangs were already ravenous, lunging at him and viciously tearing at his face. You wretched creature. You encouraged the owner to sell me to a dog meat restaurant, didn't you? Yang Weizong's face was soon covered in blood as he howled, Jiang Ning, get this beast away from me. Beast? Jiang Ning regarded him in his disheveled state. It possesses far more humanity than you, and it never relies on others. The owner of the dog remained silent, while Kalu continued to bite. You asked for it. Every time I see you, I'll bite you once. Yang Weizong struggled desperately. It was you who killed Su Mingyao. I did, but what of it? Jiang Ning called off Kolu. Don't act as if you're innocent. Wasn't it you who stabbed you, Qingqing? His survival instincts surged, and the blood on his face quickly dried as he trembled. You are not Jiang Ning. What do you mean? You are a reincarnation, possessing Jiang Ning's body. Have you watched too many dramas? Don't try to feign innocence. I know you are not her. Yang Weizong's tone was resolute. I know her well. You are merely an impostor. Surprised by your sharpness, Jiang Ning did not deny it. Indeed, the true Jiang Ning has long perished. I am not her. She smiled calmly at him. With blood smeared across his face, Yang Weizong could not see her ambiguous expression. Yet, he felt a sense of satisfaction upon receiving confirmation. I can keep your secret. What are your terms? I want to move to the 18th floor and be with you all. Is that all? You will share your supplies with me. Any other conditions? Of course, I want to move in first. Then I will win her over and fully integrate into the life on the 18th floor. Rest assured, as long as you agree to my terms, I will keep your secret and not disclose a word to anyone. However, I do not trust the living. Yang Weizong was taken aback. What? Just as the words left his mouth, an intense pain struck his chest. His pupils dilated in shock as he never anticipated she would turn on him so suddenly. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. He was once the school heartthrob, yet apart from his looks, he was utterly worthless. As the illusion of love shattered, Yang Weizong found himself less than nothing, regretting that in his former life, he had been blind to his own worth, leading to a tragic end. With a swift draw of the blade, blood splattered. Had it not been for his intention to test whether Yang Weizong was aware of the space, he would not have uttered a single word. As it turned out, Su Mingyao had indeed kept her mouth shut, revealing nothing to him. This group of people had finally been eradicated. As long as vigilance was maintained, the secret of the space would remain undiscovered, even in the face of his demise. Kolu was still unsatisfied, lifting its paw to urinate on his face. Jiang Ning, TSK, more vengeful than her, one must never offend the dogmaster. Not content with just that, it proceeded to rummage through the other man's belongings. The scene was utterly disturbing, prompting Jiang Ning to turn her face away in silence. Kolu persistently pulled out a bag of fresh rice, weighing about 5 kilograms, and a golden ingot, weighing approximately half a kilogram. In the pre-apocalyptic world, such items would have fetched a handsome sum. The dog brought the items before Jiang Ning. Here, owner, I've returned with my rations. Jiang Ning placed the items into her space without addressing the scene, leaving with Kolu. Every day, there were deaths, corpses everywhere. Who would care who had killed whom? The sky began to darken, signaling an increase in external dangers. Turning back onto the main road, she unexpectedly found Hua Yishan still waiting, holding Daodu's hand against the cold wind. His deep gaze met hers, a hint of a smile gracing his stern face. Sister, Daodu waved excitedly. Kolu. The dog approached, nuzzling against Daodu. Jiang Ning hurried over, puzzled. Didn't I tell you to leave first? It's fine, just enjoying the breeze. Breeze? The frigid wind can be deadly. Jiang Ning rubbed her hands together. Let us go. It's getting dark. Each took a dog, slowly making their way back to the community. Upon returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning knocked on the door of room 1803, hoping Zhang Chao and Lu Yu would craft a sled. She did not want to venture outside daily for firewood. A semblance of effort was sufficient, and then she could laze indoors. Thus, she planned not only to bring back bamboo tomorrow, but also to figure out a way to acquire firewood. A sled? Lu Yu exclaimed. For Kolu? That works too. After all, dog food shouldn't go to waste, and as long as it can breathe, it must work. After all, this was the apocalypse. She must avoid accusations of discrimination against the dog. In the spirit of democracy, humans and dogs were equal. Upon learning it was for the esteemed canine, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu immediately became enthusiastic. They had never seen a sled, but had seen pictures. Perhaps they could manage to make one after some tinkering. Kolu, you're incredible, even capable of pulling a sled. The bewildered dog thought, what is a sled? No worries, as long as the owner believes you can do it. Then you surely can, woof. Noticing a pile of cut steel sheets on the table, Jiang Ning curiously asked, what are you all doing with these? Lu Yu smugly replied, Ning, quiz. No guesses. Jiang Ning raised her fist, confess honestly. Zhang Chao smilingly explained that there were external malevolent gangs entering the community to collect protection fees. Armed with weaponry, they posed a threat that mere flesh and blood could not withstand. Thus, he and you conspired to procure several bulletproof vests. This revelation opened Jiang Ning's eyes. She had not anticipated their heightened sense of crisis, although she was aware that color steel plates could not withstand bullets. Even if they could not stop them, they could provide some cushioning. Should a bullet strike, who knows, it might save a life. However, she quickly dismissed the notion, muttering against the ill fortune of such thoughts. Observing their earnest efforts for survival, Jiang Ning felt a sense of comfort, her heart considerably more at ease. Upon learning that she was to accompany Hua Yishan to cut bamboo the following day, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu expressed their desire to assist. Yet, the current situation was more perilous than before. The 18th floor required guards, and one person alone, Zheng Weili, would not suffice. You all can go without worry. No matter who comes, if they seek to seize our resources, they shall have to step over our corpses, Jiang Ning asserted. She wished to temper the melodrama of their words. But if the 18th floor were truly breached, even if they wished to survive, those intruders would not leave anyone alive. Zheng Weili added, Ning, remember to knock on our door when you leave tomorrow. After exchanging a few words, Jiang Ning returned to her own abode. With Yang Weizong and Su Mingyao deceased, she celebrated with a modest meal of 3 dishes and soup, not forgetting to open a can of pineapple beer. How unfortunate that those two had been so persistent. Had they truly embraced the apocalypse, they would have thrived. Setting an alarm for 7 o'clock. Jiang Ning slept soundly until dawn. Recalling Zheng Weili's words, she knocked on the door of 1803. In the span of a single night, the sled had indeed been constructed. It was lightweight to reduce friction, crafted from welded aluminum pipes, with both ends arched, resembling a small boat. Additionally, Zheng Weili had brought over a piece of autumn clothing. More accurately, 2 pieces, with a thin sheet of colored steel sandwiched in between, sewn together with thread. Remarkably, it felt quite substantial in hand, especially with extra sheets of colored steel added to the chest area, significantly enhancing its impact resistance. Ning, the outside world is perilous. Wear this when you venture out. Should danger arise, it might offer some protection, Zheng Weili advised. Initially, she had intended to make one for Kailei, but time was short. No need to rush. Everyone on the 18th floor has one, though I am unsure of what Ishin size, Zheng Weili confessed, contemplating. Why should I ask? Jiang Ning questioned, puzzled. You can simply ask him directly, Zheng Weili replied. No, anyone with eyes can see through that. What is there to hide? At that moment, the door to 1801 creaked open, revealing Daodu, who rubbed her eyes and said, Sister, we are leaving. Jiang Ning, pressed for time, did not inquire further, but hurried to her room to change, gathering several belts and ropes. Kailei, fearing abandonment, not only followed closely, but also picked up a rope in its mouth, insisting, Come on, caretaker, help me tie this. While Hua Ishin walked Daodu. She had no reason not to take Kailei along, so she decisively let it out. Upon reaching the 17th floor, they encountered the Zhong father and son, who were also armed with a machete, on their way to Fengshan for firewood, thus departing together. Jiang Ning did not wish to squander Keilei's talent, so she busied herself with loading the sled downstairs. However, she seemed unfamiliar with the task. Let me give it a try, Zhong Ping volunteered. Although he lacked experience with sleds, his understanding of physics allowed him to know how to maximize efficiency and reduce friction. After some contemplation, he fashioned a harness for Kailei, suggesting slight modifications to the sled for greater ease in hauling firewood. Excited by the prospect of Kailei pulling the sled, Zhong's father remarked, when we return, You should devise a similar contraption. It would make our tasks easier. Though they did not have a dog, they could utilize human effort instead, which was preferable to carrying everything on their shoulders. Indeed, his son had constructed a pulley, but it had become frozen and stuck. Dogs, however, were more reliable. With remarkable stamina and explosive power, Kailei, once harnessed, dashed forward like a small cannon. Daodu, startled, quickly chased after, calling out, Kailei, wait for me. Chapter 83. The venomous demon Kailei exhibited exceptional endurance, sprinting with the wind. Its robust physique and graceful posture allowed it to navigate the icy terrain effortlessly, skillfully avoiding frozen corpses along the way. However, it was unaware of Fengshan's location, making it easy to lose its way. Jiang Ning lamented Keilei's poor memory, recalling their previous encounter with wild pigs. Not only pigs, but also wild rabbits. Prompted by this memory, Kailei adjusted its course, arriving at the foot of Fengshan within half an hour. They arrived early, with no sign of others at Fengshan. The bamboo grove lay halfway up the mountain, and Jiang Ning, unwilling to waste time waiting at the base, began ascending with Kailei. Bamboo is not ideal for burning, and survivors would prioritize cutting down trees. In a short time, the trees at the foot of the mountain had been depleted, occasionally revealing frozen corpses, those who had perished from ambushes during wood collection, their bodies encased in layers of ice, appearing eerily grim. Yet, what choice did they have? Without firewood, they would succumb to the cold, and survivors had to risk their lives to gather it. The snow had turned to ice, making the ascent difficult, particularly while dragging the sled, and it took some time to reach the bamboo grove. The trees on the mountain had already succumbed to the frost, their branches weighed down by ice and snow. Clad in insulated clothing, Jiang Ning felt warm, but her hands, feet, and face were genuinely cold. Rubbing her hands together, she wished for an electric saw to clear the bamboo grove swiftly, allowing her to return home and snuggle under the blankets. Unfortunately, with people potentially arriving at any moment, she refrained from taking such risks and instead picked up the steel saw Lu Yu had provided, kneeling down to saw carefully. Using a steel saw requires skill, otherwise, the blade may easily break. With only this single saw at her disposal, a breakage would lead to significant trouble. Not everyone can wield a machete or a butcher's knife. Most rely on regular kitchen knives. To think, not only could one struggle to chop firewood, but even cutting a clove of garlic could ruin a knife. Jiang Ning knelt to shatter the ice, clinging to the surface of the bamboo before slowly pulling the saw back and forth. Kayle, seemingly concerned that a bamboo stalk might fall and injure the caretaker, leaped up to wrap its paws around the bamboo. Annoyed by the distraction, Jiang Ning gently pushed Kayle aside, instructing, "You don't need to help. Just keep watch and ensure no one tries to sneak up on me." Kayle, ever diligent, refused to abandon its post, believing that embracing the bamboo could serve as a lookout as well. "Do not linger any longer, or beware. I might sever a piece of your belly." The wounded spirit of the dog compelled Jiang Ning to saw 2 segments of bamboo, skillfully removing the branches and cutting each piece into approximately 2 meters for ease of transport. At this moment, survivors had begun to ascend the mountain. "Ah, dog." Initially taken aback, they soon rushed over, their voices trembling with excitement. "What a plump dog. Fat dog Kayle woof. Fatty, this is muscle, pure muscle." Observing the bamboo grove, they noticed only one young woman, remarkably youthful, wielding a steel saw. Their excitement escalated as thoughts of acquiring the saw filled their minds. It would alleviate their struggles with woodcutting. And this chubby dog, weighing at least 60 to 70 pounds, was entirely composed of delectable meat. As the figures drew nearer, their greedy gazes apparent, Jiang Ning remained unfazed, brandishing her tang knife and presenting them with a gentle smile. "Can you guess why I am alone, yet manage to care for such a splendid dog?" Her words momentarily stunned the crowd. Indeed, many were starving. How could she keep her dog so robust? Jiang Ning offered no further commentary, merely smiling, her grin unsettling. Her cold gaze inspected their bodies, seemingly contemplating which part might yield the most flesh. The murderous intent behind her eyes evoked a chilling fear among them. Is this a creature of venom and malice? "My dog is rather selective. It only consumes legs, and they must be fresh and warm." The dog assumed an aggressive stance, its muscular chest heaving, baring its teeth. A clear indication of its lethal intent. "Woof. Indeed. I only consume legs, the kind that bleed fresh. Dare to challenge me?" The crowd stood frozen, realizing this vicious dog had been nurtured on legs. Some trembled uncontrollably. Just then, 3 men pushed past them, knives in hand, directly approaching the fierce woman, with the tallest one pulling along a small girl. "Brother, you guys are incredibly bold, daring to provoke a femme fatale." They anticipated a clash, hoping to seize the opportunity. Their aspirations were lofty, yet reality was stark. Expecting a confrontation, they were taken aback when the fierce dog not only remained silent, but also wagged its tail at them. However, the 3 men swiftly turned, standing resolutely beside the woman, their icy gazes sweeping over the crowd. "Ah, this is inconvenient." With reluctance, the onlookers dispersed in haste. Dodo clutched the dog, appearing somewhat aggrieved. "Kayle, you didn't wait for me." Kayle nudged her gently in reassurance. "Observing Jiang Ning chopping bamboo, Zongfu expressed confusion." "Xiao Jiang, bamboo is hollow and burns poorly. We need to chop trees instead. I lack the strength to haul trees, so bamboo suffices. Besides, bamboo doesn't burn well. And it's not at risk of being stolen, is it?" Zhong Fu pondered, finding some logic in her reasoning, yet he sensed something was amiss. The risks of chopping trees were significant. The Zhong family only cut wood beside the bamboo grove for mutual protection, with only one steel saw available. Hua Yishan resorted to using a hatchet. The hollow bamboo fell swiftly under his precise strikes, far quicker than using a saw. He efficiently dispatched a bamboo stalk with ease. Such overwhelming prowess was beyond Jiang Ning's envy. She would continue her slow and laborious work. As more individuals ascended the mountain, the predatory gazes intensified. The fat dog, the steel saw, and the charming little girl collectively attracted avaricious attention, with some brazenly approaching while others lurked in the shadows, all seeking opportunities. Kayle activated her canine radar, accurately detecting the ill intentions. With bared teeth and a fierce posture, she stood ready for confrontation. Dodo, not to be outdone, mimicked her stance. "Fierce. I must be fierce. My brother says that as long as I appear more ferocious than anyone else, no one will dare to bully me." Consequently, she unabashedly emulated Kayle, baring her teeth and grinning. The little girl's imitation, however, drew derision from the dog, for she had not even mastered the appearance. Standing tall, arching her back, and baring her teeth, she attempted to embody ferocity. Do you understand what it means to be fierce? Is this not adorable? It would make one want to devour her whole. Kayle's patient instruction proved ineffective. Dodo's jaw ached from attempting to snarl. Ultimately, she surrendered, opening her backpack. She retrieved a watermelon knife. Indeed, it was the legendary blade that had cleaved its way from Saigon Street to Sifong Street. With a knife in hand, she transformed into a ferocious deity, coldly surveying those milling about the bamboo grove. Dodo swung the knife down, severing a sapling in two. The would-be predators. What was going on today? Each one encountered was more formidable than the last. Had even children become this ruthless? They were not to be trifled with, truly not. What a pity for the exquisite dog meat. If only they could have a taste, they would willingly perish. Chapter 84. A surprise attack despite Jiang Ning being busy. She recognized that the dog was a trustworthy companion. However, she still could not fully entrust her back to it. She frequently turned to remain vigilant against opportunistic attackers. Upon glancing back, she was startled to see Do brandishing the watermelon knife. Oh, the glutinous rice dumpling has learned to wield a knife. She instinctively looked at Hua Yishan. Did you teach her? He did not deny it. Is that a problem? No, it's quite good. The apocalypse forces growth. From typhoons to floods to extreme cold, many innocent children had indeed learned to wield knives. Dodo could not afford to lag behind. If she lost, the Grim Reaper's scythe would come knocking. Yes, it was simple and brutal, yet effective. Chopping bamboo was swift. She cut it into equal lengths and bound them together with rope. Dodo volunteered to drag the bamboo back, and Hua Yishan truly tied several sections for her, ensuring she would tie her halfway. Brother, I can bring it home. There were many people on the mountain. Some children were tattered and worn, yet they were all fervently chopping wood. She, with her ample clothing and nourishment, had to work even harder. Dodo was determined not to be a burden on her brother. After preparing the bamboo, Hua Yishan asked Jiang Ning, "Do you need firewood?" The space was filled with ample firewood, but it was challenging to retrieve without a clear path. "Do you need some?" Thus, they collaborated to chop down a pine tree, intending to split it upon their return. They truly could not manage more. The Zhong family also felled a pine tree, but even that was a daunting task. After all, they were scholars accustomed to office work, ill-suited for labor. Climbing the mountain was arduous, but descending was even more treacherous. Snowflakes had formed into icy debris, and a slip could send both person and wood tumbling down, potentially costing them their lives. The group moved cautiously, assisting each other as they painstakingly made their way down the mountain. Dodo led the way with her watermelon knife, while Kaylee safeguarded the rear against potential ambushes. Their teamwork seamless. Jiang Ning felt a mixture of amusement and heartache. Natural disasters and the apocalypse had forced the young ones to mature. They made it down the mountain without incident. The dog instinctively brought the sled over, fill it up, observing its swaggering demeanor. Jiang Ning genuinely filled it to the brim. She placed a piece of wood at the bottom and stacked the bamboo on top. Due to the freeze-drying, some moisture had been extracted, and Jiang Ning added her share. "Let us go." As Kaylee activated its four-wheel drive, Jiang Ning wondered why it wasn't moving. Lazy bones. Yet, having boasted, Kaylee was determined to pull it back regardless of the effort. Dodo dragged 3 bamboo tubes, pulling the rope forward. The icy surface was slippery, making it somewhat strenuous but manageable. Hua Yishan carried the firewood, with his other hand dragging a large bundle of bamboo tubes, maintaining a straight posture. The Zhong family watched in admiration, feeling inferior. This young man was truly remarkable, excelling at everything. Kaylee once more engaged its drive, surprisingly managing to move effortlessly. Turning to look, Jiang Ning noticed that she was pushing from behind. Instantly, adrenaline surged within her, and she pulled with renewed vigor. One pulled, the other pushed, drawing envious glances from all around. This dog was indeed preferable. It was far less effort than raising a child. Looking down at her own gluttonous companion, she realized it was hardly comparable to even half of another S-dog. Fengshan is several kilometers away from the residential area. Taking breaks to conserve energy, they snacked along the way. After a brief rest of about 10 minutes, they resumed their tasks. In a moment of distraction, Daodu slipped and fell. Hua Yishan set down his belongings and hurried to assist his sister, while Jiang Ning ahead was strenuously pushing the sled. Suddenly, 3 men appeared from behind, 2 wielding knives and 1 a brick. The knife wielders charged directly at Hua Yishan, and the one with the brick lunged at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, positioned a few meters ahead, sensed the imminent danger. Without looking back, Hua Yishan delivered a swift kick that sent one assailant flying. He quickly pivoted and effortlessly snapped the neck of another. Jiang Ning felt a sudden gust from behind and instinctively drew her knife to counterattack. The blade pierced deeply into her assailant's body. Concurrently, a brick came crashing down towards her head. Jiang Ning swiftly dodged to the side, successfully avoiding the blow. But the sound of the brick shattering echoed in the air. It did not strike her head, as Hua Yishan had used a shoulder to block it. His action widened her eyes in surprise. The father and son from the Zhong family, hearing the commotion, rushed over with their knives, asking if everything was all right. Hua Yishan grunted, assuring them he was fine. Jiang Ning regained her composure, questioning if he was truly unscathed. He appeared well padded, so fractures were unlikely. With 2 men dead in an instant, the one Hua Yishan had kicked was terrified, scrambling to his feet and fleeing. Not only him, but another woman nearby also ran away, clearly part of the same group. Jiang Ning pursued them and, in a fluid motion, retrieved her boning knife from her pack. Hurling it with force, the man, heavily clothed, was struck by the knife and sent sprawling. Jiang Ning closed the distance, her cold gaze fixed upon him. In a state of panic, he pleaded, claiming it was a misunderstanding. They had merely intended to rob, not realizing the ferocity of their opponents. Jiang Ning, unmovet. delivered a lethal blow, sending him to meet the king of hell. She coldly remarked on the absurdity of his logic. The woman, witnessing her partner's demise, rushed over, clinging to him and cursing Jiang Ning fiercely, demanding to know if there was no law left. Her cries were filled with despair as she clung to the lifeless body. Jiang Ning found the situation amusing. If they understood the law, why would they have attacked them? It was absurd to think that she should spare them when they had shown no mercy. The woman attempted to continue her tirade, but Jiang Ning silenced her, stating that as a couple, they should remain together in death. The woman stared in shock, unable to comprehend Jiang Ning's resolve. Her mouth opened in disbelief, but no words came forth as her body stiffened in fear. The sudden violence had startled others nearby, including an elderly woman who interjected, suggesting that while the ambushers were in the wrong, the situation had escalated too far. Others remained silent, clearly in agreement. Jiang Ning found it laughable. She was not about to leave such threats unpunished. The elderly woman, sensing danger, quickly retreated in fear of Jiang Ning's wrath. The onlookers, drenched in cold sweat, hastily departed, unwilling to draw the attention of the relentless avenger. Kaylee, having escaped the leash, rushed to Jiang Ning, expressing anxiety and anger. Dowda followed suit, worriedly asking if she was all right. Their concern warmed Jiang Ning's heart amidst the chaos of this disaster-stricken world, reminding her that kindness still existed. The Zhong father and son, relieved that Jiang Ning was unharmed, expressed their gratitude. Yet, Jiang Ning remained concerned about Hua Yixin's injury from the heavy brick. She inquired again if he was truly okay. Hua Yixin moved his shoulder, revealing a hint of pain, but assuring her there were no significant injuries. Though he seemed somewhat stiff, it was clear that soft tissue bruising had occurred. The elder suggested they return home swiftly, and if necessary, seek medical attention. The medicine was scarce. Surviving doctors would still treat patients. They needed to consult an experienced orthopedic specialist for peace of mind. Hua Yixin switched shoulders to carry the wood, while Jiang Ning slowed her pace behind him, pushing the sled and attentively watching his movements. Dowdu, worried about her brother, wiped her eyes yet held back tears. Upon returning to the Jinfeng community, Zheng Weili and her companions came downstairs to help. They were shocked to learn of Hua Yixin's injury, unable to fathom how someone so capable could be hurt. However, no one disclosed how he had sustained his injuries. Zhang Chao cast a knowing glance at Jiang Ning, sensing the truth. As they moved the items upstairs, Jiang Ning followed into room 1801, instructing Hua Yixin to remove his shirt for examination. Having studied medicine for a year, she possessed a basic understanding, albeit more than the average person. Hua Yixin complied, first igniting the charcoal stove to warm the room, then instructing Dowdu to take Kaylee outside. Dowdu, confused yet obedient, led the reluctant dog away. Hua Yixin removed his layers until only a thin thermal shirt remained. Jiang Ning, feeling slightly awkward, gently pulled back the fabric on his shoulder and pressed around the area, asking if he felt any pain in the bones. He admitted to discomfort, though it seemed to be more in the soft tissues, accompanied by spasms and a sensation of soreness. It appeared to be a soft tissue bruise, likely requiring some time to heal. Fortunately, he was well padded, or a fracture would have been inevitable. She offered to massage the area with medicinal alcohol and suggested anti-inflammatory medication and ointments for faster recovery. Though Hua Yixin insisted on using his own supplies, Jiang Ning didn't press the issue. However, the medicinal alcohol had frozen, so she returned home to retrieve a small bottle. Once back, she poured some from a large glass jar into a mineral water bottle, wary of revealing her methods. She added a bit of hot water to disguise the contents, then placed the bottle into the basin to thaw. Once the medicinal alcohol was ready, she instructed him to expose his shoulder. Though it was cold, Hua Yixin hesitated to bare his upper body in front of her, eventually donning a sleeveless gym shirt while ensuring the rest of his body remained well covered. Jiang Ning removed the shoulder strap and began to apply the medicinal alcohol, massaging the area with just the right amount of pressure. An awkward silence enveloped them as neither spoke. Finally, Jiang Ning cleared her throat and thanked him for saving her. She acknowledged that he could have easily avoided the confrontation, but she also recognized the concern he had for her. She reminded him to prioritize his safety and avoid unnecessary risks in the future, especially since Dowdu had been frightened by the encounter. It is nothing, merely a minor injury. I can manage it. He maintains his composure, yet she is reluctant to owe him a favor. Debts of gratitude are the most arduous to repay. After a brief session of therapeutic massage, applying a medicated plaster and ensuring he has the necessary medication, Jiang Ning did not forget to remind him as she departed, "You must pay attention to any discomfort. Inform me immediately if anything feels amiss." "All right, thank you." Jiang Ning paused momentarily. "It is only right. After all, you were injured for my sake." Upon returning home, she took a warm shower, changed into comfortable attire, and settled onto the sofa, her thoughts wandering far afield. The camaraderie on the 18th floor was amicable. None of them were prone to quarrels, and significant conflicts had not arisen over the past few months. Due to Dodo's presence, the usually aloof Hua Yixin displayed a notable kindness towards her, surpassing his demeanor with Zhang Chao and others. Yet, in this apocalyptic world where survival is paramount, it is only natural for anyone to prioritize their own safety. Even within the same team, he had no obligation to shield her from danger, did he? In contrast, for Zhang Chao and the others, it was understandable. They had grown up in the orphanage, their long-standing bond prompting them to instinctively lend a helping hand in perilous situations. However, what of Hua Yixin? Jiang Ning pondered, surmising that he must possess immense confidence in his abilities, ensuring there was no life-threatening risk before daring to intervene. It was not her confidence. In terms of combat prowess, he undoubtedly ranked second on the 18th floor, serving as a crucial link in communication with 1803, and diligently assisting Do with her studies. Should she perish, the 18th floor would suffer a loss in combat capability, significantly elevating the dangers of defending their territory. And he would need to find a new tutor for Do. With his cold and taciturn nature, interactions with 1803 would undoubtedly suffer, and should new neighbors arrive, discord would inevitably ensue. Yes, it was certainly so. With this realization, Jiang Ning exhaled in relief. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, as Kaylay pounced on her, playfully scratching her, yearning for attention. This lively interruption successfully disrupted her train of thought. Today had thoroughly exhausted the dog, and dinner was particularly sumptuous, featuring not only chicken breast but also rib soup, corn soup, and an essential serving of fresh greens. The satisfaction of the meal was unparalleled. As she prepared for bed that night, she activated the intercom. Shun, how does your injury feel? This form of address felt peculiar. Yet using his full name felt even more so. The reply came swiftly, it's all right. Unsure of what to discuss, Jiang Ning scratched her ear. Well then, remember to tell me if you feel unwell. After disconnecting the intercom, she turned off the lights and drifted into slumber. The room was warm, but she was awakened at 10 o'clock by the dog's antics. Upon opening the door, she was nearly overwhelmed by the frigid air, which felt significantly colder than the previous day, sending chills across her skin. She stepped onto the balcony to check the temperature, which had plummeted to 35 degrees. Quickly retreating to her room, she brushed her teeth and washed up before enjoying a bowl of fragrant wonton noodles. After finishing her meal, she activated the intercom. How does your injury feel today? Tingling, not very nimble. Chapter 86, Animal Evolution. Listening to his description, Jiang Ning felt it was not particularly severe and instinctively asked, have you eaten? Not yet. Do is preparing. Do is making breakfast? She can't even reach the stove. She must learn gradually. Indeed, children in an apocalyptic world are not indulgent. Otherwise, survival would be impossible. Suddenly, a pained cry came from the intercom. Jiang Ning inquired, what happened? You didn't burn yourself like Hua Yixin, did you? Silence followed on the other end. Realizing he was injured because of her, Jiang Ning opened her room door and went to 1801. Do? After knocking several times, the door finally creaked open. Do was unharmed. She had seen her brother wounded and volunteered to care for him, thus embarking on her culinary journey. However, she could not reach the pot, so she had moved a short stool to stand on. Unfortunately, she lost her balance and fell, but thanks to Hua Yixin's rigorous training, her reflexes were remarkably swift, allowing her to adjust her landing and avoid injury. Nevertheless, the little one was downcast, digging at her fingers with tears brimming in her eyes. Sister, am I useless? I can't even make breakfast. It seemed she was on the verge of tears. Not at all. Jiang Ning gently patted her head in reassurance. Learning to make breakfast at 5 years old is already quite impressive. Your brother only learned recently. Mentioned directly, Hua Yixin could only follow suit in comforting her. Yes. Do is far better than your brother. Feeling guilty for the lack of breakfast, Jiang Ning queried, what would you like to eat? I can teach you. Dumplings. Do's spirits lifted at the thought. Brother wants to eat dumplings. Thus, Do climbed back onto the stool, while Jiang Ning patiently guided her from the side. Kaylay stood up to support the stove, exclaiming, I want to learn too. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. Otherwise, Jiang Ning would have sent the dog to college. And who knows, it might even earn a degree. To her surprise, Do proved quite adept, skillfully boiling water, washing dishes, and wiping the table. Jiang Ning, however, was not pleased, her brow furrowed. Hua Yixin owned a Hummer, indicating he was not financially struggling, yet Do was engaged in such menial tasks. It was clear she had been forced into this situation by an unscrupulous relative. Contemplating Hua Yixin's taciturn and ruthless demeanor, Jiang Ning couldn't help but be curious about the eventual fate of his relatives. Yet, this was his personal affair, and she would not pry. In the kitchen, the three of them, along with the dog, were busy, while Hua Yixin stood by the kitchen door. Perhaps even he was unaware of the slight curve of his lips. It was undeniable that Do's culinary talent surpassed Hua Yixin's. The food was not only cooked through, but also intact. The little one, in high spirits, carefully filled a bowl with soup. Brother, taste what I made. Not only did she serve her brother, but she also intended to offer Jiang Ning and Kaylay some. I've already eaten. You should enjoy it yourself. Kaylay, being the greedy dog, rushed back to fetch Jiang Ning's face-washing basin, insisting, come, fill it up. What a shameful display. As if she were neglecting the dog. Jiang Ning playfully pinched its ear. This is filled with chive filling. You cannot eat it. It will make you ill. Kaylay froze, utterly dismayed. Not wanting to perish yet feeling frustrated, it grabbed the basin and turned to leave. If I can't eat this or that, living is unbearable. Hua Yishan sat at the dining table, complimenting Dodo before looking up at Jiang Ning. Aren't you going to eat something? Jiang Ning declined, stating she had truly already eaten. It was not just about being full. She would not easily consume someone else's food. In this apocalyptic world, consuming another's provisions equated to threatening their very life, regardless of Hua Yishan's wealth. After he finished eating, Jiang Ning finally spoke. Your injury requires more medicinal alcohol. Her technique was quite professional, but Hua Yishan felt awkward. Let Dodo help me with that later. Dodo eagerly volunteered. Oh, my brother. Grateful for his gentlemanly nature, Jiang Ning felt a sense of relief. Just as they finished eating, a knock echoed at the door. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu had come to inquire about crafting bamboo arrows. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, they displayed no surprise. Instead, they exchanged knowing glances. Although Hua Yishan's shoulder was injured, he was not incapacitated, so he began teaching in the living room. He started by cutting bamboo to the appropriate lengths, using a knife to round the edges and applying fire to increase flexibility. All of them possessed strong comprehension abilities, making the learning process seamless, and they were exceptionally diligent. Zhang Chao, puzzled, asked, Shun, the crossbow shooting capability is impressive, but during winter, wearing too many layers makes it difficult to penetrate clothing and injure someone. Hence, he urged them to improve their shooting accuracy, aiming for the eyes. Zhang Chao was taken aback. How is that possible? The eyes are so small and constantly moving. I can't manage that. What would they do? They had to practice relentlessly. It was better than waiting for death. Jiang Ning alleviated their stress. Aiming for the face is also acceptable. Scars are relatively thinner. With her words, they finally felt some relief. You're the best, Ning. Well, don't compare yourselves to me. I'm aiming for the eyes. Zhang Chao was left speechless, contemplating his own demise. The cold was undeniable, yet the trio engaged in light banter, creating a pleasant atmosphere in the living room. Hua Yishan occasionally chimed in, while Dodo played with the dog nearby. Lu Yushuan casually inquired, Shun, do you have any unused thermal clothing? Please lend us 2 pieces, and I shall craft a homemade bulletproof vest for you in return. Hua Yishan pondered for a moment before responding. All right. Harnessing the strength of many, they quickly fashioned a substantial bundle of bamboo arrows. However, these would be consumed swiftly, necessitating a larger stockpile in the coming days. After injuring his shoulder, the practice session was reluctantly halted, and Jiang Ning returned home to do squats while cradling her dog. As she held the dog, she sensed something was amiss and hurried to find Hua Yishan, exclaiming, I feel like Kaylay has grown larger. With consistent exercise, the muscles of her dog, a Maquin, would indeed develop. No, it's not just heavier. Its physique has expanded as well. Noticing her seriousness, Hua Yishan instructed the dog to lie down and proceeded to examine its bones. Kaylay was an adult dog, with its skeletal growth already ceased, and, as its trainer, he had conducted a prior examination. As he felt around, Hua Yishan's brow furrowed increasingly. Indeed, compared to a few months ago, there were notable changes. Not only its bones, but the fur was also denser, and as its paws enlarged, the paw pads were thickening as well. This phenomenon was beyond his comprehension. Faced with extreme weather conditions, humans would employ intelligence and means to safeguard themselves, layering clothing for warmth and seeking medicine when ill, yet animals could only confront nature's wrath, compelling their bodies to rapidly adapt to the harsh environment. Adaptation? This notion reminded Jiang Ning of the southern giant cockroaches, the sharp-toothed rats, and the frantically breeding snakes from her past life. All were undeniably fierce. A chill ran down her spine as she considered that it was no wonder Kelly's appetite was increasing and it became easily irritable. Would this evolution lead it to lose its original disposition? In the struggle for survival, most creatures tend towards ferocity, yet those with higher intelligence could be guided appropriately. Chapter 87. Not letting her gain an advantage, seeing Jiang Ning's troubled expression, Hua Yishan reassured her, you need not worry. Kaylay possesses high intelligence and is humanity's most loyal companion. I believe it will not change. Jiang Ning felt uncertain. After all, the extreme cold lasted for a year, while Kaylay had only been with her for 3 months during the coldest period. At that time, they only wished to protect her, refusing to relent even when faced with mortal danger. The scene was too bloody for Jiang Ning to recall. She held Kaylay tightly, determined to protect it this time. Sensing her distress, the dog leapt into her arms, asking, What's wrong, my human? Rest assured, I will train it well. Train it well? Kaylay seemed to be sharpening its teeth, having already graduated. Hua Yishan affectionately ruffled its fur, stating, training is a lifelong endeavor. We must continue to improve as long as we live. The dog cocked its head, unimpressed. Upon returning home, Jiang Ning measured Kaylay's height and weight, meticulously recording the data. Not only Kaylay, but also Da Hui and Xiao by were to be measured. After examining them thoroughly, She felt an irrational suspicion that they too had changed, and their courage seemed to have grown. Over the course of several days, they crafted over 2,000 bamboo arrows, all while improving their crossbow shooting skills. Discontent with the limited distance in the hallway, the group ascended to the rooftop to challenge their limits. In the bitter cold of -40 degrees, they bundled themselves like bears, yet everyone wished to lie down and rest, fearing that if they did, they might never rise again. However, the cold was unbearable, causing their hands to tremble uncontrollably. Zhang Chao, witnessing Jiang Ning's steady demeanor, questioned his own existence. Ning, how do you manage this? Though she were less than he did, she seemed impervious to the cold. It defied logic. Jiang Ning cast him a sidelong glance. Chao, I am neither frail nor weak, and my spirit burns with fervor. Lu Yu, the truly frail one, would indeed wither. Even in the face of calamity, he would not forget his integrity. Who could claim he was weak when his wife said he was doing great lately? As the pressure of their training became a habit, the two relinquished all resistance. Besides, with Hua Yixin as her personal coach, her abilities were indeed becoming quite extraordinary. She felt as if she were soaring, both her martial prowess and physical endurance skyrocketing. Did they not understand the weather? The damp, cold air seeped into their bones, leaving their very souls frozen. Yet, when she looked at him, and then back at Hua Yixin, he wore significantly less than the two of them. How enviable was his extraordinary stamina. Truly remarkable. Unable to compete, they resolved to perfect their crossbow skills first. After a few days of rest, Hua Yixin extended an invitation for practice. Jiang Ning queried, your arm doesn't seem to be fully healed. It's fine. I can manage with one hand as long as you avoid my sore spots. Sore spots? Wait, are you referring to your shoulder or something else? Jiang Ning conceded that she might have taken things too far. She still possessed a modicum of martial ethics, genuinely avoiding any attacks on his tender spots, even consciously steering clear of them. Hua Yixin, exhibiting true prowess, did not allow her to gain the upper hand. Despite his one-armed condition, simultaneously, his independence was quite formidable. As Dao Du dropped the dumplings, Jiang Ning expected him to seize the opportunity to request her assistance with cooking or to offer culinary tips to Dao Du, given that the situation had arisen from her actions. She was prepared for such a request. However, Hua Yixin made no mention of it and resolved everything on his own, which relieved Jiang Ning. Having come this far, even with the atmosphere in the 18th floor being harmonious, her vigilance remained unyielding. Should he request her assistance, she would undoubtedly oblige. But it was imperative to maintain a distance in the future. To speak bluntly, his shoulder injury was merely a soft tissue bruise. It was not that he was truly incapacitated, but that he could not lift heavy objects or engage in vigorous movements. Daily life posed no significant issue. If he were to leverage gratitude, it would surely come with ulterior motives, and what might those be? Most likely not for ordinary supplies. After struggling for years in the apocalypse, even if given a second chance, one's mindset could not be reset. Everyone appeared to harbor ill intentions. Moreover, she possessed the secret of her spatial abilities, and she could not afford to gamble. In summary, his various actions had indeed garnered her admiration. Grandma Zhong knocked once more, her emotions a mix of joy and concern. Zhong Fu and Zhong Ping, both technical researchers, had secured jobs without any surprise after the interview, earning 15 pounds of rice or flour monthly as remuneration. Zhong Mu, a teacher, did not meet the technical requirements, yet she successfully applied for the lowest position on the corpse collection team. While it might seem morbid, the income was meager, yet applicants continued to flock in. Each month, they received merely 5 pounds of rice, but a work meal was provided. While it could not be said to fill them entirely, it was sufficient for manual labor, allowing them to eat to a point of satiety. The attrition rate was exceedingly high, making it unlikely for Zhong Mu to be hired. Yet Grandma Zhong was astute. She discreetly slipped 2 pounds of wild kudzu powder to the interviewer, and thus the matter was settled. Little Jiang, does anyone wish to go for an interview? I can ask Zhong Ping's mother to take you. She worried that these young people might be too obstinate, unwilling to accept favors through backdoor means. Employment was essential for survival, and they could not afford to be overly ambitious or act impulsively. Apologies, but the 18th floor wishes to remain idle, nevertheless. We appreciate Grandma Zhong's kindness. To have Grandma Zhong brave the bitter cold for such a trivial matter was indeed commendable. As anticipated, Grandma Zhong expressed her concerns, saying, those collecting grain have already reached Building 8 and will soon arrive at our building. What are your plans? Food is life. Who would willingly risk their life? Having lived to this age, Grandma Zhong was not afraid of death. Yet if given the chance to live, who would choose death? Even if she did not consider her own well-being, she had to think of her family. Moreover, human greed knows no bounds. Each person would receive 3 pounds of grain. And if the collection were to proceed smoothly, the quota would soon be raised to 5 pounds. Having lived through the famine era, she had witnessed various forms of malevolent forces. These soulless beasts would not relent until they had stripped every last crumb from their victims. Once the dam broke, it would surely be hellish. Yet, The Zhong family was composed of genteel individuals who could not lift a finger. They could hardly hope to contend, let alone risk their lives against such threats. Thus, she shamelessly approached the 18th floor for assistance. Jiang Ning perceived her intentions but refrained from responding hastily. Our community is vast. If we unite and rally together, what do we have to fear in confronting them? Granny Zhong sighed, noting that those individuals possess many cunning strategies. They first placate the building leaders, offering them incentives, thereby turning them into accomplices. Jiang Ning expressed her surprise. Was there truly no one resisting? Indeed, the leaders of buildings 15 and 16, known for their integrity, led the survivors in defiance, even reporting to the police. However, the next day, their bodies were found discarded at the entrance. The leader of Building 16 was a woman, and the brutality of those beasts went unchecked by the police. It wasn't that they ignored it. Rather, they were simply overwhelmed. Chapter 88. The collectors of protection fees arrived. The police, being human, were already short-staffed, and those who survived natural disasters or participated in rescue efforts were even fewer. In stark contrast, the forces of darkness proliferated exponentially, with crime occurring everywhere. Many public officials have even lost their lives at the hands of these wicked individuals. These perpetrators were elusive, appearing only with their eyes visible, armed and covertly bribing residents of the community to serve as informants. Those who dared to report or resist faced dire consequences. On the 18th floor, a silent exchange of glances took place. Zheng Weili could no longer contain herself, declaring that she would never comply. She had always been the one to strike others and could not bear the thought of being humiliated herself. Jiang Ning, maintaining her composure, stated firmly, Granny Zhong, we will not pay the protection fees. Granny Zhong understood, noting that Zhongping would not start work for a few days, and they would face this challenge together. She resolved not to be a burden to them. Upon returning home, she discussed her thoughts with her son and others, aligning her stance with that of the 18th floor. They absolutely could not pay the protection fees. The saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure. The Zhong family had a commendable family ethos, and the matriarch was always the cornerstone of their decisions. Zhong Fu had no objections, saying, Mom, we will follow your lead. Well, as long as you are all aware. She replied, however, our efforts alone are insufficient. Granny Zhong had a plan in mind. Remember, the more difficult it becomes, the more united we must be. If those people truly come for us, it is we on the 17th floor who will bear the brunt of it. And we must also ensure the two households next door are prepared. Everyone fears death, but fear is of no use. We are already at a disadvantage. If we hide when trouble arises, we will only chill the hearts of others. No one is foolish. If you evade once, you cannot evade a second time. If there comes a day when I am no longer here, you must uphold your principles. Fearing for your lives will only hasten your demise. After conferring with her descendants, Granny Zhong stepped outside to knock on the neighbor's door. The discussion went exceptionally well, and the other two households readily agreed, allowing her to finally set her mind at ease. A new day dawned, and the entire 18th floor, including their dogs, was in motion. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from downstairs, followed by chilling screams, a discordant symphony that nearly shook the ceiling down. The residents exchanged worried glances. The collectors of protection fees had arrived. Indeed, the entire building was on edge, each person terrified at the mere mention of them. Perhaps due to He Jian's favorable reputation, the survivors in the building flocked to him. Thus, he took the initiative once again, seeking to unite everyone against the collectors. To his dismay, he was the first to be dragged into the adjacent room, subjected to brutal beatings that left him bloodied. Not only he, but also other key individuals were assaulted, and a relatively attractive young woman was nearly assaulted in public. The residents banded together in defiance, which only served to infuriate the collectors. While other buildings paid 3 Jin monthly, they were being extorted for 6 Jin. If you don't want to pay, step forward and I'll treat you to peanuts. He Jian, enduring the pain, pleaded, we truly cannot provide that amount. How can you demand 6 Jin? That is a matter of life and death for us. The lead thug, unyielding, coldly stared at him. He Jian staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from his face, acknowledging, I have failed you all by not keeping my promise to protect you. You may strike or scold me as you wish. Nothing is more precious than life. They agreed to lower the demand from 6 Jin to 3 Jin, and he felt that the beating was worth it. Those of you with grain should pay. Those without, I am truly powerless, he coughed, spitting blood. The crowd seethed with anger. Why should they have to pay 6 Jin when the others only paid 3? However, seeing He Jian take the beating for them quelled their frustration. Yet, they felt deeply dissatisfied. A bold voice cried out, we will pay the grain, but you must let the 18th floor pay first. Surprise rippled through the crowd, but they quickly rallied behind the idea. Yes, if the 18th floor pays, we will too. We want to shortchange you. They added, and the 17th floor has plenty of grain. If you have the ability, make them pay instead of bullying us soft targets. This outcry ignited a fervor among them. The lead thug furrowed his brow, realizing that unless they dealt decisively with the 17th and 18th floors today, this matter would never conclude. They had originally come for the 18th floor, and once they dealt with them, it would serve as a warning to others who dared resist. Thus, led by Jiang, the collectors approached with an air of arrogance, while the unyielding survivors reveled in their misfortune. Regardless of the outcome, they hoped for mutual destruction. Soon, the door at the stairway of the 16th floor was being pounded with a resounding crash. Jiang Ning and her companions stood at the stairway, hearing everything unfold below, utterly speechless at the foolishness of those downstairs. They had come this far. They would confront them. Armed, they descended, with the dog eagerly joining the queue. Meanwhile, Dodo, locked inside, reached the 17th floor, where the Zhong family awaited at the stairway, weapons in hand. Their expressions were tense and fearful, yet they did not waver. Jiang Ning frowned, questioning one of them. Why Haven T-1702 and 1703 emerged. Granny Zhong appeared sheepish, explaining, I knocked, but there was no response. They must have gone out to gather supplies. Though she said this, it was evident to anyone with keen eyes. With no expectations of the 18th floor, they continued downward. The formation remained unchanged, the order of appearance consistent, with the only addition being the Zhong family at the rear. Doors swung open one after another, revealing long legs. Exquisite tang, swords, cold gazes, and fair, beautiful faces. The lead thug, armed, momentarily lost his composure, as if a soundtrack had begun to play in his mind. In this apocalyptic world, ordinary survivors lived in a state of despair, while she appeared radiant and well-nourished, particularly the woman standing behind her, whose thighs were thicker than a man's. How much must one consume to maintain such strength? And then there was the pretty boy wielding a spiked club, whose looks surpassed even those of women. It seemed the leader was ready for a change of pace and would surely find satisfaction in keeping him around. Indeed, the 18th floor was a treasure trove, and he intended to claim it all today. In an instant, the lead thug raised his gun, aiming at Jiang Ning's head from across the barrier. So, it is the 17th and 18th floors, is it? This community is now under our control. From this day forward, each of you will pay 100 gene of grain monthly, and we shall ensure your safety. Should you refuse, well, just ask my weapon if it agrees. 100 gene monthly? The survivors' pupils dilated in shock. How delightful it was that the 18th floor's savagery had finally caught up with them. They deserved it. Those unaware might think that 100 gene of grain belonged to them entirely, completely forgetting the dire consequences of being unable to produce even 3 gene. Ultimately, as long as the 18th floor suffered, they found solace in that thought. Jiang Ning did not rush to speak, but turned to gaze at Hui Yishan. With his profound eyes, looked down at the swaggering lead thug. A mere 5 individuals stood in a line, 2 armed with firearms, while the remaining 3 wielded iron rods, effectively subduing all survivors of the Jinrong community. Upon receiving his feedback, Jiang Ning could not help but chuckle, digging in her ear. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Chapter 89. Do not insult the dog. Jiang Ning's words incited immediate fury in the leader, who raised his gun, ready to shoot. At this critical moment, Jiang rushed forward to intervene, declaring, do not act rashly. Everything can be negotiated. He then turned to Jiang Ning, saying, Little Jiang, I understand your prowess, but wise men avoid immediate danger. The world has changed, and you are not lacking in provisions. It is paramount to stay alive. Do not treat your life lightly. Trust me, I will negotiate on your behalf to secure a lesser demand for grain. How's that sound? Jiang Ning regarded him with such fervor. How much grain do you expect to receive in return? What did you say? Jiang was momentarily taken aback, then retorted in anger, Little Jiang, I risked my life to lower the grain protection fee for the building, and you doubt my intentions? Clad in thick clothing, he was bloodied from the altercation. And Jiang Ning questioned, Are you certain that ISNT merely chicken blood or some red ointment? The survivors gasped, directing a myriad of complex emotions towards Jiang. You are spouting baseless accusations. I conduct myself with integrity and never engage in corrupt practices. Yet, one could not ignore the irony. Half of the grain exchanged with Yu Qingqing had been siphoned off for his own gain. Wang Kola protested vehemently. Do not insult dogs. Fuming, Jiang exclaimed, Fine, if you all think so poorly of me, I shall withdraw from this matter entirely. Let whoever wishes to handle it do so. He stepped aside, surrounded by the survivors. It dawned on them that while other buildings required merely 3 pounds, the first building demanded 6, revealing that Jiang had been colluding with the grain collectors. Furious at her tenacity, the leader seethed, You bold harpy, if you dare, open the door and see if I don't smash your head. Open it then. As if anyone fears you, she retorted. Upon opening the door, a gun was wickedly pressed against Jiang Ning's chest, while another aimed at the other residents of the 18th floor. Everyone, do not move. Raise your hands. It was reported that the 18th floor also had firearms, necessitating a preemptive strike. Jiang Ning scrutinized the leader, noting his face concealed by a mask, rendering him unrecognizable. Even if surrounded by law enforcement, removing the mask and blending into the residents would make him elusive. She refrained from resistance, distancing her tang knife, and flashed him a peculiar smile. The leader was momentarily distracted by her demeanor. Suddenly, Jiang Ning produced a dagger from her pocket, swiftly stabbing the leader multiple times in a lightning-fast motion. As blood flowed, the leader continued to pull the trigger. Jiang Ning aimed for his neck, taunting, "Are you truly addicted to this game? Whether the gun is real or fake?" "I fear it not, clad as I am in protective gear." Simultaneously, Zheng Weili charged to confront another assailant, delivering a heavy blow that sent him flying, his teeth scattering as he collapsed, bloodied. The firearm fell to the ground, which she crushed beneath her foot, caught off guard by the ferocity of the two women. The survivors were stunned, as were the remaining 3 grain collectors. After a moment, they regained composure and swung their clubs in retaliation. Utilizing his height, Hua Yi swiftly dispatched them, breaking their necks with precision. The survivors nearly succumbed to shock. Another murder had occurred on the 18th floor. The once arrogant grain collection team, which had bullied the survivors, was dispatched within a mere 5 minutes. Everyone felt a chill, realizing the 18th floor was not to be trifled with. They were more fearsome than any criminal syndicate. Nevertheless, Jiang Ning had no intention of stopping. She advanced towards Yijian. Yijian trembled. "Little Jiang, you are committing murder. Breaking the law." "Oh, so you're aware of the law?" Jiang Ning replied, her eyes cold as ice. "You conspired with the grain collectors while trading with Yu Qingqing. Is that not a crime?" "No, it's a misunderstanding." "Is that so? Then perhaps we should open your door and see just how many supplies you have stashed." Yijian attempted to argue further, but Jiang Ning lacked the patience, driving her knife into his shoulder. A piercing scream erupted. "I did not strike your heart, but your shoulder. Do you believe you possess 9 lives? What gives you the audacity to continuously target the 18th floor?" With that, she seized his collar and hurled him out the window. The winter was harsh, and falling from a 16th floor could be fatal. "Ah!" Yijian's wife shrieked, rushing up the stairs in panic, shouting at Jiang Ning, "You lunatics! How dare you commit murder? I will report you to the authorities." "Monsters! By all means, let them come and see how your husband colluded with the grain collectors and engaged in corrupt practices," Jiang Ning shot back. "If you're so righteous, then stop consuming the bloodstained buns." Finding the situation absurd, Jiang Ning thought, "You did not intervene when he was breaking the law, yet you weep now?" Determined not to leave any loose ends, she resolved to eliminate Yijian. Rather than crying, it would be wiser to safeguard the blood-stained provisions at home. As each meal counted, Yijian's wife turned pale, while the survivor's eyes glinted with greed. Indeed, Yijian had forsaken his integrity. The supplies hoarded in his home were pilfered from them. Wishing to avoid these avaricious individuals, Jiang Ning turned to leave. Amidst the crowd, someone called out, "What if you provoke retaliation by killing them? What shall we do then?" Indeed, they did not wish for a fate akin to that of the residents of buildings 15 and 16. Rather than feeling gratitude for Jiang Ning and her companion's actions, they instead voiced their grievances. "Is it Yijian who has emboldened you? Or do you believe the grain collectors are more amenable to negotiation than we?" Jiang Ning cast a cold gaze. "Has the extreme cold frozen your wits? Anyone who does not wish to live may step forward. I can assist you." Upon hearing this, no one dared to speak further. She turned and ascended the stairs. Upon returning to the 18th floor, anguished cries and furious shouts erupted from downstairs. Jiang Ning contemplated retreating to her room, but noticed the dog excitedly dragging a bag up the stairs. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were no exception, each carrying bags of rice and weapons, grinning as if they had struck gold. Indeed, having missed their chance to participate, they had joined the survivors in raiding Yijian's home, which was indeed filled with ample supplies. Kola dragged a 5-pound bag of flour, while Lu Yu and Zhang Chao each carried 20-pound sacks of rice. "Jiang Ning," Kola exclaimed, presenting the bag. "This is the new ration he has submitted." The group laughed, and they ultimately divided the rice and flour equally, even including the Zhong family. Additionally, the 18th floor returned Grandma Zhong's cherished heirloom bracelet. They did not wish to cultivate a habit of exploiting the 18th floor. Hence, when borrowing items, they exchanged valuables instead. From the outset, the 18th floor had no intention of truly taking. As long as they demonstrated sincerity, the items could be returned. In this skirmish, the Zhong family had not aided them, yet their attitude was commendable. As for the other 2 families, well. Chapter 90. He is interested in you. Grandma Zhong, after much deliberation, ultimately returned a pound of kudzu powder to each household. Simultaneously, Zhong Ping gifted the 18th floor a self-made bicycle, equipped with a heating device at the rear. Merely pedaling would generate electricity, and the heat conduction tubes would radiate warmth. This device would not only promote physical fitness, but also elevate the temperature within their homes. Zhong Ping adjusted his glasses, a refined smile gracing his face. "I am still sourcing parts. In due time, I can modify it into a charging device." With the 18th floor working up a sweat, Jiang Ning did not initially accept it, saying, "All right, let the bicycle stay for now. Whenever it is converted into a charging device, feel free to send it to us." After bidding farewell to Jiang Ning, Grandma Zhong found herself at a loss for where to place her aging face. To my astonishment, the two households next door display such selfishness. Clearly at home, yet choosing to remain hidden away. I suspect that trouble may arise in the future, so exercise caution when coming and going, and strive to minimize interactions with them. Today, those who came to collect supplies faced total annihilation. They will undoubtedly seek retribution. The residents of the 18th floor possess considerable capabilities, yet they are not inclined to display generosity without reason. They remain silent today, but what of next time? If provoked, they could very well wait until the 17th floor is utterly destroyed before descending. However, Grand Mahjong cannot openly criticize them. After all, who is not afraid of death? They may tremble, but does that mean the 18th floor shares their fears? Selfishness can sometimes act as a death knell. On this day, the experiences within the building differ greatly. The He family has been completely plundered, while the long-oppressed survivors rise against them, showing no mercy to the He family. Those who seized supplies have fled, while those who did not assault the He family, stripping them of their heavy garments. The 16th floor, lagging behind, is left with nothing, returning only to collect corpses from the 2 floors above. Frustrated, they wonder why the battlefield has shifted to the 16th floor. They might as well install a door at the stairwell. Returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning finds Zheng Weili waiting in the corridor. Pulling her inside, Zheng Weili inquires, Ning, how did you discern that their guns were fake? I couldn't tell as an outsider. Jiang Ning, ever honest, replies that without expert confirmation, she would not dare venture outside, even with 10 times the courage. Indeed, Hua Yishan is an expert who can instantly recognize the genuine from the counterfeit. Yet, Zheng Weili feels something amiss. He remains silent at the back. How did you two communicate? Jiang Ning is momentarily taken aback by the question, eventually responding, we live on the same floor. We've shared life and death experiences so many times. Can't you tell? 3 pairs of eyes fixate on Jiang Ning, laden with meaning. You are impressive. Zheng Weili boldly remarks. I share a room with Lu Yu, and even now I cannot discern his true thoughts. Are you perhaps a mind reader for Hua Yishan? Lu Yu, called out, immediately professes his loyalty. Wife, you are all I see and think about. Meanwhile, the single Zhang Chao feels wronged, wondering what he did to deserve such harsh treatment. Jiang Ning realizes that Zheng Weili's words carry deeper implications. What do you mean? She asks. Having grown up together, Lu Yu casually adds, how far have you and Hua Yishan progressed? I suspect it's a home run, he teases. Jiang Ning is not truly naive. Rather, she has witnessed the brutality of the apocalypse and the depths of human selfishness and greed. She never contemplated romance amidst such calamity. To say it bluntly, she wishes to avoid forming intimate connections. Even with Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, she could be friends and partners, facing danger together, but she will not share living quarters with them. That is her sanctuary. Not only her body, but her heart also requires respite. Thus, Jiang Ning feels bewildered, asking if they have misunderstood something. While there is space, she lacks any extraordinary abilities and does not even know how long she will survive. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse is not the natural disasters, but the unpredictable nature of humanity. Hasn't Yang Weizong's lesson been sufficient? How could she still believe in love? Seeing her genuine confusion, Lu Yu is taken aback. Hua Yishan is so obvious. You mean to say you couldn't tell? Obvious how? Lu Yu is at a loss. If he had no interest in you, why would he help train your dog? I even taught Dodo to read. Yang Ning retorts. With so many of us, why did he only teach you combat techniques? Jiang Ning gazes at him, and Zhang Chao, you both have that talent? Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, who lack such skills, recall how he broke through to help her when she slipped on the rooftop. Yang Ning. That night, in the extreme cold, he nearly kicked down your door to give you a fur coat and a charcoal stove. We have nothing. Yang Ning, aware of the weight of their words, falls silent, reflecting deeply. Look at how attentive he is to anyone else. It's strange if you two are not involved. Lu Yu, drawing from personal experience, embraces Zheng Weili, boasting, wife, the moment I laid eyes on you, I couldn't accommodate any other woman in my heart. Zhang Chao, still reeling from emotional blows, chimes in. Regardless of their experiences, the trio unanimously believes there is a connection between Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan. A mere glance suffices for understanding. What else could it be if not love? Jiang Ning ponders her feelings, eventually admitting, I don't know if he harbors such feelings, but I certainly do not. She acknowledges that had she not been through the apocalypse and encountered a man as dashing and capable as Hua Yishan, she would have undoubtedly felt drawn to him, perhaps even pursued him. Yet now, her sole desire is to survive. Lu Yu contemplates. Is it because of Yang Weizong that you no longer trust men? Ning, I must tell you, you should find someone. Look at me. Had I not met Weili, my life would have been in vain. Jiang Ning refuses to indulge in romantic sentiments, asserting, you are you, and I am me. Let us not conflate our paths. Each person has their aspirations. Lu Yu is naturally inclined towards such matters. Even without Zheng Weili, he would find another in Zhang Weili or Li Weili. Regardless, the situation has become clear. It appears that the prince desires the goddess, while the goddess remains indifferent. You really don't consider him? Lu Yu, as a childhood friend. Earnestly states he may be a bit cold, but he is competent and responsible. Other women are going mad over him. In truth, one can live together without love. The two would make the perfect partners, surviving longer amidst the apocalypse. However, Lu Yu is acutely aware of Jiang Ning's character and refrains from expressing his innermost thoughts. Jiang Ning is resolute that she has no such feelings for him. Even if she did, it would be impossible for them to be together. She cannot bear the cost of secrets being revealed. Who knows if the apocalypse has an end? Countless strong-willed individuals have witnessed their hearts become tainted through successive calamities. Until the day they close their eyes, who dares to claim their heart remains unchanged? Jiang Ning cannot even guarantee her own feelings. How could she ascertain those of others? Chapter 91. Do you like me? Ignorance may be bliss, but once aware, one cannot feign ignorance. Yet, Jiang Ning harbors doubts about the words of the trio. It's not that she is slow-witted. Rather, she senses an ambiguity in Hua Yishan's demeanor, as though he might have feelings, yet it remains unclear. What should she do now? He has not confessed, and she cannot simply refuse. That would lead to misunderstandings. Living next door, constantly crossing paths, and with future collaborations ahead. The prospect is awkward to the extreme. Upon her remarks, the three find themselves in a predicament. Lu Yu proclaims, when you love someone, it's impossible to hide it. Shall we help you test the waters? Jiang Ning, feeling overwhelmed, replies, no need, I will figure out myself. Returning home, she collapses on her bed, contemplating her own beauty, not the most exquisite, yet undeniably attractive. Has Hua Yishan truly taken an interest in her? It feels as though, had the apocalypse not occurred, they would exist in entirely parallel worlds. Still deep in thought, the intercom crackles to life. Ning, shall we practice today? Jiang Ning ponders for a moment and replies affirmatively. She must seize the opportunity to discern his true intentions. After changing clothes, she reports to room 1801. While practicing, she discreetly observes him, even feigning a near fall. Hua Yishan, quick to react, instinctively wraps his arms around her waist to steady her. Are you preoccupied with something? He asks. No, she responds. You seem distracted. Focus your attention. Let us begin again. Jiang Ning vows that he exudes an air of righteousness, and despite holding her waist, there is no hint of impropriety or suggestive glances. Feeling a twinge of discontent, she concocts an excuse to stay behind and teach Do to cook. Several times, she glances back only to find Hua Yishan in the living room training the dog, entirely focused. Lu Yu's claims of love being uncontainable are clearly unfounded. The three of them have evidently misinterpreted the situation. In a twist of fate, Jiang Ning finally felt at ease, letting out a long sigh. After extinguishing the gas stove, she plated the food, only to turn and find Hua Yishan observing her. Startled, she nearly dropped the bowl in her hands and exclaimed, "Why are you looking at me?" Instantly realizing her tone was too harsh, she felt a wave of embarrassment that made her toes curl. Hua Yishan gestured towards the kitchen window, indicating that the snow seemed to be falling more heavily. Jiang Ning turned to glance outside, and indeed it appeared so. How could he see that from such a distance? Declining Dodo's invitation for a meal, Jiang Ning returned home with her dog. She felt somewhat paranoid, sensing that Hua Yishan harbored ulterior motives. That night, lying in her warm bed, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Finally drifting off, she dreamt that Hua Yishan suddenly confessed his feelings to her, making it impossible to refuse, only to wake up with a racing heart when the dream was interrupted. For 3 consecutive days, she not only observed him during their training sessions, but also while training her dog, yet her efforts yielded nothing. While denying any feelings, her intuition hinted otherwise. Ultimately, this vague uncertainty led to her suffering from insomnia. Not one to waver, she sent her dog back inside, closed the door, and took a deep breath while facing Hua Yishan. Do you like me? Hua Yishan took his time to respond, gazing at her for a moment before saying a little. Jiang Ning's heart raced. I actually believe in being single. I never considered marriage. Living alone is quite nice. Hua Yishan pondered for a moment and replied, Jiang Ning, I apologize for any discomfort I may have caused. Since you do not feel the same, I want to press the matter further, and I hope you have no reservations. His open-mindedness surprised her, and she felt a sense of relief. You're a good person. You'll find someone you like. Yes, so will you. So, shall we continue to team up? Of course, if you don't mind. I certainly don't mind. You're the best partner on the 18th floor. With this understanding, Jiang Ning felt a significant weight lifted from her heart. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Had it not been for the calamity, she surely would not have let him slip away. As she watched Jiang Ning return to her room, Hua Yishan turned to open the door, only to realize his palms were clammy with sweat. The disaster seemed endless. He had never intended to confess to Jiang Ning, especially since he was still responsible for his sister. The uncertainty of the future made him hesitant, and to his surprise, she had broached the subject first. His heart, having experienced its first flutter for a girl, felt extinguished. As he opened the door, Dodo rushed over, calling brother. Hua Yishan looked down, his deep-set eyes filled with tenderness as he gently ruffled her hair. Did you study today? I did, but I don't understand several words. Can I ask my sister? What don't you understand? Brother will teach you. After their conversation, a sense of ease enveloped them. Jiang Ning indulged in a leisurely morning, catching up on sleep from the past few days. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she emerged from her room, faintly hearing commotion from downstairs. Upon opening the door, she looked up to see Hua Yishan stepping out at the same time. Their eyes met. He remained calm while she maintained a cheerful smile, greeting him with a good morning. Internally, however, she felt a bit awkward. They stood at the stairwell, listening as the group collecting supplies returned. This time, their intentions were not for food, but rather a blatant act of revenge, violently kicking down the doors of the survivors. Hua Yishan's expression turned serious. The intruders did not come with good intentions. Anticipating this day, Jiang Ning hurried back to arm herself. They truly knew how to pick their moments. Zheng Weili and her companions had gone to Fengshan early to gather firewood, while the Zhong family had reported to their new unit just days prior. To compete with the disaster, the researchers had taken up residence at their workplace, only returning home once every 2 weeks. Zhong's mother had also reported for duty, beginning the grim task of collecting the deceased. Just yesterday, a dozen people had come, clearing not only the bodies piled on the ice, but also sweeping through each building to transport the remains to a designated incineration site, aiming to prevent the outbreak of disease. It was evident that the government was actively combating the disaster. Currently, only Jiang Ning, Hua Yishan, and a combat dog remained capable of fighting on the 18th floor. Jiang Ning sensed impending danger, feeling that the intruders were well prepared. She donned a bulletproof vest and secured her dog in the room. The agitated dog, Kaylay, scratched at the door, barking anxiously for her to let him out. Hurry and open the door, Kaylay pleaded. If the door remained shut, he would resort to breaking it down. Jiang Ning stepped out just as Hua Yishan locked the door, with Dodo trapped inside. Ning, stay here and keep an eye on Dodo. Hua Yishan lowered his gaze, loading his gun. Jiang Ning also drew her weapon, knowing that they could not evade what was coming. It was impossible to protect everyone. Hua Yishan paused for a moment before agreeing. The two descended the stairs, finding the group already prying open the door to the 16th floor. Grandmother Zhong was anxiously pacing on the 17th floor, accompanied by a man wielding a stick. The owner of Unit 1703, Zheng Yinluan. Xiao Jiang, they're coming. What should we do? This group was remarkably well informed. No one knew that the Zhong family had secretly left. Coincidentally, Zheng Weili and her companions were also absent, leaving only Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan to face them against a dozen intruders. Jiang Ning shot Zheng Yinluan a glance, but said nothing. Zheng Yinluan, feeling awkward, explained, last time, my family went out to gather supplies. Chapter 92. Armed and ready, Jiang Ning instructed Grandmother Zhong to return to her room and lock the door before turning to Zheng Yinluan. Let us go. As they reached the stairwell and opened the door, Jiang Ning was about to step outside when Hua Yishan suddenly pulled her back, stepping in front of her to lead the way down. Jiang Ning, who had been forced to take a back seat, thought, well, the special police have extensive combat experience, so it's best to take the lead and draw fire. However, the situation had descended into chaos, and those willing to charge ahead were nearly extinct, especially given that the adversaries were armed with real weapons, the extent of which was still unknown. In the face of life and death, Jiang Ning shook off her thoughts and took a step back. The sound of gunfire erupted as they descended the stairs. The adversaries, lacking any sense of honor, opened fire without hesitation, intent on exterminating everyone on the 18th floor. Hua Yishan was precise in his movements, shooting from the 16th floor posed challenges in angle and perspective, resulting in bullets either striking railings or embedding in walls, never hitting Hua Yishan's feet. Indeed, he had only exposed his feet. As the gunshots rang out, Grandmother Zhong shouted, "Be careful." Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the 17th floor as well. Hua Yishan proved his expertise. The recoil from his powerful firearm jolted Jiang Ning's arm. Yet she successfully hit her target. As they descended, she stealthily drew her dagger, the smooth blade reflecting the image of Zheng Yinluan suddenly brandishing a knife toward her back. Without turning around, she maneuvered her gun-wielding hand beneath her left armpit and fired, missing the heart, but hitting him in the abdomen. Zheng Yinluan let out a pained scream, clutching his stomach as he stumbled backward, only to be struck on the head by Grandmother Zhong's cane. Blood poured from his wound as he staggered several steps before collapsing. Meanwhile, Hua Yishan swiftly moved to the second door, while the first door on the 16th floor was pried open and a gun was raised to charge upstairs. Suddenly, a fist-sized object was thrown down, releasing a cloud of thick smoke. A grenade! Someone screamed, prompting everyone to turn and retreat. The acrid smoke filled the air, causing tears to stream down their faces, obscuring their vision. Seizing the opportunity, Hua Yishan raised his gun and fired several shots, accompanied by cries of anguish, before silence enveloped the area once more. Standing on the stairs, Jiang Ning pondered whether she should descend now, feeling she had no chance to contribute. Suddenly, a few screams echoed from downstairs, followed by the sounds of a fierce struggle. "Ning, are you okay?" Zheng Weili's anxious voice rang out. I'm fine, how about you? Zhang Chao gasped. We handled it all. The trio had ventured out at dawn, equipped with sleds, eager to return early. But upon reaching the ground floor, they heard gunfire. Consequently, they abandoned their firewood and rushed upstairs. Several had perished, and the survivors were too focused on guarding against the upper floors, seeking any opportunity to push upward. Today, it was either their lives or the others. They had not anticipated being ambushed from behind. Zhang Weili, with her considerable strength, struck mercilessly. Caught between a rock and a hard place, it was nearly impossible for them to survive. The smoke bomb thrown by Hua Yishan filled the air with an acrid scent, causing the three individuals to cover their noses as they rummaged through the corpses. In addition to knives and steel pipes, they surprisingly discovered 3 firearms. However, the craftsmanship was alarmingly crude, clearly indicating they were manufactured in an illicit workshop. Firearms, capable of taking lives and preserving one's own. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu worked in tandem to search through the bodies, nearly stripping them of their undergarments. Ultimately, they uncovered a total of 26 bullets, amounting to 34 when combined with those in the magazines, along with 2 large gold chains, 3 gold rings, 2 packs of cigarettes, a watch, and a lighter. At last, the 18th floor had procured some formidable weapons. Who would dare charge up here now? They would lose their heads easily. We must be resolute, with weapons in hand. The world was theirs to command. The two felt an invigorating rush of adrenaline, their spines straightening with newfound courage. From this day forth, they would vanquish gods and Buddhas alike. Unfortunately, no one paid heed to their fervent bravado. Zhang Weili rushed forward, pinching her nose as she beheld the bleeding and helpless Zhang Nianluan. Stunned, she exclaimed, "What happened?" Jiang Ning brandished her knife, proclaiming that Zhang Nianluan had betrayed them, stabbing them in the back while being coerced. "Please, don't kill me," Zhang Nianluan pleaded, his face ashen and his eyes filled with terror. "I had no choice. They threatened my son. If I didn't comply, he would never come back." Jiang Ning felt no inclination to debate moral right or wrong with him. He knew the consequences of his actions. To shrink back in fear when trouble arose was one thing, but to seek protection from the 18th floor while raising a knife against them in their moment of need was utterly reprehensible. Had Jiang Ning not sensed something amiss and remained vigilant, he could have easily taken her life. In room 1703, Zhang Nianluan was not the only one in peril. Zhang Weili kicked the door, furiously demanding, "Listen up, if you don't come out, I'll slaughter him." The frail Lu Yu stepped forward, pressing his foot into Zhang Nianluan's wound. Did they truly believe the 18th floor was a sanctuary of mercy, overlooking past grievances? Zhang Nianluan howled in agony. Zhang Chao, feeling the foot pressure insufficient, added another kick. How dare he think he could bully the 18th floor? In the thunderous sound of the door being kicked, the door to 1703 finally swung open. A woman with tear-stained eyes appeared, panic and anger etched upon her face. She rushed into the corridor, cradling the injured Zhang Nianluan, crying, "My husband, what has happened?" Zhang Nianluan, on the brink of death, lamented, "It's all my fault. I couldn't save a Bao. A Bao was their son, abducted by those demanding protection money." Enraged, Zhang Nianluan's wife lashed out at Jiang Ning and the others. "Do you have no humanity? Why do you wish to kill my husband? Why?" The crowd was taken aback by her words. "Your husband took advantage of crisis and stabbed us in the back. Is it our fault that we survived? If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't have been taken. You are the real butchers here. Your son was kidnapped. Does that give your husband the right to kill me?" Jiang Ning found the absurdity amusing. "If he dared to attack me, why can't I retaliate?" Lu Yu, infuriated, exclaimed, "You lack the ability to protect him. Why blame us?" Before the installation of the steel door, they had advised caution, warning that proximity to the 18th floor posed danger. What had they said then? Now, when faced with peril, they hid away while they charged ahead to face death. Now they blamed the 18th floor for their son's abduction, instead of acknowledging their own cowardice. Zhang Nianluan's wife, in a state of hysteria, shouted, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this mess." Jiang Ning, uninterested in the pointless argument, coldly replied, "Since you bring us bad luck, kindly remove yourself from our presence at once." Zhang Nianluan's wife glared at her with venom. "What gives you the right to leave? You are the reason my son was taken, and you have injured my husband. This is far from over." Jiang Ning was at a loss for words. "What do you want from us?" Zhang Nianluan, bearing the pain, turned to Jiang Ning and the others. "I sincerely apologize. My actions were reprehensible. I should never have targeted you. But I had no choice. A Bao is only 8. If I didn't comply, he would be killed. I accept responsibility for my own fate, but the mistakes of adults shouldn't fall upon a child. Can you help rescue a Bao?" Jiang Ning was astonished at his audacity. Had he united with the Zhong family from the start to protect the building and disclose the true intentions of their captors, she might have considered risking her life to save his son. However, she was well aware of the fate that awaited those individuals, and she would have subtly informed him that the kidnapped child could be returned safely. But self-preservation is human nature. He had chosen to hide the first sign of danger, yet had repeatedly led the 18th floor to their doom. and now he sought their sacrifice to save his son. Jiang Ning spoke bluntly, "You're delusional." She disregarded him and walked directly to room 1702, kicking the door. "If you're courageous, remain inside forever." Zheng Weili, feeling her strength insufficient, joined in the kicking. "Listen inside. If you don't come out, I'll dismantle your door." Yet, room 1702 remained obstinately closed. "Very well. If you wish to remain in there, we'll consider it a loss for the 18th floor next time." With that, she turned and ascended the stairs. Zheng Weili and the others followed suit. Who would willingly become a scapegoat again? They would wait until the 17th floor was reduced to ruins. Zheng Yinluan's wife attempted to confront Jiang Ning once more, but her husband firmly grasped her hand. "Ali, listen to me. I may not survive much longer." She clung to Zheng Yinluan, wailing, "No, my husband, you cannot leave me. It is my fault for not watching over our son." He felt the cold seep into his bones, the damp chill gnawing at his very core. It hurt so much. He gasped, feeling his organs stiffen. "Ali, after I'm gone, do not seek trouble with the 18th floor. They will not spare you, nor will the 18th floor yield. You must live on, wait for a Bao's return." "I cannot live without you," she cried. "If the 18th floor prevails, there may still be hope for a Bao's return. You must leave now, find a place to hide, and do not concern yourself with anyone or anything." Zheng Yinluan, dragging his bleeding form, retrieved a kitchen knife and struggled to descend stairs. "I will confront them now. You cannot die. You must survive for a Bao." The woman's heart shattered. My husband, my husband." Zheng Yinluan, disregarding everything, fought against the pain, stubbornly making his way down step by step. Just as he reached the 7th floor, his stiff body collapsed onto the icy ground, never to rise again. Jiang Ning had just opened the door when the dog, Kailei, rushed towards her, barking frantically, its paws clawing at her. Understanding its fear, Jiang Ning knelt down to comfort it. "It's all right, I'm fine." The frantic dog, unable to calm down, leapt up, its paw striking her shoulder. Jiang Ning, along with Zheng Weili and the others, was taken aback. They had not anticipated this fierce dog would dare challenge its owner. What to do now? Both were powerful figures, and choosing one over the other would certainly cause discord. Thus, the group exchanged knowing glances, deliberately averting their gazes, feigning ignorance. Kailei nestled in Jiang Ning's arms, whimpering pitifully, while the cleaner regarded it as a burden, preventing it from being a part of the fight. "Oh, my Kailei is so formidable, but they possess deadly weapons. If they strike, it can mean death." Jiang Ning continuously soothed the dog. "Next time, you'll definitely join? One to you?" Kailei looked up at her, questioning, "Are you truly not deceiving me?" "I swear," Jiang Ning affirmed, taking its paw in a promise. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao, filled with envy, truly, only Guzi would dare to confront Jiang Ning. Others would have perished countless times. They simply lack such audacity. The psychological shadow from being relentlessly beaten by her in their youth has yet to dissipate. Alas, what a vast chasm exists between being human and being a dog. As Hua Yishan opened the door, Dodo rushed over, pouting in a manner that exuded indignation, tears glistening in her eyes. He gently caressed his sister's head, assuring her that he was fine. Dodo clung tightly to him, declaring, "Brother, I can do it too." Why is it that every time danger approaches, she is either tied to a tree or locked inside the house? Once both emotions stabilized, all members on the 18th floor gathered in room 1803. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu placed their findings on the table. "How do we divide these?" They pondered. The other items were manageable, but the 3 hardcore weapons were irresistibly tempting. Holding such weapons would undoubtedly bolster their confidence. Jiang Ning was equally delighted. Finally, everyone on the 18th floor had a weapon. Kailei, the mischievous one, had observed the master handling these weapons and recognized their formidable nature. Without hesitation, it trotted over and dropped one into Jiang Ning's hands. Unsatisfied, it retrieved another, holding it in its mouth. As long as it possessed such weapons, the master would not confine it indoors. The group was momentarily taken aback by Kailei's audacious antics, left speechless. Jiang Ning felt she should receive one. But what was happening with Kailei? Did it know how to operate these? How could it be so audacious? Jiang Ning, both amused and exasperated, snatched the weapons from Kailei's mouth and returned 2 to the table. No one would ever complain about having too many of these. But since the 18th floor operated as a collective, it was better for everyone to have one rather than just one person having all. Seeing that no one else spoke, Zheng Weili suggested, "How about one for each household?" Zhang Chao and Lu Yu had no objections, hoping Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan would agree, as it would give them more confidence in guarding the building. Hua Yishan glanced at Jiang Ning, contemplated, and then stated, "I can forego mine." "What? You don't want one?" Zheng Weili was taken aback. Jiang Ning pretended to inspect the weapon, saying it seemed rather crude. Would it be reliable? Hua Yishan quickly dismantled it. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were astonished. His speed was incredible. He examined the components, noting that while it was homemade, the materials were decent. As long as it was not fired continuously, the risk of a chamber explosion was minimal. How many rounds count as continuous fire? No more than 10. They were relieved. With only 34 bullets in total, it was hardly sufficient. Hua Yishan declined, but Zheng Weili insisted on giving one to Jiang Ning. Understanding that Hua Yishan was providing her an out, Jiang Ning followed suit. The matter could not be undone. In the future, they would face even greater dangers, and they needed solid means of defense. The outside world was chaotic, and she planned to venture out over the next few days. Perhaps she could procure another weapon. For now, they would have to make do and see if better opportunities arose in the future. Due to Jiang Ning's firm refusal, everyone in room 1803 received a weapon, while the remaining items were deemed communal property, entrusted to her protection until they could exchange them later. What about the two families downstairs? Zheng Weili fumed. Let us go down and forcefully evict them, so we don't have to deal with their disgusting presence. Zhang Chao pondered, what about the Zhong family? The Zhong family was tolerable, but those two families were certainly troublesome. We can't concern ourselves with others' affairs. Our priority is to safeguard the 18th floor. Aiming for too much is unrealistic. However, today's events have taught us all a lesson. We must remain vigilant to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Zheng Weili declared, life and death are fated. If I am ever captured by them, do not act foolishly to rescue me. I feel the same, Zhang Chao replied resolutely. As long as I'm fed, my family will not starve. If I die, no one will mourn for me. Please, do not fall into traps for my worthless life. Lu Yu embraced Zheng Weili, saying, wife, even if I die, I want to die with you. Jiang Ning rebuked them. What are you doing, making such declarations? Do you find life too long? Indeed, it's ominous. We must live until the end of time, witnessing the end of calamities and the restoration of civilization. After Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan departed, Zheng Weili suddenly remembered something crucial. Where's our firewood? Rushing downstairs, she found no sign of it. With hands on her hips, she bellowed at the survivors on the floor. Who took my firewood? If you wish to live, you have half an hour to return it. I can pretend nothing happened. But if you don't, I'll make sure to deal with each of you individually. This firewood had been procured at great risk by the three of them. It was unacceptable for others to benefit from their labor. After her outburst, she returned upstairs to rest. Lu Yu kept track of time and went downstairs to collect the firewood after half an hour. Surprisingly, the firewood had indeed been returned, albeit carelessly tossed in the hallway. After several trips, not a single piece of the cut firewood was missing. Jiang Ning reflected deeply. The 18th floor had certainly gained a notorious reputation. The firewood was a minor issue, but how to deal with these troublesome individuals next? Jiang Ning was aware that their stronghold lay within their homes. If they chose to confront it, they would have to ensure complete annihilation. This group was affiliated with a gang known as the Slayer Society. Do not inquire why Jiang Ning recalled this so vividly. She had witnessed their public trial in her past life, where they all met a grim fate. However, that was still months away, and the present was far too early for such matters. In her previous life, they not only extorted protection fees, but also bullied innocent women and harmed public servants, committing numerous heinous acts that could not be enumerated. Survivors lamented their plight, and the police, accompanied by a security team, conducted investigations. Eventually, the government dispatched armed police and even military forces, deploying countless elites to dismantle the Slayer Society. In addition to those eliminated on-site, several hundred were publicly tried, with their litany of offenses taking over half an hour to recount. It would not be an exaggeration to say they deserved to be executed 1,000 times. Time passed slowly as Jiang Ning recalled many critical details. By evening, she deliberately changed into worn, tattered clothing, not forgetting to inform Zheng Weili, I'm going out for a while. Concerned, Zheng Weili asked, what are you going out for? We cannot sit idly by. I'm going to gather information. Knowing both ourselves and our enemies is essential to winning this battle. I'll come with you. The scope is too vast for both of us. I'll scout first, and if absolutely necessary, I'll call for your help. All right, be safe. Wrapping herself tightly, Jiang Ning made her way to Lianhaoding. Dressed in rags and carrying nothing, she walked past thieves and robbers without drawing their attention. Upon reaching Lianhaoding, dusk was settling in. Jiang Ning found a windbreak and took out her binoculars to observe from a distance. The entrance was guarded, and individuals entering and exiting had to verify their identities, apparently requiring a circular object and a password. The wait was lengthy, and she struggled to recall everything until she discerned their lip movements, finally understanding the requirements for the pass and the password. Fortunately, these had been mentioned during the public trial. Jiang Ning fixed her gaze on their lips, quickly matching the password to the corresponding entry point. Lianhaoding had 4 entrances, each with a rotating password and differing passes. Under the cover of night, Jiang Ning stealthily explored each entrance, witnessing them transport extorted goods inside. While some emerged flushed and intoxicated, all products of robbing the survivors. Just as she was about to leave, she spotted a group of men forcefully dragging several girls, brazenly pulling them into the community. Once inside such a place, there would be no chance of escape. Jiang Ning felt a heavy weight in her heart as she slipped into the darkness of the space. She spent half an hour composing a letter, donned her night vision goggles, and laced up her ice skates, whistling through the biting wind. She arrived at the new police station, shrouded in darkness. With insufficient personnel, The arrival of the disaster mode made them an even more prominent target for criminal attacks. Daytime was perilous, and nighttime was even more so. Now, there were even fewer officers on duty. Although there were calls for the establishment of a security patrol team, the sudden collapse of order led to rampant criminality. Even the corpse retrieval teams were in short supply, while the security team struggled to find volunteers. Faced with hunger, they feared for their lives even more. Eventually, military and political forces took decisive action, eliminating many criminal elements, allowing security to gradually improve. Jiang Ning deposited her letter into the mailbox, containing all the information she had about the Long Dragon Society. If they believed her, they would seize the best opportunity to eradicate them, protecting numerous survivors and minimizing sacrifices. A gang capable of manufacturing illegal firearms, even if eventually dismantled by the three departments working together, had already cost dozens of lives. At present, their illegal production was likely just beginning. Jiang Ning, being but a mortal, sought merely to prolong her existence, knowing there was little more she could do. Upon returning to Jinrong community, she spotted a tall shadow ahead. She quickened her pace. Hua Yishan? The figure halted, aiming. Jiang Ning was somewhat astonished. What are you doing out? It was stuffy inside. I just needed some fresh air. Hua Yishan replied, what about you? Jiang Ning nodded. Same here. They exchanged knowing smiles, and without further questions, ascended the stairs together. The bodies had been on the 16th floor for quite some time, frozen solid and left uncollected. As residents grumbled about the lack of civic responsibility on the 18th floor, tossing refuse out the windows in frustration. Just as they turned around, they saw Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan silently standing at the stairwell. The residents of the 16th floor screamed in shock, their faces ashen. We didn't mean to insult you. With that, they rushed back to their homes, locking their doors in a panic. The sight of the 18th floor residents was terrifying, akin to wandering ghosts. They had spoken without malice, but hoped desperately that no one would come seeking vengeance. Chapter 95. Reconnaissance. Jiang Ning paid them no mind. Her gaze fixated on a circular stainless steel ornament on the ground, likely dropped from a corpse, and it turned out to be an access pass for Lian Haoding. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao had deemed it useless, leaving it behind. Jiang Ning crouched to pick it up, noticing it resembled a backpack ornament, presumably procured from some factory and distributed to the members. Upon returning upstairs, Zheng Weili, hearing the commotion, opened the door and was momentarily taken aback to see the two of them returning together. Why are you back so late? Did you gather any news? Noticing Hua Yishan remained silent, Jiang Ning replied, I had just stepped out of the community when I spotted a team collecting protection fees. So I quietly followed them and discovered they entered Lian Haoding. Zheng Weili was shocked. You mean their hideout is in the community? Lian Haoding is vast, with over 20 residential buildings. How many people could be involved? Did this gang emerge from the community residents, or have they been infiltrated by external criminal forces? If it's the latter, are the original residents still alive? They not only collect protection fees, but also disguise themselves as scavengers, directly robbing survivors' homes. This is why the 18th floor has become a target. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu's heads buzzed. They had assumed it was merely a small gang of a few dozen. Yet there were only 5 capable fighters on the 18th floor, and even if they were cut down, it would not be sufficient to fill their gaps. Instinctively, they turned to Jiang Ning and Hua Yishan. What should we do next? What to do? Worst case, we can simply wait and see. Jiang Ning feigned ignorance, glancing at Hua Yishan beside her. With the group as concern weighing on him, Hua Yishan contemplated briefly. Let's not act rashly. Tomorrow, I will scout the area. The 18th floor remained awake, while the 17th floor was in a state of trepidation. Mrs. Zhong was terrified, Mom, when I returned just now. I almost stepped on a corpse on the 16th floor, and the downstairs door has been smashed. What is going on? She feared her home had been invaded. Relieved to find her mother-in-law unharmed. Although today had passed without incident, Grandma Zhong remained shaken, sighing, something terrible is brewing. After hearing her words, Mrs. Zhong was left in a daze, reflecting on how her husband had gone mad, promising to face difficulties together, and now he was hiding like a turtle, even stabbing her in the back. And what of the Su family in 1702? She had truly misjudged them. Mom, what should we do now? Mrs. Zhong was filled with anxiety, as her husband and son were at work, leaving only herself and her mother-in-law at home. If the 18th floor truly disregarded their survival, what would become of them? These 2 rats had spoiled the entire pot of soup. Worrying won't help. You've been busy all day, so go wash up and get some rest. We'll think of a solution tomorrow. Grandma Zhong did not close her eyes, and once assured her daughter-in-law was asleep. She quietly tiptoed to the kitchen to heat a kettle of water. She opened the door and poured it into the crack of the 1702 door. The weather was bitterly cold, and the water quickly froze upon contact. Grandma Zhong stood in the corridor, letting out a deep sigh in the darkness. Whether she lived or died mattered little to her. She could not leave hidden dangers for her children. Having lived this long was enough. Many younger than her had perished ahead of her, yet her children were still young, especially Zhong Ping, who had just graduated and found a job, still unmarried and without children. Alas, when would this calamity come to an end? Once she had calmed her emotions, Grandma Zhong closed the door and returned to her room, wrapping herself in a quilt, unable to sleep the entire night. In a daze, she was awakened by the incessant banging sounds from downstairs. Both humans and dogs had grown accustomed to it, as long as they weren't trying to pry open the door of the 18th floor. She covered her head with her quilt and tried to sleep again. Upon waking, Jiang Ning heard noises in the corridor and opened the door to find Lu Yu listening intently to the sounds from downstairs. "What's going on?" Lu Yu chuckled softly. The Su family in 1702, who refused to open the door yesterday, suddenly seemed to be moving today. Jiang Ning paid little attention, assuming they were merely afraid that those people would return seeking revenge, worried they might be implicated. Moving away was preferable, sparing them from another backstabber. Lu Yu shared what she had overheard, mentioning that Grandma Zhong had greeted them, and it seemed the Su family intended to relocate to a shelter. Indeed, in response to the unprecedented cold wave in the south, the government had reorganized the shelters. In southern homes, lacking heating, only the most primitive methods of warmth were available. A large number of survivors crowded into the shelters, tightly packed together for warmth, but the air was rife with various odors, making it difficult to stretch out their limbs, let alone lie down to sleep or enjoy hot water for bathing. People would collapse without sleep, yet upon waking, they might find everything but themselves gone. The landlords had no surplus supplies, and, with so many people in the city, the nature of the shelters was intended as temporary aid, allowing survivors only a month of residency. After that, they would have to move to communal heating areas, which only provided warmth during the day, leaving them to freeze into icicles at night. Thus, many preferred to venture outside for relief rations, to chop wood for warmth, rather than go to the shelters. At least at home, they had blankets, and burning firewood allowed them to sleep. Lu Yu asked Jiang Ning, with only the Zhong family left on the 17th floor, "What should we do now?" "We made our intentions clear before the Zhong family moved in," Jiang Ning replied with a neutral expression. "Everywhere is dangerous now. Let us see how the Zhong family manages to protect themselves, but they shouldn't place their hopes on us. The 18th floor is made of flesh and blood, and we don't know how long we can survive." Just then, Hua Yishan opened the door and stepped out. "Ning, are you going to scout today?" Hua Yishan was not a local of Fengcheng, unfamiliar even with the location of Lianhaoding. Coincidentally, Jiang Ning also wished to conduct further reconnaissance, so she nodded in agreement. In a subtle manner, Jiang Ning donned an old outfit, while Hua Yishan maintained an equally understated appearance. However, his towering height and remarkable physique, accentuated by a pair of extraordinarily long legs, rendered him conspicuously exceptional amidst the crowd. Intrigued, Jiang Ning inquired about his height. 189 centimeters, he replied. Such stature is notably impressive in the northern regions, let alone in the south, where he stands out prominently among the masses. Concerned, Jiang Ning contemplated. "Should I perhaps go alone?" Hua Yishan smirked slightly, assuring her, "No worries, I won't be a hindrance." At this juncture, Jiang Ning found it difficult to counter his words, acknowledging his formidable skills that would prevent any entrapment, even if they were discovered. Consequently, she entrusted the two to room 1803 for care. The demons had been nurtured, and the survivors of Jinrong community had developed an acute sense of perception. Despite the duo's low-key disguises, they were still recognized. No one dared to approach them. The news of the previous day's confrontation had spread like wildfire. Fearful yet united, they all hoped for their triumph, regardless of how unrealistic that hope might be. The 18th floor harbored its own notorious reputation, yet as long as they were not provoked, they refrained from collecting heads or demanding protection fees. Should they eliminate those who insisted on such fees, they could manage to share a small portion, considering the limited number of individuals on the 18th floor, which posed little threat in terms of sustenance. Unfortunately, Jiang Ning remained oblivious to their intentions. Even if she were aware, she would remain indifferent, viewing them merely as opportunists seeking refuge beneath the shade of towering trees. Relying on them would be futile. It would be wiser to retire early and dream of aspirations coming to fruition. Chapter 96. Exhausted, let it perish swiftly with heightened vigilance. They took a shortcut to the vicinity of Lianhao Mansion. Hua Yishan did not rush to approach, but rather circled it from a distance before leading Jiang Ning into an office building, where he procured binoculars for observation. He was not focused on the main entrance, but rather on the high-rise buildings of the community, conducting reconnaissance. Jiang Ning felt a chill. No wonder so many had perished in the past, paying a heavy price to eradicate the dragon-slaying society. It turned out that the leader was no ordinary figure within the criminal underworld. In the realm of reconnaissance, Hua Yishan undoubtedly possessed expertise. He identified several suspicious lookout points, skillfully evading them while continuing to observe the entrance. Noticing his prolonged silence, Jiang Ning curiously asked, "What are you watching?" "I'm observing their conversations." "You can read lips?" "A little." Jiang Ning covered her mouth, relieved that she had never spoken ill of him. However, the more she pondered, the more apprehensive she became. Whenever special police units were deployed, it was invariably for particular operations requiring a mastery of various skills, They were not only adept at lip reading, but also experts in micro-expressions. Otherwise, how could they accurately assess whether to fire in a hostage rescue scenario when faced with ruthless criminals? At that moment, a wave of dread washed over Jiang Ning, chilling her to the core. Did she truly harbor secrets in his presence? Noticing her rigidity, Hua Yishan lowered his binoculars and inquired, "What's wrong? My mind is a bit frozen. What did they say?" Entry requires a pass, and there's a need for code words. What code words? I'm not well versed in this. I need to analyze it further once we return. Jiang Ning suspected him of being disingenuous, realizing he was intentionally withholding information. The individuals entering had their backs to them, making it difficult to discern their lip movements. However, based on the frequency of their speech, he could estimate how many words were exchanged, which would require time to decipher. As evening approached, the temperatures seemed to drop further. On their way back, Hua Yishan suddenly remarked, "The dragon-slaying society is likely up to something significant in the coming days." Jiang Ning's expression turned incredulous. What kind of event? Their leader's birthday is approaching, and many are preparing gifts. It is expected to be quite a grand affair. Jiang Ning could only be grateful that he was not an enemy, for such individuals were indeed terrifying. Undoubtedly, the birthday of a number one figure in the dragon-slaying society would not only be grand, but also extraordinary. She had not witnessed it herself, but merely hearing about the public judgment was appalling. However, it also presented the best opportunity. The following days passed in tranquility, with Jiang Ning refraining from venturing out, while Hua Yishan occasionally departed. One night, a knock echoed through the stairwell door. Zhong Ping had returned, eager to discuss matters with the 18th floor. Having heard about the events from a few days prior, he was so anxious that he couldn't sleep, specifically taking leave to return. He brought back a power storage box and set to work on creating an inverter that could be installed on a bicycle, generating electricity through mechanical rotation. The storage box could hold 20 degrees of electricity, but Zhong Ping was not focused on charging phones or providing illumination. Relying solely on stainless steel doors would not suffice for safety on the 17th and 18th floors. He proposed electrifying the 3 doors on the 17th floor. Should anyone dare to break in, they would be incapacitated by electric shock. The members of the 18th floor were impressed, thinking this guy has some skills. The thought of electrifying the stainless steel doors, making any intruder feel the shock, was exhilarating, even if it could potentially turn them into roasted rodents. Zhang Chao expressed skepticism. Can it really generate electricity? Yes, but it will require considerable effort to pedal, Zhong Ping stated honestly. My grandmother is elderly, and my mother has to work during the day. The responsibility of pedaling for electricity falls on you all. He calculated that if each person on the 18th floor pedaled for 1 hour a day, the generated electricity would sustain them for 24 hours. Charging for 5 hours would yield a full day's worth of electricity, and with a bit more diligence, they could also charge their phones and flashlights. Although there was a solar charger, the extreme cold often deprived them of sunlight, with days sometimes passing without success. Furthermore, using phones in such frigid conditions not only slowed down performance, but also drained the battery rapidly. Zhong Ping's proposal essentially amounted to the Zhong family providing the equipment while the 18th floor maintained its operation, fostering a collective effort to secure both the 17th and 18th floors. Lu Yu expressed concern, with the stainless steel doors electrified. Will it not pose a danger of electric shock to us? No, I will install switches on both floors, and when the electricity is on, an indicator light will illuminate, allowing you to operate safely while entering and exiting, Zhong Ping assured. After confirming the plans, they promptly arranged for the work, with Zhang Chao and Lu Yu lending a helping hand. By the time they finished late into the night, they had finally succeeded. The stair railings on both sides were cut off, the wiring connected to the 18th floor, and the switches along with the operational indicator lights were installed. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu discreetly tossed small pieces of fatty meat onto the door, and indeed, the scent of burning wafted through the air. Yes, it can indeed generate a shock. Out of humanitarian considerations, they did not forget to post a warning notice nearby. Electrified, no photography allowed. We bear no responsibility for electrocution. Upon returning upstairs, Lu Yu, eager to demonstrate his strength, volunteered first to pedal the high-powered bicycle for electricity. 10 minutes passed easily. After 20 minutes, he felt a bit fatigued. At 30 minutes, he longed for a break. After an hour, he collapsed, panting, "Chow, I can't go on." Indeed, his frail condition was evident. No matter how hard he tried, he remained weak. Zhang Chao offered a friendly reminder. We men cannot admit defeat. You can do it. You go ahead." An hour later, Zhang Chao also succumbed, gasping, I really can't do it." Zhong Ping, that rascal, had claimed pedaling the bike was a breeze. What a pitiful deception. Zheng Weili observed the two exhausted individuals and effortlessly approached the bike, pedaling for an hour without breaking a sweat. "What is wrong with you two?" They fell silent, pondering whether the bicycle exhibited gender bias. When it was Jiang Ning's turn to pedal, she simply brought the bike back into her room. Estimating the energy output from the 3 of them pedaling, she placed the storage box into her space, charging it for approximately 20 minutes, only to accidentally overcharge it. After 2 hours, she finally returned the bike outside. Zhang Chao was taken aback by the electric charge, exclaiming, "Ning, how long did you pedal?" Jiang Ning feigned weakness, leaning against the door frame. "I accidentally pedaled for 2 hours. It nearly exhausted me. This is enough power for 2 days, so don't come looking for me tomorrow." 2 hours? That won't do. I need to aim for an hour and a half to shed this frail label. The two brothers felt a sense of unease as they secretly drank together under the covers at night. Chow, Willie doesn't sweat. Ning can pedal for 2 hours, while Shingu can go for 3 without blinking. Why do we always come in last? Zhang Chao felt disheartened, taking a hearty swig of alcohol. Why do we work so hard yet remain perpetually overshadowed? Is it true that once oppressed, we are destined to remain so for life? No, we must rise. But how do we rise? Lu Yu truly exerted himself. I feel that I'm not so feeble outside. Why is it that upon reaching the 18th floor, I can barely lift my head? In the past, it was manageable. My wife used to find him appealing, yet now she seems increasingly disdainful. Clearly, my biceps have developed. The two despondent individuals collapsed onto the bed. Even a can of cola feels superior to us. What hope remains for this life? The door is electrified, and there is a dog at home, yet the tension on the 18th floor remains unrelenting. Hua Yishan devised a tactical plan. The door may indeed be electrified, but have you considered that they could ascend through the drain pipes of the windows and stairs? Zhang Chao and Lu Yu felt a shiver run down their spines. Are you suggesting they could also tunnel their way in? Hua Yishan, with a serious demeanor, replied, "It is a possibility. I am exhausted. Let all be annihilated swiftly